Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1486 to Chapter 1537. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hai was already a member of the Hundred Treasures realm. However, he was still an outsider to the Hundred Treasures realm. Just because he joined the Hundred Treasures realm doesn't mean that he's a member of the Hundred Treasures realm. He still needs the approval of the Hundred Treasures realm. How could he get the approval of the Hundred Treasures realm? Naturally, there was no faster way than dealing with the Giant Spirit realm. The Giant Spirit realm and the Hundred Treasures realm were mortal enemies. The more ruthless Zhao Hai dealt with the Giant Spirit realm, the more the Hundred Treasures realm would treat him as one of their own. The main reason why Zhao Hai wanted to join the Hundred Treasures realm as soon as possible was because he wanted to know if Laura's analysis was correct. He wanted to know if there was someone behind the Hundred Treasures realm who was forcing him to become an enemy of the Giant Spirit realm. At this time, Zhao Hai was only a nominal member of the Hundred Treasures realm. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know too many secrets of the Hundred Treasures realm. Therefore, what he needed to do was to get the Hundred Treasures realm to accept him as soon as possible. Only then would he know more secrets and make more plans for the future. With so many reasons piled together, Zhao Hai had no choice but to deal with the Giant Spirit realm. Although the Giant Spirit realm had a lot of immortal experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. Just like the Giant Spirit realm, the Hundred Treasures realm also had their own immortal experts. Moreover, the Hundred Treasures realm had been planning for generations to deal with the Giant Spirit realm. It can be assumed that the Hundred Treasures realm had their own immortal experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to attack the Giant Spirit realm at this time. In order to destroy a high-grade realm, the first thing to do wasn't to deal with the ordinary people of the high-grade realm or the subordinate realms. Instead, it was to deal with the immortal experts of the high-grade realm. As long as you don't have the confidence to deal with the immortal experts of the high-grade realm, then the conflict would end sooner or later. After all, immortal experts were the ultimate strength of a high-grade realm. Immortal experts usually don't make a move. However, nobody dares to ignore their strength. Immortal experts were the stabilizing force of a realm. As long as they exist, the realm wouldn't be destroyed. The world of cultivation also had immortal experts. But whether it was in terms of strength or quantity, the immortal experts of the world of cultivation were far inferior to the immortal experts of the Giant Spirit realm and the Hundred Treasures realm. If Zhao Hai didn't join the Hundred Treasures realm, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to deal with the Giant Spirit realm. At that time, the world of cultivation could only retreat to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Now, there was no need to be afraid. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of his cave residence. But this time, Emotion didn't follow him. Zhao Hai didn't know why, but 2 days ago, Emotion was complaining that he was hungry. He ate almost non-stop for 2 days straight. The amount of food he ate was more than a whale. But in the end, he said that he was hungry and fell asleep. He hasn't woken up yet. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what happened to Emotion, he didn't disturb him. Zhao Hai had already taught Emotion the body cultivation method of the Giant Spirit realm. It must be said that the body cultivation method was very suitable for Emotion. It was also because of this that Emotion ate as much as he could and slept. Zhao Hai also had the space check on Emotion. In the end, it was found that Emotion was just sleeping and wasn't sick. Zhao Hai felt relieved. As long as Emotion was fine, then it was fine. Whether Emotion likes to sleep or eat, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of his cave residence, he saw that the people of the Hundred Treasures realm had already gathered. Muyu was talking to the leaders of the various races. Zhao Hai directly flew to Muyu's side. The people of the Hundred Treasures realm also knew Zhao Hai. They looked at him curiously. They knew that Zhao Hai was an ordinary nascent soul expert in the world of cultivation. Now that he was a Grandmaster Refiner, his status was very high. These people were very curious about such a legendary figure. However, they didn't dare neglect him as they gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute and then stood behind Muyu without making a sound. Muyu nodded to Zhao Hai, then he turned to the leaders of the various races and said, "Everyone knows Zhao Hai. Most of you will be riding on his large artifacts. When the time comes, you must listen to Zhao Hai's orders. Don't mess around." Everyone nodded. Muyu turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, are you ready? Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beside him. However, the other two giant spirit treasure ships didn't appear. Zhao Hai already gave the two treasure ships to Muyu, so naturally he wouldn't keep them by his side. Muyu didn't release the giant spirit treasure ships right away. Instead, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, can everyone board the Hell King's ship? Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what Muyu meant. There weren't many people who knew that he repaired the giant spirit treasure ships and the 8 Cyan imperial chariots. It seems like Muyu was prepared to keep this a secret until the end. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, Brother Mu can arrange it. Muyu nodded, then he turned his head to Tang Jia and the others. Naturally, Tang Jia wouldn't be polite as he immediately arranged for everyone to board the giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit treasure ship didn't look big, but with so many people on board, it didn't seem crowded at all. Moreover, Zhao Hai also took out the giant spirit treasure ship's cabins. With tens of thousands of people on board, everyone had their own private compartments. This was an extraordinary matter. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about the giant spirit treasure ship. After everyone boarded the ship, Muyu and Zhao Hai boarded as well. Upon arriving, Muyu looked around the cabin and was surprised to see that there were separate rooms. However, he didn't ask anything and just nodded. Then he followed Zhao Hai to the top floor of the pagoda. The top floor of the pagoda also had an internal space. This internal space could be big or small. Currently, the top floor of the pagoda was very big. There were several rooms inside as well as a large roof. Moreover, there was also a balcony above the pagoda. One could stand on the balcony and look around. Muyu looked around with satisfaction. Then he led Zhao Hai, Tang Jia, Tang Wen, and Mu Ping to the balcony and looked into the distance. At this time, the Hell King's ship had already left the Octopus Islands. However, its speed wasn't very fast. Muyu looked at the surrounding scenery and didn't make a sound. The same was true for Zhao Hai and the others. To be honest, besides Zhao Hai and Muyu, the others were still nervous. They couldn't help but be nervous. This time, both sides used tens of thousands of people. They had never experienced something like this before. Muyu also noticed the mood of Tang Jia and the others. However, he didn't say anything to them. Muyu knew that they needed to adapt to this situation themselves. However, Muyu was impressed by Zhao Hai's calm demeanor. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, have you experienced a battle between tens of thousands of people before? Upon hearing Muyu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, Big brother Mu, did you forget that I ascended from the lower realms? People in the upper realms aren't as strong as the upper realms. A lot of people can't fly. Because of this, the battlefield in the lower realms is much more tragic than the upper realms. Battles between tens of thousands of people are very common in the lower realms. When I was in the lower realms, the largest battle I participated in involved more than 3 million people. Muyu stared and said, 3 million? Are you sure it's 3 million? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Of course I'm sure it's 3 million. Otherwise, where did Big Brother Mu think my undead came from? Battles in the lower realms are very cruel. Tang Jia and the others were also attracted by Zhao Hai's words. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia curiously asked, Zhao Hai, how many undead do you have right now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I haven't counted how many I have. However, I'm sure that even if all the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were added together, they wouldn't be able to match my undead. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you know how many people there are in the 10,000 realm battlefield? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know how many people there are. But from what I know, there should be at least 1 billion people. Hearing Zhao Hai, Muyu smiled bitterly and said, You're right. Nobody knows how many people there are in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, there should be at least 1 billion people. So you're saying that you have more than 1 billion undead in your hands? Muyu obviously didn't believe it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, More or less. When I was in the lower realms, I was a fallen noble. Later on, I became the ruler of a realm. I don't know why, but our realm was connected to 2 other realms. The other 2 realms were more advanced than our realm. So I led the people of our realm to fight against the other two realms. In the end, we conquered one realm and fought against the other. The people of the other realm couldn't submit, so I killed them until they were almost annihilated. Muyu and the others were stunned. They didn't know whether to believe Xiao Hai's words or not. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the 100 treasures realm was able to gather tens of thousands of troops. But according to Xiao Hai, the number of people was in the hundreds of millions. They couldn't wrap their heads around this. Xiao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly as he said, "Big brother Mu, don't be surprised. Do you know how many people ascended from the lower realms? Let me tell you, I'm afraid there's less than 1 in 10 billion people. Anyone from the 10,000 realm battlefield can destroy a realm in the lower realms. There's no comparison at all." Muyu nodded. People at their level simply couldn't come in contact with ascenders. They didn't know much about the lower realms. Only Xiao Hai was an exception. He actually ascended step by step and reached his current level. It wasn't surprising for him to know about this. After Xiao Hai said this, Tang Jia and the others' attention was attracted. They no longer looked nervous. Muyu and the others asked Xiao Hai about the lower realms. Xiao Hai didn't hide too much and just told them what he knew. Unknowingly, they were getting further and further away from the Octopus Islands. Standing on the giant spirit treasure ship, Batu's mood wasn't good. He was trying to break through to the immortal stage. But now, he was transferred here to deal with the 100 treasures realm. This made Batu very angry. Batu didn't have a good relationship with the old fellows in the giant spirit realm. He didn't have any backing in the giant spirit realm. His background was also very ordinary. It was only because of his talent that he was able to reach where he is today. Originally, with his popularity in the giant spirit realm, he should have been given an important position. However, the old fellows in the giant spirit realm gave him an idle position. They wanted him to slowly fade out of the limelight. Although Batu had the status of an elder, elders in the giant spirit realm were also divided into various ranks. As for Batu, he was an elder with the least importance, an elder without any duties. In the giant spirit realm, only the elders could truly speak. And each of the great elders of the elder group had a powerful backer behind them. For an ordinary person like Xiao Hai, it was impossible for him to enter the great elder group. In the past few years, Batu was in the limelight. During the conflict between the giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm, he suppressed the 100 treasures realm several times. His prestige in the giant spirit realm was very high. If he continued to develop like this, then he would definitely enter the Great Elder Council. If he didn't, then the giant spirit realm wouldn't agree. But after the conflict with the 100 treasures realm stopped, the giant spirit realm rewarded him and made him an elder. At first, Batu was very happy. After becoming an elder, he would get a lot of good things. Not only would he be able to cultivate in the future, he would also be able to take care of his family. But later on, he found out that he was just an elder without any duties. Although he received a lot of resources, he would never have the chance to make any contributions in the future. His dream of establishing a family was also shattered. Batu wasn't a fool. He just didn't have any experience in this matter. Because of this, he was tricked by the great elders. Now that he found out, it was already too late. Although Batu knew that he had been tricked by those old fogies, he didn't fight them head-on. He knew that he couldn't win against them. Therefore, he calmed his heart and began to cultivate. He was preparing to reach the immortal stage in one fell swoop. As long as he reaches the immortal stage, he would be able to enter the Great Elder Council and obtain more resources. Then it wouldn't be a problem for him to establish his own force. Naturally, although he was in an idle position, he was still aware of what was happening outside. He knew that the 100 Treasures realm and the Bali realm were in conflict. Moreover, Bali seemed to have forced the two subordinate realms to the 100 Treasures realm's side. When Batu heard this news, he couldn't help but rejoice in Bali's misfortune. Originally, Batu had the potential to become a character like Bali. However, he was schemed against by the elders. Now that Bali, who was recommended by the elders, had made such a big mistake, he naturally felt ashamed. However, Batu didn't think that this matter had anything to do with him. The reason why he became an idle elder was because of the Elder Council's arrangement. Naturally, the Elder Council wouldn't let him deal with the 100 Treasures realm. If the Elder Council really did this, then wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Moreover, Batu didn't want to go. He was now half-step into the immortal stage. Fighting the 100 Treasures realm at this critical time wouldn't do him any good. However, at this time, news of Ba Li's defeat came. Moreover, Ba Li actually asked for help twice in just a few days. This caused a sensation in the giant spirit realm. At this time, a transfer order arrived. Ba Li was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the front lines. Ba Li was dismissed. Upon receiving this transfer order, Ba Li's first reaction was that he had been schemed against by the Elder Realm. At a critical time like this, they actually transferred him to fight. It was obvious that these old fellows didn't have good intentions. However, he had no choice but to accept this transfer order. At this time, everyone in the giant spirit realm was paying attention to this matter. If he didn't accept this transfer order, then the people in the giant spirit realm would think that he was a coward. Even if he reached the immortal stage in the future, it would be impossible for him to enter the Great Elder Council. Batu knew that this was all arranged by the old fellows. This arrangement was very ruthless. If he accepted this transfer order, he would suffer a loss. If he didn't accept it, then he would suffer an even greater loss. In the end, Batu clenched his teeth and accepted the transfer order. He brought reinforcements to the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters. Although Batu was angry, he was still a member of the giant spirit realm. He hated the 100 Treasures realm even more. After arriving at the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters, he immediately began to understand the situation. He wanted to know what happened during the battle. He even asked Ba Li, whom he looked down on. But when he saw Ba Li, Batu felt that he didn't hate Ba Li as much. This was because Ba Li didn't look very good at this time. Ba Li's face was very haggard. Moreover, he was coughing up blood. Upon seeing Ba Li's appearance, Batu knew that Ba Li was finished. Ba Li wouldn't be able to make any progress in his life. For a cultivator, this was the cruelest thing. Ba Li was also aware of his own situation. He had already thought it through. If he couldn't do it, then he might as well do his best for the clan. Therefore, he told Batu about the entire battle without missing a single detail. He even added some of his own conjectures. After listening to Ba Li, Batu couldn't help but frown. He quickly grasped the main point of Ba Li's words, Zhao Hai. Batu had heard of Zhao Hai's name before, but he didn't care about it. In his opinion, even if someone from the lower realms was strong, how strong could they be? But after listening to Ba Li, it was clear that Zhao Hai wasn't easy to deal with. Batu also paid attention to Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai's large artifacts as well as the needle-shaped artifacts used by the 100 Treasures realm. It's a pity that time was tight, so he couldn't investigate for a long time. Otherwise, he would be more confident in dealing with Zhao Hai and the others. Batu was no longer a rash person like before. He was very clear about the giant spirit realm's current situation. Because of the 2 defeats as well as the betrayal of the world of cultivation, the subordinate realms were now in an undercurrent. It was because of this that he was anxious to attack. He wanted to flatten the Octopus Islands before the 100 Treasures realm sent reinforcements. He wanted to stabilize the situation with a great victory. It was because of this that Batu was anxious to attack. Batu was also afraid that the 100 Treasures realm would send reinforcements. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome. The longer this matter drags on, the more unfavorable it would be for the giant spirit realm. At this time, Batu brought out all of his forces. He wanted to destroy the Octopus Islands in the shortest time possible. However, he was still angry. He always felt that he had been tricked by the old fogies. Because of this, his face was filled with unhappiness. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to take the initiative to attack them. In his opinion, the 100 Treasures realm didn't want to start a war with the giant spirit realm in the Octopus Islands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent reinforcements after Ba Li's first attack. Because of this, Batu believed that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't attack the giant spirit realm. They would just defend the islands and make the giant spirit realm lose more face. Just as he was thinking about this, the person next to him suddenly made a sound of surprise. Bachelor recovered and looked at the person next to him, then his attention was attracted by something else. Batu recovered and noticed that there was a black dot in front of their group. Although it was far away, Batu's spiritual force told him that it was a large flying artifact. Although it looked smaller than the giant spirit treasure ship, it wasn't too small. Most importantly, the flying artifact looked the same as Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The name Hell King's ship was something that Batu heard recently. To be honest, he didn't like the name. Upon noticing the Hell King's ship, Batu's eyes couldn't help but narrow. He knew what the Hell King's ship meant. The 100 Treasures realm actually took the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, Batu immediately said, "Pass my order, set up the formation and move slowly." Someone immediately passed down Batu's order. Most of the people from the giant spirit realm left the ship. Only Batu and some of the people controlling the ship remained. At the same time, the people from the subordinate realms also arranged themselves into a large formation. Bachelu's army was much stricter than Bali's. When he arrived at the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters, he killed a few people from the lesser realms. Because of this, the people from the lesser realms didn't dare to disobey his orders. Zhao Hai and the others also saw Batu's group. Unlike Zhao Hai's group who only had one ship, Batu's group had 2 giant spirit treasure ships, 38 Xian Imperial chariots, and several tens of thousands of people. This formation wasn't small, so it could be seen from afar. Muyu smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect to meet them this quickly." "Alright, pass my order, prepare to meet the enemy." After he said that, Muyu waved his hand as the 2 giant spirit treasure ships appeared behind the Hell King's ship, followed by the 8 Xian Imperial chariots. Zhao Hai also released his 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots. However, Muyu's giant spirit treasure ships and 8 Xian Imperial chariots were behind the Hell King's ship and Zhao Hai's 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots. Muyu knew that Batu still had 2 formation-breaking spirit snake needles. Along with Muyu's order, the people from the Hell King's ship also disembarked. Then they lined up behind the giant spirit treasure ships as the 2 groups slowly approached each other. Batu looked at the other side in surprise. Originally, the Hell King's ship was the only large artifact on the other side. But in an instant, the Hell King's ship appeared along with several tens of thousands of people. Batu didn't expect this to happen. What Batu didn't expect was the other side's 2 giant spirit treasure ships as well as 28 Xian Imperial chariots. When he saw these things, Batu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The giant spirit treasure ship was a unique artifact of the giant spirit realm. Its refining method, materials, and formations were all top secrets of the giant spirit realm. It was impossible for outsiders to know about it, let alone the 100 Treasures realm who weren't proficient in refining large artifacts. But now, the 100 Treasures realm was showing off a lot of large artifacts. Among them was the giant spirit treasure ship. How could Batu accept this result? While Batu was still surprised by Muyu's giant spirit treasure ships, the 2 groups were already a mile away from each other. Batu recovered as he looked at the Hell King's ship and saw Muyu. Muyu was standing on top of the Hell King's ship's pagoda, making him easy to recognize. Batu didn't wait for Muyu to speak as he coldly snorted and said, "Muyu, I didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to be so bold. You finally dared to come out of your rat hole. How rare, how rare." Muyu looked at Batu, then he smiled and said, "I didn't expect the giant spirit realm to be as stupid as before. You've already been defeated twice, yet you're still thinking about attacking. Ha ha ha. This saves me a lot of trouble. Batu, I didn't expect a guy like you to come out of hiding. It seems like the giant spirit realm has no one to rely on." Batu coldly snorted and said, "Enough nonsense. Muyu, I'll make you suffer the same fate as your dead master's wife." Hearing Batu, Muyu's expression sank as he coldly snorted and said, "You're not worthy. I have to thank the giant spirit realm for sending us giant spirit treasure ships and 8 Xian Imperial chariots. Batu, let me tell you some good news. The giant spirit treasure ships are no longer exclusive to the giant spirit realm. The 100 Treasures realm can now refine them. Isn't this good news?" Ha 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 ha. Hearing Muyu, Batu's expression couldn't help but change. But he quickly calmed down as he coldly snorted and said, "What a bluff. If the giant spirit treasure ships were that easy to copy, then I'm afraid the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to copy them. Muyu, you insulted the giant spirit realm and killed my people. Muyu laughed and said, Ba-tu, you think you're worthy? I think you're full of nonsense. You'll know whether or not these giant spirit treasure ships belong to the giant spirit realm in a while. Ba-tu coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as the group slowly retreated. Naturally, he wanted to open up some distance before charging. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't give him the opportunity. Just as Ba-tu and the others retreated, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship charged towards Ba-tu's. Ba-tu was startled. He thought that since Zhao Hai and the others also had giant spirit treasure ships, then they would do the same. They would slowly retreat before charging. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to command the Hell King's ship to charge. Seeing this, Ba-tu's eyes flashed. He waved his hand as a formation-breaking spirit snake needle appeared in his hand. Then he let out a roar as he sent the needle towards the Hell King's ship. His roar just now wasn't to increase his momentum, but to remind the people behind him to concentrate their spiritual energy into the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. This way, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle would be able to display its greatest offensive power. This was something that Ba-tu had arranged before he set off. He specially divided 2,000 people from the giant spirit realm. These 2,000 people didn't need to do anything else. They just needed to concentrate their spiritual chi into the formation-breaking spirit snake needles and use them to attack the enemy or break Xianxia Island's guardian array. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was like a meteor as it flew towards the Hell King's ship. It wasn't only Muyu and Zhao Hai who noticed Ba-tu's action, but also a lot of people present. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. The formation-breaking spirit snake needle was very useful when attacking formations such as the island's guardian formation. However, in addition to this, if it collided with an ordinary large artifact, although it could break the other party's defenses, the damage to the needle itself wasn't small. It could be said that the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was a very limited artifact. Under normal circumstances, one wouldn't be willing to use it against a large artifact. On the other hand, Ba-tu didn't care about this. He knew from Bali that Zhao Hai's giant spirit treasure ship wasn't that simple. The front of the ship can fly out and attack. Moreover, its attack power was very strong. Bali even suspected that the Hell King's ship's ram was disguised as a formation-breaking spirit snake needle from the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, Ba-tu decided to take out the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. He wanted to destroy the Hell King's ship in one fell swoop. This was the biggest threat to the ship. The speed of the formation-breaking spirit snake needle was very fast. And with the fact that Ba-tu wasn't far from the Hell King's ship, it arrived in front of the Hell King's ship in a blink of an eye. Then it pierced the ship. Under everyone's gaze, the formation-breaking spirit snake needle pierced the Hell King's ship. At this moment, the Hell King's ship seemed to have turned into water. As for the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, it was like a needle thrown into water. It didn't even make a splash before it disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at the Hell King's ship. They didn't know what was going on. What happened to the Hell King's ship? Was the Hell King's ship fake? Just as they were thinking about this, a loud bang was heard as the Hell King's ship rammed into Ba-tu's treasure ship. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. Just like last time, the ram flew out and hit Ba-tu's giant spirit treasure ship. Then the Hell King's ship followed suit. This time, Ba-tu's ship was slightly better than Bali's ship. After all, the distance was too close. Even the Hell King's ship couldn't reach its maximum speed. And with one retreating and the other chasing, the collision wasn't that bad. Although it wasn't very fierce, it still deformed the front of Bachalu's ship. The giant spirit treasure ship was now crippled. Fortunately, Ba-tu was prepared. When the Hell King's ship hit, he was already sent flying. Although he wasn't injured, Ba-tu's expression was still ugly. This was because he felt that the spiritual force he attached to the formation-breaking spirit snake needle had disappeared. In other words, he had lost control over the needle. The needle had been taken away by someone else. In order to control any kind of dermic artifact properly, one needed to have mind power attached to it. This mind power usually existed in the core dermic array of the dermic artifact. If one wanted to snatch someone else's dermic artifact, there was only one way, and that was to erase the mind power that the other party had left on the dermic artifact. However, doing this wasn't easy. If you want to erase the spiritual force of the other party on the artifact, you first have to reach the core formation of the artifact. Then you have to use your own spiritual force to probe the core formation and use your own spiritual force to erase the other party's spiritual force. This was equivalent to having two spiritual forces fighting inside the core formation. If one didn't want to, then one might get injured. Even if one didn't get injured, the situation wouldn't be good. This was because the core formation wasn't unbreakable. If two spiritual forces fought inside the core formation, then it was possible for the core formation to be destroyed. If an artifact's core formation was destroyed, then it would be useless. In addition to erasing the opponent's mental strength, there was another method, which was to kill the opponent. As long as the opponent was killed, the mental strength left in the magic tool would naturally disappear, and the magic tool would naturally be the opponent's. The spiritual power that existed in the core formation of an immortal artifact was different from the spiritual seal on the jade slip. The spiritual seal on the jade slip was an eternal spiritual seal. It was like a lock. Apart from the person who held the key, it would not be easy for others to open it. On the other hand, the spiritual force inside the core formation was like a person's hand. As long as the other party was killed, then the hand would be useless. These were two completely different concepts. Batu was now a half-step immortal expert. Naturally, such a person's spiritual force would be incomparably strong. His spiritual force was inside the spirit snake needle. It was as if his hand was firmly holding onto the needle. If one wanted to snatch the needle, then they would have to erase his spiritual force. This was like pulling his hand off the artifact. Batu knew that there weren't many people who could do this. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to do this. But now, Zhao Hai and the others were able to do it. Batu didn't know that Zhao Hai had the space's trump card. His spiritual force was strong, but in the space's eyes, it was just a program that was unfavorable to the space. In the space's eyes, it was a virus. Naturally, a virus must be killed. The space easily erased Batu's spiritual force. With the destruction of the giant spirit treasure ship, Muyu and the others began to attack the other large artifacts of the giant spirit realm. This was also Zhao Hai's plan. Although the 100 Treasures realm obtained a lot of large artifacts, the people of the 100 Treasures realm weren't very good at operating them. If they were to use large formations, then the 100 Treasures realm would suffer in the end. Because of this, Zhao Hai told Muyu that instead of fighting the giant spirit realm with large artifacts, it would be better for the 100 Treasures realm to stick their large artifacts together. This way, the giant spirit realm wouldn't be able to use their large artifacts. Then the 100 Treasures realm would be able to attack. Although this method seemed simple, it was tantamount to taking away the giant spirit realm's greatest advantage. The giant spirit realm was good at using large artifacts to attack the 100 Treasures realm's formations. But if their large artifacts couldn't work together, then it would be tantamount to tying one of their hands. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm would have the advantage. Batu was now aware of the giant spirit realm's intentions. He was somewhat regretful. When he ordered the giant spirit realm to retreat, he thought that the 100 Treasures realm would retreat as well. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to take advantage of the situation. However, Bachelu was an experienced general. After discovering the problem, he immediately made adjustments. The army stopped retreating and didn't use their large artifacts. Instead, they went into formation to meet the enemy. Naturally, Muyu and the others wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They pressed forward and the two sides immediately engaged in a battle. Artifacts flew everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. Zhao Hai and Muyu were still standing on the Hell King's ship. Although there were a lot of artifacts attacking the Hell King's ship, the Hell King's ship's defenses weren't just for show. These artifacts couldn't even scratch an itch on the Hell King's ship. At this time, Batu was already on top of another giant spirit treasure ship. He was slowly approaching the Hell King's ship. However, it seems like he wasn't planning to use his treasure ship to fight the Hell King's ship. He was planning to board the giant spirit treasure ship. Zhao Hai and Muyu could also see Batu's intention. Zhao Hai turned his head to Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, it seems like this Batu is really looking for you. What do you think?" Muyu smiled faintly and said, "I'm also looking for him. Little Hai, I'll go block him. You take the Hell King's ship and break the giant spirit realm's formation. then we'll win. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Bachelou flew up from the giant spirit treasure ship and shouted, Muyu, do you dare to fight me? Bachelou nodded. Muyu laughed as he flew up and said, why wouldn't I dare? I've been waiting for you to say that. Then, he waved his hand, and the Rain Falls 10,000 Blossoms magic artifact flew out and attacked Ba Tuesday. Ba Tu waved his hand as two axes appeared beside him. Then he rushed towards Muyu. Muyu's falling rain of 10,000 flowers looked like a huge flower at first. But after it flew out, its petals trembled and the stamen swayed. It looked like a real flower. As soon as the flower flew out, it immediately split into 2, then 4, then 8. Before long, the sky was filled with flower shadows. Don't underestimate these flower shadows. The first flower shadow had offensive power, so the attack power of this overwhelming number of flower shadows was also extraordinary. On the other hand, Batu's attack was much simpler. His two axes flew up and down as they rushed towards Muyu. These two attacks were on two extremes. One was extremely complex while the other was extremely simple. There was no need to talk about Muyu's attack. The flowers that were dancing in the sky were beautiful, but it was extremely complicated to control. Moreover, the attack was like mercury flowing down the ground, penetrating every opening. On the other hand, Batu's attack was very simple. Every move he made was very straightforward. For a while, the two couldn't do anything to each other. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't care anymore. Instead, he turned his head to Tang Jia and Tang Wen and said, Brother Tang Jia, you two command the battle first. I'll fly to the periphery and attack the giant spirit realm's large artifacts. Otherwise, these large artifacts wouldn't be able to disperse. When Batu arrived with the giant spirit treasure ship, he wanted to block the Hell King's ship's path. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to use the Hell King's ship to attack. Then he entangled Muyu so that the Hell King's ship wouldn't be able to do anything. However, what he didn't know was that Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship was different from the giant spirit treasure ship. The giant spirit treasure ship couldn't be controlled by a single person. Batu can store the giant spirit treasure ship in his spatial equipment. However, if he does that, he would need 100 people to follow him. Once he takes out the giant spirit treasure ship, these people would be able to control it. This would make it very inconvenient to move. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship was different. Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship can be operated by Zhao Hai alone. Moreover, the Hell King's ship's acceleration was much shorter compared to the giant spirit treasure ship. Because of this, it would be much easier for Zhao Hai to use the Hell King's ship to attack the enemy. Tang Jia and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. They nodded and then disembarked from the Hell King's ship. Then they commanded the 100 Treasures Realm's army to fight against the giant spirit realm. On the other hand, Zhao Hai waved his hand as he received the Hell King's ship. Then his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Although Batu was fighting Muyu, he was also paying attention to the Hell King's ship. He knew that the Hell King's ship and Zhao Hai posed a great threat to the giant spirit realm. From what he learned from Bali, Batu knew that one of the reasons why Bali lost miserably against the 100 Treasures realm was because of Zhao Hai. When Bali talked about Zhao Hai to Batu, there was a trace of admiration in his voice. Batu didn't expect this kind of tone. He knew that Bali was a proud person. Although he was defeated this time and his arrogance was gone, there weren't a lot of people that he admired. Bali actually admired Zhao Hai. This was the reason why Batu was paying attention to Zhao Hai. Although Batu was fighting with Muyu, he wasn't actually going all out. If one were to calculate, then Batu's strength was higher than Muyu's. But Muyu wasn't easy to deal with, he was also very strong. It would be impossible for Batu to defeat Muyu in a short time. Because of this, Batu continued to fight while paying attention to Zhao Hai's situation. Upon discovering that Zhao Hai disappeared, Batu knew that things weren't good. He knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user, but he didn't care too much about it. He thought that Zhao Hai was just a spatial divergent ability user. But now that Zhao Hai disappeared, Batu knew that things weren't good. If Zhao Hai really uses the Hell King's ship to attack, then they would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Batu immediately attacked Muyu a few times. He wanted to break away from the battle and stop Zhao Hai. However, he underestimated Muyu. Muyu already knew what Zhao Hai was doing, so he wouldn't give Ba Tu a chance. Muyu knew that he was weaker than Ba Tu, who was already half a step into the immortal stage. Because of this, he didn't go all out. He wanted to save some strength so that he could entangle Ba Tu at a critical moment. Seeing Ba Tu's attack, Muyu knew what he was going to do. He also used all of his strength to resist the attacks, not allowing Ba Tu to break away. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Ba Tu couldn't help but become anxious. He attacked even more fiercely. However, he still underestimated Zhao Hai's speed. About 5 li behind the giant spirit realm, Zhao Hai appeared. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship, the pagoda, and the giant spirit treasure ship appeared beside him. Then he waved his hand and the 3 large artifacts flew towards the rear of the giant spirit realm's formation. Standing at the back of the giant spirit realm were a lot of people from the giant spirit realm. Naturally, there were even more people from other races. Cultivators' battles weren't like ordinary people's battles. Artifacts were flying all over the place. Moreover, cultivators had formidable spiritual force. Even if they didn't use their eyes, they could still sense where you were with their spiritual force. Because of this, it didn't mean that the back was safe. Naturally, the people from the giant spirit realm who were in the rear were also supervising the battle. If people from other realms tried to escape, they would kill them. It was precisely because of this that those who remained in the rear were all elites. When Zhao Hai moved, these people immediately felt it. When they turned their heads, they saw the 3 large artifacts rushing towards them. In order to increase the impact area, Zhao Hai separated the Hell King's ship and the pagoda. With the addition of the giant spirit treasure ship, the 3 large artifacts rushed forward. In fact, Zhao Hai could make more large artifacts. His liquid silver could transform infinitely. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. He wanted to give Muyu and the others the impression that liquid silver could only transform into 1 large artifact. Moreover, it could only transform into 1 large artifact, it couldn't transform too many. Even if you expose your strength, you shouldn't expose everything. It's best to let them think that you've seen through them. But in fact, you still have a trick up your sleeve. Only this way would it work. When the people from the giant spirit realm saw the 3 large artifacts, their complexion immediately changed. They immediately ordered their people to turn around and resist. They didn't have any large artifacts, so they could only use ordinary artifacts to resist. They hoped that they would be able to block Zhao Hai and give the formation a chance to change. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. This time, he went all out in his charge. The impact of the 3 large artifacts was very strong. Although one of the 3 was the giant spirit treasure ship, Zhao Hai's giant spirit treasure ship was improved by the space. Its speed was very fast, so it wasn't left behind by the Hell King's ship and the pagoda. When the 3 large artifacts attacked, the giant spirit realm's army went all out to resist. However, they couldn't do anything about the 3 large artifacts. The 3 large artifacts directly rushed into the army's formation, causing chaos to erupt once again. Ba Tu also noticed this situation. When he saw this, he felt like vomiting blood. He now understood how Bali felt. From the very beginning until now, he had been led by the nose. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. Bali didn't think that Bali would be able to win against Zhao Hai. However, Ba Tu couldn't divert his attention to command. Muyu had tied him down. Ba Tu was angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. The 3 large artifacts moved unhindered in the giant spirit realm's formation. Nobody could resist them. The people from the subordinate realms were the first to give up. These subordinate realms were similar to the world of cultivation. If they lost too many people, then even if the giant spirit realm won, it wouldn't be good for them. Additionally, the giant spirit realm had been fighting the 100 treasures realm several times. Additionally, the giant spirit realm gave up on the world of cultivation. This left a shadow in the hearts of these people. Naturally, these people wouldn't go all out for the giant spirit realm. The first time, they were forced to retreat by the 100 treasures realm. The second time, they weren't prepared. They didn't know that the 100 treasures realm had so many large artifacts. They also didn't expect the 100 treasures realm to be so strong. So they retreated. But what about this time? This time, it was a field battle. The 2 armies faced each other head-on. In this case, the giant spirit realm was still defeated. This caused the subordinate realms to lose their last bit of faith in the giant spirit realm. The hearts of the people from the subordinate realms were scattered. It was impossible for the giant spirit realm to restrain them. The giant spirit realm wanted to kill a few people to deter them. However, they didn't expect that the people from the subordinate realms would take up weapons and resist. Unexpectedly, they killed a lot of people from the giant spirit realm. This made the situation even more chaotic. In the eyes of the subordinate realms, the giant spirit realm was finished. Naturally, they wouldn't allow the giant spirit realm to force them to their deaths. Moreover, because of the giant spirit realm's defeats, the subordinate realms no longer feared the giant spirit realm. In this case, it was impossible for the giant spirit realm to kill the subordinate realms to scare them. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, every realm wasn't simple. They weren't born from blood and fire. If they were forced into a corner, then they would naturally resist. At this moment, an angry snort was suddenly heard. This voice was very loud. It was like thunder that echoed in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to jump. This voice caused the entire battlefield to quiet down. Everyone who was fighting stopped. As soon as everyone stopped, a voice was heard, "100 Treasures Realm, you dare to be rude to the giant spirit realm. This old man will make sure that you won't be able to leave today." This voice wasn't loud, but everyone on the battlefield could hear it clearly. Moreover, this voice seemed to have an imposing aura. This imposing aura was very astonishing. It made everyone feel like giving up on resisting. Everyone was shocked. The weakest among them were transcending tribulation experts. To be able to suppress them like this, there could only be one kind of person, an immortal expert. Only an immortal expert could have such an imposing aura. Thinking of this, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. This was an immortal expert, a peak existence in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nobody dared to make a move against them. Such a person actually made a move. How could they resist? The people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't help but feel discouraged. Some of them even gave up resisting. Not to mention the others, even Muyu, a peak severed soul expert, was affected by the sound. He felt discouraged, let alone the others. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "What's wrong? An immortal expert from the giant spirit realm is making a move? Ha ha ha. It seems like the giant spirit realm has been pushed to the brink of death. It seems like the world of Cultivation's decision to leave the giant spirit realm was right. What hope do we have in following such a trashy realm?" As soon as this voice was heard, the entire battlefield became silent. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the direction of the voice. They saw Zhao Hai standing on the Hell King's ship. The pagoda had returned to the Hell King's ship while the giant spirit treasure ship was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Hai stood straight on the Hell King's ship as he looked at the people from the giant spirit realm with contempt. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but feel their brains short-circuit. Although Zhao Hai was looking at the people from the giant spirit realm, his words were clearly aimed at the immortal expert who spoke before. This was an immortal expert. How could Zhao Hai have such courage? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Zhao Hai already discovered that the immortal expert wasn't just using his aura to suppress people. His words also contained a trace of spiritual attack. The immortal expert had already reached perfection in using this kind of attack. Just by relying on his voice, he was able to achieve the effect of an attack. However, this attack was useless against Zhao Hai. He was proficient in spiritual attacks and the enlightenment technique was a peerless spiritual attack. Therefore, when the immortal expert spoke, Zhao Hai already knew what the immortal expert was thinking. The immortal expert didn't want to participate in this attack. He just wanted to use this method to make the 100 Treasures realm stop resisting. This would allow the giant spirit realm to win. This way, he would be able to say that he didn't make a move. Zhao Hai couldn't stand people who wanted to be prostitutes but also wanted to establish a monument to their chastity. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said those words. Zhao Hai didn't say these words to anger the immortal stage expert. His main purpose was to remove the spiritual attack of the immortal stage expert. The spiritual attack of the immortal stage expert wasn't very strong. He was just using his status as an immortal expert to secretly use spiritual attacks to make Muyu and the others lose their will to resist. However, this kind of attack was very easy to break. This was because Muyu and the others were severed soul experts and transcending tribulation experts. Their spiritual force was very strong. It was only because of a moment of carelessness that they were hit by the immortal stage expert. If nobody warned them, then they would have lost their ability to resist. After all, the strength of an immortal stage expert wasn't just for show. What Zhao Hai needed to do was to remind them so that Muyu and the others could wake up and get rid of the immortal expert's spiritual attack. Zhao Hai's approach was very effective. When he said those words, Muyu and the others' bodies trembled. Then they discovered how ridiculous it was for them to not resist. Only Muyu and a few severed soul experts understood that they were tricked by the immortal stage expert. This made Muyu even angrier. He coldly snorted and said, "The giant spirit realm is really despicable. An immortal stage expert actually used such a method." As soon as his words fell, the immortal stage expert's voice was heard, "Brat, you're courting death." Along with his voice, a huge green fist flew over from afar. This fist wasn't aimed at Muyu, but at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this fist, Muyu's expression changed. Although this fist was ordinary, one shouldn't forget that it was sent by an immortal stage expert. Even Muyu wouldn't dare to face this fist head-on. This fist was aimed at Zhao Hai. If something happens to Zhao Hai, then the 100 Treasures Realm's losses would be too great. If Muyu didn't come in contact with Zhao Hai, he wouldn't have such thoughts. But after coming in contact with Zhao Hai, Muyu understood how strong Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai was really killed, then even if the 100 Treasures Realm defeated the Giant Spirit Realm, it wouldn't be worth it. If others knew about Muyu's thoughts, they would be surprised. Muyu's importance towards Zhao Hai has surpassed his hatred towards the Giant Spirit Realm. Actually, Muyu's thoughts weren't unreasonable. Even if the 100 Treasures Realm defeated the Giant Spirit Realm, what would they get? They would only get the Giant Spirit Realm's territory. And this territory wouldn't be given to them. They would also need to give some to the other high-grade realms. In addition to territory, they would also gain the allegiance of small realms. This was very important for the 100 Treasures Realm, but Zhao Hai was even more important to them. Not to mention other things, just Zhao Hai's ability to decompose artifacts and return them to their original form was enough for the 100 Treasures Realm to benefit. The amount of materials that the 100 Treasures Realm consumed every year was astronomical. Most of these materials were wasted and turned into useless waste. It can be said that the amount of materials that the 100 Treasures Realm wasted every year was more than what the smaller realms received. But if they had Zhao Hai, then these materials could be decomposed and reused. For the 100 Treasures Realm, this was equivalent to increasing their income. Additionally, they could also get special artifacts from other realms and have Zhao Hai decompose them. This way, they would be able to know what the artifacts of the other realms were like and how to deal with them. This was very important for the 100 Treasures Realm. As long as they know how the artifacts of the other realms were made, then they would have more confidence in dealing with them in the future. It was because of this that Muyu attached great importance to Zhao Hai. However, he was too far away from Zhao Hai. He didn't have a spatial ability, so it was impossible for him to fly to Zhao Hai's side. Therefore, he could only watch. Actually, the reason why Muyu said that the immortal expert was despicable was to attract the immortal expert's attention. He wanted the immortal expert to attack him instead of Zhao Hai. In Muyu's view, the immortal expert should attack him first. Although Zhao Hai destroyed the immortal expert's attack, Muyu was more famous and stronger compared to Zhao Hai. He was also the leader of the 100 Treasures Realm's army. On the surface, killing him would be more worthwhile than killing Zhao Hai. Because of this, Muyu thought that the immortal expert would attack him and not Zhao Hai. Muyu didn't expect that the immortal expert wouldn't play by the rules. Instead of attacking him, he went to attack Zhao Hai. When Muyu saw the fist heading towards Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel his heart jump to his throat. Zhao Hai also saw the fist attack. It didn't seem fast, but Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't dodge it. First, it was because the immortal expert was controlling it. If he didn't use his spatial ability, then he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Second, he cursed the immortal expert before. If he dodged, then it would greatly affect the morale of the 100 Treasures Realm's army. Therefore, he couldn't dodge. Zhao Hai also didn't think about dodging. He coldly snorted and waved his hand as a huge needle appeared in his hand. Then he pointed his finger forward and a black mist erupted from the needle as it rushed towards the fist attack. The needle and the fist collided in the air. With a bang, the fist attack was broken. However, Zhao Hai and the Hell King's ship were pushed back more than 1,000 meters before stopping. Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship. His face was pale, but his back was still straight. Then he sneered and said, "An immortal expert is nothing more than this." As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was attracted to Zhao Hai. For many years, no one dared to be disrespectful to an immortal expert. Even Ba Tu, who had one foot in the immortal stage, didn't dare to be disrespectful to an immortal expert. An immortal expert was much stronger than a divine expert. The only consequence of offending an immortal expert was death. But now, Zhao Hai offended an immortal expert. Not only did he offend an immortal expert, he even dared to say that an immortal expert was nothing more than this. This was a slap to the face of an immortal expert from the giant spirit realm. How could an immortal expert let him off? Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, an angry voice was heard, "Arrogant brat, die." Just as the voice fell, a huge sword chi cut through the sky and headed towards Zhao Hai. This sword chi was very solid and exuded a golden light. At a glance, one could see that it was much stronger than the fist energy. It seems like the immortal expert was truly angry. He wanted to kill Zhao Hai in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the sword chi. Then he waved his hand and a huge needle appeared in front of him. This time, Zhao Hai didn't immediately release the needle. Instead, the needle stopped in front of him. The needle's body became darker and darker. In the end, it was black and shiny. It looked like the needle was covered in a layer of black paint. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and the needle whistled towards the sword chi. At this time, the aura of the needle was so astonishing that it caused the clouds to move. The sword chi that cut across the sky and the long needle that caused the clouds in all directions to move finally collided violently. Bang! An unprecedentedly loud sound was heard. With the collision of the needle and the sword chi as the center, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. The cultivators who were affected by the shockwaves were like leaves in the wind. They simply couldn't stabilize themselves as they were blown away by the shockwaves. As for Zhao Hai, his Hell King's ship was pushed back about 10 kilometers before he stopped. His face was pale, but he still stood straight. When Mu Yu and the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, their eyes couldn't help but light up. They felt as if their blood was boiling. Everyone unanimously agreed, "All right." Then Mu Yu and the others didn't hold back as they attacked the giant spirit realm. The giant spirit realm's formation had already been broken. They couldn't organize an effective resistance in a short time. Additionally, Zhao Hai blocked 2 attacks from the immortal expert. This caused the giant spirit realm to be shaken. Their morale was greatly affected. For a time, they were at a disadvantage. At this time, the immortal expert's voice was heard once again, "Brat. This old man will kill you today." After he said that, several more sword chi slashed towards Zhao Hai. It seems like the immortal expert was really angry. He wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's current situation wasn't very good. He underestimated the strength of the immortal expert. Although he was able to block the 2 attacks, he still suffered some injuries. Most importantly, the immortal expert's chi was like a needle that drilled into his body, destroying it. Although he was still standing, he was trying to dissolve the chi in his body. He had no way to block the immortal expert's attack. Now, he was preparing to hide in the space. At this time, a cold snort was heard, "Basta, you're also a famous expert. Yet you came to bully a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you really think that the 100 Treasures realm has no experts?" Along with this voice, the needle-shaped chi collided with the sword chi. This time, the collision didn't make any sound. The chi disappeared silently. Then the second voice was heard, "Basta, if you want to play, then this old man will accompany you. Fighting here will only make the children tired. Come with me. Let's find a good place." Basta coldly snorted, then the 2 voices disappeared. Although the people on the battlefield heard the conversation between the 2, they didn't stop attacking. The giant spirit realm was now being suppressed by the 100 Treasures realm. The people from the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm had already begun to flee. Seeing this, Batu had no choice but to give the order to retreat. However, Batu was stronger than Bali. At the very least, he could gather some people from the giant spirit realm and then slowly retreat. This way, his losses would be minimized. Although Muyu wanted to lead his people to pursue, he noticed a problem. It was Zhao Hai. After fighting with the immortal expert twice, Zhao Hai didn't move. This was definitely abnormal. If it was in the past, Zhao Hai would have already rushed forward and used the Hell King's ship to attack Batu's formation. But now, he didn't. Thinking of this, Muyu no longer chased after the people from the giant spirit realm. Instead, he turned around and flew towards the Hell King's ship. Before long, he saw Zhao Hai standing there, but his eyes were closed. Muyu's heart skipped a beat as he panicked. However, he quickly sensed Zhao Hai's aura. Zhao Hai was fine, but he seemed to be injured and was healing. Upon discovering this, Muyu couldn't help but feel relieved. But then he became more worried. He knew that if it was just a minor injury, Zhao Hai wouldn't be healing in this place. Zhao Hai's injury this time must be very serious. When one's strength reaches Zhao Hai's level, it wouldn't be easy for them to get injured. However, once injured, it wouldn't be easy for them to recover. Even with pills, it wouldn't be easy for them to recover. Muyu was now worried about Zhao Hai's injury. If Zhao Hai's injury was too serious and affected his future cultivation, then Muyu would be sorry for Zhao Hai. Tang Jia and the others were still chasing after the people from the giant spirit realm. However, Muyu wasn't in the mood to chase after them. He anxiously stood there as he looked at Zhao Hai. At the same time, he looked around vigilantly. He knew that with Zhao Hai's current situation, he couldn't be disturbed. If Zhao Hai was disturbed, then Zhao Hai's injury might worsen. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed, but Zhao Hai still hadn't woken up. At this time, Tang Jia and the others returned. They chased after the people from the giant spirit realm for several thousand li. Before they could return, Muyu greeted them and said, "Little Jia, form a team and surround the Hell King's ship. Nobody is allowed to disturb Zhao Hai. Otherwise, they will be punished according to military law." Tang Jia stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Big brother Mu, how is Zhao Hai? Is he alright?" Muyu sighed and said, "He's injured and is currently healing. Nobody is allowed to disturb him. Go and arrange it." Tang Jia nodded and immediately went to arrange it. Before long, the entire Hell King's ship was surrounded. Moreover, it was so tight that even a mosquito wouldn't be able to get in. After seeing Tang Jia's arrangements, Muyu let out a long sigh of relief. Then he began to count the results of the battle. This time, they had sent nearly 80,000 troops, and the giant spirit realm was about the same. In this battle, they had killed more than 30,000 people from the giant spirit realm. Among them, there were about 2,000 people from the giant spirit realm. The 100 Treasures realm also lost about 10,000 people. Among them, the 100 Treasures realm lost about 1,000 people. The other realms also suffered losses. But overall, it was a great victory. Although they didn't kill too many people from the giant spirit realm, it was still very significant. They defeated the giant spirit realm head-on. This was a huge boost to the morale of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai was currently trying his best to deal with the energy inside his body. The energy of an immortal expert was truly extraordinary. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention at the time and allowed the energy to enter his body. Zhao Hai thought that he would be able to easily dissolve it. However, he didn't expect it to be so. The energy of an immortal expert wasn't easy to dissolve. The energy of an immortal expert was different from the energy Zhao Hai had encountered before. The energy of an average person was like an iron rod. As long as you slowly grind it, the iron rod would disappear sooner or later. However, the energy of an immortal expert was different. Their energy was like a cabbage, it had layers upon layers. Each layer was very powerful. Even if you grind away a layer, there would still be another layer. Because of this, it was very difficult for Zhao Hai to dissolve the energy. He had to slowly digest the energy bit by bit. But soon, Zhao Hai discovered a problem. Inside this qi, there was something else. It was like some kind of law that was protecting the qi. Zhao Hai was getting more and more curious about the immortal expert's strength. In the end, he used his faith power and his spiritual chi to surround the immortal expert's strength. Then he destroyed it bit by bit. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the immortal expert's strength would be so strong. However, when Zhao Hai used his faith power to surround the immortal expert, he discovered that the immortal expert's strength was being worn down at a much faster speed. Moreover, it wasn't just fast. Zhao Hai was also making the immortal expert's strength disappear. But every time the immortal expert's strength disappeared, his spiritual chi would return. In other words, Zhao Hai was using his spiritual chi to offset the immortal expert's strength. But now it was different. With faith power, Zhao Hai discovered that after the energy of the immortal expert disappeared, his spiritual chi didn't recover. On the contrary, it increased a lot. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Zhao Hai carefully observed the increase in his spiritual chi. He discovered that the spiritual chi was unprecedentedly solid. Although it was only a trace of spiritual chi, it gave people the feeling of being as steady as a mountain. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he immediately thought of the sword chi that the immortal expert sent out. The sword chi was golden in color, so it should be of the earth attribute. Moreover, this sword chi was as stable as a mountain. It should be a law of the earth attribute. Zhao Hai didn't have much contact with these things, so he didn't know what kind of law it was. However, this didn't stop him from comprehending it. This law wasn't very difficult. Zhao Hai himself was of the 5 elements, and this earth attribute artifact was also one of the 5 elements. Naturally, there wouldn't be any conflicts. Zhao controlled his spiritual force to enter the spiritual chi. The spiritual chi was much richer than Zhao's spiritual chi, and it was as thick as a mountain. When Zhao's spiritual force entered the spiritual chi, he felt as if he had turned into a mountain. Since ancient times, it had been standing there, unshakable by the wind, unshakable by thunder, unshakable by the sky and earth, unshakable by the wind and unshakable by the earth. Zhao Hai was intoxicated by this feeling. It was as if he had turned into a mountain. He just stood there, coldly looking at everything in the world. It had been like this for billions of years. As Zhao Hai's comprehension deepened, the chi that the immortal expert left in Zhao Hai slowly disappeared. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He was still feeling the law of the mountain. Mu Yu, who had been guarding the Hell King's ship, was now anxious. Zhao Hai had been standing there for 2 days. In these 2 days, they had been guarding the ship without taking a step forward. Mu Yu wasn't anxious because he couldn't move forward. He was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. At this moment, Mu Yu discovered that Zhao Hai's body was emitting a yellow light. Then the yellow light became brighter and brighter. In the end, Zhao Hai's entire body turned yellow. Although the yellow light was bright, it wasn't dazzling. On the contrary, it gave people a heavy feeling. Mu Yu tried using his spiritual force and discovered that he couldn't feel Zhao Hai anymore. Instead, he could feel that Zhao Hai had turned into a mountain. This made Mu Yu stare. But he immediately understood that Zhao Hai was about to break through. Mu Yu immediately shouted, "Expand the encirclement. Everyone stay away from the Hell King's ship." The reason why Mu Yu did this was because he knew that if Zhao Hai were to break through, then he would officially enter the transcending tribulation stage. Once a cultivator enters the transcending tribulation stage, they would have to face tribulation lightning. The might of the tribulation thunder was very strong. If these people were still standing around the Hell King's ship, then they might be affected. Although these people weren't necessarily afraid of the tribulation thunder, if they were to resist it, then the tribulation would retaliate violently. Then Zhao Hai would be in a lot of danger. This kind of thing didn't happen before. In the past, the nephew of a severed soul expert from a small realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield was about to undergo tribulation. The severed soul expert personally guarded the nephew. However, he didn't expect the tribulation to be this fierce. Moreover, the person who was about to undergo tribulation was spoiled since childhood. He didn't have any experience at all. When he saw how fierce the tribulation lightning was, he panicked and didn't even know how to resist. The severed soul expert was very fond of his nephew. Therefore, he personally took action to help his nephew block the tribulation lightning. But at this time an accident happened. The tribulation lightning seemed to have sensed the severed soul expert's intervention. The next tribulation lightning was even more fierce. Not only did the person who was about to undergo tribulation turn into ashes, the severed soul expert was also injured. Because of this lesson, people knew that they couldn't rely on others to help them during their tribulation. They could only do it themselves. Because of this, Muyu ordered these people to stay away from the Hell King's ship. He was afraid that the tribulation lightning would affect them. Once these people were affected, they would instinctively resist. Their resistance would only cause the tribulation lightning to attack even more fiercely. When the time comes, the unlucky one would be Zhao Hai. Everyone understood what Muyu meant. After all, they were all people who had undergone tribulation before. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai's situation, they understood what was going on. Therefore, they immediately retreated. Under their gazes, a black cloud suddenly appeared above Zhao Hai's head. Then more and more black clouds appeared. In the end, the black cloud became very thick. It was constantly churning, as if a black dragon was hiding inside. Inside the black cloud, silver lightning flashed from time to time. It looked like a spirit snake. When Muyu saw this, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he discovered that the tribulation lightning above Zhao Hai's head was much stronger compared to his own. At this time, Tang Jia arrived at Muyu's side and whispered, "Big brother Mu, there seems to be something wrong with this situation. This tribulation lightning seems to be a lot stronger compared to my tribulation. Will little Hai be alright?" Muyu shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The tribulation lightning seems to depend on one's cultivation. Although Zhao Hai is at the nascent soul stage, he can still block 2 attacks from immortal experts. His strength far surpasses nascent soul experts. Because of this, the tribulation lightning was very strong. However, I believe that Zhao Hai will be able to deal with it." As he said that, a bolt of lightning shot towards Zhao Hai from the black cloud. Just as the lightning was about to hit Zhao Hai, a yellow light flew out of Zhao Hai's body and met the lightning head-on. Strangely enough, when the yellow light met the lightning, it seemed to have met its nemesis. The yellow light drilled into the yellow light and disappeared. While Muyu and the others didn't know what was going on, the yellow light suddenly flew up and entered the black cloud. Then the black cloud churned even more violently. However, no lightning struck Zhao Hai. After a while, Muyu suddenly discovered that the black clouds were slowly shrinking. Just when Muyu thought that he was seeing things, he discovered that the black clouds were shrinking at an even faster speed. Before long, the black clouds had shrunk to less than 10 mu in size. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the black clouds finally disappeared, and in the place where the black clouds had been, there was a ball of yellow light. The yellow light seemed to have eaten its fill. It shook twice in the air before disappearing into Zhao Hai's body. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes. When Muyu saw this, his eyes lit up. Then he immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai was already stretching his limbs. Seeing Muyu, Zhao Hai immediately gave him a salute and said, "Big brother Mu, I've made you worry. I just made a small breakthrough. I didn't expect it to take this long." Muyu smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's good that you're fine. How are you? How do you feel after this breakthrough?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. I should be in the transcending tribulation stage now. I've been trying to dissolve the immortal expert's energy in my body. Now, it's gone." Muyu laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Alright, it's good that you're fine. Let's take a rest before heading to the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters." Zhao Hai nodded, then he had Muyu arrange for the others to board the Hell King's ship. After everyone boarded the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai, Muyu, and the others went to the top floor of the pagoda. Muyu didn't go to the balcony. Instead, he led Zhao Hai to his room. Even Tang Jia and Tang Wen were blocked outside. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu in confusion. Muyu also looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, tell me the truth. Do you have faith power in your body?" Hearing Muyu's words, Zhao Hai's body couldn't help but shake as he looked at Muyu in shock. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Muyu sighed and said, "Sure enough, your luck is too good. You actually found faith power. This is something that many people dream of. Where did you get your faith power from?" Muyu nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really have it." Zhao Hai didn't answer Muyu's question. Instead, he looked at Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, how did you find out about faith power in my body? Could it be that you have also cultivated the power of faith? Miyu looked at Zhao Hai angrily and said, Kid, what do you think faith power is? Do you think anyone can get their hands on it? I know some methods to cultivate faith power, but I haven't been able to obtain it. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, then how did Big Brother Mu know that I studied faith power and even obtained it? Miyu smiled faintly and said, because when you were transcending your tribulation, the biggest use of faith power is to make it so that people don't have to face any obstacles in their cultivation. You were going through the most important stage of a cultivator's cultivation, transcending tribulation. But when the tribulation lightning struck you, it was blocked by the power of faith. In the end, the entire tribulation cloud disappeared. Aside from the power of faith, I don't know what else can do this silently. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Bitterly. He didn't think that it would be because of this. But when it came to this, he couldn't help but feel helpless. When the tribulation lightning struck, he was already prepared to resist. However, before he could make a move, his faith power flew out and the tribulation clouds disappeared. This wasn't something that he could control. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't think that this would happen. Miyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, where did you obtain faith power? Later on, I turned him into an undead and asked him how to cultivate faith power. Only then did I learn how to use faith power. However, the iron token isn't omnipotent. It's very difficult to collect faith power from the lower realms. After collecting it for some time, I only managed to collect a small amount of faith power. Moreover, I discovered that the lower realms controlled by the iron token were slowly getting rid of its control. In a fit of anger, I threw the iron token back to the lower realms. I didn't expect that I would be able to get a lot of faith power from the lower realms. But that's all I got, I saved it up and didn't use it. I didn't expect that I would be able to use it today. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, actually, this matter is very coincidental. Collecting faith power from the lower realms is very difficult. After collecting it for some time, I only managed to collect a small amount of faith power. Moreover, I discovered that the lower realms controlled by the iron token were slowly getting rid of its control. In a fit of anger, I threw the iron token back to the lower realms. I didn't expect that I would be able to get a lot of faith power from the lower realms. But that's all I got, I saved it up and didn't use it. I didn't expect that I would be able to use it today. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, actually, this matter is very coincidental. Collecting faith power from the lower realms is very difficult. After collecting it for some time, I only managed to collect a small amount of faith power. Moreover, I discovered that the lower realms controlled by the iron token were slowly getting rid of its control. In a fit of anger, I threw the iron token back to the lower realms. I didn't expect that I would be able to get a lot of faith power. Zhao Hai's words were both true and false. The truth was that he indeed obtained the underworld's control token from the Wind Ghost Emperor. He also threw the token back to the underworld. However, the underworld had now merged with the space. Moreover, his faith power wasn't just obtained from the underworld. Zhao Hai's words were true and false. Miyu didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. After all, he was from the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm was a high-grade realm. What happened in the world of cultivation happened in the 100 Treasures realm as well. The 100 Treasures realm had more than one iron token that could control lower realms and collect faith power. However, the 100 Treasures realm's attitude towards these iron tokens was very calm. Whoever obtains the token would get it, nobody would try to snatch it. Because of this, Miyu didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. He just shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, Kid, you're really lucky. With faith power, your cultivation will be much smoother in the future. This is a good thing. But Zhao Hai, you need to remember that faith power can only be used as a support. You still need to focus on your own cultivation, you can't rely on faith power. Right, what's your method of cultivating faith power? Miyu shook his head and said, your faith power cultivation method is too shallow. After some time, I'll send a letter to Master and ask him to help you find a better way to cultivate your faith power. This way, you'll be able to use your faith power better. Miyu nodded and said, alright, I'll have to ask Master to find a better way to cultivate faith power. This way, you'll be able to use your faith power better. Zhao Hai nodded as he thanked Muyu. To be honest, he didn't expect Muyu to be this calm after hearing about faith power. Moreover, he said that faith power could only be used as a support. Cultivation was the way to go. In Zhao Hai's opinion, faith power had endless uses for cultivation. Take his Buddhist techniques for example. Without faith power, he wouldn't be able to learn them. So why did faith power become dispensable in Muyu's mouth? What's going on? Actually, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that even in the 100 Treasures realm, it was very difficult to gather faith power from the lower realms. Just like Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, they couldn't go down to the lower realms and also couldn't spread their faith. At the same time, the people in the lower realms didn't have the space's ability to influence them. Because of this, the faith power of the people in the lower realms wasn't very reliable. Without faith power, they wouldn't be able to produce much faith power. Because of this, Muyu and the others didn't attach much importance to faith power. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on, he didn't ask. He knew that the more he asked, the more people would know. Therefore, he didn't ask. Muyu led Zhao Hai to the terrace outside the pagoda. Seeing Tang Jia and the others present, Muyu nodded and said, "Now that Zhao Hai has successfully transcended his tribulation, we should proceed to the next step of the plan. We'll head towards the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters." Zhao Hai nodded as he controlled the Hell King's ship to head towards the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters. After the ship started moving, Zhao Hai turned his head to Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, what happened to the giant Spirit Realm's immortal expert who attacked me?" Muyu smiled and said, "When the immortal expert attacked you for the third time, he was stopped by our immortal experts. Then the two of them fought elsewhere. As for where the immortal experts went, we don't know. Right now, we just need to take care of our own business." Muyu smiled and said, "That's right." Actually, Zhao Hai already knew about this. He just pretended not to know. Therefore, when he heard Muyu, he pretended to be fearful and said, "If it wasn't for that immortal expert, then I would have been finished. I had to use all the undead in the space to return to the spirit snake needle in order to block 2 attacks. I didn't expect an immortal expert to be this strong." Muyu nodded and said, "That immortal expert is very strong." These last words were from Zhao Hai's heart. He didn't expect the immortal expert to be this strong. There was even a trace of domain in his attacks. In the past, Zhao Hai thought that it was the power of law. But after he comprehended the mountain domain, he discovered that it wasn't the power of law, but the power of domain. At that time, he thought of himself as a mountain. This wasn't a law, but a domain. This domain can increase a person's attack power. Before transcending tribulation, Zhao Hai didn't think that transcending tribulation would be of any use to him. This was because his strength was enough to fight against severed soul experts. Transcending tribulation didn't matter to him. But when Zhao Hai underwent transcending tribulation, he understood that transcending tribulation wasn't that simple. Transcending tribulation was like tempering one's spiritual qi. It would remove impurities from one's spiritual qi, making it more condensed. Because Zhao Hai cultivated the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique, his spiritual qi was much more condensed compared to others in the same stage. Because of this, he was able to fight against severed soul experts when he was at the nascent soul stage. Zhao Hai thought that even if transcending tribulation were to temper his spiritual qi, it wouldn't have any effect. However, he didn't expect that he was wrong. Although the tribulation lightning didn't strike him, the power of the tribulation was completely absorbed by his faith. Moreover, it was also brought into his body. As soon as the tribulation lightning entered his body, it immediately tempered his spiritual qi. Needless to say, his body was too strong, there was no need to temper it. On the other hand, his spiritual qi was tempered. At this time, his spiritual qi was even more condensed than before. It was about 20 times more condensed than before. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. The main reason why the spiritual energy in his body was so condensed was because the power of faith had absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation into his body. When an ordinary person transcends a tribulation, the tribulation lightning would temper their spiritual qi outside their body. This kind of tempering was very fierce and also very painful. Because of this, a lot of people couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning's tempering and were finally struck to death. but Zhao Hai's situation was different. The power of faith absorbed the tribulation lightning and then brought it into Zhao Hai's body. It directly tempered Zhao Hai's spiritual qi inside his body. The tribulation lightning was already subdued by the power of faith. Although it could still temper Zhao Hai's spiritual qi, it wasn't as violent as before. Because of this, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi became 20 times more condensed. In addition to his spiritual qi becoming more condensed, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi also contained the power of tribulation lightning. This made his attack power even more formidable. The power of tribulation thunder was different from the power of intent. Tribulation thunder was a kind of lightning force that could be added to any kind of attack. Moreover, because faith power absorbed the tribulation thunder into Zhao Hai's body, the space was also able to extract it. The power of tribulation thunder belonged to the yang attribute, which was the opposite of the yin attribute of the profounding lightning. After extracting the tribulation lightning, the space immediately tried to combine the yin and yang lightning energies. Needless to say, it was a success. Now, Zhao Hai's space actually produced a lightning pool. This lightning pool looked like a yin and yang pond. Yin and yang lightning energy flashed from time to time. It was very powerful. After the lightning pool was produced, the space immediately estimated that it had a lot of uses. It could be used in battle as well as a power system. Because of this, the yin and yang pond in Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship was replaced by a lightning pool. This was because the lightning pool could provide more power. Moreover, the lightning energy inside could also be used to attack. Naturally, the space would use a better lightning pool. In the past, Zhao Hai had been thinking about using the yin-yang pond on liquid silver's ordinary artifacts. For example, a sword-shaped artifact. This way, the attack power of the artifact would be much stronger. But at that time, the yin-yang pond would shrink if it was placed on an artifact. This would affect the energy output of the yin-yang pond. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't do it. But now, Zhao Hai wanted to do it. This was because of the lightning pond. The lightning pond was different from the yin-yang pond. The yin-yang pond absorbed energy from the outside and then released it into the yin-yang pond. However, the lightning pool was different. The power produced by the lightning pool was because there was yin lightning and yang lightning in the lightning pool. Although yin lightning and yang lightning could be put together, these two types of lightning existed in a cycle, without beginning or end. They could produce extremely powerful energy by themselves, and once this energy was released, it could naturally be used. So now that he had a lightning pool, Zhao Hai could equip all of his magic artifacts with lightning pools. This way, the attack power of his magic artifacts would be greatly increased. At this time, Kai Er and the others were thinking of ways to fuse the lightning pond and the yin-yang pond together. This way, the lightning pond would become even more powerful. After transcending tribulation, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi became more condensed. It also contained the power of lightning. However, this kind of attack didn't conflict with the power of domain. In other words, the two types of power could be superimposed. The power of domain was very formidable. Because of this, Zhao Hai understood how formidable immortal experts were. However, this also allowed Zhao Hai to grasp the edge of the immortal stage. Although he had just transcended his tribulation, he already understood why immortal experts were so strong. In addition to constant accumulation, there was also the comprehension of the power of domain. People have always said that after transcending tribulation, cultivation would be smooth sailing. This was because there were no checkpoints between the transcending tribulation stage, the severed soul stage, and then the immortal stage. In fact, this wasn't right. There was a barrier between the crossing calamity stage and the severed soul stage, but this relationship wasn't as obvious as the crossing calamity stage. The barrier between the crossing calamity stage and the severed soul stage was the severed soul stage. Spirit division, naturally, was to divide one's own spirit into two, which was equivalent to creating another one of oneself. This process was very dangerous. If one did not have enough spirit qi and mental strength, it was impossible to succeed in spirit division. This was actually a checkpoint. There was also a checkpoint between the severed soul stage and the immortal stage. This checkpoint was the comprehension of the power of domain. Zhao Hai discovered that after transcending his tribulation, because of the lightning and the mountain domain, Zhao Hai was certain that even if the immortal expert from last time attacked him, he wouldn't be afraid. The immortal expert wouldn't be able to enter his body. Although this was the case, Zhao Hai still admired the strength of immortal experts. On that day, the immortal expert from the giant spirit realm attacked him twice and he couldn't move. He had no choice but to use the space to dodge. One could imagine how powerful an immortal expert was. Moreover, nobody could guarantee that this wasn't the only method an immortal expert had. If an immortal expert had other methods, then even with Zhao Hai's current strength, he still wouldn't be an opponent of an immortal expert. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai said that immortal experts were incomparably strong. When Muyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Little Hai, you've already transcended your tribulation. With your talent, I believe that it won't be difficult for you to reach the severed soul stage. Sooner or later, you will reach the immortal stage. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not worried. But now that an immortal expert from the giant spirit realm has made a move, will the other immortal experts make a move as well? If the other immortal experts from the giant spirit realm attack us, will the people in the realm be able to save us in time?" Muyu stared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be worried about this. But to be honest, he didn't think about this before. Now that Zhao Hai said this, he had to think about it carefully. After pondering for a moment, Muyu said, "Don't worry, the realm will definitely make arrangements. Since the World Spirit Realm's immortal expert has made a move, they won't just ignore it. They will definitely find a way to deal with the giant spirit realm's immortal experts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. But even if an immortal expert attacks us, I won't be afraid. Before reaching transcending tribulation, I could block 2 attacks from an immortal expert. After reaching transcending tribulation, I should be able to block a few more." When Muyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Kid, you really don't know life from death. You should know that the immortal expert only casually attacked twice. Do you think you can block him if he goes all out?" Zhao Hai also smiled. At this moment, a sword light suddenly flew over and stopped in front of Muyu. Muyu stretched out his hand and caught the sword light. It was a messenger flying sword. After receiving the messenger flying sword, Muyu sent his spiritual force into it. Then his expression changed as he said to Zhao Hai, "Stop." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately stopped. Then he looked at Muyu and asked, "What's wrong, big brother Mu?" Muyu's expression turned ugly as he said, "We can't go to the Imperial Spirit Realm for the time being. There are immortal experts there. Moreover, those immortal experts have received orders that if we attack, they can make a move." Zhao Hai, Tang Jia, and the others stared. Then their expressions changed. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, is what you said true? Those immortal experts can make a move? How is that possible? Do they want the 10,000 realm battlefield to fall into chaos?" Muyu replied, "We just received news that those bastards from the giant spirit realm asked the fire weavers for help. With the help of the fire weavers, they think that they can deal with us. Therefore, they ordered the immortal experts not to intervene. Now, the giant spirit realm is trying to find a way." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Fire weavers? What race is that? Are they strong?" Muyu's expression turned ugly as he said, "Very strong. The fire weavers are one of the strongest high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai, you haven't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. You don't know much about the battlefield. Although the world of cultivation might have some information about the battlefield, they're still a mid-grade realm. There's a lot of information that they don't know." After he said this, Muyu paused for a moment before he let out a long breath. Tang Jia and Tang Wen's expressions were also ugly. However, they didn't say anything. Muyu continued, "In the 10,000 realm battlefield, high-grade realms are only able to see the might of high-grade realms. Actually, high-grade realms are also divided. The 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm can only be considered mid-grade realms. There are only 5 high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. One is the Primal Chaos realm, the other is the Fire Weavers, the Divergent realm, the Sword realm, and the Buddhist realm." Muyu sighed and said, "These 5 forces are the strongest forces in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Nobody dares to touch their territories. The territories of these 5 forces are huge. They control countless subordinate realms. These subordinate realms generally don't come in contact with people like us. They only live in the territories of the 5 realms. Therefore, aside from the lower realms, very few people know about the existence of the 5 realms. Among the 5 realms, the primal chaos realm is the most complex as well as the most mysterious. They have almost no contact with the outside world. You can see that the men of the primal chaos realm have a mutation in their bodies. For example, some of them have a tentacle that can be long or short, and it's also very flexible. Their attack power is also very strong, while their other hand can use a weapon. Some of them have legs, but other parts of their bodies are different. As long as they are men of the primal chaos realm, they will certainly have a mutation in their body. But the women of the primal chaos realm are different. Generally, they are mages, and they use magic staves. These magic staves aren't the same as the artifacts we use. These magic staves are connected to a tube that connects to their spatial equipment. When they use spells to attack, their magic staves will spray out a kind of potion to help them attack. Their attack power is very strong. As long as people who aren't from the primal chaos realm enter the primal chaos realm, very few people can come out alive. Most of the people of the primal chaos realm have tamed beasts. As for the fire weavers, they are also known as the hunting race in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They generally carry a spear along with at least 2 tamed beasts. You should know that these spears aren't the same as the spears that we use. These spears are very powerful. Not only can their tamed beasts help them in battle, but they can also track their targets. They can even borrow the strength of their tamed beasts. The Divergent Alliance is also a large realm. Everyone in this realm has divergent techniques. They also specialize in divergent techniques. They have all kinds of divergent techniques. Just like Little High, your space divergent technique and decomposition divergent technique are also divergent techniques. The people of the Divergent Alliance use all kinds of divergent techniques to the point of perfection. They are a group of people who shouldn't be provoked. Needless to say, the people of the Sword Realm are all sword cultivators. It's rumored that all the sword cultivation methods in the 10,000 realm battlefield originated from the Sword Realm. Now, the sword cultivators in the 10,000 realm battlefield practice low-grade cultivation methods from the Sword Realm. The Sword Realm's high-grade cultivation methods can't be learned by outsiders. Even if someone learned them, they would be hunted down by the people of the Sword Realm. The Buddhist realm is similar to the Sword Realm. Everyone there cultivates Buddhist techniques. Most importantly, many of the Buddhist techniques that the Buddhists cultivate are based on the power of faith. The so-called power of faith is something that can only be cultivated with the power of faith. This kind of technique requires a lot of power of faith. However, the power of this technique is similarly huge. Upon hearing Muyu, Jiao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was the first time he heard about faith power cultivation methods from someone else. Moreover, the people of the Buddhist realm were all Buddhist cultivators. Moreover, their cultivation methods were also faith power cultivation methods. Jiao Hai couldn't help but think about his 18 Arhat techniques. At this time, Muyu's voice was heard. Outsiders don't know about the relationship between the 5 realms. However, the 5 realms rarely participate in the battles between the other realms. This time, the giant spirit realm actually invited the fire weavers. For us, this isn't good news. With the fire weavers involved, we'll be in a more difficult situation. Let's return to the Octopus Islands and wait for orders from the realms. Muyu nodded, then he said, let's go. Jiao Hai didn't ask anything as he nodded and then turned the ship towards the Octopus Islands. At the same time, Muyu, Tang Jia, and the others went to the Hell King's ship's cabin to report the latest situation to the subordinate realms. Naturally, Muyu wouldn't say that the fire weavers were involved. The subordinate realms didn't know about the existence of the fire weavers. Therefore, Muyu just said that there was a change in the situation and that they would be returning to the Octopus Islands. Although the people from the subordinate realms were surprised, they didn't say anything. For them, going back to the Octopus Islands to enjoy their lives was a good thing. They also went to the Imperial Spirit Realm to fight against the Giant Spirit Realm. Because of this decision didn't cause any waves. However, some people felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed, but they didn't say anything. After settling matters in the lower realms, Muyu returned to the top of the pagoda. However, his expression was still gloomy. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, doesn't the 100 Treasures realm have any relationship with one of the 5 realms?" Zhao Hai's question was actually a probe. He guessed that the 100 Treasures realm was against the Giant Spirit realm because someone was pushing them to do so. He wanted to know if the person pushing them to do so was someone from the 5 realms. Muyu shook his head and said, "No, the 100 Treasures realm doesn't have any relationship with the 5 great realms. We have almost no contact with them. Because of this, the Giant Spirit realm had us retreat. You should know that the Fire Weaver race isn't an ordinary high-grade realm. The rule that immortal experts can't make a move doesn't apply to them. Because of this, the Giant Spirit realm dared to send their immortal experts. The Jade Sword also said that the immortal expert who attacked you last time was killed by our immortal experts. Because of this, the Fire Weavers appeared. The 100 Treasures realm is currently trying to find a way to deal with this matter. This is the best opportunity for the 100 Treasures realm, we can't let it go. We can't let this opportunity slip by." Zhao Hai naturally knew what Muyu meant. This was indeed the 100 Treasures realm's best chance to defeat their archenemy, the Giant Spirit realm. If they missed this opportunity, the Giant Spirit realm would recover. Then the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm would return to their previous confrontation. This wasn't something the 100 Treasures realm wanted to see. The 100 Treasures realm had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. They didn't have the opportunity to do so again. The hatred between the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm was too deep. In order to deal with the Giant Spirit realm, the 100 Treasures realm prepared for 1,000 years. After such a long time, even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to withstand the passage of time. The 100 Treasures realm had paid too much. Now that they had pushed the Giant Spirit realm to a dead end, how could they give up just because of the Fire Weavers? The Fire Weavers were very strong, much stronger than the 100 Treasures realm. However, their hatred towards the Giant Spirit realm was even greater. Sometimes, in order to take revenge, people would have less scruples. The Hell King's ship quickly returned to the Octopus Islands. Upon arriving, Muyu had Su Wuzhuan arrange for everyone to rest. Then he led Tang Jia, Tang Wen, Zhao Hai, and Mu Ping to his residence. After the group sat down, Muyu's expression was gloomy as he said, "The 100 Treasures realm doesn't have a backer like the Fire Weavers. I didn't expect the Giant Spirit realm to be one step ahead of us. I don't know what the realm is going to do." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Big brother Mu, you should go back and inquire about the situation. With us here, there shouldn't be any problems." When Muyu heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "Right, I should go back and see how the realms are going to deal with this matter. If we just retreat, then it would have a certain impact on the smaller realms. Moreover, everything we did before would be in vain." Muyu nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai replied, "Big brother Mu, you can go. I guarantee that before you return, no matter who comes, the Octopus Islands will be in our hands. Even if I steal the Octopus Islands, I'll take care of these people." Hearing Zhao Hai, Muyu couldn't help but stare. "Little Hai, did you find something?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't expect Muyu to hear it. He nodded and said, "I did. It seems like the Fire Weavers have arrived at the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters." When Muyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Really? It seems like the Giant Spirit Realm will attack again. This time, I'm afraid the Fire Weavers will participate as well. Things have become troublesome." Zhao Hai replied, "Big brother Mu, you just need to return. Leave the matters here to us. In any case, the Octopus Islands still have 60,000 people. They should be able to support us for some time. The most important thing right now is to solve the problem of the Fire Weavers. If we don't deal with them, we'll always be in trouble." Muyu nodded, then he sighed and said, "The problem is that we don't know what benefits the Giant Spirit Realm gave the Fire Weavers. It would be very difficult for the Fire Weavers to not participate in this matter. From what I can see, the Fire Weavers are most likely going to find one of the 5 realms as an ally. But if they do that, then the matter with the Giant Spirit Realm might not be settled." Muyu's mood was very heavy. But now that he calmed down, he knew that the addition of the Fire Weavers would make things more complicated. The fire weavers weren't good people. If they participated in this matter, then they must have received some benefits. If they didn't, then they wouldn't do it. These great races were greedy by nature. Muyu was a key person of the 100 Treasures realm, so he knew a bit about these great races. The reason why the 5 great realms weren't well known in the 10,000 realm battlefield was because they were surrounded by realms like the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. In the past, although the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm were mortal enemies and wanted to get rid of each other, they still had the same opinion about the 5 great realms. They couldn't allow the 5 great realms to participate in this matter. Otherwise, sooner or later, their territories would be swallowed by the 5 great realms. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm reached an agreement. As long as the 5 great realms dared to participate in their affairs, then they would attack together. However, the situation this time was different. This time, the Giant Spirit realm must have invited the Fire Weavers. Otherwise, the Fire Weavers wouldn't dare to come out. As long as the Fire Weavers used the fact that the Giant Spirit realm invited them out as an excuse, then they would be able to participate in the affairs of the other high-grade realms. This wasn't a good thing for the other high-grade realms. The Giant Spirit realm was tantamount to inviting a wolf into their house. Thinking about this matter, Muyu couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. He really didn't know what the Giant Spirit realm were thinking. If they invited the Fire Weavers, then they would be swallowed up by the Fire Weavers sooner or later. Muyu didn't hide this matter from Zhao Hai and the others. He told Zhao Hai about this matter. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Muyu, his eyes lit up. He turned to Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, if this is true, then it's easy to handle. We don't need to ask the 5 great realms for help. Wouldn't that be tantamount to inviting a wolf into our house? We can look for other people to help us. Not only can we push the Giant Spirit realm to the opposite side of the other high-grade realms, we can also teach the Fire Weavers a lesson. We can make them behave and not stretch their claws." When Muyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up. It seems like he had overlooked this matter. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave this matter to you. Little Jia, Little Wen, although the 2 of them are good, they're still lacking compared to Zhao Hai. The Octopus Islands will be under Zhao Hai's command. The 2 of you need to do your best to help him. Remember, this is a matter of life and death for the 100 Treasures realm." Tang Jia and Tang Wen didn't have any objections. The 2 of them were very familiar with Zhao Hai, even more so than Muyu. Naturally, they knew Zhao Hai's abilities. So when he heard Muyu, Tang Jia smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Mu, rest assured. I'm more familiar with Little Hai than you are with Little Hai. Don't worry, we'll make sure that nothing goes wrong. But Big brother Mu, it's best for the realm to resolve this matter quickly. I think the Fire Weavers will attack us soon. As long as we can resist the Fire Weavers, the realm can negotiate with the Fire Weavers and the other high-grade realms. What do you think?" Muyu nodded, then he stood up and said, "Take care of this place. Little Hai, we can't lose the Octopus Islands. I don't care what cards you have, you better show them to me. If we lose the Octopus Islands, I'll deal with you." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like we have to bleed this time. Big brother Mu, don't worry. Before you return, the Octopus Islands will be ours." Muyu nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai and the others sent Muyu to the transmission formation before returning to Tang Jia's cave residence. After entering the cave residence, Tang Jia turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Tang, let's invite the people in charge of the subordinate realms to the cave residence. We'll talk to them about the situation and make arrangements. I think the Fire Weavers would arrive in 2 days." Tang Jia stared, then his expression changed as he said, "They're here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They're here. 2,000 Fire Weavers, 30,000 subordinate realms, and 60,000 from the Giant Spirit realm. Altogether, they have 90,000 people." Tang Jia's expression turned ugly as he asked, "How many people do we have left?" After the last battle with the Giant Spirit realm, they had suffered some losses. Besides those who died, there were also a lot of people who were injured. Their injuries weren't light, so Tang Jia asked this question. Zhao Hai replied, we have 58,000 people left. About 5,000 of them are from our realm. The rest are from the subordinate realms. Tang Jia's brows wrinkled even more. He discovered that their current situation was similar to the giant spirit realm. Although they weren't defeated yet, once they were, they would be in danger. Thinking of this, Tang Jia couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what do you think we should do now? Zhao Hai replied, defend. As long as we defend the Octopus Islands, then we'll win. We need to show the other realms that the Fire Weavers aren't that terrifying. They can be defeated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, defend. Tang Jia nodded and said, all right. Little Wen, immediately arrange for people to invite all the people in charge of the subordinate realms. Be quick. Tang Wen complied, then Mu Ping turned around and ran. After the two sat down, Tang Jia sighed and said, I haven't talked to the Fire Weavers before, but I still know about them. They have three main methods of attack: subdued beasts, bullets, and fire control. The reason why they're called Fire Weavers is because they're born with the ability to control fire. They can condense fire into a red thread and weave it into a large net. In addition to fire control, their bullets are also very formidable. Although their guns look ordinary, they have countless magic formations engraved on them. These bullets are very powerful and can destroy ordinary artifacts in an instant. Even defensive artifacts would be destroyed in an instant. As long as the bullets hit the body, it would immediately burn. Moreover, it's impossible to extinguish the fire, even severed soul experts wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, their beasts are very formidable and have been trained since childhood. Moreover, the Fire Weavers seem to give their beasts a pill that can make them stronger. However, it doesn't allow them to take human form. These three methods of attack are very troublesome to deal with, let alone when all three of them are gathered together. Tang Jia nodded and said, the Fire Weavers are very powerful, they have been trained since childhood. Moreover, the Fire Weavers seem to give their beasts a pill that can make them stronger. However, it doesn't allow them to take human form. These three methods of attack are very troublesome to deal with, not to mention when all three are gathered together. Tang Jia nodded and said, the Fire Weavers are very powerful, they have been trained since childhood. Moreover, the Fire Weavers seem to give their beasts pills that can make them stronger. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the Fire Weavers didn't bring any large artifacts this time. However, their beasts are huge. They can almost be used as large artifacts. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. It seems like we'll have to use the fake spirit snake needles. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the Fire Weavers didn't bring large artifacts. Tang Jia said, you mean to use the spirit snake needles to deal with them? But the number of fake spirit snake needles is too small. What can they do? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, I'm not going to let everyone move alone. Instead, I'm going to have them gather in the Hell King's ship, the pagoda, and the giant spirit treasure ship. We're going to use the defensive capabilities of these three large artifacts to protect our people while we slowly deal with them. Zhu Gufeng stood on the back of his fire jade toad as he looked ahead. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. This was because they were the vanguard of the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers were the same as the other high-grade realms. They wanted to dip their fingers into the other areas of the 10,000 realm battlefield. But because of the internal conflicts between the 5 realms, they couldn't form an alliance. If they acted alone, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the other realms. Because of this, they could only look at the fat meat that was the 10,000 realm battlefield and drool. However, they didn't expect the giant spirit realm to suddenly look for them and offer them half of their territory in exchange for the Fire Weavers' help in eradicating the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, after eradicating the 100 Treasures realm, the giant spirit realm wouldn't take anything from the 100 Treasures realm. They would even give all of their territory to the Fire Weavers. Actually, the giant spirit realm didn't need to give them so much. This was because when the giant spirit realm looked for them, they already gave the Fire Weavers the most important things. This was just an excuse. The Fire Weavers wanted to make a move on the other areas of the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm weren't weak. If the Fire Weavers were to send troops, they would be attacked. Because of this, the Fire Weavers wanted to find an excuse. But this excuse wasn't easy to find. However, the fire weavers didn't expect things to take a turn for the better. The giant spirit realm actually gave them an excuse. Moreover, they also promised to give them a lot of benefits. This gave the fire weavers a reason to send troops and annex their territories. The five realms had always called the territories outside of their five realms the chaotic lands, while the territories controlled by the five realms were called the five great realms. They always believed that the giant spirit realm and the other races wouldn't control their own territories. Because of this, the five realms were much more peaceful compared to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, they called their territories the five great realms upper realms. It had always been the wish of the five great realms to annex the land of chaos. However, this was not easy. The five great realms were not at peace with each other. There were many small conflicts between them, but the five great realms had never gone to war. Since the five great realms couldn't expand their territory, they naturally turned their attention to the land of chaos. In their opinion, the land of chaos was the best place to expand. However, great realms like the giant spirit realm and the 100 treasures realm weren't easy to deal with. Once these great realms joined forces, even if the five great realms joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for them. However, these great realms in the land of chaos were always fighting each other. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it was impossible for them to unite. Because of this, the five great realms and the land of chaos remained peaceful. However, this peace was about to be broken, and it would be broken by his own hands. Thinking of this, Zhu Gufeng felt a burst of excitement, and his blood boiled. The fire jade toad under his feet seemed to have sensed his intention. It opened its mouth and croaked. Zhu Gufeng couldn't help but smile faintly. He gently sat down and stroked the fire jade toad's skin as he chuckled and said, "Old friend, are you happy? This peerless achievement will belong to us." The fire jade toad croaked again, as if it was responding to him. Zhu Gufeng couldn't help but laugh. This fire jade toad was raised by Zhu Gufeng since it was a baby. It took a lot of effort to raise it. The fire jade toad was a fire-attributed beast. When it reaches adulthood, its body length would exceed 20 meters. Its skin was red like jade, its eyes were like fire jade, and it could fly very fast. While Zhu Gufeng was laughing out loud, another eagle cry came from above his head. Zhu Gufeng raised his head and saw a huge golden eagle with golden feathers and a wingspan of over 100 meters hovering above his head. Zhu Gufeng laughed out loud and said, "Are you angry? Ha ha ha, don't be angry. We'll have fun later." This golden hawk was also raised by Zhu Gufeng. It was called the Golden Feather Thunder Hawk. Its body was covered in golden feathers and its defense was very strong. It was about 30 meters long and had a wingspan of 100 meters. It had a hook-like beak and 2 red claws. It looked very powerful. The Golden Feather Thunder Hawk's flying speed was very fast and its defense was very strong. With the addition of its thunder attribute artifact, its attack power was extraordinary. An adult Golden Feather Thunder Hawk had the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. And a Golden Feather Thunder Hawk that was raised by the Fire Weavers could fight against Severed Soul experts. Zhu Gufeng's attire was very similar to other cultivators. He wore a headscarf on his head and short clothes on his body. It looked like a warrior's attire. He also had a pair of leather boots on his feet. On his chest were 2 rows of bullets. The bullets were yellow and shining with a cold light. He also had a rifle on his back. The rifle was more than a meter long and had a wooden handle. It looked like an old-fashioned rifle. Behind Zhu Gufeng was a large group of people who were dressed like him. These people were also stepping on demon beasts. Some of them had demon beasts hovering above their heads. Some of them had demon beasts following them. They looked like an army of demon beasts. They were showing off their might and were very awe-inspiring. Behind them were 2 giant spirit treasure ships. Behind the giant spirit treasure ships were a large number of cultivators using their personal flying magic tools. Batu stood on the giant spirit treasure ship and looked at the Fire Weaver army in front of him. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He didn't expect the realm to invite the Fire Weavers out. He knew that it was easy to invite the Fire Weavers out but hard to send them away. Now that the Fire Weavers were invited out, it wouldn't be easy to make them go back. Batulu knew that the Fire Weavers coveted this land. He also knew about the greed of the 5 great realms. Because of this, Ba Tulu didn't expect the fire weavers to do this. This was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Ba Tu also understood why the realm did this. They were forced by the 100 Treasures realm. At this time, the giant spirit realm was faintly losing control over their subordinate realms. If this continues, then the subordinate realms would certainly rebel against the giant spirit realm. And with the 100 Treasures realm's attack, the giant spirit realm would be finished. The old fellows in the realm must have understood this. Therefore, they invited the fire weavers out. To put it bluntly, they invited the fire weavers out with the idea of everyone dying together. For the giant spirit realm, inviting the fire weavers out and giving up their territory was akin to digging their own grave. The fire weavers needed the giant spirit realm as an excuse, so they wouldn't attack the giant spirit realm right now. But once they deal with the 100 Treasures realm and get their territory, the giant spirit realm wouldn't have an easy time. However, for the giant spirit realm, they were already satisfied to see the 100 Treasures realm die before they do. Hatred can make people have less scruples. At the same time, hatred can make people lose their reason and go crazy. And now, the giant spirit realm has gone crazy. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting inside his cave residence. They had already explained the situation to the subordinate realms. Although they didn't know what the fire weavers were, they knew that the fire weavers weren't easy to deal with. For the 100 Treasures realm to be so apprehensive, how could they be simple? They certainly weren't simple. At this point, the Octopus Islands had been fully prepared. Everyone in the islands was ready to live in the Hell King's ship, the giant spirit treasure ship, and the pagoda for a long time. And these 3 artifacts belonged to Zhao Hai. The order that Zhao and Tang Jie gave these people was that when the other party came, they would still go out to fight, but everyone had to stay inside the 3 artifacts to face the enemy. They were not allowed to move alone. Although these people didn't understand why Zhao Hai did this, they didn't oppose it. On the contrary, they were very happy. Staying inside the Hell King's ship and the other 2 artifacts meant that they didn't need to defend themselves. The defenses of large artifacts were much stronger than their own. Although Zhao Hai was staying inside his cave residence, he was actually waiting. Kai and the others were about to fuse the Yinyang Pond and the Lightning Pond into one, forming a new Yinyang Lightning Pond. Not only can this Yinyang Lightning Pond absorb energy from the outside, it can also produce its own energy. Moreover, it can absorb energy from the outside and turn it into lightning energy before releasing it. This would make it more powerful than before. In just a bit of time, the Yinyang Pond would be completed. As long as the Yinyang Pond is completed, Zhao Hai would immediately have everyone board the 3 large artifacts and prepare to attack. This was because the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm's army wasn't far from the Octopus Islands. More than an hour later, Zhao finally opened his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. Now he could finally place the Yinyang lightning pool into all of his artifacts. Not only would this increase the offensive capabilities of the artifacts, it would also increase their defensive capabilities. Moreover, the Yinyang lightning pool wasn't limited to large artifacts, it could also be used on small artifacts. Even the silver needles were now equipped with the Yinyang lightning pool. With the Yinyang lightning pool, the silver needle's attack power would be even stronger. The larger the artifact, the larger the Yinyang lightning pool. The larger the Yinyang lightning pool, the more energy it would produce, and the stronger the artifact's attack power would be. Zhao Hai really wanted to go to the Primal Chaos Realm to take a look. This was because there was something in the Primal Chaos Realm that attracted him. This thing could be said to be a type of spatial technology. Zhao Hai clearly remembered that when Muyu introduced the people of the Primal Chaos Realm, he said that most of the women in the Primal Chaos Realm were mages. Their staffs had tubes that could be directly connected to their spatial equipment. Then they could release potions from their staffs to help them use their spells. According to Zhao Hai's speculations, there should be a huge storage device in their spatial equipment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to support them in battle. What Zhao Hai wanted was this technology that could directly connect the inside and outside of the space. At first glance, this technology didn't seem special. But if you think about it carefully, it wasn't the case. The space inside the space was very big, but it wasn't integrated with the outside world. If you want to use a tube to connect the inside and outside of the space, the tube would be dislocated, causing the tube to break. On the other hand, the primal chaos realm was able to make the tube break. This was what Zhao Hai wanted the most. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to obtain this technology so quickly was because of his artifacts. As long as he had this technology, he would be able to create a subspace in all of his artifacts. Then he would be able to build the yin-yang lightning pool inside the subspace. This way, the yin-yang lightning pool would be able to provide more energy to his artifacts. Zhao Hai was very confident that he would be able to do this. Although Zhao Hai wanted to obtain this technology, it was impossible. Even the universal scanner couldn't analyze it. The reason was that its level wasn't high enough. This made Zhao understand that he still had a long way to go. If he wanted to improve his strength, then he would have to focus on upgrading the space. But the problem was that it wasn't easy for him to upgrade the space. What was the space's current situation? Heaven and Earth spiritual roots could only upgrade the space by a dozen levels. It would be too difficult for him to upgrade the space with ordinary things. Zhao Hai didn't know how many things he received into the space. These things were all good things produced in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, the space still hasn't been upgraded. This made Zhao Hai very disappointed. He didn't know how long it would take for the space to be upgraded. Zhao Hai even thought that the space had reached the peak. But with the universal scanner's prompt, Zhao Hai understood that the space was still far from reaching the peak. Although he didn't have the technology to connect the space to the subspace, the yin-yang lightning pond was already a formidable existence. Even a small yin-yang lightning pond installed on a silver needle had the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. As for the large yin-yang lightning pond on the Hell King ship, it wasn't any worse than the immortal expert from the other day. It was precisely because of the yin-yang lightning pond that Zhao Hai was confident in dealing with the fire weavers. Zhao Hai knew that the fire weavers were a hurdle that he must overcome. Without exposing the space, he could reveal some of his cards. At this point, outsiders only knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. However, he didn't use it in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They only knew that he had a shape-shifting artifact that could devour other artifacts. They also knew that he had undead, but they didn't know that he had a lot of undead. However, nobody knew that he had Buddhist techniques. Nobody knew that after turning the dead into undead, the undead would have the same fighting strength as when they were alive. Muyu naturally knew that Zhao Hai still had some cards that he hadn't revealed. Therefore, when he left, he told Zhao Hai that he had to defend the Octopus Islands. Even if he had to reveal his cards, it wouldn't matter. As for the beast army of the fire weavers, Zhao Hai didn't mind at all. He already had a lot of astral wind beasts in the space. These astral wind beasts were captured by Laura and the others. Although the astral wind beasts in Yellow Zen planet were very strong, they were still lacking compared to Zhao Hai's transcending tribulation stage and severed soul stage undead. Therefore, Laura and the others had the transcending tribulation stage undead capture a lot of high-level astral wind beasts and send them to the space. After these astral wind beasts were brought to the space, their fighting strength wasn't weak. Moreover, they grew up in astral winds. Their offensive and defensive strength were much stronger than ordinary beasts. It can be said that these astral wind beasts could become a force that Zhao Hai couldn't underestimate. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to take out these living things. The undead were more than enough for him to use. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stood up and slowly walked outside. When they arrived outside, they saw a lot of cultivators waiting outside. These people understood that the battle was about to begin. Since this wasn't the time to cultivate, they decided to communicate with each other outside so that they could coordinate with each other during the battle. These cultivators weren't fools. Therefore, they didn't need anyone to organize them. Tang Jia and Tang Wen were also doing this. They needed to know the characteristics of these cultivators so that they could arrange suitable positions for them. When Zhao Hai came out, it didn't take long for people to notice him. It must be said that Zhao Hai was an influential figure in the 100 Treasures realm. Not long after entering the 10,000 realm battlefield, he jumped from the world of cultivation to the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, he became a respected refining grandmaster in the 100 Treasures realm. For such a person, the people from the subordinate realms were both envious and admiring him. The people from the subordinate realms knew that Zhao Hai had real skills. If he didn't, then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to snatch him away from the world of cultivation. And with the recent battles, they had a certain understanding of Zhao Hai. Because of this, they admired and respected Zhao Hai even more. After all, this was a world where the strong were respected. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, a lot of people gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai also politely returned the salute. At this time, Su Wuzuan and Kong Miao arrived by Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute and said, "Grandmaster, Mister, why are you here? What's the matter?" Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan quickly returned the salute. Then Kong Miao said, "Little Hai, we wanted to discuss this with you. When the battle starts, can you arrange for the world of cultivation and the Su race to be on your ship?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan now looked at Zhao Hai in a new light. This was because of Zhao Hai's status. Zhao Hai's position in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. On the other hand, the world of cultivation and the Su race didn't have any foundation in the 100 Treasures realm. If they were to go there, they would be pushed aside. However, Zhao Hai was different. Kong Miao and the others discovered that whether it was Tang Jia or Mu Yu, they were very fond of Zhao Hai. This was especially true after the recent battles. Zhao Hai's status was now higher than Tang Jia's. This change caused Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan to be stunned for a while, but they were also very happy. With Zhao Hai's status high, they can ask Zhao Hai to take care of the people from the two realms. No matter what, their relationship with Zhao Hai was much closer than their relationship with the people from the 100 Treasures realm. Hearing Kong Miao, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, there's no problem. You can rest assured. Actually, it's the same for everyone on the ship. Everyone just needs to listen to orders and attack. I believe there won't be any problems." Hearing Zhao Hai's agreement, Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan relaxed. To be honest, the reason why they made this request wasn't because they wanted to be taken care of. It was mainly because they were confident in Zhao Hai. They believed that following Zhao Hai wouldn't be a bad thing. As for why they were so confident? Zhao Hai was an existence that could fight against immortal experts. Moreover, he was a blessing in disguise and made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. How could they lose by following such a person? At this time, Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan could see that their enemy wasn't simple. Otherwise, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't have allowed them to stay on the 3 large artifacts. Even when they were fighting against the giant spirit realm, they didn't give such an order. Because of this, they felt uneasy. They were afraid that their realms would suffer a loss. Therefore, they wanted to stay on the same ship as Zhao Hai. At this time, Tang Jia and Tang Wen walked over. Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan quickly gave a salute. Tang Jia also returned the salute and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, Mr. Su Wuzuan, why are you looking for Zhao Hai?" Kong Miao quickly replied, "It's nothing. We just wanted to ask Zhao Hai which large artifact we and the Su race will be assigned to." When Tang Jia heard Kong Miao, he understood what he meant. He didn't blame Kong Miao, so he just smiled faintly and said, "So it's because of this. It doesn't matter. In any case, the 3 large artifacts have the same defensive strength. Moreover, people aren't allowed to use their artifacts. So there's no need to worry." The two nodded, then they gave the 3 a salute before turning around to leave. Tang Jia watched as the 2 left. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like they're confident in you. Do they want to be assigned to the same large artifact as you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I've already promised them. In fact, it doesn't matter if I'm assigned to the same large artifact or not." "Alright, let's not talk about this. How about it? Is everyone ready?" Tang Jia nodded and said, "We're ready." "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You, me, and Tang Wen, each of us will command a large artifact. You don't need to worry about the large artifacts, you just need to command the people inside. The fire weavers aren't simple. Moreover, they brought a lot of people this time. Including the fire weavers and their beasts, their number has exceeded 100,000. Therefore, we can't attack according to their will like before. You need to command the troops to attack as one. Only this way can we display our greatest strength." Tang Jia nodded and said, "Alright, I've already arranged this. Just now, Little Wen and I had a general understanding of their attack characteristics. We've grouped people with similar attack characteristics. This way, it'll be easier to command them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Those fellows should be here soon. Let's go." After he said that, he waved his hand as 3 large artifacts appeared beside him. The Hell King's ship was now in its original form, the pagoda was now on its own, and the giant spirit treasure ship was also present. These 3 large artifacts were truly terrifying. Tang Jia and the others immediately commanded their people to board the large artifacts. Naturally, they couldn't put people with similar attack characteristics on the same artifact. They needed to achieve a balance. Some people were good at frontal attacks while others were good at sneak attacks. If they cooperated well, then they would be able to display their greatest strength. These people weren't strangers to large artifacts. Before long, everyone boarded the large artifacts. Zhao Hai, Tang Jia, and Tang Wen also boarded a large artifact. Zhao Hai boarded the Hell King's ship, Tang Jia boarded the giant spirit treasure ship, and Tang Wen boarded the pagoda. Zhao Hai also gave each of them a wrist computer so that they could communicate with each other. The wrist computers that Zhao Hai gave them weren't simple. They were products of the space. If it was an ordinary computer, then it would be affected by energy interference. Naturally, this wouldn't happen to the space's products. After the 3 people boarded the large artifacts, they left the Octopus Islands. Under Zhao Hai's command, they headed towards the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. While moving forward, Zhao Hai said to Laura and the others, "Laura, I'll leave the 3 large artifacts to you." "Right, let's kill one of the Fire Weavers first. I've taken a fancy to their guns and bullets. After we imitate them, we can give them to the undead. I believe that our strength will increase a lot." Laura and the others nodded, then Zhao Hai said, "Laura, I'll leave the 3 large artifacts to you." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai, leave it to us. Actually, we don't need to worry about the first wave of enemies. Once they're defeated, the real battle will begin. When the Fire Weavers find out that their people have been defeated, they certainly wouldn't let us off. That's when the real battle begins." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's when the real battle begins. Because of this, we need to get the guns of the Fire Weavers as soon as possible as well as their tamed beasts. We need to increase the strength of the space's beasts." Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of that." "Right, Brother Hai, there's one more thing I want to tell you. We want to send some undead to Fabio planet to catch some higher level Zerg. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he had forgotten about this matter recently. Even the matter of going to Yellow Zem planet to catch astral wind beasts was something that Laura and the others thought of. Now that Laura and the others didn't mention the bug-catching pen, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Alright, let's go catch them. I've been busy recently, so I forgot about this matter. The bug race's ability to evolve quickly might be good for us." Laura and the others nodded. "Alright, let's go catch them." Laura nodded and didn't say anything else. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that the black spots in the distance were slowly getting bigger. They were about to encounter the enemy. In order to allow the cultivators to attack more smoothly, Zhao Hai turned the Hell King's ship and the Giant Spirit Treasure ship into ships with several decks. This way, when he orders them to attack, their attacks would be more concentrated. Moreover, they wouldn't make any mistakes. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about the pagoda. The pagoda already had 9 floors, so there was no need to worry about it. Zhao Hai also told Tang Jia and Tang Wen about this situation. The 2 were naturally happy and relaxed, but now the 3 of them had a dignified look on their faces. This was because there were more and more black dots in front of them. Before long, the 2 sides met and stopped about a kilometer away. Zhao Hai and the others only had 3 large artifacts. Naturally, their momentum was inferior to the Fire Weavers. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The Hell King's ship was in the middle while the Giant Spirit Treasure ship and the pagoda were on both sides. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship as he looked at the Fire Weaver opposite him. The Fire Weaver standing opposite Zhao Hai was naturally Zhu Gufeng. Although he saw Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai with interest. While Zhao Hai was sizing up Zhu Gufeng was also sizing up Zhao Hai. There was a trace of curiosity in Zhu Gufeng's eyes as well as a trace of disappointment. This was because Zhao Hai's appearance was too ordinary. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was also sizing up Zhu Gufeng, and the gun on his back. Zhao Hai was a military fanatic back on Earth. But at that time, he was only infatuated with cold weapons. He wasn't very familiar with guns. However, there was a time when he liked reading novels about the war. Because of this, he looked up some information. Later on, he found out that there was a type of rifle that was about the same length as 38 rifles. This type of rifle was called the Mosin rifle. This type of rifle was very long, about 1.4 meters long without a bayonet. Additionally, the shape of the rifle's stock was somewhat special. Because of this, Zhao Hai remembered this type of rifle. The Mosin rifle was a versatile rifle. It had been modified many times. It could be used as a cavalry rifle as well as a sniper rifle. It was because of these modifications that this rifle became famous all over the world. The rifle on Zhu Gufeng's back was very similar to the Mosin rifle Zhao Hai saw before. The rifle was very long. Naturally, it didn't have a bayonet and the stock was made of wood. The rifle looked very ancient. With the 2 rows of yellow bullets on its chest, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel like he was watching an old movie. Zhu Gufeng was also sizing up Zhao Hai. He wore ordinary black robes, had an ordinary appearance, and an ordinary temperament. He didn't seem to have anything special about him. Zhu Gufeng couldn't understand. Why did Batulu remind him to pay attention to such a person? Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Zhu Gufeng opened his mouth and said, "Are you Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai calmly replied, "Right, I am." "Who is your excellency to the Fire Weavers?" "The Fire Weavers have an agreement with us that they wouldn't participate in our battles." "Why are you going back on your word?" Zhu Gufeng looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "We didn't betray you. It was the giant spirit realm who invited us. Since you know that we're from the Fire Weavers, why would you resist? As long as people surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you can still stay here and live the same life as before." Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Gufeng, then he laughed and said, "We're not fools who would invite a wolf into our house. Moreover, the people of the 100 Treasures realm are used to being humans. They're not interested in being dogs." Zhao Hai's voice wasn't low. It spread throughout the battlefield. His words caused a commotion in the subordinate realms behind the giant spirit realm. Zhu Gufeng's face sank and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was very clear about the lethality of Zhao Hai's words. With Zhao Hai's words, it would be strange if the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm didn't have any ideas. At this point, Zhu Gufeng started paying attention to Zhao Hai. To be able to stir up the emotions of these people with just a few words, he wasn't a simple person. Zhu Gufeng coldly snorted and said, "Compared to backbone, isn't living more important?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Wrong. For ordinary people, living is more important than having backbone." "But who are we?" "We're cultivators. Cultivators need to have backbone. Without backbone, it would be difficult for our cultivation to progress. Moreover, the Fire Weavers are just one of the strongest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. What qualifications do you have to decide the life and death of the 100 Treasures realm?" Zhu Gufeng's expression turned ugly. He coldly snorted and said, "It seems like the Fire Weavers haven't come to this chaotic battlefield for a long time. Someone actually dares to challenge us. Good, good, good. Today, I'll use you to establish my might." Zhao Hai looked up to the sky and laughed, "Establish our might? You think you're worthy? Just because the giant spirit realm invited the wolf into their house, they have already become the enemy of the entire battlefield. Do you think that by using the giant spirit realm as an excuse, you can smoothly enter the battlefield? Stop dreaming. Let me tell you, the 100 Treasures realm is a rock in front of you. If you want to enter the land of chaos, then you'll have to kick this rock away. But you need to be careful, don't break your toes before kicking the rock away." Zhu Gufeng laughed and said, "Good. Kid, you're really arrogant. For so many years, no one has dared to talk to the Fire Weavers like this. You're the first. Today, I'll fulfill your wish." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill." The Fire Weavers behind him couldn't wait any longer. With a loud shout, they rushed towards Zhao Hai and the others. The fire weavers used tamed beasts. These tamed beasts weren't like the large artifacts that Zhao Hai and the others used. These tamed beasts could be said to be as quiet as a virgin and as agile as a fleeing rabbit. As soon as Zhu Gufeng gave the order, the tamed beasts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts. Their movements were incomparably fast. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Do you really think that the 100 Treasures realm is a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch?" After he said that, he waved his hand. But this time, it wasn't the cultivators on the ship that attacked. Instead, Zhao Hai waved his hand as more than 200 needle-shaped artifacts shot out from the 3 large artifacts. These needle-shaped artifacts shot towards the beasts. The speed of the tamed beasts was already strange. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to react this quickly. Moreover, the fire weavers were very confident in the defenses of their tamed beasts. Sometimes, having confidence was a good thing, but having too much confidence wasn't a good thing. The impact of these 200 fake spirit snake needles wasn't small. Although they were made by Zhao Hai to fool Muyu, it has to be said that the Space's products, even if they were knockoffs, they were still knockoffs. Their attack power wasn't bad. Muyu nodded. As soon as the 200 fake spirit snake needles appeared, more than 100 tamed beasts were killed on the spot. At the same time, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts retreated. It seems like they were meant to retreat. At first, Zhu Gufeng didn't care about it. But when he saw Zhao Hai's attack kill more than 100 beasts, Zhu Gufeng's complexion changed. These tamed beasts were raised by the fire weavers since childhood. They were closer to them than brothers. Now that more than 100 of them were killed, how could Zhu Gufeng accept this? Zhu Gufeng's complexion turned pale as he shouted, "Kill them! Tear them to pieces! I want the entire 100 Treasures realm to die without a burial." Zhu Gufeng was truly angry. In his opinion, the 100 Treasures realm would be defeated as soon as they appeared. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to not only ridicule him, but also kill more than 100 tamed beasts. Zhu Gufeng felt his anger rising. He was about to explode from anger because of Zhao Hai. After giving the order, Zhu Gufeng reached out and took out the spear on his back. Then he aimed it at Zhao Hai. When Zhu Gufeng took out his spear, Zhao Hai saw that Zhu Gufeng's spear was different from the ones on Earth. The Mosin rifles on Earth had a bolt. Moreover, the shooter had to pull the bolt. On the other hand, Zhu Gufeng's spear didn't have that kind of bolt. Although he only needed to pull the trigger to fire a bullet, it was a lot more convenient. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that Zhu Gufeng's spear also had a sound. Moreover, the sound wasn't small. With a bang, yellow bullets were shot out of Zhu Gufeng's spear. The speed of the bullets was incomparably fast. As soon as they left the muzzle, they arrived in front of Zhao Hai. However, just as the bullet was about to hit Zhao Hai, it seemed to hit an invisible shield and stopped in midair. Zhao Hai saw that the bullet seemed to be made of brass. It wasn't a pointed bullet, but rather a round one. Although the round head wasn't big, it was still bigger than the bullets that Zhao Hai had seen on Earth. Zhao Hai reached out and grabbed the bullet. Then he carefully looked at it. Zhu Gufeng didn't think that his shot would be blocked. One must know that his bullets had the ability to pierce through armor. Ordinary shields were like paper in front of his bullets. But now, his bullet was easily blocked by Zhao's shield. This caused Zhu Gufeng to be stunned. Zhu Gufeng didn't think that his bullet would be blocked so easily. Now that he saw Zhao Hai looking at his bullet, Zhu Gufeng's eyes couldn't help but shine. His eyes flashed with a cold light. With an intention, the bullet seemed to come alive as it shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He smiled faintly and the bullet was like a bird that had its wings broken. It fell back into Zhao Hai's hand. Zhu Gufeng's expression changed. Naturally, he knew why this was happening. These bullets had a small formation core. Because of their speed, it was impossible for Zhu Gufeng and the others to control them. But once they hit someone, they would be able to control them. Even if they didn't hit someone, they would still be able to control them. Zhu Gufeng wanted to use this method to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect his spiritual force to be erased by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhu Gufeng had no way to control the bullets. Zhu Gufeng wanted to use this method to deal with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect his spiritual force to be erased by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhu Gufeng had no way to control the bullets. Outsiders only knew that the bullets of the fire weavers were very powerful. However, they didn't know that the bullets were very complicated and difficult to make. Because of this, after the first battle, if possible, the fire weavers would retrieve the bullets. If someone died in battle, they would also retrieve their guns. Most of the time, this formation core was used to make it easier to retrieve the bullets. After all, in a real battle, the fire weavers would be very nervous. They wouldn't have the energy to control the bullets. Only those with strong spiritual force would be able to do this. The battle didn't stop just because Zhu Gufeng was in a daze. On the contrary, the battle was still going on, and it was very intense. At this point, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts were no longer retreating. Instead, they gathered together and coordinated their attacks. The people on the large artifacts also began to use their own artifacts to attack. While Zhao Hai was commanding the battle, he was also paying attention to the rifles of the fire weavers. Their rifles also needed to be reloaded. After every 5 shots, the bullets would be replaced. However, they didn't use their hands to change the bullets. Instead, they used their spiritual force to control the bullets and press them into the rifle's chamber. Then they continued to fight. Although this method was very easy, Zhao Hai wasn't optimistic about it. In his opinion, using magazines was the way to go. He wanted to know the secrets of the fire weavers' guns and bullets. However, this wasn't easy to do. The fire weavers were very strong. Moreover, their attacks were launched from a distance. This way, even if Zhao Hai wanted to attack, the fire weavers would be able to react in time and evade. Because of this, besides killing some magic beasts, Zhao Hai and the others didn't make much progress. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to kill the other party's magic beasts. These magic beasts weren't stupid. After being attacked by the fake spirit snake needles, they became more cautious. It wouldn't be easy for the fake spirit snake needles to kill them. But even so, the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm weren't able to gain any advantage. This was mainly because Zhao Hai's large artifacts were too flexible. They were like fish swimming in water, unable to surround the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. For a while, the two sides were in a deadlock. Zhao Hai and the others' attacks were concentrated and flexible. More than 50,000 troops were concentrated on 3 large artifacts. Naturally, their attacks were very powerful. On the other hand, the 3 large artifacts weren't clumsy at all. Even under the pursuit of the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm, they were still able to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Zhu Gufeng was also very distressed. The fire weavers had 3 strongest attacks. The first was the magic beasts, but these attacks didn't seem to have much effect on Zhao Hai. The second was the bullets, but they couldn't break through the defenses of the 3 large artifacts. This meant that their 2 strongest attacks were useless against Zhao Hai and the others. The only thing left was their flame attack. The fire weaver race's flame attacks were very special. Their flames can be upgraded, and the way they upgrade was similar to the space. It wasn't based on the strength of the fire weaver race, but based on what kind of flame they could find. Some lucky fire weavers might be able to find special flames like emanating fire or earth fire. After finding these flames, they would use a secret technique to turn these flames into fire seeds. Then when they use their own abilities, they would be able to use the flames produced by their own fire seeds. Flames like emanating fire and earth fire weren't weak. After thinking about this, Zhu Gufeng immediately put away his spear. Then he waved his hand as green flames flew towards Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. When Zhao Hai saw the flame, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He had never seen a green flame before, but he was still very careful. Zhao Hai's caution wasn't wrong. Zhu Gufeng's flame had a name, it was the Poison Dragon Flame. The Poison Dragon Flame was a very powerful flame. According to legend, this flame was formed after the death of a 5-clawed poison dragon. The flame contained a very strong poison. If it touched a person, even a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't be able to resist the poison in the flame. Furthermore, the Poison Dragon Flame had another characteristic, which was that it was very difficult to extinguish. No matter what it touched, it would immediately burn, and it was very difficult to extinguish. Zhao Hai waved his hand and arranged a lightning net around the three large artifacts. The reason why Zhao Hai used lightning was because there were two things in this world that were the nemesis of all evils. One of them was lightning, and the other was the purifying glass flame. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to use lightning to defend himself. Instead, he used lightning to defend himself. The purifying glass fire only existed in legends. No one had seen it before. It was said that this kind of fire would never be extinguished. Moreover, this fire could burn all evils in the world. No matter what kind of poison or darkness it was, as long as it encountered the purifying glass fire, it would be burned by this fire. Although Zhao Hai wanted to take Zhu Gufeng's green flame into the space, he knew that it wasn't the right time. It didn't take long for the poison dragon flame to hit the large artifact's shield. Once it did, the green flame immediately ignited. But at this time, lightning flashed. However, the green flame was still burning, it was just a bit smaller than before. Zhao Hai knit his brows, he didn't expect the flame to be this hard to deal with. He waved his hand as a bubble appeared. Naturally, this bubble was Bubble. As soon as Bubble came out, he knew what Zhao Hai wanted to do. He turned around and created another layer of water around the shield. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that although Bubble's water made the flame smaller, it still took some time for it to extinguish. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. At this time, Zhu Gufeng saw that Zhao Hai couldn't do anything to his flame. He couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Brothers, use fire to deal with them." He knew that his clansmen had obtained a lot of good fire seeds over the years. If they used these fire seeds, Zhao Hai would certainly have a headache. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Gufeng shouted, the fire weavers who were still using their guns to deal with Zhao Hai immediately reacted. They immediately put away their guns and waved their hands as flames flew towards the three large artifacts. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he received Bubble and covered the Hell King's ship with a layer of innating flames. This time, Zhao Hai wanted to use fire to counter fire. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect happened. As soon as the innating flames appeared outside the Hell King's ship, the green flame seemed to have met its nemesis. It was quickly devoured by the pale whiting flames. Correct, it was devoured. In Zhao Hai's view, when the innating flames encountered the green flame, it was like fire meeting gasoline. Before long, the green flame disappeared, leaving behind only the pale white flame. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, a prompt was suddenly heard from the space. Innating flames successfully devoured a variant flame. Ability strengthened. Flame contains poison, not easy to extinguish. Strong adhesion. Zhao froze for a moment. He really didn't think that the innating fire would have such an ability. Just as he was about to study it further, a prompt suddenly came. Innating fire has successfully swallowed a foreign flame. Ability has been increased. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that this would happen. Then a few more prompts were heard. All of them were about the innating flames devouring other flames. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask Kai, what's going on? I remember that the innating flames didn't have this ability. Kai smiled and said, of course the innating flames doesn't have this ability. This ability was formed after the space leveled up. With the space leveling up several times, as well as the addition of the spiritual root and the giant heart, the innating flame obtained a strange ability. It can devour other flames to strengthen itself. Zhao Hai nodded, but he was also very happy. The innating flame's ability to strengthen was a good thing for him. Most importantly, with the ability to devour, he no longer needed to fear the fire weavers. Zhu Gufeng also discovered this point. He discovered that the flames on Zhao Hai's three large artifacts were slowly dying down. On the contrary, the pale white flames on the large artifacts were burning more and more vigorously. It was clear that the flames weren't released by them. What made Zhu Gufeng even more fearful was that these three large artifacts were covered with pale white flame shields. As long as they encountered a demonic beast, the demonic beast's body would immediately catch on fire. Those demonic beasts would scream miserably as they were burned, and it wouldn't be long before they died. This discovery made Zhu Gufeng's heart turn cold. These beasts were important to the fire weavers. If they were to die, then the impact on the fire weavers would be too great. Zhu Gufeng immediately gave the order to stop using fire. However, it was already too late. Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He waved his hand as the 12 metal beasts and the 8 cyan imperial chariots appeared around him. Then the metal beasts and the chariots immediately rushed towards the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. The metal beasts and the chariots were also on fire. The flames were also pale white. Almost all beasts and humans that came into contact with the flames were set on fire. Moreover, the flames also had a certain destructive effect on the artifacts. Although the flames didn't damage the surface of the artifacts, the spiritual force left behind by the cultivators would be damaged. It was impossible to control the artifacts as freely as before. This discovery startled the subordinates of the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. They immediately took back their artifacts and switched to another one. Fortunately, the flames didn't cause too much damage to the spiritual force inside the artifacts. They only needed to replenish some spiritual force before they could use the artifacts again. This made the subordinates feel relieved. However, the 12 metal beasts were too lethal to the beasts. The beasts didn't dare to touch the 8 cyan imperial chariots and the metal beasts. As long as they touched the chariots, they would be burned by the flames. If they weren't burned by the flames, then they would either die or be injured. Because of this, the beasts could only use spells to deal with the 12 metal beasts and the chariots. Although the artifacts were strong, they weren't very effective against the 12 metal beasts and the chariots. In an instant, the 12 metal beasts and the chariots were rampaging through the army of beasts. None of the beasts dared to block their path. At this time, Zhao Hai commanded the 3 large artifacts to attack. From time to time, fake spirit snake needles would be shot out. These fake spirit snake needles had changed their attack pattern. Now, they were like a large net. They wouldn't target too many people, only a few people or a dozen people at a time. But as long as they were targeted, then very few magic beasts would be able to escape. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Zhao Hai's magic beasts. Zhu Gufeng looked at the 3 large artifacts, the metal beasts and the 8 cyan imperial chariots. His complexion turned pale. He couldn't think of a way to deal with Zhao Hai and the others. He discovered that the fire weaver's attacks were useless against Zhao Hai. This made Zhu Gufeng feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai didn't care about what Zhu Gufeng was thinking. He commanded the 3 large artifacts to attack the giant spirit realm's formation and the fire weaver subordinate realms. The giant spirit realm and the fire weaver realm's small formations were struggling to cope with the attacks. Their casualties were increasing rapidly. Zhao Hai was actually paying attention to the fire weavers. Although it seems like the fire weavers couldn't do anything to them, the fact that the fire weavers were able to run rampant in the 10,000 realm battlefield meant that they had their own methods. If they were underestimated, then the consequences would be very serious. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others' actions, Zhu Gufeng immediately became anxious. He wasn't someone who didn't understand anything. In fact, the 5 realms weren't peaceful. Conflicts were inevitable. Zhu Gufeng was a veteran of many battles. He was just shocked by the sudden change. Now that Zhao Hai and the others were able to come and go as they pleased, Zhu Gufeng calmed down. Zhu Gufeng looked at Zhao Hai and the others and knew that if they wanted to break Zhao Hai's large artifacts, then they couldn't rely on the magic beasts. Zhu Gufeng waved his hand and had the magic beasts retreat. Then Zhu Gufeng went to Batu's side and said, "Batu, Zhao Hai and the others are relying on their large artifacts. As long as you use your giant spirit treasure ship to destroy their large artifacts, we'll take care of the rest." Batu looked at Zhu Gufeng, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Zhu, we don't want to do that. It's just that our large artifacts aren't their opponents." Hearing Batu, Zhu Gufeng couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Not their opponents? You're not joking, right? In the entire 10,000 realm battlefield, if the giant spirit realm were to say that they're second in large artifacts, nobody would dare to say that they're first." Batu looked at Zhu Gufeng, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Zhu, if the giant spirit realm's large artifacts can block the 100 treasures realm's attack, then would we still need to ask you for help? Do you see the giant spirit treasure ship? They weren't refined by the 100 treasures realm. They were the ones who destroyed our giant spirit treasure ship and repaired it." When Zhu Gufeng heard Batu, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew how strong the giant spirit realm's large artifacts were. But he didn't expect the giant spirit realm's large artifacts to be unable to withstand the attacks of the 100 Treasures realm. Looking at Zhu Gufeng's appearance, Batu couldn't help but be disappointed. He was very disappointed with Zhu Gufeng and the others. Originally, he thought that Zhu Gufeng and the others would be able to take revenge for him and the 100 Treasures realm. But now, it seems like Zhu Gufeng and the others were useless. Zhu Gufeng looked at Zhao Hai, who was still moving freely in the array, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and shout, "Assemble!" As soon as the fire weavers heard Zhu Gufeng, they immediately gathered around him. Zhu Gufeng looked at them and said, "Brothers, today is our first fight with the 100 Treasures realm. We can't just retreat like this. What face would the fire weaver race have if we don't retreat? This is the critical moment. Prepare your spear technique." Upon hearing Zhu Gufeng, the fire weavers stared for a moment before their expressions changed. But soon, a cold light flashed in their eyes as they loudly said, "Yes." Then the fire weavers didn't disperse. After the fire weavers dispersed, they immediately gathered together and called their tamed beasts to their side. Then they softly chanted incantations before cutting their wrists and placing their hands on their tamed beasts' heads. Before long, a red light surrounded the fire weavers and their tamed beasts. Then roars could be heard from the red light. After 10 breaths of time, the red light disappeared. But what stood there was no longer the fire weavers, but a half-human half-beast monster. Taking Zhu Gufeng as an example, he fused with the blood jade toad. Now that he had completely fused with the toad, his upper body became very big, about 4 meters tall. His skin was the same as the toad's. But his lower body was already fused with the toad's head. However, the toad's head didn't disappear, its eyes and mouth were still there. It was as if Zhu Gufeng's upper body had grown bigger and was now between the toad's eyes. At this time, Zhu Gufeng was still holding the gun. However, the gun in his hand now looked very small. Zhu Gufeng roared as he moved his hand. The gun in his hand flashed with a red light before it instantly grew bigger. Moreover, the gun also turned into the same color as his skin. Because the gun grew bigger, it looked like he wasn't holding a gun, but a small cannon. The other fire weavers did the same. Then they flipped their hands and took out huge bullets. Each bullet was about the size of a mortar shell. They loaded the bullets into the barrels of their rifles and then pointed the muzzles at Zhao Hai's large artifacts. However, they didn't open fire. At the same time, Zhao Hai noticed the situation and immediately stopped attacking. His 3 large artifacts stopped in midair, facing the fire weavers. At this time, after transforming, Zhu Gufeng shouted, "Fire!" Along with his order, more than 2,000 rifles opened fire at the same time. A loud bang was heard as flames spewed out from the muzzles of the rifles. Huge red bullets flew towards Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts. The speed of the bullets was very fast, but Zhao Hai was already prepared. He felt that if he used his shield to block the bullets, he wouldn't be able to. Because of this, when Zhao Hai heard Zhu Gufeng's order, he immediately waved his hand and changed the appearance of his 3 large artifacts. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a layer of metal plates rose from Zhao's 3 large artifacts, wrapping them up. At the same time, the large artifacts were covered with shields. A layer of earthy yellow on the outside, a layer of aqua blue on the inside, a layer of pale white flame on the outside, and a layer of lightning on the inside. Just as Zhao Hai finished arranging the shields, the bullets hit the shields. The yellow shield was penetrated, then the blue shield was penetrated, and so was the flame shield. Although the lightning shield flickered, it couldn't stop the bullets. The bullets hit the metal plates. Under everyone's gaze, the bullets hit the metal plates and issued dang-dang sounds. However, the bullets were blocked without exception. Zhu Gufeng's expression changed, but he didn't stop. Instead, he shouted, "Load the bullets, again." After he said that, he loaded another bullet into his rifle. Then he raised his rifle. The other fire weavers did the same. After everyone raised their guns, Zhu Gufeng loudly said, "Fire!" Gunshots were heard once again, but the result was the same. Zhu Gufeng's expression changed, but he still shouted, "Again." Then he loaded another bullet and fired again. The result was the same. Although the 3 shots didn't penetrate Zhao Hai's large artifacts, they still pushed Zhao Hai's large artifacts back by more than 10,000 meters. In any case, the 3 large artifacts were still able to block the attack of the fire weavers. After the 3 shots, Zhu Gufeng's expression finally changed. It must be known that this spear technique was the strongest attack of the fire weavers. Even a severed soul expert using this spear technique would be able to fight against an immortal expert. However, this spear technique had a drawback: it couldn't be used for a long time. This spear technique overdrew the life force of the beast to use. It was very powerful, but after using it, the beast would suffer a lot of damage. If it was used too many times, the beast might even die. Moreover, this spear technique also caused a certain amount of damage to the user. After using this spear technique, the user's strength would drop by a level for 7 days. Because of this, the fire weavers wouldn't use the spear technique unless it was a matter of life and death. Naturally, the spear technique was very powerful. The fire weavers had relied on this technique to defeat their enemies many times. However, Zhu Gufeng didn't expect that the spear technique that had always been successful would be useless today. His expression turned ugly. The spear technique couldn't be used more than 3 times at a time. Otherwise, the damage to the beast would be too great. It would be very difficult for the beast to recover. Now that 3 shots were fired, Zhao Hai's large artifacts were still intact. If the fire weavers kept firing, then it would be very difficult for the beasts to recover to their peak state. In fact, using 3 shots this time was already very difficult. This was because the beasts were injured when they fought against Zhao Hai. Now that the spear technique was used, the beasts were injured. It was almost impossible for them to recover to their peak state. Because Zhu Gufeng also noticed this situation, his complexion turned ugly. Then he looked at the people behind him and discovered that their complexion was similar to his. Zhu Gufeng felt bitter in his heart. Then he turned to look at the 3 large artifacts and shouted, "Brothers, no matter what, we can't damage the reputation of the fire weaver race. Everyone, listen to my order. Fire!" Upon hearing Zhu Gufeng, the expressions of the fire weavers changed. They couldn't help but look at Zhu Gufeng in disbelief. Zhu Gufeng didn't say anything as he waved his hand. The red bullets flew up and lined up beside his spear. Then Zhu Gufeng used his spiritual force to insert a bullet into his spear. Then he aimed at Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts. When the others saw Zhu Gufeng's appearance, they knew that Zhu Gufeng was going all out. Rapid shooting meant that they would keep shooting until they ran out of bullets. But now that they were using the fusion spear technique, they weren't shooting until they ran out of bullets. Instead, they were shooting until the beasts died. However, they didn't say anything. It must be known that the fire weaver race's military rules were very strict. If the commander ordered you to advance and you retreated, then you would be severely punished. The other fire weavers also raised their spears. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhu Gufeng immediately shouted, "Fire!" Then he pulled the trigger. Gunshots rang out, and huge red bullets shot towards the 3 large artifacts. The 3 large artifacts were like fortresses being attacked by cannons. They were shaken by the bullets, but the bullets had no way to hit the artifacts. Zhu Gufeng and the others didn't think too much about it. All they needed to do was to shoot, shoot, and shoot. In their eyes, there were only the 3 large artifacts. They didn't think about the life or death of the beasts. They didn't think about how many shots they could make. They also didn't think about what would happen if they couldn't break through the 3 large artifacts. They just kept pulling the trigger. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Hell King's ship. Although the attacks of the fire weavers affected him, it was impossible for them to injure him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very calm. Although Zhao Hai was calm, the cultivators on the ship weren't. These cultivators had their own spiritual force, so they were able to see what was happening outside. After seeing the attacks of the fire weavers, their expressions couldn't help but change. This was because the attacks of the fire weavers were too powerful. They knew that they wouldn't be able to block even 1 shot. But now, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts were able to block so many shots. This made them even more curious about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't doing nothing. He was paying attention to the fire weavers. He wanted to see if there were any changes to the half-human half-beast cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the fire weavers could keep attacking like this for a long time. Before long, Zhao Hai noticed that the beasts below the fire weavers were becoming more and more dispirited. Some of them were even breathing more than they were breathing. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately understood why the fire weavers became so fierce. He sneered as he waved his hand and said, "Transform." As soon as his voice fell, the 3 large magic tools whooshed and turned into 3 small magic tools that were no more than a meter long. No one expected such a change. The people standing inside the artifact thought that they were mistaken because they didn't feel any change in the space inside the artifact. However, they soon discovered that they were right. This was because they could see with their own eyes that huge bullets were flying over their heads. The fire weavers also noticed this change. They stared for a moment, but they didn't stop firing. This couldn't be blamed on them, the change was too sudden. Moreover, because of how fast they were firing, they were already used to it. So while the fire weavers were in a daze, the fire weavers were still firing. Finally, Zhu Gufeng reacted and shouted, "Stop! Quickly stop!" However, he was too late. Of the 2,000 fire weavers, several hundred of them had already died from the consumption of the combined spear technique. As for the fire weavers who died, they turned back into normal people. Moreover, they looked very tired. However, this wasn't over. Just as they turned back into normal people, they suddenly screamed as traces of blood appeared on their chests. Then the blood became bigger and bigger. The fire weavers were killed by the silver needles. When Zhao Hai shrunk the 3 large artifacts, he secretly released the silver needles. This was because he knew that the other side would be able to kill the beasts before they died. Once the beasts died, the fusion state would be broken. Sure enough, once the beasts died, the fusion state would disappear. Not only that, the fire weavers were also weakened. For Zhao Hai, this was a good opportunity. Zhao Hai wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He immediately used the silver needles. This time, Zhao Hai didn't stab the throats of the fire weavers. The silver needles would come in contact with their skin, making it very likely that the fire weavers would discover them. Zhao Hai didn't want to be discovered, so he chose to stab the hearts of the fire weavers. As soon as the fire weavers died, the guns in their hands returned to their original state. The bullets didn't change, but the bodies and the guns disappeared. Zhu Gufeng also noticed this. This was the first time that fire weavers died in battle. Zhu Gufeng was furious as he shouted, "You dare kill my people!" Although they fought fiercely with Zhao Hai, none of the fire weavers died. The ones who died were the beasts. But this time, it was the fire weavers who died. Moreover, hundreds of them died. How could Zhu Gufeng accept this? Zhu Gufeng continued to fire. But now that the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts had shrunk, they were much more agile. It was almost impossible for Zhu Gufeng and the others to hit them with their rifles. After a few more shots, more than 100 fire weavers were turned back to normal due to the death of their tamed beasts. Then they were killed. At this time, Zhu Gufeng felt that something was wrong. However, it was too late for regrets. The beasts in their hands weren't far from dying. At this time, Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts returned to their normal size and rushed towards the fire weavers. Seeing this, Zhu Gufeng clenched his teeth and fired. But before he could fire his 5th shot, his blood jade toad was already dead. Just as Zhu Gufeng returned to his normal appearance, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a wound on his chest. The wound wasn't big, but he could feel that his heart had been completely shattered. Zhu Gufeng smiled bitterly as he coughed up blood. He looked up at Zhao Hai and the others and muttered, "You dare kill my fire weavers? You will die without a burial." Before he could finish speaking, his body tilted and fell down. But then, his body disappeared. Zhu Gufeng was the strongest among these people. If even he died, then there was no need to talk about the others. The fire weavers who were aggressive and filled with gunfire were wiped out in a blink of an eye. When the fire weavers died, Zhao Hai and the others immediately rushed towards the giant spirit realms formation and the subordinate realms. At this time, the subordinate realms of the fire weavers shouted as they turned around and ran. The people from the giant spirit realm also ran. Batu knew that he wouldn't be able to gather his troops, so he could only take the giant spirit treasure ship and run away. Zhao Hai didn't chase after them this time. This was because he obtained a lot of good things today and needed to digest them. If possible, he wanted to equip more people with these guns. And Zhao thought that the best match for this gun would be the undead. Of course, it wasn't the strong undead, but the ordinary undead. The strength of the undead was only at the foundation establishment stage or below. This gun was a perfect match for the undead. Most importantly, besides the muskets, Zhao Hai also thought of something else, and that was the cannons. The magic cannons on his ship weren't very powerful. In the past, they could still be used in the lower realm. But now that they were in the immortal realm, the might of the magic cannons couldn't be praised. Against core formation experts, they would need to use a barrage of cannons to injure them, let alone transcending tribulation experts. The appearance of the fire weavers gave Zhao Hai a glimmer of hope. Although the guns of the fire weavers looked like old rifles, they had a very long range. And after transforming, their range and lethality would increase. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't have his undead use the fire weaver's transformation techniques. However, he could make guns and cannons. As long as he had these things in his hands, along with his huge number of undead, who could be his opponent in the 10,000 realm battlefield, because of this, Zhao Hai didn't pursue this time. He just chased for a short distance before leading his people back to the Octopus Islands. Just as they retreated, Tang Jia and Tang Wen arrived on the Hell King's ship. As soon as they boarded the ship, Tang Jia and Tang Wen laughed and greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also greeted them. Tang Jia and Tang Wen hugged Zhao Hai as they laughed. After some time, the two calmed down. Tang Jia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you're really good. You didn't think that you would be able to eliminate the fire weavers. Why didn't we chase after them?" With the death of the fire weavers, the subordinate realms of the giant spirit realm and the subordinate realms of the fire weavers no longer have the heart to fight. If we chase after them, we might be able to seize the Imperial Spirit Sect's headquarters. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "Don't worry. What's the use of taking the Imperial Spirit Sect's headquarters? We've already managed the Octopus Islands well. If we take the Imperial Spirit Sect's headquarters, then we'll need to rearrange it. Moreover, it's deep in the giant spirit realm's territory. If something happens, then it would be very inconvenient. The fire weavers lost 2,000 people this time, so they definitely wouldn't let this go. We'll wait for them." Tang Jia and the others didn't need to chase after them. They also knew that their main opponent had changed from the giant spirit realm to the fire weavers. The fire weavers were one of the 5 great realms, so it was impossible for them to only have this much strength. Tang Jia was just saying that, but now that he thought about it, he was being reckless. Tang Jia nodded and said, "All right, then we'll return to the Octopus Islands first. Then we'll send a letter to Big Brother Mu so that he won't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as the 3 large artifacts changed direction and flew towards the Octopus Islands. Standing on the Hell King's ship, Tang Jia sighed and said, "It must be said that without these 3 large artifacts, we would have lost today. The Fireweaver's spears aren't easy to deal with. Especially the transformed spears, they're even more difficult to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Of my 3 large artifacts, in addition to liquid silver, I also obtained a set of artifacts from the lower realms. In the end, I decomposed the artifacts and integrated them into liquid silver. These artifacts were transformed from the 12 metal beasts. Besides these artifacts, I also obtained a cultivation method. This cultivation method is the sword formation that I used before. It can be said that before I ascended, I practiced cultivation methods from the cultivation realm. As for the strength of the 12 metal beasts, Brother Tang should have seen it. After integrating the beasts into liquid silver became as hard as diamond and as soft as a stream. Today, I want to see if the fire weavers can break my liquid silver. Naturally, they can't." Tang Jia smiled and said, "No wonder you were able to advance so quickly after ascending. It turns out that you've already come into contact with cultivation methods in the lower realms. Ha ha ha. Good. As long as the fire weavers can't break your large artifacts, then they won't be able to do anything to us." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, "Things aren't that simple. As the saying goes, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. Our method can be used to defend the Octopus Islands. But if the fire weavers really want to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, then this method won't work. The 100 Treasures realm has its own territory. If the fire weavers don't want to tangle with us and directly rush into our territory, then we can only face them head-on. How many people can my 3 large artifacts hold? When the time comes, I'm afraid they won't be very useful. Hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia's heart sank. He knew that what Zhao Hai said was right. If the fire weavers really wanted to attack the 100 Treasures realm, then the 100 Treasures realm could only face them head-on. After all, losing territory would be a huge blow to the 100 Treasures realm's prestige. They might end up like the giant spirit realm who lost control of their territory. The reason why the 100 Treasures realm was able to deal with the fire weavers today was because the fire weavers underestimated them. Secondly, the 100 Treasures realm didn't need to face the fire weavers head-on. They could rely on their large artifacts to deal with the fire weavers. However, if the fire weavers really attacked the 100 Treasures realm, then they would have to fight for every inch of territory. Using this method wouldn't be appropriate. Both sides would have to set up a large formation to fight. Relying on the 3 large artifacts wouldn't be enough. Moreover, although Zhao Hai's large artifacts were strong, if the fire weavers were to attack with 10,000 spears, then it would be difficult for the large artifacts to break through. After all, the fire weavers' large artifacts were pushed back more than 10,000 meters. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jia and said, "Big brother Tang, it's best if you tell the clan that I need a lot of supplies. I got a lot of fire weaver rifles today. I want to copy them. If I can copy them, then we would have the same weapons as the fire weavers. Everyone's fighting strength would increase by a level." Tang Jia nodded and said, "Don't worry." Tang Jia's eyes shone as he grabbed Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, can you really copy the fire weaver spears?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Almost. I can even copy the formation-breaking spirit snake needle, let alone the fire weaver spears. Therefore, I want to give it a try. If I can copy them, then that would be for the best." Tang Jia laughed, then he patted Zhao's shoulder and said, "All right, leave this matter to me. You can rest assured that the family will agree." Zhao nodded and said, "I'm sure the family will agree." Tang Jia didn't understand why Mu Yu valued Zhao Hai before. But now he understood how important it was for the 100 Treasures realm to have someone like Zhao Hai who could decompose and synthesize divergent techniques. After returning to the Octopus Islands, Tang Jia immediately had everyone come out of the 3 large artifacts and return to their residences to rest. However, he didn't expect these people to be unwilling. Tang Jia curiously asked someone and found out that when the Octopus Islands were first built, they weren't very big. Now that tens of thousands of people have arrived, their residences were usually a few people. Some smaller realms might even have a dozen people in their residences. Although this was very lively, cultivators didn't like liveliness. On the other hand, the Hell King's ship was different. In the Hell King's ship, everyone had their own room. Although the room was empty, there was a door. As long as the door was closed, no sound from the outside world could enter. This was equivalent to having an independent space. These cultivators wanted to have a quiet place to cultivate or to summarize their gains and losses after the battle. Because of this, nobody was willing to come out of the large artifacts. Upon hearing this, Tang Jia didn't know what to do. He immediately looked for Zhao Hai and asked Zhao Hai if they could rest inside the large artifacts. When Zhao Hai heard Tang Jia, he stared for a moment before he laughed and said, "All right, brother Tang, you can arrange for them to rest inside the large artifacts. If they don't want to, then they can come out. Right, brother Tang, are the refiners still in the Octopus Islands? I've also prepared several large spaces inside the large artifacts. If they want to go in, then they can go in. This way, it'll be safer if we need to withdraw." Tang Jia stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll arrange it." Zhao Hai stopped him and said, "Brother Tang, I need to study the fire weaver rifles. If there's nothing else, then don't call me." Tang Jia nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything else. You can focus on your research." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and entered his immortal cave. Then he flashed to the space. The space wasn't very busy right now, but the universal manufacturing had already started work. Kair was standing outside, and when she saw Zhao Hai, she immediately flew to his side and said, "Brother Hai, we've redesigned the gun. We've already begun mass production. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Brother Hai, we've already redesigned the gun. Jiao Hai nodded and said, alright, we need to speed up the production of the rifles and equip the undead with them. We also need to study the cannons as soon as possible. Right, what kind of powder is in the bullets? Otherwise, why would they be so powerful? Kyer smiled and said, they added some powders. And the main component of these powders are crystal stones. Aside from crystal stones, there are also other things. When these powders are combined, their power is very great. However, this is mainly due to the small formations at the bottom of the bullet shell. When the powders explode, along with the formations, the power is very great. Jiao Hai nodded. Kyer smiled and said, we also used the universal analytical machine to analyze the powders. Their formulas aren't the best. We can also add some things unique to the lower realms. Moreover, we can also mix crystals with different attributes to make more powerful powders. Because of this, our rifles should be more powerful than the Fireweavers. Jiao Hai was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, right? That's great. By the way, didn't we get some information from the shadows of a few quasi-Earths? We also need to improve the bullets. Don't we need armor-piercing bullets, dummy bullets, and the like? Take them out and use them. Let's see if we can make more powerful bullets. Kyer smiled and said, Big Brother Hai can rest assured, we've already prepared them. The bullets have already been designed. We have 2 universal analytical machines to make bullets and the rest to make guns. Jiao Hai nodded and said, do we have enough materials to make guns? There are a lot of undead in the space. Kyer smiled and said, Big Brother Hai, don't you think too highly of the 10,000 realm battlefield? How many people can there be in the 10,000 realm battlefield? In the 10,000 realm battlefield, a war involving more than 100,000 people would be considered a war. Do we really need to arm all of our undead? My current idea is to make 100,000 guns first. Naturally, the more bullets the better. Moreover, we can use the space's magic formations to make sure that they don't injure people. After that, we can immediately retrieve them without worrying about losing them. After the 100,000 people are equipped with guns, we can make cannons and spare guns. Even if the guns are made from the space, we can't guarantee that they won't malfunction. Jiao Hai smiled and said, alright, I won't ask about these things. You can make your own decisions. What about emotion? Did he wake up? Kyer shook her head and said, he hasn't woken up yet. This is also strange. I don't know what happened to him. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Emotion's situation is somewhat special. Although he cultivates body cultivation methods, they aren't the same as ours. Just let him be, as long as he's fine. Kyer nodded. Then the 2 entered the room. Upon entering the room, Jiao Hai saw Laura and the others looking at the screen. On the screen was a 3-dimensional image of the Hell King's ship. Upon seeing the image, Jiao Hai couldn't help but stare. He looked at Laura and the others and said, What are you doing? Why are you looking at the Hell King's ship? Laura turned her head to Jiao Hai and smiled, Brother Hai, we're going to design the Hell King's ship. After we finish researching the cannons, we'll install them on the ship. Jiao Hai nodded and said, alright. When Jiao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but laugh and said, alright, then I'll take you to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Laura nodded and said, alright, then I'll take you to the battlefield. When Laura and the others heard Jiao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Laura looked at Jiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, are you serious? Are you really going to take us out? Jiao Hai nodded and said, it's time to take you out. You've been following me silently. I can't let you stay in this space forever. With my current strength, even if people suspect me, who would dare to make a move on you? Megan looked excited as she said, when are we going out? Are we going out now? Jiao Hai smiled and said, not now. Let's wait for a while. Actually, there's no point in going out. You can just stay by my side. If there's a battle, you'll have to enter the space. I can't do without your help right now. Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Laura and the others smiled sweetly. Jiao Hai's words were the greatest affirmation to them. Naturally, they were happy. Jiao Hai looked at the group and smiled, you're not weak now. You've reached the nascent soul stage. But you still need to be careful when you go out. Especially if you encounter immortal experts. You should immediately return to the space. The group nodded. They were aware of the might of immortal experts. Moreover, although they weren't weak, they didn't have any combat experience. Although they were at the nascent soul stage, they might not even be a match for a golden core stage expert. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to provoke an immortal expert. Zhao Hai suddenly thought of something. He turned to Kai and said, Kai have the space make some guns like the Fire Weaver race. These guns will be used by the 100 Treasures realm. Right, divide the Fire Weaver race's guns. Those guns aren't very useful to us. Give them to Xianxia and the others. Kai nodded, then she smiled and said, Don't worry, Big Brother Hai, everything has been prepared. In addition to the 2,000 rifles we took from the Fire Weavers, we also made 50 rifles. These rifles are similar to the rifles of the Fire Weavers, but with some modifications, they won't arouse any suspicion. Zhao Hai nodded, he knew what Kai meant. They didn't make too many guns because they didn't want Tang Jia and the others to suspect them. This was also good. At this time, Lizzie smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, you really shouldn't have killed all the Fire Weavers this time. Let some of them go back so that we can monitor them and figure out their next move. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I was too excited at the time and forgot about this matter. Right, how are the tamed beasts? Can we extract something from their bodies to make the magic beasts in the space even more powerful? Kai smiled and said, Brother Hai, don't worry. I've already taken care of this matter. A new batch of space's magic beasts have already been raised. I'm afraid we won't need to wait for the next Fire Weaver attack. The space's magic beasts will be ready to fight. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to Kai and said, How about the Fire Weaver race's cultivation method? What's unique about it? Kai smiled and said, I was just about to tell you about this. The Fire Weaver's fire control is unparalleled. From the time they cultivate to the time they use it, they have a complete set of cultivation methods. Naturally, you don't need to look at the cultivation methods, but you can look at their fire control methods. Their fire control methods are very unique. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Let me take a look at the fire control method. You can continue with your work. Kai nodded, then she took out a book and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the book and sat on the sofa. Meg immediately served him a cup of tea. At the same time, Laura and the others were still discussing how to make the Hell King's ship more beautiful and capable of fighting. Zhao Hai was too lazy to take care of Laura and the others. They had found something for themselves to do. He could do whatever he wanted with the Hell King's ship. Therefore, installing cannons on this ship wasn't a problem at all. However, since Laura and the others wanted to play, Zhao Hai didn't mind. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the Fire Weaver race's fire control method. The Fire Weaver's fire control method was really unique. It can be seen from their cultivation method that the Fire Weavers used fire control as their main method of attack. But later on, there was a deviation in their cultivation. Fire control was placed at the back while guns were placed at the front. When Zhao Hai saw this, he understood why the Fire Weavers were so good at using guns in battle. However, when it came to using fire, they seemed to be lacking. Although there were a lot of fire techniques in the book and the Fire Weavers had studied them, they didn't use them much. They still mainly used guns in battle. First, it was convenient to use guns. As long as the gun had bullets, it could kill. Second, the gun didn't require much spiritual chi or spiritual force. As long as one had enough bullets, the gun could be used continuously. Because of this, the number of Fire Weavers who learned how to control fire decreased. Instead, the number of people who used guns increased. Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to using guns, but he himself didn't want to use them. Guns were very strong, but relying on them too much wasn't a good thing. This wasn't Earth. On Earth, you could be shot down by a gun. But here, if your martial arts were high, a gun in your eyes would just be a stick to burn the fire. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. The guns he made were mainly for the undead. The undead didn't use guns and didn't need to practice. If Zhao Hai wanted them to practice, then they would obediently practice. They were different from the Fire Weavers. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the Fire Weaver's method of controlling fire. It had to be said that they were very unique. First, they would find a high-grade fire and then absorb it into their body. Then they would use their spiritual qi to nourish the fire. When it comes to using fire, their method was similar to compression magic. They would compress the fire and turn it into a solid form. Then they could use it as a weapon to attack the enemy. It must be said that this method wasn't too brilliant. However, one's ability to control the flame must be very strong. Moreover, after the flame was compressed into a solid form, one can engrave some formations on it. This way, the flame can be used as an artifact. Moreover, because the fire was equivalent to their spiritual qi, it was very flexible and had a myriad of changes. Its attack power was extraordinary. However, from this, it can be seen that this method wasn't easy to learn. First, it was very difficult to find a suitable fire. After that, one would need to have a high degree of control over the fire. Ordinary cultivators could use fire attribute artifacts, but they couldn't compress fire. Although the flame was compressed, it was still compressed. Lin Chi steel was still far from it. If he wanted to engrave an artifact into the compressed flame, then it would be a technical job. Lin Chi didn't want to be engraved into the compressed flame. Instead, he wanted to engrave an artifact into it. Moreover, if the number of formations engraved on the fire was small, then it simply wouldn't be enough. If there were too many formations, then the difficulty of engraving would increase. Because of this, learning this method was very difficult. However, this method was useless for Zhao Hai. He had liquid silver, so he didn't need to use this method at all. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai realized that this method had an advantage. It could create a more solid shield around the Hell King's ship. This shield was much stronger than the flame shield. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to study this method. While studying, Zhao made a small flame to experiment. He could control fire himself, and he had also used compression magic before, so it wasn't very difficult to compress the flame. Although it was clearly written on the paper, it was still somewhat difficult to actually use. It only took Zhao about an hour to learn how to compress the flame, but it took him more than 5 hours to learn how to carve the magic array in the flame. Zhao was a bit surprised. But he didn't know how to do it. Zhao only spent about an hour learning how to compress the flame, but it took him more than 5 hours to learn how to carve the magic array in the flame. When Zhao Hai put down the book, Laura and the others had already begun to study the giant spirit treasure ship. They were preparing to engrave the fire into the treasure ship. Zhao Hai looked at them and couldn't help but smile. At this time, Kair came over with a gun and handed it to Zhao Hai. She said, "Brother Hai, take a look at this. This is a fixed gun for our equipment." Zhao Hai took the gun and looked at it. He couldn't help but stare. This was because the gun looked very familiar. This gun was much shorter than the guns used by the fire weavers. It also had a large magazine. The more Zhao Hai looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it before. Zhao Hai held the gun for a while before he suddenly remembered that this gun was similar to the domestic Type 81 assault rifle. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like it. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "Kai, why does this gun look like the Type 81 assault rifle?" Kai smiled and said, "This gun isn't made according to the Type 81 assault rifle. Of course it looks like it." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he gave the gun back to Kai and said, "Alright, you don't need to show it to me. You can try it out. If it works, then use it. Even if you draw a kitty on it, I don't care." When Kai and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, "Right, have you prepared the guns for Tang Jia and the others?" Kai nodded and said, "It's already prepared. Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll go out and take a look. When the time is right, I'll bring you out." The others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he went out of the space. Just as he came out, he heard Kai calling out, "Brother Hai, come back quickly. Emotion is awake." Zhao Hai stared, then he turned around and entered the space. Upon entering the space's villa, Zhao Hai saw Emotion walking out of his room in a daze. It seems like he slept for a long time and still hasn't recovered. Naturally, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to Emotion. Zhao Hai discovered that Emotion's strength seemed to have increased. He looked carefully and saw that emotion strength had indeed increased. From nascent soul stage to transcending tribulation stage. However, since emotion strength increased inside the space, he didn't attract any lightning tribulation. Zhao Hai smiled as he waved his hand. A bolt of lightning struck Emotion's body. Emotion finally woke up. At the same time, he received the bolt of lightning, officially entering the transcending tribulation stage. However, Emotion didn't care about this. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but have black lines appear on his head. He looked at Emotion and said, "All right, if you're hungry, then go eat. Remember to take your food and come with me." Emotion nodded, then he turned around and ran to the kitchen. He picked up a fat chicken and then ran back to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said goodbye to the women who were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Then he left the space. Outside, Emotion gnawed on the fat chicken in his hand and didn't make any noise. Zhao Hai understood that fools have fools' luck. Emotion was treating eating as cultivation. No wonder he was able to level up. In any case, Zhao Hai had plenty of food in the space. If he could become an immortal expert, then it wouldn't be fun. When Zhao Hai came out of his cave residence, he discovered that there were 200 cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm standing guard outside. Zhao Hai recognized 2 of them, they were quite strong. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, the 2 went to hide. One of them said, "Mr. Captain Tang Jia asked you to come out and see him immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mr. Captain Tang Jia asked you to come out and see him." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to guard my cave residence. It's been hard on you." The 2 didn't mind. One of them smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's our honor to guard your cave residence." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he waved his hand and took out 2 jugs of wine. He handed the 2 jugs to the 2 and said, "I don't have anything good to give you. You can have a taste of these 2 jugs of spirit wine." The 2 quickly received the spirit wine and thanked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned around and flew towards Tang Jia's cave residence. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at Tang Jia's cave residence. As soon as he arrived, he saw Tang Jia standing in front of the door. It seems like he was waiting for someone. Zhao Hai landed and asked, "Who is Brother Tang waiting for? Is Brother Mu coming back?" Tang Jia gave Zhao Hai a bad look and said, "I'm waiting for you. Come with me." How did it go? When Zhao Hai heard that Tang Jia was waiting for him, he couldn't help but smile and said, "So it's because of this. Don't worry, it's done. Take a look." Then he waved his hand and took out a gun. When Zhao Hai saw the gun, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He just asked Kai if the replica gun was ready, so he didn't see what it looked like. Now that he took out the gun, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was because the gun was actually a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. He felt like he came to another world to sell his country's weapons. Although he knew that Kai was just messing around, he didn't say anything as he handed the gun over to Tang Jia. Tang Jia looked at the gun and felt that it wasn't quite right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've modified this gun. Look, there's a magazine here, but it's more or less the same. I've made 50 of these guns, but I don't have the materials on hand. The bullets are the same as the ones used by the fire weavers. This time, we obtained a lot of fire weaver bullets, so we can use them." Tang Jia looked at the gun and couldn't bear to part with it. Actually, this gun was different from the Type 56. At the very least, it didn't have a bolt. It was more in line with the situation of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jia's expression and smiled faintly as he said, "Give it a try. There are bullets inside. Right, don't shoot at people." When Tang Jia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he imitated the fire weavers as he aimed and fired. Naturally, the bullet went out and flew very far. Zhao Hai calculated that the effective range of this shot was about 20,000 meters. Within 15,000 meters, if a transcending tribulation expert didn't use any artifacts and only relied on their shields, then it was guaranteed that the shot would take their life. Within 10,000 meters, it could break an opponent's artifact. It was very overbearing. After firing the shot, a bullet flew back and fell into Tang Jia's hand. Tang Jia looked at the yellow bullet and nodded in satisfaction as he said, "Good, with this gun, we don't need to fear the fire weavers anymore." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Besides these 50 new guns, we also obtained 2,000 old guns from the fire weavers. They're all good, so we can use them. However, we don't have enough bullets." After he said that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and took out a book. He handed it over to Tang Jia and said, "This is the refining method for the guns and bullets. Brother Tang can arrange for it to be refined." Tang Jia received the book and nodded to Zhao Hai as he said, "Zhao Hai, I have to thank you. This time, you've made a great contribution to the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Don't say that. Although the guns and bullets are easy to use, refining them isn't easy. Some parts of the guns are too small, so refining them is a bit difficult. You need to be mentally prepared." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia looked strangely at Zhao Hai. Then he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you're really smart. Have you forgotten what kind of weapons the 100 Treasures realm uses? For other realms, making small artifacts might be difficult. But for the 100 Treasures realm, making small artifacts is a piece of cake. Ha ha ha, you can rest assured, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but pat his head. To be honest, he forgot about this. The 100 Treasures realm was famous for their small artifacts. Naturally, they would have a lot of experience in refining small artifacts. It was unnecessary for him to worry about this. However, he still said, "Big brother Tang, I want to make it clear to you. This spear can only be used as an auxiliary weapon. You can't take it seriously. I've asked the fire weaver undead. They were originally focused on controlling fire. If they could control fire well, their power would be greater than this spear. But later on, because of the convenience of this spear, they started to use it instead of controlling fire. The 100 Treasures realm has its own cultivation method. If we put all our energy into this spear and forget our roots, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses." After some time, he looked up at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, little Hai, you're right. This spear is indeed convenient, but we can't forget the basics. I'll immediately report this matter to the realm. But I think that Brother Mu would return soon after receiving these things." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Tang Jia and said, "Little Hai, you're right. This spear is indeed convenient, but we can't forget the basics." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, what I want to study right now is how to make these guns look like cannons. This way, we'll be able to shoot bullets. This way, we'll be more advantageous." Hearing Zhao Hai, Tang Jia's eyes couldn't help but shine as he said, "That's a good idea. How come you haven't studied it yet?" Zhao Hai looked at Tang Jia, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Tang, I only have this idea right now. But this kind of research would take a long time, and I don't have that much time right now. Moreover, researching this thing requires materials, and I don't have any materials right now." Tang Jia smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll prepare the materials for you." "Right, find some refiners and have them research cannons as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and nodded. Miyu walked out of the cave residence and let out a long breath. The elders of the 100 Treasures realm had already decided to send several elders to the other high-grade realms to persuade them to join forces with the 100 Treasures realm in order to repel the fire weavers. If the fire weavers were to reach out, then the other high-grade realms wouldn't be able to live peacefully in the future. Miyu agreed with this decision. Since the fire weavers had no choice but to fight back, he was worried about the situation in the Octopus Islands. If the Octopus Islands are restless, then the 100 Treasures realm would be in a passive position. Right at this moment, a jade sword message suddenly flew in front of him. Miyu took the jade letter and scanned it with his spiritual power. Then, his expression shook and his face lit up with joy. He turned around and ran back into the cave. The cave residence was very large. It was composed of more than a dozen smaller caves. In the middle of the cave residence was a large conference hall. This was the center of the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. The headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm wasn't gorgeous at all. On the contrary, it was very simple. This was a rule set by the first realm lord of the 100 Treasures realm. The headquarters shouldn't be built too well so that future generations would remember the truth. At this moment, several white-haired old men were sitting in the conference hall. The auras of these old men were extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they were all immortal experts. Immortal experts of the other realms generally didn't care about worldly affairs. But the 100 Treasures realm was different. The immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm were required to deal with the affairs of the realm. Every 10 years, there should be at least 5 immortal experts. The immortal experts sitting in the conference hall were the ones in charge of the 100 Treasures realm's affairs. In addition to these immortal experts, there were also several old people sitting in the room. However, they weren't at the immortal stage, but at the severed soul stage. These people cultivated for their entire lives but were unable to reach the immortal stage. However, their strength was still at the peak of the severed soul stage. Their reputation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was very big. In front of these elders, Muyu could be said to be their grandchild. However, his strength was at the top. Moreover, he had an immortal expert as his teacher. Because of this, Muyu's status wasn't low. In fact, the elders had already finished their meeting. The reason why they were still here was to determine who would be going to the other high-grade realms. First of all, the identity of the person needed to be high enough. Not only in the 100 Treasures realm, but also in the eyes of the other realms. This person needed to have a certain amount of prestige. From this point of view, Muyu wasn't qualified. After all, he was a newcomer. Although he was strong, his prestige wasn't something that could be accumulated in a day or two. Therefore, it wasn't appropriate for him to go. One of the old severed soul experts should be chosen. Because of this matter and the fact that Muyu was worried about the situation in the Octopus Islands, he decided to leave first. The people in the room knew what he was going to do, so nobody opposed him. Seeing Muyu return so quickly, the people in the room couldn't help but feel strange. An immortal expert knit his brows and said, "Little you, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Muyu quickly bowed and said, "Master, disciple just received a letter from the Octopus Islands." Little Jia and the others repelled the attack of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Moreover, they annihilated 2,000 Fire Weavers. When the people in the room heard this, they couldn't help but stare. Muyu already told them that the Fire Weavers had already arrived at the Imperial Spirit Realm's headquarters. They were joining forces with the Giant Spirit Realm in order to deal with the Octopus Islands. Everyone was worried about the situation in the Octopus Islands. Fortunately, there were still tens of thousands of people in the Octopus Islands. If the Octopus Islands were to retreat, then the Fire Weavers wouldn't have the confidence to deal with the other realms. But fortunately, there were still tens of thousands of people in the Octopus Islands. It can be said that they didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to defend the Octopus Islands. They just hoped that Zhao Hai and the others would be defeated in a dignified manner. They wanted the other realms to see that the 100 Treasures realm was sincere in fighting against the Fire Weavers. They didn't expect to receive news that Zhao Hai and the others had defeated the Fire Weavers. Moreover, they annihilated 2,000 Fire Weavers. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Muyu's master, Muyao, looked at Muyu and said, "Is this true? Did little Jia personally send the letter?" Muyu nodded and said, "It's true." Little Hai took 3 large artifacts and fought against the Fire Weavers. The spears of the Fire Weavers couldn't do anything to Little Hai's large artifacts. In the end, Little Hai killed them. Little Jia wants the realm to prepare a batch of materials. Little Hai plans to imitate the Fire Weaver's spears. Muyao stared, then his face lit up as he said, "Little Hai can imitate the Fire Weaver's spears?" Almost everyone in the room hadn't seen Zhao Hai before. However, they weren't unfamiliar with his name. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was a genius. Muyu nodded and said, "Yes, that's what Little Jia said." Little Hai is currently researching the Fire Weaver race's spears to see if he can imitate them. However, I think it's possible. He can even make large artifacts like the Giant Spirit Treasure Ship as well as the formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. I think it's best for us to prepare a batch of supplies. As long as Little Jia and the others confirm, we'll immediately send them over. Muyao nodded, then he turned to the other immortal experts and said, "What do you think?" A thin immortal elder stroked his beard as he nodded and said, "Although I haven't seen Zhao Hai's face, he has made great contributions to the Hundred Treasures realm. I don't think he's a person who speaks without thinking. If he said that he can copy the spear, then he can. With the spear, the strength of the Hundred Treasures realm would increase greatly. When the time comes, we wouldn't need to be afraid of the fire weavers. I think it's time for little you to prepare. We don't want to delay the fire weavers when they need supplies. The other elders agreed with Muyu's idea. Muyao turned to Muyu and said, "All right, little you, go prepare the materials. If the Octopus Islands send a letter, make sure to tell us." Muyu nodded before he turned around and left. The Hundred Treasures realm had a lot of materials. After so many years, a realm like the Hundred Treasures realm had a lot more resources than Zhao Hai imagined. If Muyu felt some heartache about using these things in the past, then now he didn't feel any heartache. The Hundred Treasures realm had obtained a lot of artifacts over the years. In addition to that, there were also some ruined artifacts. In the past, these things were useless to the Hundred Treasures realm. Nobody cared about them as they threw them on an uninhabited planet. Now, the Hundred Treasures realm didn't know how much waste there was on that planet. In the past, these wastes were naturally useless. But now it was different. Zhao Hai could decompose these wastes into materials. For the Hundred Treasures realm, these wastes could become treasures. Moreover, the materials they could produce were more than what the Hundred Treasures realm had. Because of this, Muyu didn't feel any heartache about using these materials. However, Muyu didn't know what materials were needed to make the Fire Weaver race's spears. Therefore, he could only prepare more. The Hundred Treasures realm had a lot of materials. It would take some time for Muyu to gather all of them. Unknowingly, a few hours passed. While Muyu was busy gathering materials, a jade sword message arrived in front of him. Muyu received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then he immediately ran out with a happy expression on his face. Before long, he arrived at the conference hall. At this time, there were fewer people in the hall. It seems like everyone else had left. Only the 5 immortal experts were still there. Seeing Muyu come in, the 5 immortal experts greeted him. Muyu gave them a salute before he turned to Muyao and said, "Master, great news. Little Hai can make spears. Moreover, they have been improved. They're even better than the Fireweaver's spears. He's currently organizing people to research how to make cannons." Then he handed the jade sword message to Muyao. After Muyao received the jade sword message, he scanned it with his spiritual force and immediately understood the cause and effect of the matter. Muyao's expression couldn't help but be happy. Then he handed the jade sword message to an immortal expert and said, "Everyone, this is great news. The Hundred Treasures realm has gained another weapon." After the immortal experts read the jade sword message, their expressions couldn't help but change. A thin elder said, "I think we should call Little Hai back to the headquarters. Having him make spears here is much safer than having him make them in the Octopus Islands." Muyao stared, he didn't think about this. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "I think so. If possible, shouldn't we withdraw our people from the Octopus Islands? The Octopus Islands' isolation has always been a problem." This time, Zhao Hai and the others managed to repel the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm, killing 2,000 Fire Weavers. This is enough to show our attitude towards the Fire Weavers. When we negotiate with the other realms, we have a bargaining chip in hand. It's fine to have them come back. The elders nodded. Muyu knit his brows and said, "Master, I think we shouldn't retreat from the Octopus Islands for the time being. With the Octopus Islands, we can attract the attention of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. If we retreat from the Octopus Islands, then the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm would attack our territory. Even if the Fire Weavers don't want to destroy our territory, they would still cause damage to our territory. Moreover, our subordinate realms would also be damaged. Mobilizing troops wouldn't be as convenient as it is now. Because of this, we can't retreat from the Octopus Islands. As far as I know, there aren't a lot of artifacts in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can block the spears of the Fire Weavers. If Little Hai comes back, then there would be no need to defend the Octopus Islands." Muyu nodded, then he said, "But I don't think we should retreat from the Octopus Islands. As far as I know, there aren't a lot of artifacts in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can block the spears of the fire weavers. Mu Yu's evaluation of Zhao Hai was very high this time. To be honest, Mu Yao and the others were only interested in Zhao Hai because of his identity. In other words, Zhao Hai was someone from the world of cultivation. And Zhao Hai was very strong. Because of this, they pulled Zhao Hai into the 100 Treasures realm. This was to show the world of cultivation and the Sioux race that they can follow the 100 Treasures realm with peace of mind. Later on, when they discovered that Zhao Hai had a special ability to decompose and synthesize things, the 100 Treasures realm started to pay attention to Zhao Hai. However, they still wanted to use Zhao Hai as a refiner. This can be seen from the fact that they gave Zhao Hai the title of Grandmaster Refining. Although they recognized Zhao Hai's strength, they didn't put it in their hearts. The 100 Treasures realm was different from the world of cultivation. For a genius like Zhao Hai to appear in the world of cultivation, it was natural for the world of cultivation to focus on nurturing him. It's likely that the world of cultivation would have to rely on Zhao Hai for resources. There were too many geniuses in the 100 Treasures realm. For example, Mu Yu, Tang Jia, and Tang Wen were all severed soul experts at a young age. Even Mu Ping was considered a genius. After all, Mu Ping was younger than them and he was already at the transcending tribulation stage. There were too many geniuses. Naturally, it was impossible to take care of all of them. Unless you were a genius, you would need to rely on those with backing. Mu Yu, Tang Jia, and the others had backing. Because of this, they were now famous young experts of the 100 Treasures realm. They had real power in their hands. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different from Mu Yu and the others. Zhao Hai was specially recruited by the 100 Treasures realm for special reasons. Because of this, his strength wasn't valued by the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao and the others didn't take Zhao Hai seriously before. But now that Mu Yu said this, it seems like without Zhao Hai, the Octopus Islands would fall. This caused Mu Yao to be startled. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "Little Yu, what do you mean? Could it be that without Zhao Hai, the Octopus Islands couldn't be defended? Doesn't little Jia still have 2 giant spirit treasure ships?" Mu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Master, little Jia does have 2 giant spirit treasure ships, but how can those ships compare to little Hai's 3 large artifacts? Xiao Hai's 3 large artifacts can hold hundreds of thousands of people, and they are very sturdy. Compared to Xiao Hai's large artifacts, the giant spirit treasure ship is far inferior." Mu Yao knit his brows and said, "It seems like we really need little Hai to defend the Octopus Islands. However, wouldn't that affect the production of the gun? You should know that this is our main weapon against the fire weavers." Mu Yu replied, "There will certainly be some delays. However, I suggest that we don't transfer little Hai back to the headquarters. At least not right now." Mu Yao knit his brows. At this moment, a jade sword message flew in from the outside and stopped in front of Mu Yao. Mu Yao received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. His expression couldn't help but change as he angrily shouted, "Good, fire weavers. They're really going too far." Everyone looked at Mu Yao in confusion. Mu Yao looked at everyone and said, "The fire weaver race sent 120,000 troops along with the giant spirit realm's 80,000 troops for a total of 200,000 troops. Besides these people, the fire weaver race and the giant spirit realm also sent 5 immortal experts to the Octopus Islands to hunt down Zhao Hai." Mu Yao nodded and said, "That's right." Upon hearing Mu Yao, everyone's expression changed. The expressions of the immortal experts turned ugly. The thin old man had a fiery temper. As soon as he heard Mu Yao, he stood up and said, "Fire weaver race, this old man will go all out against them." After he said that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Mu Yao's expression changed. The fire weaver race, Mu Yao shouted, "Tianan, be honest. Is this the time to be impulsive? Little Yu, immediately send a message to little Jia and the others. We can't stay in the Octopus Islands any longer. Have them return to the headquarters immediately. Remember, have little Hai and the others come back first." Mu Yu nodded and then took the jade sword message. He quickly engraved the message and then sent it out. The jade sword message was sent to the Octopus Islands through transmission formations. Therefore, Tang Jia and the others would receive it soon. Mu Yao didn't care about Mu Yu's actions. Instead, he said, send this message to the subordinate realms as soon as possible. Have them gather at the headquarters through transmission formations. This time, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm have joined forces. They won't be able to resist. We need to withdraw our forces first and then think of a way to deal with it. The other Severed Soul experts nodded and then went to carry out the order. Mu Yao turned to Tang Yuan and said, Tianan, you're already so old. Can't you act more mature? Little Jia and Buwen are doing very well. You're their master. It turned out that this person was Tang Jia and Tang Wen's master, Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan wasn't tall, his temper was extremely fiery. Even though he was an immortal expert, he was still like this. Ordinary people simply couldn't persuade him. However, he only listened to one person, and that was Mu Yao. The two had the same master. Their master was also an immortal expert of the 100 Treasures realm. He was very good to the two. Mu Yao joined the 100 Treasures realm early and was very strong. He also took care of Tang Yuan, who joined later. In the 100 Treasures realm, the two should be surnamed Mu. This was because their master was also surnamed Mu. However, their master and his wife had a very good relationship. Therefore, Tang Yuan followed his wife's surname and changed his surname to Tang. Mu Yao took care of Tang Yuan since he was a child. He was like a brother and a father to Tang Yuan. Because of this, although Tang Yuan had a fiery temper, he still listened to Mu Yao. In the entire 100 Treasures realm, only Mu Yao would dare to talk to him like this. Hearing Mu Yao, Tang Yuan also sat down. Then he turned to Mu Yao and said, Senior brother, the Fire Weaver bastards are already pointing their swords at our heads. If we keep retreating, wouldn't that just increase their morale and destroy our own prestige? Mu Yao stared at Tang Yuan and said, Who said that we're not going to do anything? Let the subordinate realms retreat to the headquarters first, lest they scatter or surrender. Moreover, we can take this opportunity to express our attitude to the subordinate realms that we haven't given up on them. This way, we can gather our forces. When the time comes, we'll have more people in our hands. Then we can deal with them in any way we want. Tang Yuan wasn't a fool. When he heard Mu Yao, he didn't say anything else. Then he turned to Mu Yu and said, Be careful, go and see when little Jia and the others are coming back. We can't let anything happen to them. Mu Yu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Jia's voice was heard, Tang Jia brought Zhao Hai to see the elders. Tang Yuan stared, then he frowned and cursed, Bastard, why did you come back so quickly? Come in. As soon as his voice fell, Tang Jia and Tang Wen came in with Zhao Hai. As soon as they came in, Tang Jia led Tang Wen and Zhao Hai to give a salute to the elders. Tang Yuan didn't let them get up, instead he scolded, Bastard, why did you come back so quickly? If you don't take care of the subordinate realms, then why did you come back? The 100 Treasures realm has never done such a thing. Tang Jia naturally understood Tang Yuan's temperament. So when he heard Tang Yuan, he quickly replied, Master, how could we do that? It's not just us who came back. Everyone from the Octopus Islands came back. Tang Yuan stared, then his face turned angry as he said, Nonsense, little you just passed the news to you. How could you come back so quickly? Tang Jia quickly replied, It's true, Master. Originally, we were going to fight the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Everyone was staying on Little Hai's ship. Therefore, as soon as we received the news, we immediately came back. We used the transmission formation to send Little Hai's ship back. Naturally, everyone came back as well. They're already outside. Tang Yuan stared, then he swept with his spiritual force and discovered that Third Uncle's large artifacts had stopped above the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. People were coming out of them. Tang Yuan stared, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, What's going on? How come they came back so quickly? With the size of these large artifacts, it's impossible for them to be sent back through the transmission formation. Tang Jia smiled and said, Master, Little Hai's large artifacts aren't the same. When they're big, they can become this big. When they're small, they're only about a meter long. When these 3 artifacts are placed inside the transmission formation, they can be used as 3 models. Naturally, they can come back easily. Tang Yuan stared, then he turned to Mu Yao and said, Senior brother, there's such an artifact? How come I haven't heard of it? Mu Yao shook his head and said, I haven't heard of it either. You're Zhao Hai, right? Where did you get this magical artifact? Zhao Hai immediately gave Mu Yao a salute and said, replying to the elder, this large and small artifact came from an artifact I obtained from the lower realms. Later on, I combined that artifact with my liquid silver staff and gained this ability. Because of this, my large and small artifacts can change in size. Mu Yao nodded and said, Elder, you can change the size of your large artifacts. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, I haven't heard of such an exquisite artifact. Which realm did you ascend from? Zhao Hai replied, it's from the Arc continent. However, this artifact doesn't necessarily belong to the lower realms. This is because there's also a cultivation method with it. It should be something from the upper realms. Mu Yao frowned and said, there's a cultivation method? Does it have a name? Asking about someone else's cultivation method was a taboo. However, Mu Yao didn't care. He was an immortal expert. Even an immortal expert would be able to deal with Zhao Hai easily, let alone asking about his cultivation method. Additionally, Zhao Hai was now a member of the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, Mu Yao knew about Zhao Hai's background. Zhao Hai didn't intend to hide it, so he said, the cultivation method is called the Myriad Stellar Transformations technique. Zhao Hai deliberately concealed the words yin and yang. Although this didn't necessarily have any use, the name of the cultivation method was very mysterious. Without these two words, the feeling of the cultivation method was different. If Mu Yao had heard about the Myriad Stellar Transformations yin-yang technique, then he wouldn't care. But if he hadn't, then he wouldn't covet the cultivation method. Don't harm people, but don't let your guard down. Zhao Hai had just arrived in the 100 Treasures realm, and Mu Yao was an immortal expert of the 100 Treasures realm. He held real power in his hands. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't afford to offend such a person. Whatever Mu Yao asked, Zhao Hai would answer. However, the answers he gave were reserved. The cultivation realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you take a fancy to someone else's good stuff, then you can rob them. Conversely, if someone else takes a fancy to your good stuff, then they can rob you as well. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of people robbing him. But if Mu Yao wanted him to hand over the Myriad Stellar Transformations yin-yang law, then he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he was now a member of the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to handing over the Myriad Stellar Transformations yin-yang law. It's just that he hasn't learned it yet. If he handed over half of it and Mu Yao found out, then Mu Yao would question him. But the problem was that he didn't know how to do it. But even if he said it, nobody would believe him. On the contrary, he would offend Mu Yao. Therefore, Zhao Hai changed the name of the Myriad Stellar Transformations yin-yang law to make it sound less mysterious. If Mu Yao hadn't heard of it before, then he wouldn't ask about it as soon as he heard the name. This would save Zhao Hai a lot of unnecessary trouble. Zhao Hai was actually just giving it a try. If Mu Yao continued to ask, then he would tell him everything. As for whether Mu Yao would believe him or not, there's nothing he could do. But since he had a good relationship with Mu Yu and Tang Jia, then Mu Yao wouldn't make things difficult for them. Hearing Zhao Hai mention the name of the cultivation method, Mu Yao frowned and said, I've never heard of the Myriad Stellar Transformations technique. Have you heard of it, Tianan? Tang Yuan also shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. It's possible that the great cultivator was defeated and fell to the lower realms. The 10,000 realm battlefield has all kinds of cultivation methods and artifacts. It's also his fortune that Little Hai was able to obtain this cultivation method. Mu Yao nodded and said, this is also your good fortune. But this refining method, Little Hai, can you teach it to the refiners? It's exactly what the clan needs. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, Elder, it's not a problem to teach this method to the people of the realm. It's just a few formations. However, refining this kind of artifact requires special materials. These materials aren't available in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Mu Yao nodded. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, then this method is useless? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it can be used. But without the materials, the artifact can't be shrunk too much. Take the giant spirit treasure ship for example. With these artifacts, it can be shrunk to a tenth of its original size. However, it can still carry a lot of people. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao nodded and said, shrinking it to a tenth of its original size isn't bad. Alright, you can write down the method. Don't worry, the clan won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. There was indeed such a method. Moreover, these artifacts weren't rare in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was just a matter of adding a few magic formations to them. It must be said that this method wasn't unheard of in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was just that people used this method on offensive and defensive artifacts instead of flying artifacts. Moreover, the formations used on flying artifacts were different from those used on ordinary artifacts. However, it wasn't difficult to create. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai's expression. Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and quickly recorded the information inside. Before long, Zhao Hai held up the jade slip and said, "Immortal, the method is inside." Mu Yao nodded and said, "The method is inside." Mu Yao nodded and took the jade slip. He scanned it with his spiritual force and found that the information inside was very detailed. Moreover, the formations weren't anything special. It's just that the order of the artifacts was very eye-catching. Although Mu Yao wasn't an expert in refining, he still had a good eye. He looked at Zhao Hai and felt that this method was real. Then he withdrew his spiritual force and nodded to Zhao Hai, "Very good. Little Hai, you've made great contributions to the family. Tell me, what do you want?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, Little Hai." When Zhao Hai heard Mu Yao, he couldn't help but stare. He felt that Mu Yao's reward wasn't sincere. Otherwise, why would Mu Yao ask him what he wanted? Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Mu Yao knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, don't think too much. If this old man wants to reward you, then naturally I'll reward you. It's just that you're too mystical. Everything you do is beautiful. If I reward you with something useless, then it wouldn't be good. Tell me, what do you want? This old man will give it to you." Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai's face turned red. He immediately said, "Then this Zhao Hai thinks Elder. Elder, because this kid has a divergent ability, I like to collect materials. Whether it's herbs or ores, as long as this kid hasn't seen them before, then I'll collect them. I want the herbs, but I don't care about the ores. I just want the Elder to reward me with some materials." Mu Yao stared for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Good, good. Kid, you're very considerate. Alright, I can't give you the herbs right now, but I can give you the materials. However, you'll have to go get them yourself. Little Hai, you should know that the 100 Treasures realm has wasted a lot of materials in the past years. All of these materials are on a planet. Since you have a divergent ability, you can go to the planet and extract the materials. This old man doesn't care how many materials you get from the planet, as long as you hand them over to the 100 Treasures realm, it'll be fine. Are you willing?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "That's right. Are you willing?" This doesn't sound like a reward. Instead, it sounded like Zhao Hai was working hard. But those who knew the details knew that this reward was too heavy. The 100 Treasures realm's waste planet was already filled with waste. If Zhao Hai went there, with his ability to decompose, how many good things could he get? Even if it's impossible to calculate, Mu Yao didn't tell Zhao Hai how much he would hand over to the realm. In other words, no matter how much good things Zhao Hai gets, as long as he hands over a little bit, the rest would be his. Just thinking about this number made people excited. Unfortunately, these things were useless to others. They were only useful to Zhao Hai. Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He thanked Mu Yao and said, "I thank Elder for the reward." Mu Yao nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're going, but I heard that you're developing cannons. This matter cannot be put down. This matter is very important to the 100 Treasures realm. Right, since you can block the Fire Weaver spears, can you make artifacts that can block them as well?" Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Elder, this is difficult. The Fire Weaver race's spears aren't easy to block. The reason why my artifact can block the Fire Weaver race's spears is because of some special materials. However, these materials aren't easy to find in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I can only try." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Then give it a try." If you can't, then this old man won't blame you. Little you, send Zhao Hai to Yan planet. Muyu nodded, then he led Zhao Hai and the others out. Outside, Muyu turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're very lucky. Yan planet is a place where the 100 Treasures realm throws away their waste. After so many years, who knows how much waste has been stored there. Master didn't tell you how much you need to hand over to the 100 Treasures realm. Just take as much as you can, don't be polite. Don't be shy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright. Ha ha ha, I won't be polite. Muyu smiled and said, Kid, don't be complacent. You can't let go of the spears and cannons. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm are currently gathering their armies towards us. At the same time, the other realms have yet to make a move. These spears are very important to us. You can't just get those things and forget about them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't forget about them. Let's go. First, send me to Yan planet. I already have a general idea about the cannons. I should be able to make them soon. When the time comes, you can have the refiners refine them. When I arrive at Yan planet, I'll also make the spears. Once I'm done, I'll send them back to the headquarters through transmission formations. Muyu nodded and said, Then let's go. Although Yan planet is a waste planet, it's still guarded. It also has a transmission formation. But that place will be yours in the future. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, That's great. But Big Brother Mu, you have to be careful when fighting against the Fire Weavers. Their spears aren't to be trifled with. As the three talked, they arrived at the transmission formation. The transmission formation plaza of the 100 Treasures realm was very large. At a glance, it was about 10,000 meters long and wide. From time to time, there would be flashes of white light coming from inside. Zhao Hai turned to Muyu and said, Big Brother Mu, my trip to Yan planet is only temporary. As soon as the Fire Weavers arrive, inform me immediately and I'll come back. Although the reward is good, I still need to take care of business. Muyu smiled and said, Kid, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely let you come back. You'll have to go to Yan planet in the future. I'm afraid that Yan planet will be under your management in the future. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's better if it's under my management. But this is my first time there. Do I need any proof? Didn't you say that there's someone watching over the place? Muyu laughed and said, Kid, you're smarter than anyone else. And if you're stupid, you're also stupid. Do you think that place is a good place? Apart from you, who else would treat that place as a treasure? Those who go to see Yan planet are mostly old people who don't want to fight. The one guarding there now seems to be old Jiang. That old man has long wanted to go home and enjoy his life, but he has been left in that place. He has a lot of opinions. Every year, he will go to the outer realm to make a fuss. If you go now, he will be overjoyed. What proof do you need? Just go. When Zhao Hai heard this, he laughed and said, That's good. Then let's go and take a look. The Fire Weaver army should arrive in a few days. Right, Brother Mu, do you need my help? Mu Hai nodded and said, Alright, let's go take a look first. Muyu frowned and thought for a moment before he said, Little Hai, can you lend me your 3 large artifacts? Right now, the lower realms are sending people to the headquarters. But you should know that it would take some time for them to reach the headquarters. If we use these 3 large artifacts, then it would be much more convenient. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, let's go to the headquarters. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, I'll leave the 3 large artifacts behind. If you want them to shrink, just tell them to be small. If you want them to be big, just tell them to be big. Muyu's eyes lit up as he said, Alright, then it's settled. I won't be accompanying you. There are too many things to do right now. Zhao Hai nodded, then he entered the transmission formation. Muyu made some adjustments before a white light flashed and Zhao Hai disappeared. Seeing that Zhao Hai was gone, Muyu immediately returned to the conference hall. Mu Yao and the others were still there, but they were currently discussing how to deal with the Fire Weavers. It would take some time for the Fire Weavers to reach the headquarters. This was also the reason why Mu Yao was relieved to have Zhao Hai go to Yan planet. However, the people they sent to lobby the other realms had just been sent out. this lobbying process would take time. If the Fire Weavers arrived before the other realms sent their troops, then the 100 Treasures realm would have to face the giant spirit realm and the Fire Weavers head-on. Mu Yao and the others were sly old foxes. Naturally, they wouldn't leave their fate in the hands of others. Therefore, they were prepared for the worst. Seeing Mu Yu come in, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Did Little Hai send them over?" "What did he say?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "He's very happy. Master, I've already borrowed 3 of Little Hai's large artifacts. We can use these artifacts to receive the people from the various subordinate realms. This way, we'll be able to move much faster." Hearing Mu Yao raised an eyebrow and said, "Little Hai actually lent them to you? This kid is quite interesting." Mu Yu smiled and said, "Master, Little Hai is very good. He has a great enmity with the giant spirit realm. Moreover, he's very close to me and Little Jia. He's also very concerned about the affairs of the realm. Master doesn't need to worry about anything." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, Master knows what to do. Go and bring the people from the subordinate realms to the headquarters as soon as possible. Tell them that as long as they survive this crisis, the realm will reward them greatly. If they want to join the enemy, they don't need to be polite." Mu Yu nodded, then he turned around and left. Tang Yaoan looked at Mu Yao and said, "Senior brother, this Zhao Hai is really a talent. If he's properly trained, he would be a great help to the clan." Mu Yao nodded and said, "I know. This kid is a talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become friends with Little Yu and Little Jia in such a short time. You should know about Little Yu and Little Jia's temperament. They're very arrogant. If Zhao Hai doesn't have any means, then how could he become friends with them? This is a good thing. Forget it, let him be. As long as he's loyal to the clan, we will naturally give him status." The several immortal elders nodded. Mu Yao's words were exactly what they were thinking. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai appeared on a transmission formation. The transmission formation wasn't very big, only about 10 meters wide. Zhao Hai looked around and discovered that the transmission formation was in a valley. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have their transmission formation in a place like this. But just as Zhao Hai was about to move forward, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the mountains on both sides of the valley in amazement. The mountains on both sides of the valley were very tall. Moreover, they were continuous and undulating. He couldn't see the end of them. The reason why Zhao Hai was shocked was because these mountains weren't made of earth or stone. Instead, they were made of scrap metal. The entire mountain was made of scrap metal. This was too terrifying. How much scrap was needed to make such a tall mountain? Moreover, it wasn't as simple as a mountain. This was a mountain range made of scrap. Just as Zhao Hai was looking around, a shout was suddenly heard, "Kid, why didn't you inform this old man that you're here? You made me wait." Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice and saw an old man with white hair flying in the distance. Before long, he landed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai discovered that the old man wasn't very tall, but he was very fat. His hair and beard were white, and there were also age spots on his face. However, his eyes were still shining brightly. Zhao Hai stepped forward and gave the old man a salute. Just as he was about to speak, the old man immediately said, "Are you here to replace me? You're so young, yet you don't have any ambition. Instead, you came here to do this kind of work." "Humph. But this old man doesn't want to talk nonsense with you. Kid, I'll leave this place to you." Then without giving Zhao Hai a chance to speak, the old man entered the transmission formation and disappeared with a flash of white light. Zhao Hai stood there in a daze. He really didn't know what to say. This old man was too anxious. He didn't give him any chance to speak and just left. Zhao Hai looked around and saw all kinds of wasted materials. Some of these materials still looked like metals, but some were completely unrecognizable. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to decompose the materials. Instead, he flew up and slowly circled the planet. He wanted to see if there was really no one on this planet. This planet was very big. Even with Zhao Hai's speed, it took him a few hours to go around it. After going around the planet, Zhao Hai's heart was filled with shock. The entire planet was filled with all kinds of wastes. There was also an immortal cave on the planet. This immortal cave was left behind by the old man. That old man should be the old Jiang that Muyu mentioned. Old Jiang's immortal cave was also built on a mountain of wastes. It wasn't small, but it definitely wasn't comfortable. Zhao Hai didn't go to the immortal cave at all. After patrolling around Yan planet, his body flashed and entered the space. Laura and the others were currently busy. Zhao Hai asked, "How is it?" Zhao Hai wasn't asking about Yan planet. He was asking about something else. When Zhao Hai and Muyu went to the transmission formation, they left a lot of silver needles there. In addition to the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts, they could also produce silver needles. Zhao Hai wanted to use these needles to collect more places on the space's map. Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, everything is going well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Kai and said, "Kai how are the cannon's blueprints?" Kai nodded and said, "It's already been designed. There are two types of cannons. One is a mortar while the other is a cannon. Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Give the mortar blueprints to Brother Muyu and the others. We'll keep the cannon blueprints." "Right, think of a way to integrate the cannons with the Hell King's ship and the other large artifacts." Kai nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Now that we've arrived at a treasure land, it's natural for us to collect more things. This time, we don't need to be polite. Let's take 1/10 of it first." Kai understood what Zhao Hai meant. Yan planet was a treasure land for them. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. Kai nodded, then she smiled and said, "I'll leave 1 machine gun, 1 cannon, 1 bullet, and 1 cannonball. The rest can be used to decompose the materials. This is too easy for the machine." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, then I'll go out and collect as much as I can. After that, you can leave some of the necessary materials behind. As for the rest, put them outside." Kai nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he came out of the space. Then with a wave of his hand, a spatial rift appeared and went straight towards the mountain of waste. The pile of waste materials immediately disappeared. The universal manufacturing machine in the space immediately started to work. The waste materials were immediately decomposed into various materials and stored. At this point, there was only Zhao Hai on Yan planet. Naturally, Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted. Before long, the mountain was emptied by Zhao Hai. All kinds of materials were piled up inside the space. At the same time, a lot of cannons and mortars were produced. Naturally, there were also mortar shells. After collecting the mountain, Zhao Hai stopped for a moment. Then with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip, a mortar, and several shells. Then he went to the transmission formation and placed the things inside before activating it. With a flash of white light, the items disappeared. Zhao Hai no longer paid attention to them. At this time, the transmission formation of the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters was very lively. People were coming in and out from time to time. Those who came in were people from the subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures Realm. Those who left were mostly people from the 100 Treasures Realm. However, there was a formation that hasn't been touched. There were even people guarding it. This made the people who entered the 100 Treasures Realm very curious. A person from a subordinate realm whispered to a person from the 100 Treasures Realm, "Lei Peng, where does that formation lead to? Why are there people guarding it? I remember that this wasn't the case when I came here before." Lei Peng looked at the transmission formation and smiled faintly as he said, "That one is for Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. hasn't been in the headquarters recently. But Brother Muyu said that nobody can use it. He said that Mr. Zhao Hai has a use for it." When the subordinate heard Lei Peng, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Lei Peng and said, "Didn't Zhao Hai just join the 100 Treasures Realm? I've heard of him before. Is he strong? Mr. Muyu values him that much?" Lei Peng smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai isn't just strong. I also just came back from the Octopus Islands. During this time, I followed Brother Mu and Mr. Zhao Hai to fight the bastards of the Giant Spirit Realm. In the end, we even fought against the Fire Weavers. Ha ha ha. It must be said that fighting alongside Mr. Zhao Hai is very satisfying. Others can't hit us, but we can beat them up." As he said that, a white light flashed from the small artifact. Then a black iron pipe, a few iron lumps, and a jade slip appeared in the formation. When the people guarding the formation saw that something had appeared, they didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately took the thing and flew away. Lei Peng and the people from the small realm saw this. The people from the small realm didn't understand, so they asked Lei Peng, what's going on? Isn't it just an iron pipe? Why do they look so nervous? Lei Peng looked at the person and smiled faintly as he said, it does look like an iron pipe, but it was sent by Mr. Zhao Hai. Not to mention an iron pipe, even an iron rod wouldn't be underestimated. Alright, let's go. We don't need to waste too much time here. The transmission formations are very busy right now. The subordinate nodded and then followed Lei Peng with a suspicious expression. Muyu was very busy right now. He, Tang Jia, and Tang Wen were carrying the large artifacts left behind by Zhao Hai. They were heading to the distant subordinate realms to receive the people from the subordinate realms. With these 3 large artifacts, the speed of receiving people was naturally much faster. However, he couldn't stay in the headquarters any longer. Fortunately, before he left, he had instructed his people to leave the teleportation formation behind and leave someone to guard it. He also told the guard that as long as something appeared in the teleportation formation, no matter what it was, they would immediately send it to the elder. Muyu's status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. Naturally, nobody dared to say anything and immediately agreed. Because of this, when the guards saw the jade slip and the mortar, they didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately took these things to the conference hall. Mu Yao and the others were currently listening to various reports in the conference hall. From time to time, they would give instructions. At this time, the guards arrived and handed the things over to Mu Yao. Mu Yao looked at the mortar curiously before picking up the jade slip. Then he scanned it with his spiritual force. Naturally, the jade slip contained the refining method of the mortar. It was written in great detail. It must be known that Zhao Hai's mortar didn't have a mount. This was because there was no need for it. When the mortar is fired, there would be some recoil. However, this recoil was nothing to cultivators. Because of this, Zhao Hai's design didn't have a mount. Instead, it had a handle on the barrel to make it easier for the user to hold it. However, the shell was similar to a mortar. Zhao Hai didn't need to make any changes. Originally, the fire weavers used bullets that needed to be fired. On the other hand, the mortar shell was triggered. The two were very different. Mu Yao nodded, then he handed the jade slip to Tang Yaoan and said, "You should take a look. This Zhao Hai is really talented." Then Mu Yao waved his hand as the mortar appeared in his hand. Of course, the cannon wasn't as simple as a metal tube. There were plenty of magic arrays inside it. These magic arrays were like invisible accelerators that boosted the cannonball's trajectory, allowing it to shoot farther and more powerfully. Mortar shells were exploding shells. But Zhao Hai's mortar shell was thick. There were also small artifacts inside. After the shell explodes, it would cause a second round of damage. It was very tyrannical. Zhao Hai continued to decompose materials. At this point, there was a large empty space on Yen planet. Naturally, the ground was also filled with all kinds of metals. These metals were made into ingots that were very conspicuous on the ground. Naturally, the materials on the ground were very common. There were also some special metals that Zhao Hai didn't place here, he just stored them inside the space. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't store all of them inside the space. He left some outside. At this time, the space was making guns and cannons. However, the guns that Zhao Hai was making were for the people of the 100 Treasures realm. The processing machine for the cannons was already used to decompose materials. Only one machine was left to produce artillery shells. Zhao Hai was very calm. His current movements were somewhat mechanical. He kept moving forward and taking piles of waste materials into the space. While Zhao Hai was moving forward, a ding-dong sound was suddenly heard. An unusual voice was heard, "Special metal plant detected. This plant absorbs metals to survive. It is very tough and can increase the strength of all metals in the space." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately had Kai take out the metal plant. The metal plant was very ordinary, it wasn't very tall, it had a light green color and a metallic luster to its leaves. It looked like a plant made of metal, it didn't look like a living plant. Zhao Hai looked at the plant curiously. He discovered that the plant looked like a bone plant. Bone plants looked like they were made of bone, while this plant looked like it was made of metal. Zhao Hai immediately had Kai analyze what the plant could do. However, the result was that the plant could be used to increase the strength of artifacts. As for what other uses it had, it couldn't be analyzed. This didn't mean that it didn't have any other uses, it just meant that the plant had other uses. However, Zhao Hai's level was too low, so he couldn't analyze it. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this result. However, he didn't take it to heart. Since the plant had a use, then there was no need to keep an eye on it. He just needed to find a place to plant it. What he needed to do now was to decompose the waste materials into materials. To be honest, there were some good materials in the waste materials. Some of these materials were very rare in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, these materials were found in the lower layers of the waste. As for when they were found, even the people of the 100 treasures realm wouldn't know. At this time, Zhao Hai had more than 1,000 kinds of materials in the space. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. At this time, Zhao Hai was only able to convert about 1,000th of the waste materials into materials. At the same time, the refiners in the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters were also working hard to produce guns, cannons, bullets, and shells. They didn't have time to carefully refine these things. They were using a crude refining method. Piles of materials were placed in a furnace formation and then refined. What followed was a pile of waste materials. Originally, the refiners could refine small artifacts with a success rate of about 10%. But now, their success rate was less than 1%. Naturally, the low success rate was accompanied by an increase in speed. What used to be 1 refinement time was now 5 times. If it was in the past, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be so extravagant. But now, they couldn't care less. First, it was because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to decompose the waste materials. Second, they didn't have much time. They needed more weapons. Although Zhao Hai was decomposing materials on Yan planet, he was still aware of the situation outside. In fact, he no longer needed to produce cannons. He only produced a few cannons. The time he saved was spent on producing cannons. The cannons that he produced were for Muyu and the others to see. He didn't need to use them himself. This was because liquid silver could make cannons, so there was no need for Zhao Hai to produce them. At this time, Zhao Hai was producing guns and bullets. The production of guns was very smooth, and the production of bullets was even smoother. At this time, there were nearly 100,000 guns and bullets in the space. Zhao Hai planned to produce more guns before he stopped and focused on producing bullets and shells. After 7 days, Zhao Hai had already turned 1/5 of the waste materials on Yan planet into materials. Muyu and the others wouldn't believe the speed. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to do this. This was because the armies of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had arrived in the 100 Treasures Realm's territory. Although the armies of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm arrived in the 100 Treasures Realm's territory, it didn't mean that they had arrived at the headquarters. On the contrary, they only arrived at the subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures Realm. It was just that they were discovered by the 100 Treasures Realm scouts. It would take a few more days for the army to arrive at the headquarters. Although there were still a few days, the 100 Treasures Realm was already on full alert. All the guns that were produced were distributed to the people. The 100 Treasures Realm also began to mobilize. A large number of people from the 100 Treasures Realm arrived at the 10,000 Realm battlefield. On the periphery of the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters, camps were set up one after another. These camps weren't very big. Besides defensive formations, there were also transmission formations. These camps were mainly to prevent the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm from launching a direct attack on the headquarters. In each camp, there were 1,000 soldiers as well as 10 mortars. Altogether, there were 20 camps like this guarding the headquarters. Zhao Hai also knew that the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had entered the 100 Treasures Realm's territory. However, he didn't care about it as he continued to decompose materials on Yan planet. Muyu also didn't look for Zhao Hai. In addition to decomposing materials, Zhao Hai also gave me you 1,000 rifles as well as 100,000 rounds of ammunition. This was a huge supplement for the 100 Treasures realm. As time passed, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm got closer and closer to the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. At this time, the people that the 100 Treasures realm sent out to persuade the high-grade realms didn't make much progress. The high-grade realms seemed to be waiting for something. They didn't immediately agree to send troops. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm was mentally prepared for this situation. While they increased their efforts to persuade the high-grade realms, they were also fully prepared for the battle. Besides ordinary cultivators, the 100 Treasures realm now had more than 1,000 immortal experts from various realms. Among them, the 100 Treasures realm had more than 100 immortal experts. They were worthy of being high-grade realms, their foundation was really deep. As for the low-grade realms, they began to fully cooperate with the 100 Treasures realm. For these low-grade realms, this was an opportunity. As long as the 100 Treasures realm wins and defeats the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm, their realms would be able to obtain more territory. More territory meant more resources. With more resources, they could cultivate more experts. As long as they have more experts, their realms would be able to reach a higher level. Finally, half a month after Zhao Hai entered Yan Planet, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm arrived at the periphery of the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. They began to attack the 100 Treasures realm's small camps. At this time, 50 small camps had been set up around the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Each camp had 1,000 people and 10 mortars. After the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm entered the range of the small camps, the people in the small camps began to attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm were obviously unprepared for this attack. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to use rifles to attack them. They didn't expect the Fire Weaver race's unique rifles to appear in the hands of the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, there were so many of them. Before long, the Fire Weavers increased the intensity of their attacks on the small camps. In their view, the 100 Treasures realm spears were the biggest threat to them. For the Fire Weavers to have their current status, the importance of spears couldn't be underestimated. Now that the 100 Treasures realm had a lot of spears, the Fire Weaver's status became a serious threat. Therefore, the Fire Weavers didn't hesitate to eliminate the 100 Treasures realm. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they thought. The rifles of the Fire Weavers weren't to be trifled with. They were very powerful. Don't think that Zhao Hai could block the bullets with his large artifacts. Others could do the same. However, this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai was able to block the bullets with his large artifacts shields because they were stronger than ordinary shields. But Zhao Hai was using his full strength. Now, the rifles in the hands of the 100 Treasures realm were better than the rifles of the Fire Weavers. They had a longer range and greater lethality. Encountering such resistance, it was very difficult for the Fire Weavers to take a step forward. Although the Giant Spirit realm was also working with the 100 Treasures realm, the Giant Spirit realm didn't have guns in their hands. Some transcending tribulation experts who rushed forward to fight the 100 Treasures realm would often die in the hands of the 100 Treasures realm. Even the people from the Giant Spirit realm with powerful defensive artifacts couldn't do much damage to the 100 Treasures realm's camp once they entered the range of their artifacts. The Fire Weavers also discovered that besides rifles, the 100 Treasures realm also had cannons. These cannons had a wide range of attack and were very powerful. They couldn't understand how the 100 Treasures realm managed to get their hands on these cannons. Even if they used their own rifles, their bullets wouldn't be as powerful as these cannons. Where did the 100 Treasures realm get their hands on these weapons? The appearance of rifles and cannons in the hands of the 100 Treasures realm changed the fighting style of the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the past, the fighting style of the 10,000 realm battlefield was to use ordinary artifacts. Both sides would set up a formation and attack each other. If one side couldn't hold on, then they would retreat and the other side would chase after them. However, the appearance of rifles and cannons was a huge threat to the transcending tribulation experts. Transcending tribulation experts couldn't get close to the enemy and could only take a beating. This was a serious blow to the morale of the 100 Treasures realm cultivators. With a flash of white light, a jade sword message appeared in the transmission formation. Then the jade sword message flew in a certain direction. After passing through several metal mountains, the Jade Sword message appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the Jade Sword message, then he smiled faintly and said, "I should be here soon." Then he sent his spiritual force into the Jade Sword message. Sure enough, it was a message for him to return to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. It has been 5 days since the Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm exchanged fire with the 100 Treasures Realm. Although the 100 Treasures Realm's army tried their best to resist, they were still able to eliminate 30 of their 50 camps. The Fire Weaver and Giant Spirit Realm's army were about to reach the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Although Zhao Hai was aware of this situation, he didn't go back. Instead, he continued to decompose the wastes on Yen Planet. At this point, he had already decomposed about a third of the wastes on Yen Planet. This number was less than he expected. This was mainly because the amount of wastes on Yen Planet was much more than he expected. In the end, Yen Planet was full of canyons. The canyons that were naturally formed have been filled up. And the materials that were decomposed from the canyons were materials that were already extinct in the 10,000 realm battlefield. At this point, the people from the various realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield had learned to protect the things here. They wouldn't take everything clean. However, the people who entered the 10,000 realm battlefield in the beginning didn't have this idea. They just went all out to grab all kinds of resources. They couldn't wait to get rid of all the good materials. And they did. A lot of resources in the 10,000 realm battlefield were lost. Later on, a war broke out in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This war was known as the 10,000 realm war. Almost all the realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield participated in it. Because of the war, a lot of materials and ores disappeared. Nobody could find them in the 10,000 realm battlefield. And the things that disappeared were the most precious things in the 10,000 realm battlefield. At this point, Zhao Hai had a lot of ores in the space. These ores were extinct in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Besides these ores, the space also obtained some herbs and plants that could be used as refining materials. The origin of these plants was very dramatic. These herbs and plants were known as refining materials and alchemy materials. Some of the herbs were used as whole plants, while some were only used as seeds. In this way, when one of the herbs was decomposed, one would obtain a fresh whole plant or some seeds. And these seeds and fresh plants could be planted. This unexpected discovery made Zhao Hai ecstatic. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. What made Zhao Hai even happier was the fact that the space leveled up. Not just by 1 level, but by 10. Zhao Hai also discovered that the waste planet didn't only have waste materials for refining, there were also waste materials for alchemy. The probability of these materials being wasted in alchemy wasn't lower than refining. However, there were a lot of waste materials that had been turned into soil and couldn't be used anymore. Even the universal processing machine couldn't restore them. However, because of these waste materials, Zhao Hai was able to obtain a lot of plants that could be planted. At this point, these plants and herbs had already settled down in the space. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with his harvest. Naturally, the number of guns in the space had reached more than 200,000. Besides the 150,000 guns that were distributed to the undead, the rest were stored by Zhao Hai. Besides the guns, Zhao Hai also made more than 50 cannons and gave them to Muyu. Along with the cannons and cannonballs, he also gave them to Muyu. Cannons were much more powerful than mortars. However, they weren't easy to refine. Zhao Hai only managed to refine them after obtaining some materials from Yen Planet. Zhao Hai didn't install cannons on the Hell King's ship, the Giant Spirit Treasure ship, and the pagoda. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just that it wasn't the right time to do so. He was on Yen Planet while the 3 large artifacts were in the headquarters. If he installed cannons on the 3 large artifacts, it would only raise suspicions. Zhao Hai also calculated the power of the cannons. A single shot of the cannons was equivalent to a severed soul expert's all-out attack. Such a result was already very remarkable. At the same time, the number of cannons and bullets in Zhao Hai's space couldn't be counted. When Zhao Hai saw the number for the first time, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Therefore, he didn't ask about it. Although Muyu and the others obtained 50 cannons, they were only able to refine 10 so far. First, the materials were hard to obtain. Second, the failure rate was too high. At this time, the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters had almost been razed to the ground by the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. The next step would be to protect the headquarters. At this time, Muyu called Zhao Hai back. Zhao Hai immediately flew towards the transmission formation and returned to the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters. Upon arriving at the transmission formation, Zhao Hai saw Muyu. Muyu still looked the same, there was no change in his expression. However, Tang Jia and Tang Wen beside him had grief and indignation written all over their faces. Zhao Hai understood why they had this expression. It was because the Hundred Treasures Realm had suffered a lot in the past few days. Nearly 10,000 people from the Hundred Treasures Realm died in the past few days. The subordinate realms also lost 50,000 people. This was the heaviest loss the Hundred Treasures Realm suffered since they entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai was very clear about this number. However, he pretended not to know as he gave a salute to Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, did the Fire Weavers come?" Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "They're here, they're not just here. We've already fought with them. We lost about 10,000 people while the subordinate realms lost about 50,000. However, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm lost even more. Their losses added up to about 150,000 people." Zhao Hai pretended to be stunned as he said, "Why didn't you call me? What's the situation now?" Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm's attack is about to reach the headquarters. Therefore, I called you back. It's time for your large artifacts to make a move." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, that's not a problem. But I need some time, about a few hours." Muyu stared and said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I obtained some materials from Yen Planet. I want to integrate these materials into my artifacts. This way, I can install cannons on the Hell King's ship and the others. If the 3 large artifacts are equipped with cannons, their attack power would increase." Muyu stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "All right, that's not a problem. It's only a few hours. We can afford to wait. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Help me tell the elders that time is tight. I won't be able to meet them. I'll go do my own things first." Muyu nodded and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to your residence. I guarantee that nobody will disturb you before you come out." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Muyu to his residence. Then he went inside and didn't make any sound. Muyu turned his head to Tang Jia and said, "Stay here. Don't let anyone disturb Zhao Hai. I'll go see Master." Tang Jia and Tang Wen nodded as the two stood on the left and right of Zhao Hai's residence. Muyu arrived at the conference hall. At this time, the conference hall had been expanded. All the rooms were connected, turning it into a huge hall. More than 1,000 immortal experts were sitting inside. Most of these immortal experts were from subordinate realms. Only about 100 of them were from the Hundred Treasures Realm. Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan were still sitting in the middle of the hall. From time to time, people would come in and report to them. These people were reporting the situation of the battle as well as how many people died from the subordinate realms. Although the subordinate realms lost a lot of people, the number of casualties wasn't a lot. The subordinate realms could still accept it. However, the immortal experts of the subordinate realms didn't look too good. After all, their realms were too small. Every person they lost would have a certain impact on their strength. When Mu Yu entered the conference hall, a person from the Hundred Treasures realm was reporting to Mu Yao about their losses. Another camp was breached. When they retreated, they lost a lot of people. Mu Yu didn't care as he flew towards Mu Yao. Then he gave a salute and said, "Master, Zhao Hai is back." Mu Yao stared, then his spirit shook as he said, "Where is he? Have him command his large artifacts to attack immediately. Teach those bastards a lesson." Mu Yao was under a lot of pressure these days. Although they were in a defensive position, they didn't have any beautiful victories. The immortal experts of the subordinate realms were already complaining. At this time, they needed a victory, even if it was just a small one. Mu Yao's group didn't know what to do. Mu Yu replied, "Zhao Hai said that he obtained some materials and wants to add them to his artifact. This way, he can install cannons on his artifact. Time is tight, so he won't be able to see you. As soon as Muyu said this, the immortal experts couldn't help but discuss. Most of them wanted to know who Zhao Hai was and why he dared to talk to Mu Yao like this. It must be known that Mu Yao was a peak immortal expert in the 100 Treasures realm. Even the people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't dare talk to him like this. Mu Yao didn't pay attention to these people as he nodded and said, "Alright, did Zhao Hai say how long it would take?" Mu Yu nodded and said, "He said that it would take a few hours, but I don't think it'll take too long. You know how Zhao Hai does things. He's used to thinking about the worst-case scenario and doing the best he can." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Don't let anyone disturb Zhao Hai. No matter who they are, kill them. When Zhao Hai comes out, have them come see me immediately." Mu Yu nodded. At this time, Mu Yao turned his head to the immortal experts and said, "Once Zhao Hai comes out, we'll gather 100,000 people and attack the giant spirit realm and the Fire Weaver race's army. Which realm is willing to go?" As soon as Mu Yao's voice fell, the immortal experts of the Su race and the world of cultivation stood up and said, "Our realms are willing to go." Just as the two of them stood up, a few other people from lesser realms also stood up. These people also loudly said, "My realm is willing to go." Mu Yao looked at the people who stood up. Almost all of them were middle-grade realms or lower. From the start of the war until now, their losses weren't small. Naturally, they were the ones who felt the most heartache. This was because their realms didn't have many people. Losing a single person was enough to make them feel heartache for a long time. But they didn't expect that when Zhao Hai said that he was going to attack, all of them stood up. The actions of these realms caused the immortal experts of the subordinate realms to stare. They were the representatives of their realms. Naturally, these people hoped that they wouldn't be assigned to the war. This was because if they were assigned to the war, then it would mean that more people from their realms would die. Naturally, they weren't happy about this. However, they didn't expect that Ping Jin and the other realms who were silent and lowered their heads to avoid attention would suddenly jump out at this time. Moreover, they even took the initiative to ask for the war. This caused the immortal experts to be puzzled. They looked at the realms that stood up and didn't know what they were thinking. Mu Yu looked at the immortal experts who stood up and understood what was going on. Almost all of these people were from the subordinate realms that fought with Zhao Hai against the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm in the Octopus Islands. Naturally, they had tasted the sweetness of the war. Therefore, when they heard that Zhao Hai was going to fight, they immediately asked for the war. Mu Yao didn't expect this to happen. When he asked which realms wanted to fight, the immortal experts of these realms would shrink back. It was as if they didn't want to be noticed. In the end, Mu Yao had to be the one to decide. However, he was very fair. He chose people from all realms and didn't favor anyone. Although the other realms didn't have many opinions, this was the first time that they took the initiative to ask for the war. Mu Yao stared, then he nodded and said, "Since everyone is asking for the war, then I'll ask the other realms to send 90,000 troops. The 100 Treasures realm will send 10,000 troops under Mu Yu and Zhao Hai's command. Please prepare yourselves. As soon as Zhao Hai comes out of seclusion, we will set out immediately." Everyone nodded. The immortal experts didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, they looked excited. This made the people who didn't know what was going on even more confused. Mu Yao nodded, then he turned to Mu Yu and said, "You should prepare as well. This time, we must teach the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm a lesson. We must make them understand that the 100 Treasures realm isn't a place where they can come and go as they please. Remember, our first priority is to protect ourselves. Our second priority is to kill the enemy." Mu Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Master can rest assured." Mu Yao nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "How's the lobbying going with the other realms?" Immediately, a severed soul expert stood up and said, "Not very good. The attitude of the other realms is very ambiguous. I think they're waiting to see if we can defeat the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm." Tang Yaoan coldly snorted and said, "Those wastes. Do they really think that we can't stop the Fire Weavers and that the 100 Treasures realm would let them go? They're a bunch of short-sighted fools." Mu Yao coldly snorted, then his eyes flashed as he said, "Those people don't want the Fire Weavers to intervene in the land of chaos. They are very smart. They didn't make a move because they want us and the Fire Weavers to suffer losses. This way, they can take advantage of the situation. However, they didn't expect us to have guns in our hands. Moreover, we killed so many people from the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm in one fell swoop. I believe they will take a stance soon. What we need to do now is to make them take a stance." Hearing Mu Yao, Tang Yaoan couldn't help but stare. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "Senior brother, what do you mean? What do you want to do?" Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "We just need to let those fellows see that we have the strength to defeat the Fire Weavers." Little Hai came back just in time. Let him lead 100,000 people to attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. I don't think the Fire Weavers would be able to do anything. As long as Little Hai wins, those fellows wouldn't be able to sit still. Tang Yaoan stared, then he frowned and said, "Senior brother, will this work? Little Hai is strong, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to deal with the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm." Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "If the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm don't intervene, then there shouldn't be a problem. Didn't you see the cannons that Little Hai sent? Although refining it isn't easy, don't forget what Little Hai's artifact is. His artifact can be turned into a cannon. I think Little Hai will definitely use it. With the help of the cannon, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm wouldn't be able to do anything. However, I think that the old fogies of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm wouldn't give up so easily. Because of this, we need to be prepared to help Little Hai. We can't let those old fogies ruin Little Hai's plans." Tang Yaoan coldly snorted and said, "They want to deal with Zhao Hai, but it won't be easy. Senior brother should know that before Zhao Hai transcended his tribulation, he could already fight against immortal experts twice. Now that he has successfully transcended his tribulation, even immortal experts wouldn't be able to deal with him in a short period of time. When the time comes, we'll be able to block them." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Everyone, get ready. The battle has just begun." At this moment, a voice came from outside the abode, "Zhao Hai has come as ordered. He requests an audience with the elders." Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "Come in." Along with his voice, Zhao Hai walked in. He already knew that the abode was filled with immortal experts. This time, the 100 Treasures realm brought out all of their immortal experts. They wanted to fight to the death with the Fire Weavers. After Zhao Hai came in, he gave a salute to Mu Yao and the others as well as the other immortal experts. The immortal experts who haven't seen Zhao Hai before were curious. They also heard the conversation between Mu Yao and Tang Yaoan. They found it strange that Zhao Hai was valued by Mu Yao. At the same time, they became even more curious about Zhao Hai. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I called you here because I have something to tell you. Use your 3 large artifacts and lead 100,000 troops to meet the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm's army. You can only win this war. Tell me the truth, how confident are you?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, replying to the elder, "Zhao Hai won't hide it from you. As long as the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm don't make a move, then I'm 100% confident." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the immortal experts in the hall went into an uproar. They knew how strong the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were. The 100 Treasures realm made all kinds of arrangements and even had the help of their spears. But in the end, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were forced to their doorstep. And now, Zhao Hai said that he's 100% confident in dealing with the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao's eyes widened as he said, "Zhao Hai, you should know that this is a time of war. You're under military orders. There's no joking around in the army." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no joking around in the army. I'm 100% confident." Mu Yao hesitated for a moment before he said, "All right, you don't need to worry about the immortal experts. As long as you can repel the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm, you'll have a great merit." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, elder." Then Zhao Hai will go prepare. Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Everything is ready. You just need to release the 3 large artifacts. Little Yu and the others will arrange for people to board the ships. This time, Little Yu will be in command. You'll be the vice commander." Zhao Hai nodded. He understood that although he had some fame in the 100 Treasures realm, he was still lacking compared to Mu Yu. In this war against the giant spirit realm and the fire weavers, Muyu was a must. Muyu's prestige and fame were enough to command everyone. The reason why Mu Yao gave Zhao Hai the vice commander position was to give him an honorable identity. This would allow him to command people smoothly. Mu Yao knew that whether they could repel the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm would depend on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength and artifacts were things that the 100 Treasures realm needed. However, Zhao Hai was promoted by an outsider. His prestige wasn't enough to convince everyone. Because of this, Muyu was placed above Zhao Hai. Mu Yao knew that Muyu wouldn't be able to do much in this war. Muyu also didn't have any good methods to deal with the giant spirit realm and the fire weavers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm to attack the stronghold. Because of this, they could only rely on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai approved of Mu Yao's arrangement. He knew that he didn't have the ability to command the people of the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao giving him the vice commander position was already very good. At the same time, this was an opportunity for him to establish his status in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai received the order. After giving everyone a salute, he left the cave residence. Outside, Muyu was already prepared. Tang Jia and Tang Wen were also ready. The four of them would be in charge of this operation. It wasn't that Mu Yao didn't think about finding severed soul experts with higher status to work with Zhao Hai. However, Mu Yao was afraid that these severed soul experts would hinder Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai's battle was very important for the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm still hadn't reached the point where they needed a victory. They needed to show the other high-grade realms that even if they didn't make a move, the 100 Treasures realm could still deal with the fire weavers. If the 100 Treasures realm really defeated the fire weavers, then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Mu Yao knew that if the fire weavers didn't make a move, then the giant spirit realm would be defeated. Even if the giant spirit realm was defeated, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to swallow the giant spirit realm's territory. The 100 Treasures realm would still get some benefits. Now that the fire weavers were involved, things became more complicated. The 100 Treasures realm knew that the fire weavers' involvement would be harmful to them. However, the 100 Treasures realm were also cunning. They wanted the 100 Treasures realm to fight with the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. Even if the 100 Treasures realm was defeated, the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm would suffer a lot of losses. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm would be able to defeat the fire weavers and eliminate the giant spirit realm. This way, they would be able to divide the territories of the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm. It was for this reason that the 100 Treasures realm didn't send troops. But if the 100 Treasures realm showed their strength, then the situation would be different. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm would have no choice but to make a move. When Zhao Hai went into seclusion, he received the 3 large artifacts. He said that he wanted to condense some metal into the artifacts, so naturally he wanted others to see what he was doing. Because of this, although Mu Yu and the others were ready, they didn't enter the large artifacts. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, he immediately took out the 3 large artifacts. Mu Yu and Tang Jia commanded everyone to board the artifacts. After that, Zhao Hai boarded the Hell King's ship, Mu Yu boarded the pagoda, and Tang Jia and Tang Wen boarded the giant spirit treasure ship. After everyone boarded the large artifacts, Zhao Hai commanded the large artifacts to leave the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Although the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm's army were outside the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters, they couldn't directly attack it. The small camps that the 100 Treasures realm built outside the headquarters were still resisting. The fire weavers and the giant spirit realm were attacking with all their might. Mu Yu stood on top of the pagoda, but his spiritual force has been paying attention to the changes inside the pagoda. The pagoda originally had 9 floors. The first floor had countless windows. These windows were originally used to allow cultivators to release and command their artifacts. But now, fierce-looking cannons were sticking out of these windows. These cannons were much thicker than mortars. Mu Yu knew that these were cannons. Mu Yu counted 72 cannons on the pagoda. Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship and the giant spirit treasure ship also had a lot of cannons. Behind the cannons were several undead. Although these undead weren't holding anything, they had spatial bags on their bodies. Mu Yu didn't need to look to know what these undead were carrying, they were certainly artillery shells. Muyu let out a long breath as he recovered his spiritual force. Then he looked at a small camp not far away. This place hasn't been attacked by the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. The camp was very quiet, but Muyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the past few days, he had seen too many small camps being destroyed. He hated the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. This time, he came to take revenge on the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. Zhao Hai calmly looked ahead. In his space, an army of 100,000 undead was ready. These undead were all holding guns in their hands. As long as Zhao Hai waved his hand, these undead would immediately attack the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to make a move on these undead. If he released 100,000 undead, then it would be too frightening. Naturally, the undead wouldn't be frightening, but the 100,000 guns. If Zhao Hai took out 100,000 guns, then Muyu and the others wouldn't be able to remain calm. If Zhao Hai was given more time, then it wouldn't be surprising if Zhao Hai could take out 100,000 guns. After all, Mu Yao had already given Zhao Hai materials from Yan Planet. Zhao Hai could also use the materials from Yan Planet to make guns. But for Zhao Hai to be able to make so many guns in such a short time, this was definitely beyond Muyu's imagination. Muyu and the others might be afraid of Zhao Hai, this was hard to say. Guns weren't like other artifacts. Other artifacts required spiritual qi and spiritual force to operate. If you don't have enough spiritual qi and spiritual force, then even if you have a good artifact, you wouldn't be able to use it. However, guns were different. Guns didn't need spiritual qi or spiritual force. As long as you can pull the trigger and fire the bullet, then it would be fine. Naturally, a gun in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't compare to a severed soul cultivator. However, 100,000 guns were still a force that couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, although Zhao Hai gave the guns to the undead, he still couldn't use them. Zhao Hai didn't want to arouse suspicion. That would be detrimental to his plan. However, Zhao Hai also knew that even if he didn't take out a lot of guns, he still wouldn't be afraid of the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm. This was because he had cannons. This time, he only took out 200 cannons. But even so, this was enough. This was because the cannons had a long range. They could deal with the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm outside of their attack range. Moreover, besides the cannons, the 10,000 people that the 100 Treasures realm sent were also equipped with guns. This was a force that couldn't be underestimated. The speed of the 3 large artifacts was very fast. Before long, they could faintly hear the sound of cannons in front of them. At the same time, shadows appeared not far away from them. Zhao Hai immediately had the 3 large artifacts stop. Then he waved his hand as the undead inside the 3 large artifacts began to adjust the muzzles of the cannons. The cultivators inside the 3 large artifacts were curious as they walked over. However, they discovered that the cannons weren't as simple as they looked. This was because the cannons were equipped with powerful aiming systems. They could clearly see everything in front of them. The fire weavers were currently standing on their tamed beasts. They were holding guns in their hands as they fired at the 100 Treasures Realms camp. The 100 Treasures Realms camp was currently retaliating with their own cannons. From time to time, they would fire shells to attack the enemy. However, because the fire weavers were constantly moving and they were far away from the 100 Treasures Realms camp, the 100 Treasures Realms cannons weren't very useful. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. He was disappointed with the refiners of the 100 Treasures realm. The cannons that he was currently using were improved versions. Not only were they equipped with aiming systems, they were also equipped with a tracking system. This allowed them to automatically lock onto the enemy. This made the cannons even more powerful. The 3 large artifacts slowly moved apart, but they weren't too far away. Zhao Hai paid attention to the undead. These undead used to operate magic cannons, so they weren't unfamiliar with aiming systems. Additionally, the cannons' aiming systems were very advanced. They only needed to click on the computer screen to aim at the target. Then the cannons would fire. The cannons would automatically find the target and destroy it. Moreover, the aiming system was controlled by the space. A number would appear on each target's body. These numbers were constantly changing between 1 and 2. If a number 2 appeared on a target, then it meant that 2 cannons were aiming at the target at the same time. Although cannons were powerful, sometimes it was impossible to kill a target in one shot. Because of this, the system allowed 2 cannons to lock onto a target at the same time. However, if more than 2 cannons locked onto a target, then it wouldn't work. The undead skillfully operated the cannons. An undead was responsible for selecting the target, but this wasn't an easy task. There were a lot of targets on the screen, so it wasn't easy to choose the closest target in the shortest time. Moreover, the undead also had another job to do, which was to command the firing of the cannons. One must know that if 2 cannons were to fire at the same target, then it would be best if they hit the target together. Therefore, when the 2 cannons aimed at the same target, light dots would appear below the target. When all 5 light dots lit up, then the cannons would fire. The person in charge of aiming had to fire the cannons when the 5th light dot lit up. There was also an undead who was responsible for loading the cannons. The cannons were loaded after the cannons were fired. There was also an undead who was responsible for firing the cannons. The coordination between the undead was very good. Xianxia didn't direct the undead to fire. But now that they were about to reach the battlefield, the undead were free to fire. Because of this, when the 3 large artifacts adjusted their positions, the cannons began to fire. Xianxia's cannons were also improved, so the sound wasn't very loud. Otherwise, the cannons inside the large artifacts would be deafening. Zhu Wang was standing on the back of his spirit turtle with a gun in his hand. He was firing towards the 100 Treasures Realms camp. Now that the shield of the 100 Treasures Realms camp has been broken, the cannons were able to hit the people inside. However, Zhu Wang's expression was still gloomy. This was because he felt that this battle was too depressing. The Fire Weavers relied on these rifles to run rampant in the world. However, they didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to also have them. If it wasn't for the fact that the 100 Treasures Realm just got their rifles and their accuracy wasn't very good, then the Fire Weavers would have suffered even more casualties. Even if the 100 Treasures Realm's accuracy wasn't very good, they were still able to cause a lot of casualties. It has always been the Fire Weavers who used their guns to bully others. They didn't expect that they would be bullied one day. How could Zhu Wang feel good about this? Zhu Wang held his gun and aimed at a person inside the 100 Treasures Realms camp. The spirit turtle under his feet was very stable. Nobody was ambushing him. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to hit the person inside the 100 Treasures Realms camp. After fighting for so long, the 100 Treasures Realms camp understood that staying in one place was the same as waiting for death. Because of this, their bodies were constantly moving. While the 100 Treasures Realms people were moving, the spirit turtle under Zhu Wang's feet was also moving. These 2 movements made it difficult for Zhu Wang to aim. However, the 100 Treasures Realms people had a weakness. They weren't used to shooting while moving. When they shoot, they would first stop and then aim. This gave Zhu Wang an opportunity. As long as the 100 Treasures Realms people stopped, then he would be able to hit the other party. While Zhu Wang was aiming at the person from the 100 Treasures Realm, he suddenly noticed something else. He stared for a moment before he looked up. Sure enough, there were 3 large artifacts behind the 100 Treasures Realms camp. They were slowly moving towards the camp. Zhu Wang was startled. He knew about these 3 large artifacts. These 3 large artifacts were the culprits that wiped out the 100 Treasures Realms camp. Now that they were here, Zhu Wang felt a sense of crisis. Just as Zhu Wang was thinking about how to deal with the 3 large artifacts, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Zhu Wang had experienced this feeling before. It was the feeling of being locked onto by someone. As an excellent gunner, he was very familiar with this feeling. It was this feeling that allowed him to escape death many times. And this time, this feeling appeared once again. Moreover, it was unprecedentedly strong. Zhu Wang's expression was a bit ugly, but he didn't let the turtle speed up right away. Instead, he kept flying at a normal speed, neither too fast nor too slow. However, his flight path was slowly deviating. He was slowly retreating, but his speed was so slow that no one noticed it. Zhu Wang had raised the spirit turtles since they were young, so they were almost connected to him. Because of this, the spirit turtles' movements were very slow. However, Zhu Wang was very clear that the spirit turtles were already prepared. Once they made a move, they would be able to reach their maximum speed in an instant and avoid any danger. Just as Zhu Wang was making his preparations, the feeling of emptiness became incomparably strong. Zhu Wang knew that the other party was about to make a move. He didn't even look at the other party's movements, he just shouted, "Go." As soon as he said that, the spirit turtle under his feet seemed to have its butt on fire as it charged forward. This charge covered a distance of almost a kilometer. In Zhu Wang's opinion, this was enough to dodge any attack. However, he quickly discovered that he was wrong. The feeling of being locked on didn't disappear. Just as Zhu Wang was about to order the spirit turtle to escape, he discovered that 2 dots of light were getting closer and closer to him. He immediately waved his hand and sent a fireball towards the 2 dots of light. Then under his command, a small golden snake coiled around the spirit turtle's body shot out towards the 2 dots of light. At this time, the 2 dots of light were already beside him. His fireball had already hit one of the dots of light, but the dot didn't slow down and continued to attack him. The small snake also hit one of the dots of light, but the effect was almost the same. At this time, Zhu Wang was able to see what the 2 dots of light were. What big bullets! This was Zhu Wang's last thought. After that, his vision turned dark and he lost consciousness. Translator, Xianxia editor, H2DH2 Mr. The fire weavers on the other side were in a panic. They didn't expect the enemy to be able to hit them from so far away. Moreover, the attack was so strong. They saw with their own eyes that a lot of fire weavers were killed by the enemy's cannonballs. Zhao Hai's cannonballs were similar to mortars. These cannonballs can also explode. However, controlling the explosion to kill these cultivators was almost impossible. Therefore, Zhao Hai also placed some small artifacts inside the cannonballs. The artifacts that Zhao Hai used were special, they were silver needles. These silver needles were made using the same method as the formation-breaking spirit snake needle. Because of this, when the 2 cannonballs hit Zhu Wang at the same time, he didn't even have the chance to fight back before he was turned into a sieve. It wasn't only Zhu Wang, his 2 beasts were also killed. Even the spirit turtle, which had good defense, was also killed. After 1 person and 2 beasts died, they were directly taken into the space by the silver needle. At the same time, Zhu Wang's spear was also taken into the space. Zhao Hai didn't really care about Zhu Wang's gun. However, now wasn't the time to reveal his other guns. Because of this, he sent Zhu Wang's gun to the space before releasing Zhu Wang. This way, nobody would suspect anything. Just like Zhu Wang, the fire weavers were still in the fire weavers formation. Some fire weavers weren't killed by the cannonballs. However, Zhao Hai's cannonballs were different from other cannonballs. When Zhao Hai's silver needles flew out, they were also controlled by the space. If a cannonball didn't kill someone, Kai and the others would immediately control the silver needles to attack again. This way, the fire weavers wouldn't be spared. The first round of cannonballs killed more than 100 fire weavers. This was also the reason why the fire weavers' formation was in chaos. It wasn't that they haven't seen death before. But for more than 100 people to die in an instant was beyond their expectations. However, this was just the beginning. The cannons on the large artifacts fired shells from time to time. Every time a fire weaver was shot, a fire weaver would die. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid that Zhao Hai and the others would discover his artifacts. But now, he was no longer worried. They were far from the fire weavers' formation. Fire weavers. 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 When the cannons were fired, Zhao Hai used the computer to communicate with Muyu. He commanded the cannons to attack while Muyu entered the camp and had the people from the 100 Treasures realm enter the large artifacts. Not only would this ensure their safety, but it would also increase their strength. Muyu didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Let's go." Muyu was naturally at the same time. Now that the camp's barrier had been broken, if the people from the Hundred Treasures realm didn't enter the large artifacts, then they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Instead of letting them return to the headquarters, it was better for them to stay and help the Hundred Treasures realm. Because of this, Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't move forward. Instead, they stopped and continued to attack the Fire Weavers. Strangely enough, there were no people from the Giant Spirit realm or the other subordinate realms in this group. All of them were Fire Weavers, about 2,000 in total. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. He didn't understand why the Fire Weavers would attack the camp alone. This didn't seem to be the style of the Fire Weavers. However, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. As the cannons continued to fire, the Fire Weavers were killed one by one. The remaining Fire Weavers began to panic. They discovered that they couldn't do anything to the other party. Their guns couldn't reach as far as the cannons of the other party. They couldn't hit the other party while the other party could hit them. This caused the Fire Weavers to feel both anger and fear. In the past, they used this method to deal with other cultivators. This was because the other party's artifacts couldn't reach as far as their guns. Therefore, the Fire Weavers could only attack from outside the other party's range. But now, the situation was reversed. They were the ones being beaten up, and the other party was constantly attacking them. Moreover, the attacking power of the other party was much stronger than their guns. The Fire Weavers' guns weren't that strong. After all, their bullets were too small. Even if they hit a cultivator, as long as they didn't hit a vital point, they would only injure them. They wouldn't be able to kill them. Naturally, this was under normal circumstances. In other words, the other party didn't use a defensive artifact to block the bullets. If the other party used a defensive artifact to block the bullets, then congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. There were only 3 outcomes for using an artifact to block a bullet. You either live, die, or be crippled. There was no need to talk about living. If your artifact blocked the bullet and the bullet didn't hit you, then you'll be fine. Death was very simple. If your artifact didn't block the bullet, then the bullet would pass through the artifact and hit you. As long as the bullet hit your chest or a vital point, then you would die without a doubt. The Fire Weaver's bullets could be regarded as a small artifact. They were very hard. However, the defensive artifacts of other cultivators weren't just for decoration. Defensive artifacts had one characteristic: they were very hard. When a bullet hit a defensive artifact, it would deform. A deformed bullet would be much more lethal than a normal bullet. When a Fire Weaver bullet hit a cultivator, as long as it didn't hit a vital point, then it would only leave a bloody hole. This bloody hole would be fatal for ordinary people, but for cultivators with strong resilience, it wasn't a fatal injury. As long as they took some pills, they would recover very quickly. But this wasn't the case for the deformed bullet. The deformed bullet would roll after hitting a cultivator. Moreover, the roll was irregular. Therefore, after being hit, the surface area of the wound would be even larger. Because of this, people who were hit by this deformed bullet would die instantly. Even if it hit an arm or leg, it would still cripple them. Most cultivators didn't understand this. Because of this, when they fought against the Fire Weavers, they would use defensive artifacts to protect themselves. This was because the bullets of the Fire Weavers were very good at breaking through defenses. In the beginning, the Fire Weavers didn't expect their rifles to be this lethal. Later on, they became more and more reliant on their rifles. At this point, aside from rifles and bullets, they rarely carried any other artifacts. Even if they did, they didn't carry a lot of them. Because of this, the Fire Weavers didn't even have a lot of defensive artifacts. In their view, the Fire Weavers didn't need to defend themselves. As long as they could kill the other party, they would be fine. But because of this, the Fire Weavers became an army that was strong in offense and weak in defense. Originally, this wasn't a problem because very few people could block the attack of the Fire Weavers. But now, the Fire Weavers discovered that they were at a disadvantage. Every time Zhao Hai fired a cannon, they would die. This caused the Fire Weavers to shiver. They were afraid that the next one would be them. But this wasn't the end. There weren't many people from the Hundred Treasures realm in the camp. Before long, all of them entered the large artifacts. This allowed Zhao Hai to act freely. With the addition of these people, the Fire Weavers that he killed as well as the people that the 100 Treasures realm sent to the large artifacts, Zhao Hai's strength was now very formidable. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the 2,000 fire weavers. Therefore, after the people from the camp entered the large artifacts, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the large artifacts to rush towards the fire weavers. While commanding the large artifacts to rush over, Zhao Hai also called over an undead fire weaver. This undead fire weaver was Zhu Wang. But he was now Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Wang and said, "Why are there only fire weavers here? Are there people from the giant spirit realm in your subordinate realms?" Zhu Wang immediately replying to the young master, "The army is behind us. This time, the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm have gathered a total of 100,000 troops. They want to break through here and attack the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Because this place is the closest to the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters, they were afraid of alerting the enemy. Therefore, they only sent us to sweep the small camps along the way." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Can the army arrive that quickly?" Zhu Wang immediately replied, "They can. This time, the giant spirit realm and the fire weavers have gathered 20 large artifacts that are good at long-distance flying. These 20 large artifacts can fly very fast and can carry a lot of people. However, they aren't giant spirit treasure ships. This is because giant spirit treasure ships are too conspicuous and aren't very fast." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and had Zhu Wang withdraw. Then he commanded the 3 large artifacts to chase after the fire weavers. At the same time, he ordered the undead to attack the fire weavers who tried to escape. As for those who resisted, they were to be dealt with by the undead. After this order was passed down, Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in front of the pagoda. Muyu was currently standing on top of the pagoda, looking at the fire weavers being killed one by one. His heart was filled with joy. At this time, Zhao Hai appeared. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Muyu couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, why are you here? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I just asked one of the fire weaver undead. The undead said that the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm have gathered an army of 100,000. They wanted to attack the headquarters from here. They only wanted to clear out the smaller camps. As long as they clear out the smaller camps, they would immediately attack the headquarters. They didn't expect to bump into us." When Muyu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Good, the fire weavers actually want to sneak attack us. But it's strange, why didn't we hear about this before?" Zhao Hai replied, "They brought a lot of large artifacts with them. These large artifacts are good at long-distance flying. I'm afraid that they're waiting for these people to wipe out the small camps. Then they'll launch a surprise attack using the formation-breaking spirit snake needles or something else. They'll break through the protective shield of the headquarters and then rush in." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's right. That's right." Muyu slapped the pagoda's shield and coldly said, "That's a good plan. But now that they met us, it's their bad luck. Little Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's deal with this army first. When the time comes, we'll see how the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm react. They have an army of 100,000, so do we. They have guns, so do we. They don't have cannons, so they'll lose this battle." Muyu nodded and said, "All right, then let's deal with them first. Let's go and discuss this with little Jia and little Wen. Then we'll make our move. We must deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded, then the two flew to the giant spirit treasure ship and reported the situation to Tang Jia and Tang Wen. After that, Zhao Hai and Muyu returned to the Hell King's ship and the pagoda. Then they launched an all-out attack on the 2,000 fire weavers. The morale of the fire weavers was already low and they were flustered. Now that Zhao Hai and the others increased the intensity of their attacks, they couldn't resist. They immediately scattered and fled. But this time, they couldn't escape. Zhu Hu stood on his winged imperial beast and desperately escaped from the battlefield. For him, everything that happened today was like a nightmare, especially after the appearance of the 3 large ritual implements. They were in a completely passive situation. Zhu Hu knew very well that if they did not leave now, they would never be able to leave. Last time, the fire weavers sent 2,000 people along with people from the giant spirit realm and a large number of people from the subordinate realms to face these 3 large artifacts. They were annihilated in the Octopus Islands. At that time, the Fire Weavers had the upper hand, but the 2,000 Fire Weavers were still annihilated. Now, the Fire Weavers only had 2,000 people. Facing these three large artifacts, the Fire Weavers didn't have any confidence. However, Zhu Hua was still confident in his ability to escape. His wind beast was very fast. It can be said that it was one of the fastest beasts. Because of this, he was one of the fastest Fire Weavers to leave the battlefield. However, Zhu Hua didn't dare be careless. He knew that the cannons of the 100 Treasures realm were very powerful. Therefore, he constantly changed his flight path. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the cannons. His rifle was ready to fire at any time. Before long, Zhu Hua had completely left the battlefield. He was sure that the cannons couldn't hit him at this distance. He couldn't help but feel relieved. But at this time, Zhu Hua suddenly discovered that a lot of expressionless people had appeared in front of him. These people were holding guns that Zhu Hua had never seen before. Zhu Hua scanned them with his spiritual force and discovered that they were undead. At this time, the undead raised their guns at the same time. It was too late for Zhu Hua to dodge. Gunshots rang out as Zhu Hua and his beast were killed on the spot. The reason why Zhao Hai released the undead was because he wanted to see how strong the undead were. At the same time, he didn't want the Fire Weavers to run away. If they did, the Fire Weaver army would know about it. When the time comes, the situation would become more troublesome. Fortunately, the undead didn't disappoint him. When they lined up and fired, their power was very strong. Zhu Hua and his tamed beasts didn't have the ability to fight back before they were killed. Zhao was very satisfied with this result. Although the effect of these guns would be better if they were given to some powerful people, after this battle, it was enough to prove that these guns were still very powerful after being improved by the space. Zhao Hai now had 100,000 troops while the other side only had 2,000. And with the cannons, they managed to kill nearly 1,000 enemies. Now that Zhao Hai and the others rushed forward, the Fire Weavers wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, the Fire Weavers discovered that their guns were useless against Zhao Hai's large artifacts. This made them even more depressed. The last trace of resistance in their hearts completely disappeared. The three large artifacts chased after the Fire Weavers. Naturally, they couldn't kill all of them. Those who ran away had the same fate as Zhu Hua. Before long, not a single Fire Weaver could be seen on the battlefield. Seeing that the Fire Weavers were gone, the three large artifacts gathered together. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and nodded. Muyu also nodded. They didn't speak. They already had a plan. Now they just need to carry it out. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the three large artifacts flew forward. He already asked Zhu Wang where the Fire Weaver army was. Now they just need to kill their way over. Muyu used a Jade Sword message to send the news back to the headquarters. He had the headquarters prepare. There were still a lot of troops in the headquarters. They just needed to make some adjustments to their defenses. However, Muyu also knew that if the Fire Weavers really attacked the old camp, then the immortal experts would be the main characters of the war. Muyu and the others would only play supporting roles. The three large artifacts quickly moved forward. The people inside the large artifacts were very happy. They didn't even need to make a move in this battle. Zhao Hai directly used the cannons to destroy most of the enemy. Although this battle wasn't eye-catching, it was still something that the people inside were happy to see. After flying for more than an hour, Zhao Hai and the others didn't meet anyone from the Fire Weaver race or the Giant Spirit realm. It was as if there was no battle at all. Zhao Hai knew that their battle had attracted the attention of the entire 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, a battle like this where both sides used hundreds of thousands of troops was unprecedented. It was difficult for it not to attract the attention of the people. In the past, although the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm fought, they didn't use this many people. At that time, both sides were very conservative and cautious. But this time, both sides were going all out. This was the first time that something like this happened. If the 100 Treasures realm fought well, then their status in the 10,000 realm battlefield would rise. If they didn't, then the 100 Treasures realm would be finished. After flying for about half an hour, Zhao Hai discovered the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm's army. They were sitting on 20 large ships. However, they didn't move forward. Instead, their ships were docked. Naturally, they were waiting for news. This situation was discovered by the silver needles that Zhao Hai sent out. If Zhao Hai wanted to enter the range of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm, then he would need at least 20 minutes. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He already saw that the 20 ships that the Fire Weavers prepared weren't for fighting. Instead, they seemed to be used for transportation. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai took out his computer and told Mu Yu and the others about the situation. 20 minutes wasn't a long time for cultivators. 20 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai and the others entered the range of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm's army. The Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm's army also discovered them. A large number of people flew out of their ships. These ships looked like wooden sailing ships. They had flat heads and no sails. They were very big, but at first glance, they didn't look like they were used for fighting. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. After entering the range of the cannons, he immediately ordered the undead to open fire. To deal with large artifacts, one must open fire first. Inside Zhao Hai's cannon shells were small formation-breaking spirit snake needles. Naturally, it was very easy to deal with these small formation-breaking spirit snake needles. After a few shots, holes appeared on the ship's hull. Some of the shells even penetrated the ship's hull and exploded, causing the small formation-breaking spirit snake needles to fly everywhere. The explosion of the cannonball in the airship was very serious. The airship was a relatively closed space and the people inside were also very dense. When the cannonball exploded, a large number of small formation-breaking spirit snake needles flew out. Even if the cultivators wanted to hide, there was nowhere for them to hide and they became ghosts under the needles. Zhao Hai wasn't a wasteful person. All the people who were killed were turned into undead and sent to the space. Many of these people weren't from the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers were very strict in their control of guns. Besides the Fire Weavers, the other subordinate realms didn't have guns. They were just ordinary cultivators. However, these cultivators were still very strong. The weakest among them were nascent soul experts. It can be seen that the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm had invested a lot this time. They even had 10,000 soul experts. If the 100 Treasures Realm didn't have improved guns, then they wouldn't have been able to stop the Fire Weavers. The people from the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were also aware of Zhao Hai's plan. They immediately shouted for the people in the cabins to come out. They knew that if these people stayed in the cabins, then they would only be waiting for death. Zhu Yunshan's eyes turned red. He was the leader of the Fire Weaver army, but he didn't expect to encounter an attack from the 100 Treasures Realm. Moreover, it was the 3 large artifacts that the Fire Weavers were paying attention to. Seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Zhu Yunshan knew that the 2,000 people he sent to clear the way were finished. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would have cannons in his hands. Before he could call his people out of the cabin, the cannons were already raining down. More than 10,000 people had already died before they could come out of the cabin. Zhu Yunshan couldn't wait to rush forward and destroy the 3 large artifacts. However, he couldn't. The most important thing right now was to get people out of the ships as soon as possible. Otherwise, more people would die. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the Fire Weaver army. He didn't approach them. This time, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm were too arrogant. They thought that since the 100 Treasures Realm was already in their headquarters, the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't be able to fight back. Because of this, they didn't bring any large artifacts like the Giant Spirit Treasure ships. They only brought transport ships. These ships wouldn't be able to help in battle. Even if the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm came out of their ships, it would still be difficult for them to deal with Zhao Hai's large artifacts. On the contrary, as long as Zhao Hai's 3 large artifacts attack, it would be very difficult for the other side to resist. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to attack. At this time, the 20 airships were still there. Although they weren't used for combat, they were still very large. If Zhao Hai and the others rushed over, the Fire Weavers would use these airships as cover. This would be very troublesome. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the cannons to destroy the 20 airships first. Then he would use the 3 large artifacts to break through the formation. As the cannons continued to rumble, the cultivators inside the 3 large artifacts ran to the windows and looked outside. Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan were also among them. Seeing the 20 ships being destroyed by the cannons, Su Wuzuan couldn't help but be excited. He turned to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, it's better to fight alongside Mr. Zhao Hai." "Ha ha ha. Look at those fellows, I'm afraid they've been blown silly." Kong Miao's face was also filled with pride. Although Zhao Hai was now a member of the 100 Treasures realm, it was undeniable that Zhao Hai was from the world of cultivation. Now that Zhao Hai had such achievements, Kong Miao couldn't help but feel proud. In the past, the world of cultivation didn't have any fame in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But now, because of Zhao Hai, a lot of people from the 100 Treasures realm took the initiative to form a relationship with Kong Miao. As for the people from the smaller realms, they flattered Kong Miao. This was something that was impossible to happen in the past. Kong Miao knew that these people were being polite to him because of Zhao Hai. He didn't put on airs and was very polite to these people. Now that the world of cultivation was under the banner of the 100 Treasures realm, they could be considered to have some connections. After some time, Zhu Yunshan called everyone out of their cabins. But when he counted the number of casualties, Zhu Yunshan's heart ached. The cannons alone had caused them to lose 20,000 people. This number wasn't small in the 10,000 realm battlefield. A small realm might not even have 20,000 people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. In other words, Zhao Hai's cannons were equivalent to exterminating 2 people from the world of cultivation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although Zhu Yunshan wanted to go all out, he knew that it was impossible. If he did, the losses would be even greater. Therefore, he had already decided to retreat. Zhu Yunshan didn't want to go all out. Instead, he wanted to go all out. At this time, a cold snort was suddenly heard. Then a phoenix cry was heard as a fiery red figure flew towards them from the distance. The speed of this red figure was very fast. When Zhao Hai saw the red figure, he was just a red dot. But in the blink of an eye, the red figure arrived in front of him. Zhao Hai could see that it was a phoenix. This fire phoenix was over 300 feet long. It had a golden crest on its head and 7 long feathers on its back. Its claws were like hooks and its beak was sharp and long. Its fiery red feathers seemed to be burning with a layer of flames. On the back of the phoenix stood a person. This person's appearance was similar to the other fire weavers. However, the spear on his back was very special. The spear on his back was very large, even longer than the spears used by the fire weavers. Moreover, it looked heavier. There was also something like a scope installed on the back of the spear. When Zhao Hai saw the spear, he suddenly thought of a sniper rifle. The spear on the back of this fire weaver looked like a sniper rifle. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect someone from the fire weaver race to use such a spear. Originally, Zhao Hai was afraid that his spear would be too eye-catching. But now, it seems like the fire weaver race's weapons weren't that simple. Zhao Hai was right, the fire weaver's weapons weren't simple. The reason why the spear looked so ordinary was because it was compatible with the fire weaver spear technique. The spear that the fire weavers produced was the most suitable for the fire weaver spear technique. If it was changed to Zhao Hai's spear, it would be very difficult to use the fire weaver spear technique. Because Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about using the fire weaver spear technique, the spear produced by the fire weavers was the most suitable. However, it wasn't suitable for the fire weavers. Naturally, what surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the person standing on the back of the phoenix was actually an immortal expert. Not only was he an immortal expert, even the phoenix beneath him was an immortal expert. As soon as the immortal expert appeared, Zhao Hai immediately gathered the 3 large artifacts. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship as he coldly looked at the immortal expert. The immortal expert was also sizing up Zhao Hai. His eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning. Although Zhao Hai was far away from the immortal expert, he still felt a heavy pressure from the immortal expert. However, Zhao Hai didn't avoid it. Instead, he coldly looked at the immortal expert. Seeing that Zhao Hai dared to look at him, the immortal expert couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect a small place like the world of cultivation to produce an expert like you." Ha ha ha. Good, this old man underestimated the heroes of the world. Jiao Hai, it's your fortune to die in my hands today. Since you're strong, this old man will tell you. This old man is Tiger's Might Zhu, nicknamed the Silver Spear Phoenix. Jiao Hai kept his fist towards Tiger's Might Zhu and said, Jiao Hai has seen Senior Zhu. Senior Zhu, the 100 Treasures Realm and the Giant Spirit Realm are mortal enemies. As someone from one of the 5 great realms, why do you need to get involved? Tiger's Might looked at Jiao Hai, then he laughed and said, interesting. You actually want to persuade this old man. Alright, this old man will tell you. It's because the Fire Weavers want more territory. What do you think? Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Senior is really honest. Then this Jiao Hai won't waste time. Senior, please. Zhu Hui was no longer smiling. He waved his hand, and without anyone noticing, the large spear on his back appeared in his hand. Then he fired a shot at Jiao Hai. Tiger's Might's spear was very fast. Fortunately, Jiao Hai was prepared. A metal plate appeared in front of him. Tiger's Might's spear hit the metal plate. Jiao Hai felt his body shake. The Hell King's ship under his feet was pushed back. At the same time, the pagoda and the Giant Spirit Treasure ship were also pushed back. When Jiao Hai discovered Tiger's Might's appearance, he immediately gathered the 3 large artifacts together. Moreover, he used energy to pull them together. No matter which artifact was attacked, the 3 large artifacts would move together. Jiao Hai's retreat was just in time. After Tiger's Might fired at Jiao Hai, he fired 2 more shots at Mu Yu and Tang Jia. But because the 3 large artifacts were retreating, his 2 shots naturally missed. However, these 2 shots weren't light. Jiao Hai's spiritual force was shaken to a certain extent. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. Just as Jiao Hai was retreating, the cannons of the 3 large artifacts began to fire. The cannons fired at almost the same time. And the target of the cannons was Tiger's Might. Tiger's Might also discovered this. He coldly snorted as the fire phoenix under his feet let out a cry. Then a huge phoenix made of flames flew towards the cannons. Following that, there was a loud explosion as all the artillery shells were detonated by the huge phoenix. The huge phoenix was also heavily injured, and the flames on its body slowly extinguished. The phoenix was actually a projection of the fire phoenix under Tiger's Might's feet. Immortal stage beasts were truly extraordinary. At this time a voice was heard, Tiger's Might, this old man will meet you. As soon as his voice fell, 2 people appeared in front of Jiao Hai and the others. The 2 were wearing the black robes of the 100 Treasures Realm. They didn't have any weapons, but their auras were astonishing. They were unexpectedly immortal experts. Jiao Hai and the others were stunned. When Tiger's Might saw the 2 people, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Naturally, the 100 Treasures Realm had a certain understanding of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't send 2 immortal experts to deal with him. Zhu Hui was an unusual existence among the Fire Weavers. This was because he wasn't like the other Fire Weavers who had 2 or more tamed beasts. He only had 1 beast, the Fire Phoenix. In fact, there were a lot of Fire Weavers who only had 1 beast. However, most of them had 2 beasts in the beginning. Later on, one of the beasts died in battle. Because of this, they only had 1 beast. On the other hand, Tiger's Might only had 1 beast since he was a child, the Fire Phoenix. He and the Fire Phoenix relied on each other for survival. People like him were very rare in the Fire Weavers. Tiger's Might looked at the 2 immortal experts from the 100 Treasures Realm and laughed, so it's the Wind and Cloud twin blades. I didn't think that I, Tiger's Might, would have enough face to get the 2 of you to deal with me. One of the Wind and Cloud twin blades replied, Tiger's Might, don't waste your breath. Since you know my brother's name, then you should know our rules. It doesn't matter if you're alone or 10,000 people. Tiger's Might, you're a famous immortal expert. Aren't you afraid of losing face by attacking a junior? Tiger's Might sneered and said, Wind and Cloud twin blades, you're preaching to this old man. What I want to do is none of your business. Humph. Is Jiao Hai an ordinary transcending tribulation expert? If he is, then this old man will immediately withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Since Tiger's Might said this, the Wind and Cloud twin blades couldn't say anything. saying that Zhao Hai was an ordinary transcending tribulation expert? This was simply fooling a child. Even a child wouldn't believe that an ordinary transcending tribulation expert could block an attack from an immortal expert. Moreover, he could even counterattack. If they said this, they would feel guilty. When Zhu Hui saw that the two of them were silent, he coldly snorted and said, "Enough nonsense. Let's see who's stronger. Leave this place and don't hurt the children." After saying that, Zhu Hui's figure moved and left the battlefield. The wind and cloud dual blades also disappeared in a flash. Seeing them leave, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't stop. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the three large artifacts immediately rushed forward. At the same time, the cannons on the three large artifacts opened fire. But at this moment, a huge red bullet flew towards Zhao Hai from behind the fire weavers. Zhao Hai's expression changed. This was because he checked the space and found that there were no experts behind the fire weavers. However, this bullet still appeared. One must know that this bullet was fired by an immortal expert. Could it be that there was an immortal expert behind the fire weavers? Although Zhao Hai was thinking about this, he still raised metal walls around the three large artifacts, blocking the people inside. At this time, Kair's voice was heard, "Big Brother Hai, be careful. This bullet came from a spatial rift. It seems like the one who came this time is an immortal expert of the Fire Weaver race who is proficient in spatial techniques." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. The space was Zhao Hai's last resort. If an immortal expert with spatial abilities came, then Zhao Hai would have to be careful to not be discovered. However, Kair didn't finish as she continued, "Big Brother Hai, the situation isn't good. All of the 100 Treasures Realm's immortal experts have been dispatched. They were all lured away by the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. I'm afraid that this immortal expert is here to deal with you. Nobody can help you." Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He immediately shrunk the three large artifacts. Then he waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared. The three large artifacts entered the spatial rift while Zhao Hai stayed behind. As soon as he closed the spatial crack, he felt that the space around him had become very thick, as if all the space had been locked. Fortunately, Zhao could still feel the existence of the space, but if he wanted to take things out of the space, it would be 10 times more difficult than before. But if he let the undead in the space concentrate their power on liquid silver, it would still be possible. Muyu also felt the metal plates on the pagoda rise, but he didn't take it seriously. He thought that Zhao Hai raised the metal plates to block the bullets of the fire weavers. He didn't know what was happening outside. When Muyu recovered, he found himself back in the headquarters. Besides him, everyone else who went out with Zhao Hai had returned. Only Zhao Hai wasn't present. Muyu was startled when he heard the sound of the computer on his computer. Muyu stared, then he suddenly heard a beeping sound coming from his computer. Muyu turned on his computer and saw that it was a message from Zhao Hai. He immediately opened the message and heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Big Brother Mu, a Fire Weaver immortal expert with a spatial ability suddenly appeared on the battlefield. All the immortal experts in the headquarters have been lured away by the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. Nobody is coming to support us. Therefore, I can only send you back to the headquarters. I'll stay behind and stall this immortal expert. We can't let him attack the headquarters. Big Brother Mu, immediately lead everyone to strengthen their defenses. If things don't work out, retreat to the 100 Treasures Realm." Then he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's words were spoken in a hurry. It was clear that he was in a hurry to record the conversation. Hearing this, Muyu's expression changed. He immediately wanted to save Zhao Hai. But after thinking about it, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. All of the immortal experts in the headquarters have been lured away. It can be said that the headquarters was now empty. If Muyu goes all out to save Zhao Hai, then the headquarters would be weakened. If an immortal expert came, then they might not be able to stop him. He also knew why Zhao Hai didn't come back. If Zhao Hai came back with them, then the immortal expert would definitely chase after them. It would be impossible for the headquarters to stop the immortal expert. When the time comes, the immortal expert would use his spatial ability to enter the headquarters and wreak havoc. The subordinate realms of the 100 Treasures Realm would no longer be under their control. This would make the situation even more dangerous. Therefore, Zhao Hai stayed outside to delay the immortal expert and sent Muyu back. As long as they defend the headquarters, then the 100 Treasures realm would have a chance to make a comeback. Muyu knew that this was the time that Zhao Hai bought for them. He couldn't be impulsive. Although Muyu was confident in Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't an opponent of an immortal expert. It wasn't easy for him to stall the immortal expert. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that the immortal expert had spatial abilities. In other words, Zhao Hai might not be able to use his spatial ability to escape. The reason why they were able to return to the headquarters was because Zhao Hai found out that something was wrong and immediately sent them back. At that time, the immortal expert might not have reached the battlefield. If he did, then they might not be able to return. Muyu calmly received his computer. At this time, Tang Jia and Tang Wen ran to Muyu's side. The two looked at Muyu in confusion and said, "Brother Mu, where's Zhao Hai? Where did that kid run off to? Why did he send us back to the headquarters?" Muyu threw the laptop to Tang Jia and said in a deep voice, "Don't make a fuss after reading it." Then, he turned and left. Tang Jia and Tang Wen immediately turned on their computers. After hearing Zhao Hai's message, their expressions changed. Just as Tang Jia was about to shout, Tang Wen covered his mouth. Tang Wen whispered, "Senior brother, don't make a fuss. Just do as Zhao Hai said. Defend the headquarters first. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm will be finished." Tang Jia stopped moving. Tang Wen let go of Tang Jia. Then he looked at Tang Jia and said, "Senior brother, this is the time that Little Hai fought for us. We can't waste Little Hai's good intentions. Do you really think that Brother Mu doesn't want to save Little Hai?" He also understood Little Hai's meaning, so he could only endure it. "You didn't see Big Brother Mu's face." Tang Jia's mouth moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just sighed and waved his hand, "Let's go." Then the two quickly followed Muyu. When Muyu saw that the two had caught up, he nodded and immediately began to arrange the 100,000 people to various defensive positions in the stronghold. The defensive positions in the headquarters were built very well. They can be attacked with cannons. Moreover, each defensive position was equipped with a lot of mortars. The cannons that Zhao Hai gave them were also installed here. Because of this, the defensive positions were very good. Inside the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters, besides Muyu, there were also several severed soul experts. After communicating with them, Muyu immediately made arrangements for all the cultivators in the headquarters. Therefore, all the cultivators who were cultivating were prepared to fight at any time. Muyu also went to the refining room. At this time, bullets and rifles were being refined inside the room. Muyu immediately ordered the two groups of refiners to stop. Instead of refining bullets and guns, they began to refine fake spirit snake needles. Muyu knew that although the spear was strong, it couldn't compare to the fake spirit snake needle. If 10 severed soul experts were to use the fake spirit snake needle, then they would be able to stall an immortal expert for some time. This was what they needed at this time. Muyu didn't expect that the fake spirit snake needle wouldn't be able to deal with it. After everything was arranged, Muyu went to the direction of the headquarters. He calmly looked outside. Inwardly, Muyu was very anxious. He was afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. However, he couldn't show his emotions. At this time, his prestige was the highest in the 100 Treasures realm. The people from the lower realms didn't know that there were no immortal experts guarding the headquarters. But he knew that if he were to panic, then the headquarters would be in danger. Therefore, although he was anxious, he still had to show a calm expression. Tang Jia and Tang Wen knew how anxious Muyu was. Otherwise, Muyu wouldn't be standing there. In fact, he couldn't see anything from where he was standing. However, Mu Xian was still standing there motionless. Tang Jia and Tang Wen wanted to cry at this point. However, they still calmly arranged the defenses of the headquarters. Nothing could be seen on the surface. Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan also felt strange. They knew that Zhao Hai was very important to the 100 Treasures realm. His status in the 100 Treasures realm wasn't low. Muyu was very dependent on Zhao Hai. Therefore, as long as Zhao Hai wasn't in seclusion, he would be with Muyu. But now, they only saw Muyu and not Zhao Hai. This made them very confused. However, they didn't ask Muyu. This was because they knew that their status in the 100 Treasures realm was nothing. There were some things that they couldn't ask. Su Wuzuan was a wily old fox. He felt that there was something strange about their sudden return to the headquarters. This matter might belong to the category that he couldn't ask. Therefore, he didn't touch the nail on the head. Naturally, Kong Miao wasn't as experienced as Su Wuzuan. He wanted to ask but was stopped by Su Wuzuan. In the 100 Treasures realm, the Su race wasn't very popular. This was related to their previous reputation. Now that the Su race was close to the world of cultivation, Su Wuzuan deliberately befriended Kong Miao. Seeing that Kong Miao was about to do something stupid, Su Wuzuan naturally stopped him. Let's put Mu Yu and the others aside. Let's talk about Zhao Hai. As soon as Zhao Hai sent Mu Yu away, he felt that the space around him had become extremely viscous. If he wanted to take something out of the space, he would need to exert 10 times more strength than usual. Fortunately, the undead inside the space could still transfer their strength to liquid silver. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight against an immortal expert. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the immortal expert. At the same time, Zhao Hai had Kai, Laura, and the others take a look at how far the viscous space was. If necessary, they would open a spatial rift somewhere else and release the undead to attack the fire weavers. Zhao Hai knew that the viscous space had a certain effect on him. If he wanted to enter the space now, he would need more time than before. And this time would be enough for the immortal expert to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't doubt the methods of an immortal expert. If the immortal expert can seal the spatial rift before he enters the space, then he would be in danger. Moreover, what Zhao Hai feared the most was that if the spatial rift was opened for too long, the immortal expert would enter the space along with him. That would be troublesome. He didn't know if the space's laws could stop the immortal expert. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided not to enter the space. It can be said that the situation Zhao Hai encountered this time was the most dangerous one since his debut. In the past, even if he was in danger, he could still enter the space. But this time, he couldn't enter the space. The help that the space could give him was very limited. This was the biggest source of danger for him. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the viscous space didn't only affect his ability to enter the space, it also affected his ability to use his artifacts. He needed to use 5 times more strength than usual to control his artifacts. Otherwise, the artifacts would be slower than usual, which was fatal. At this moment, while Zhao Hai was summarizing the characteristics of the viscous space, a tall and thin old man dressed in fire weaver attire appeared not far away from Zhao Hai. This old man was very strange. He wasn't like the other fire weavers who only stepped on one beast. Instead, he stepped on 2 beasts, 2 green snakes. These 2 snakes were very strange. Their bodies were thin and long. Ordinary snakes that were a few meters long would be as thick as a bowl. But these 2 snakes were more than 50 meters long. However, they were much thinner than ordinary snakes. These 2 green snakes had very small scales on their bodies. They had triangular heads, scarlet tongues, and cold eyes. When they stared at Zhao Hai felt the hairs on his body stand up. The old man was tall and thin. He had a feminine temperament and cold eyes. When Zhao Hai looked at the old man, he felt as if he was looking at a snake. It was a very awkward feeling. What was even more awkward was the gun on the old man's back. The gun on the old man's back was very large. It didn't match his figure at all. Tiger's Mite's gun looked like a sniper rifle. But the gun on the old man's back, in Zhao Hai's opinion, couldn't be called a gun at all. It should be called a rocket launcher. The barrel was thick and the structure was very simple. Although it looked like a rocket launcher, its structure was similar to a gun. The body of the gun was fiery red, making it very conspicuous. The old man looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. But remember, young people should keep a low profile. Otherwise, you'll die quickly." Zhao Hai looked at the old man, then he coldly snorted and said, "Can I live long if I keep a low profile? I don't think so. An immortal expert like you can deal with me. What's the use of keeping a low profile?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Zhao Hai, you're a heavenly treasure. But you shouldn't have provoked the fire weaver race. Those who provoke the fire weavers can only die. Zhao smiled faintly. You are not the first person to say this to me. Since my debut, I don't know how many people have said this to me. But even now, I'm still alive and well. On the contrary, those who wanted to kill me are all dead. I just don't know if you can really kill me. Zhao smiled faintly and said, You are not the first person to say this to me. The old man coldly snorted and said, Arrogant and ignorant. Zhao Hai, remember, the one who will kill you is the spirit serpent blood spear Zhu Guo. After he said that, the spear on Zhu Guo's back appeared in his hand as he shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was on full alert. Seeing the spear being shot, he waved his hand as a huge shield appeared in front of him. The shield looked very thick, about 10 meters thick and more than 20 meters tall. It looked very powerful. Zhu Guo had a sneer on his face. He was very confident in his spear. This was because he knew that the spears used by immortal experts were different from those used by severed soul experts. The spears used by immortal experts were much stronger than those used by severed soul experts. The fire weavers had been using spears for many years. Since Zhao Hai discovered the shortcomings of the spear, how could they not? The fire weavers had long discovered the shortcomings of the spear. However, once they reached the immortal stage, their spears would be specially refined. Moreover, they would have special methods to use the spear. Because of this, the fire weavers could be said to have entered the realm of spear cultivation. This was the reason why the fire weavers used spears. They had already explored a different path of cultivation. The immortal experts of the fire weavers called this path the spear Dao. Zhu Guo didn't know how many levels there were in the spear Dao. However, he knew that the immortal experts had just touched the threshold of the spear Dao. There was still a long way to go. Although he only touched the threshold of the spear Dao, he knew that the power of his spear was much stronger than that of a severed soul expert. Because of this, he believed that his spear would be able to shatter Zhao Hai's shield. The huge red bullet hit the shield. However, the shield didn't shatter as Zhu Guo imagined. Instead, the shield shrank back. However, the speed at which it shrank back became slower and slower. Finally, it stopped. Then it moved forward and bounced the red bullet away. Zhu Guo stared. The movement of the shield reminded him of something, a spring. The shield's series of actions just now were too much like a spring. His bullet was like a pressure pressing down on the spring. The spring was pressed back, but when the force of the bullet was gone, the spring suddenly popped out and bounced the bullet away. Zhu Guo wasn't wrong, the shield was actually a spring. Since the shield was about 10 meters long, it was naturally impossible for Zhao Hai to make it solid. Instead, he installed countless springs inside the shield. These springs would constantly counteract the force of the bullet. Once the bullet's force was completely counteracted, the spring would no longer be able to bounce back. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he knew that if he used the shield, his spiritual force would be shaken. If he wasn't careful, he might even injure himself. However, by installing springs, the springs would act as shock absorbers. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his spiritual force being shaken. Zhu Guo didn't expect his attack to be blocked. His expression turned ugly. In his mind, his two shots were unable to deal with Zhao Hai. This was a loss of face. Moreover, Zhao Hai was able to send the people from the 100 Treasures realm away. This was a slap to his face. Naturally, his expression wasn't good. Zhao Hai didn't care about Zhu Guo's expression. He found that the spring shield was very effective. Although he still needed a lot of spiritual qi to support the spring shield, in general, the spring shield was able to block Zhu Guo's bullets and didn't cause any harm to them. This was an attack from an immortal expert. Yet he was able to block it without suffering any injuries. Zhao Hai should be proud of himself. However, Zhao Hai didn't lower his guard. This time was different from before. In the past, he could hide inside the space. But this time, he couldn't hide inside the space. He could only face the attacks head-on. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very careful. Zhu Guo looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, Good, very good. Zhao Hai, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Then I won't be polite. Then Zhu Guo raised his spear and fired again. But this time, Zhu Guo's shooting method was different. He didn't aim and shoot like before. The spear in his hand seemed to be alive. He kept swinging the spear as bullets were fired one after another. Of course, since he was waving his gun around, the bullets naturally wouldn't hit Zhao. The bullets flew left and right all over the sky. Zhao Hai couldn't understand Zhu Gui's actions. He didn't understand what Zhu Gui was doing. How could the bullets hit him? However, Zhao Hai quickly discovered that his guess was wrong. Not only could the bullets hit him, they were also very difficult to deal with. He saw the bullets flying in all directions, but after flying for a short distance, they began to turn. The bullets drew an arc as they headed straight for Zhao, blocking all his escape routes. Bullets can turn? This world was too crazy. When Zhao Hai saw the bullets turn, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the bullets to turn in front of him. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't the time to be in a daze. He waved his hand as the shield exploded and turned into flying swords. Zhao Hai said, "Myriad star transformations." Along with his voice, nearly 1,000 flying swords formed a huge sword formation around him. The flying swords were like fishes that protected Zhao Hai. All the bullets that approached Zhao Hai were blocked by the flying swords. Zhao Hai stood in the middle of the sword formation. Then he waved his hand as 12 huge metal beasts appeared beside him. Then the 12 metal beasts rushed forward towards Zhu Gui. Zhu Gui didn't expect to be unable to deal with Zhao Hai. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. Now that he saw Zhao Hai counterattack, he couldn't help but get angry. He coldly snorted as a blue flame appeared in his hand. Then the blue flame slowly merged with his spear. The originally red spear was now covered in blue flames. This made the spear look even more beautiful. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be careless. Although he managed to block Zhu Gui's bullets with the myriad star transformation sword formation, it wasn't easy. After all, the bullets were fired by an immortal expert. Zhao Hai discovered that these bullets were stronger than his cannons. Although he managed to block Zhu Gui's bullets, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Immortal experts were truly immortal experts. Each of their attacks was equivalent to a severed soul expert's all-out attack. If this attack was used against an ordinary severed soul expert, then they would have already died. Moreover, Zhao Hai's myriad star transformation sword formation had yin and yang lightning pools in each sword. It was because of these yin and yang lightning pools that Zhao Hai was able to easily block Zhu Gui's bullets. Despite the yin and yang lightning pools, Zhao Hai still expended a lot of effort to block the bullets. It wasn't as easy as it looked. However, Zhu Gui didn't know about this. He only saw Zhao Hai easily blocking his attacks. Moreover, Zhao Hai even counterattacked. How could Zhu Gui endure this? Zhu Gui coldly snorted and tapped the ground with his 2 feet. The 2 snakes under his feet immediately charged towards the 12 metal beasts. Zhao Hai didn't care about the battle between the 12 metal beasts and the 2 snakes. The 12 metal beasts have always been free to move. They can attack and retreat whenever they want. These 12 metal beasts weren't weak at all. After many upgrades, the 12 metal beasts were almost as strong as transcending tribulation experts. However, their metal bodies were indestructible. This was the biggest advantage that the 12 metal beasts had. In the past, the 12 metal beasts weren't this strong. But now, the 12 metal beasts were equipped with yin and yang lightning pools. With the yin and yang lightning pools providing them with energy, their fighting strength had increased by a lot. Zhu Gui was also very confident in his 2 snakes. The 2 snakes were a variant among beasts called silver whip snakes. Their bodies were very soft, but their defensive capabilities were also very strong. They also had 2 hollow fangs that could spit out venom. Not only was this venom extremely poisonous, even severed soul experts wouldn't be able to recover from it. Moreover, the venom was also very corrosive. Although the 2 silver whip snakes were only at the severed soul stage, they were still at the immortal stage. However, their offensive strength was very strong. In the 5 great realms, they were very difficult to deal with. Although the 12 metal beasts were a lot weaker than the silver whip snakes, their defenses were very strong. In an instant, the 2 silver whip snakes were evenly matched with the 12 metal beasts. Zhu Gui's expression turned even uglier. He didn't expect that not only did he use spatial viscous, he also used sliding bullets. And now, he even used his silver whip snakes. But even so, he still couldn't deal with Zhao Hai. How could the proud Zhu Gui swallow this? Most importantly, he discovered that he had been delayed by Zhao Hai for too long. This was very detrimental to the realm's plan. The 100 Treasures realm went all out this time and sent all of their immortal experts. This was something that the Fire Weavers didn't expect. The Fire Weavers could only send a large number of immortal experts to cooperate with the Giant Spirit Realm's immortal experts to lure the 100 Treasures Realm's immortal experts away. Then Zhu Gui would attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. It must be said that the Fire Weavers didn't have a lot of immortal experts to mobilize. The 5 great realms weren't peaceful places. If they mobilized all of their immortal experts, then it was possible that they would lose their headquarters. It must be known that the people from the other realms weren't vegetarians. They would rush in whenever they see an opportunity. Because of this, the Fire Weavers needed to leave behind enough immortal experts to defend their territory. Because of this, the manpower that they could mobilize was very limited. Besides the immortal experts that were lured away by the 100 Treasures realm, there were only a few immortal experts that could be mobilized. And among them, Zhu Gui was the only one with a spatial divergent ability. If they wanted to attack the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters, then they would need him. The defenses of the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters couldn't be compared to the world of Cultivation's headquarters or the Octopus Islands. The defenses of the Octopus Islands and the world of Cultivation's headquarters could be easily broken by the formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters couldn't do the same. Even an immortal expert with a formation-breaking Spirit Snake Needle would need a lot of effort to break through the defensive formation of the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Because of this, the Fire Weavers sent Zhu Gui this time. Zhu Gui wasn't the strongest immortal expert, but he had a spatial divergent ability. He could use his spatial divergent ability to sneak into the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. If the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters had an immortal expert guarding it, then this plan wouldn't work. Zhu Gui wasn't strong enough. If he tried to break in, then it's possible that he would be killed. Now that the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters didn't have an immortal expert guarding it, Zhu Gui would naturally be able to break in. As long as Zhu Gui entered the headquarters, then he would be able to destroy it from the inside. When the time comes, the other immortal experts outside would swarm in. Even if the 100 Treasures realm had a lot of transcending tribulation and severed soul experts, they wouldn't be able to stop them. However, before making this plan, the Fire Weavers gave Zhu Gui an order. They wanted to kill Zhao Hai first and leave the cultivators inside Zhao Hai's large artifact outside. The Fire Weavers hated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai alone killed several thousand of their people. He also foiled their plans twice. How could the Fire Weavers swallow this anger? Moreover, the Fire Weavers also knew that Muyu was with Zhao Hai. To be honest, the Fire Weavers' goal wasn't just Zhao Hai, they also wanted to kill Muyu. Muyu was a key successor of the 100 Treasures realm. His prestige in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. With Muyu here, even if Zhu Gui attacked the headquarters, Muyu would be able to organize people to resist. Muyu would be able to hold on until the immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm came back. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict. Originally, the Fire Weavers' plan was very good. They knew that Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. Therefore, they sent Zhu Hua to deal with Zhao Hai. In their opinion, sending an immortal expert to deal with Zhao Hai should be a piece of cake. However, they didn't expect that as soon as Zhao Hai found out that something was wrong, he immediately sent Muyu back to the headquarters. Then he stayed behind to deal with Zhu Hua. Zhu Hua didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so difficult to deal with. He had already used several methods, but he still couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. If this continues, then their plan would be ruined. Zhu Hua knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, it would be too late. Because of this, he used the musket technique. The flintlock spear technique was a spear technique that Fire Weavers can use after reaching the immortal stage. He can combine the strange flames of the Fire Weaver race with his spear technique, greatly increasing the power of his bullets. Zhu Gui's blue flame wasn't ordinary. It was the Netherworld Ice Flame. The Netherworld Ice Flame was an extremely Yin type of flame. No matter what it touches, it can instantly freeze and turn it into ice powder. It was very overbearing. Zhu Gui obtained this flame by accident. Although the Netherworld Ice Flame was very overbearing, Zhu Gui didn't use it often. This was because the flame was too overbearing. Although the fire weavers had special techniques to control fire, the more overbearing a flame was, the harder it was to control. Even if Zhu Gui had the netherworld ice flame seed in his body, using it for a long time would still damage his meridians. He was an immortal expert. Even an immortal expert like him would damage his meridians when using the netherworld ice flame, not to mention others. The netherworld ice flame could be said to be Zhu Gui's trump card. Zhu Gui coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Then he waved his hand as a row of bullets appeared beside him. At the same time, Zhu Gui pulled the trigger. A red bullet with blue flames shot towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the bullet with a dignified expression. He discovered that the bullet was different. And this difference came from the blue flames. Moreover, this time, Zhu Gui didn't stop after firing a few shots. Instead, he kept swinging his gun, and bullets rained down like rain. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the number of swords around him increased once again. 10,000 swords formed a sword formation that protected his surroundings. Before long, a bullet hit Zhao Hai's sword. When the bullet hit Zhao Hai's sword, it was blocked. However, Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. This was because he realized that when the bullet hit his sword was actually frozen. That's right, it froze. The sword was still under his control. However, the yin and yang lightning pool inside the sword slowed down a lot. It was like a machine that was about to be frozen. Moreover, the speed of the flying sword became extremely slow. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. He really didn't think that the blue flame would be so overbearing. If it was before, he would have absorbed the bullets into the space. That way, he would know what this flame was. When the time comes, he would be able to equip his artifacts with this flame, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. But now was not the time. Zhu Gui was a spatial divergent ability user, and he didn't know how to make the space viscous. If Zhao Hai were to take bullets into the space, then Zhu Gui might discover something. That would be very bad. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only use his flying swords to block the bullets. Every time he blocked a bullet, one of his flying swords would become as slow as a snail. However, Zhao Hai had already hardened his heart. This time, he had to block the bullets. He wanted to see if Zhu Gui would be able to deal with him. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that Zhu Gui's shock wasn't any less than Zhao Hai's. Zhu Gui didn't think that his netherworld ice fire would be unable to deal with Zhao Hai. However, when Zhu Gui saw the 12 metal beasts fighting against the 2 silver whip snakes, he had a new idea. His spear moved as he fired several shots towards the 12 metal beasts. Although the 12 metal beasts were very agile, it was impossible for them to avoid Zhu Gui's attacks. Zhu Gui was an immortal expert. How could they avoid his attacks? The 12 metal beasts were hit one after another. Although they weren't defeated, their movements were still slowed down. However, they were still much faster than the flying swords. Zhao Hai discovered that the yin-yang lightning pools inside the 12 metal beasts were moving faster than the flying swords. It seems like this was because the yin-yang lightning pools inside the 12 metal beasts were larger. Although the 12 metal beasts weren't as affected as the flying swords, they weren't small either. They simply couldn't block the 2 silver whip snakes. The 2 silver whip snakes took this opportunity to break free and directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately commanded the flying swords to intercept them. However, the 2 snakes were more agile than him. Moreover, they weren't afraid of swords and sabers. Instead, they went straight for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He discovered that he didn't have a good way to deal with the 2 snakes. Naturally, he could release the Hell King's ship. But even if he did, he wouldn't be able to deal with the blue flames. If he released the Hell King's ship, it would just be a big target. It could only stand there and take Zhu Gui's attacks. If he did that, Zhao Hai's spiritual force would suffer more damage. It wasn't worth it. The Hell King's ship's strongest points were its collision ability and its cannons. However, the cannons needed people to load them. In the past, this wouldn't be a problem. But now that Zhao Hai couldn't open the space, the undead couldn't come out. This caused a lot of trouble for Zhao Hai. The cannons couldn't be used. As long as Zhu Gui fired a few shots, the silver whip snakes would be slowed down. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't release the Hell King's ship this time. However, if he didn't release the Hell King's ship, it would be difficult for him to defend against the silver whip snakes. Naturally, he could use liquid silver to wrap himself in a metal shell. However, doing so would be disadvantageous for him in the future. This was because Zhao discovered that after being burned by the blue flames, it wouldn't be easy for liquid silver to transform back to its original form. If liquid silver were to be wrapped in a metal shell, then it would be troublesome if Zhu Guo were to shoot at it. At this time, Zhu Guo's shots were getting faster and faster. Although Zhao Hai's flying swords were resisting, his flying swords were getting lesser and lesser. Naturally, Zhao Hai could keep releasing flying swords, but this kind of consumption wasn't good for Zhao Hai. If he made another large artifact and wrapped it in a metal shell, then it would affect his control over the flying swords. Only when the flying swords were in the star change formation could they completely block Zhu Guo's flying swords. If Zhao Hai only relied on his spiritual force, then he might miss some bullets. However, the star change formation required a lot of spiritual force. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't fight for a long time while controlling the flying swords at the same time. It must be known that he and Zhu Guo were fighting a battle of attrition. Whoever couldn't hold on first would be the unlucky one. For Zhao Hai to be able to fight an immortal expert to this degree, he could already feel proud. Naturally, he needed to find a way to deal with the two silver whip snakes first. Seeing the two silver whip snakes getting closer and closer, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then his figure moved as he made another seal. This time, the seal was very simple. But as the seal formed, Zhao Hai's expression became solemn and kind. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as two golden rays of light shot towards the two silver whip snakes. The two rays of light were very fast, so the two silver whip snakes couldn't avoid them at all. The two rays of light hit the two silver whip snakes. The two silver whip snakes stopped for a moment, then they began to twist their bodies uneasily. It seemed like they were struggling, but it seemed like they were in a dilemma. They were struggling mentally, not physically. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what was going on. He used the beast taming technique on the two snakes. Zhao Hai also knew that if he didn't show his ability today, then he would suffer a loss in Zhu Guo's hands. Therefore, he used the beast taming technique. While using the beast subduing technique, Zhao Hai also poured faith power into the flying swords and the 12 metal beasts. When the faith power entered the artifacts, it was like pouring gasoline on an extinguished flame. The artifacts were instantly restored to their peak state. The same was true for the 12 metal beasts as well. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate to pour faith power into the flying swords and the 12 metal beasts. Zhu Guo wasn't an ignorant country bumpkin. When he saw the golden light, his eyes couldn't help but shrink as he exclaimed, "Faith power?" Then Zhu Guo's expression turned ugly. He knew that faith power wasn't an ordinary thing. The netherworld ice fire that he attached to the bullets would certainly be destroyed. Moreover, Zhao Hai would have more time to deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhu Guo's expression couldn't help but change. He turned his head to the fire weavers who didn't dare to move. Then he loudly said, "Everyone, make your move. We must make sure that Zhao Hai stays here. Otherwise, he will become a disaster in the future." Zhu Guo knew that people with faith power would have almost no bottleneck in their cultivation. Zhao Hai was already hard to deal with at the transcending tribulation stage. If he continues to advance, then nobody would be able to deal with him. Because of this, Zhu Guo needed to eliminate Zhao Hai before Zhao Hai matures. The fire weavers were also aware of their actions. They were waiting for Zhu Guo to deal with Zhao Hai. Then they would follow Zhu Guo to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Because of this, they didn't make a move. The fire weavers knew that immortal experts had their own dignity. If they didn't get the order to help, then the immortal expert wouldn't let them off. Because of this, the fire weavers just stood in the back and watched the show. To be honest, at first, they thought that Zhao Hai was courting death. A transcending tribulation expert dared to stay behind and deal with an immortal expert. This was simply courting death. However, things went beyond their expectations. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. He was actually able to stop the immortal expert. This was beyond their expectations. It wasn't until Zhu Guo shouted the words faith power that the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm reacted. They immediately took out their magic artifacts and rushed over. Since faith power was used, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. Faith power spread out and the sticky feeling disappeared. Zhao Hai just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to succeed. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He waved his hand as 3 large artifacts appeared beside him. Then nearly 200,000 undead armed with improved rifles appeared in Zhao Hai's large artifacts. At the same time, the cannons on the large artifacts began to fire. The battle had truly begun. Zhao Hai went all out this time. Although he didn't use his powerful undead, all of his undead with guns were sent out. In any case, Mu Yu and the others weren't here. Zhao Hai was determined to teach the fire weavers a lesson that they would never forget. Zhu Gui also discovered that his spatial ability couldn't restrict Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai also took out his 3 large artifacts. Zhu Gui didn't stop firing as he continued to attack Zhao Hai's large artifacts. However, there was no effect. Zhu Gui knew that this was because of the protection of faith power. Zhu Gui had heard that faith power had endless uses, but he didn't believe it. He thought that because people couldn't obtain faith power, they would spread it around. But now, it seems like the rumors weren't false. Faith power was very powerful. No wonder so many people wanted to obtain it. Zhu Gui wasn't very strong among immortal experts, but he wasn't weak either. It's just that his opponent was more abnormal. For Zhu Gui to be able to force Zhao Hai to use faith power wasn't a simple matter. Zhao Hai would use faith power sooner or later, but he didn't expect to be forced to use it so soon. Since he already used it, then there's no need to be polite. He just attacked with all his strength. Zhao Hai commanded the 3 large artifacts and more than 200 cannons to bombard the Fireweaver army. At the same time, the 3 large artifacts were desperately rushing forward. Although Zhao Hai was commanding the 3 large artifacts, he didn't shoot at the 2 silver whip snakes. Zhao Hai was currently using the Imperial Beast technique to subdue the 2 silver whip snakes. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't have too much energy to command the 3 large artifacts and the undead. Because of this, Zhao Hai handed over the 3 large artifacts to Laura and the others while he focused on dealing with the 2 silver whip snakes. Zhao Hai was very concerned about the 2 silver whip snakes. First, he wanted to take them to the space. This way, the space would have more powerful beasts. At the same time, it would allow the space's magic beasts to evolve faster. Second, he wanted to test the might of the Imperial Beast technique. He hadn't used this technique before, so naturally, he wanted to test it out. Zhao Hai discovered that the 2 silver whip snakes were very fierce. They refused to submit to him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He still had time to deal with the 2 silver whip snakes. Zhao Hai believed that the reason why he couldn't subdue the 2 silver whip snakes quickly was because of their formidable strength. This was the reason why it was so difficult for him to subdue them. Actually, he only knew one thing and didn't know the other. The reason why the 2 silver whip snakes were so difficult to subdue, besides their strength, was because they were raised by someone. Moreover, they were raised since they were young, so they already recognized a master. Zhao Hai was now taking someone else's things into his own hands. Naturally, this was very difficult. If the 2 silver whip snakes were wild, then they would have already been subdued by Zhao Hai. The Buddhist technique wasn't a joke. Although the ones commanding the 3 large artifacts were replaced by Laura and the others, the strength of the 3 large artifacts didn't decrease. On the contrary, it increased a lot. In terms of commanding ability, Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Lizzie and the others. The 3 large artifacts rumbled as they rushed into the Fireweaver army's formation. Although Zhu Gui was resisting with all his strength, he couldn't stop the large artifacts that were infused with faith power. The 3 large artifacts directly entered the Fireweaver army's formation. As soon as they entered the formation, the undead inside the large artifacts began to attack. Their rifles had been improved, making them more lethal than the rifles used by the Fireweavers. In a short time, the Fireweaver army simply couldn't resist the impact of the 3 large artifacts. Zhu Gui's eyes were burning as he looked at the 3 large artifacts. He didn't expect the 3 large artifacts to be this powerful. Even an immortal expert like him couldn't resist them. Zhu Gui clenched his teeth and decided to give up on fighting Zhao Hai. He would attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters directly. In his opinion, as long as the Hundred Treasures realm was destroyed, then Zhao Hai would be nothing more than a rootless wild ghost. He wouldn't be able to make any waves. Thinking of this, Zhu Gui couldn't help but withdraw his netherworld ice fire. At the same time, he also put away his own spear. He reluctantly looked at the two silver whip snakes, then fiercely looked at Zhao Hai who was standing on the ship. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Although Zhao Hai wanted to subdue the two silver whip snakes, he was still paying attention to Zhu Gui. He didn't expect Zhu Gui to actually give up on the two silver whip snakes. Seeing Zhu Gui leave, Zhao Hai immediately knew where he went. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Just as he was about to give up on the two silver whip snakes and return to the headquarters, Kai'er opened her mouth and said, "Big brother Hai, there's no need to worry. There won't be any problems in the headquarters. Tang Yaoan has already returned. Because of the long battle with you, Zhu Gui's strength has dropped by 30% or 40%. He won't be Tang Yaoan's opponent." When he heard Kai'er, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, then he smiled and said, "All right, since Elder Tang Yaoan has returned, then I don't have anything to worry about. Kai'er, I need you to deal with those guys." "I'm sure I can deal with those two worms." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, since Elder Tang Yaoan has returned, then I don't have anything to worry about." Worms were snakes. It was just a local name for snakes in Zhao Hai's hometown. When Zhao Hai heard that Tang Yaoan had returned to the headquarters, he felt relieved. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that after Zhu Gui disappeared, the resistance of the two silver whip snakes decreased. Zhao Hai stared, then he was overjoyed. He immediately increased the intensity of his spiritual attacks. After half an hour, Zhao Hai finally felt the two silver whip snakes' worship and dependence towards him. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood that his Imperial Beast technique was a success. Zhao Hai stopped his Imperial Beast technique. The two silver whip snakes immediately shot towards him. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. This was because he didn't feel any hostility from the snakes. Before long, the two silver whip snakes flew towards Zhao Hai. They rubbed their bodies against Zhao Hai's body, just like babies seeing their father. When Zhao Hai saw the two silver whip snakes, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he waved his hand and received the two silver whip snakes into the space. Then he began to pay attention to the situation outside. The current situation wasn't good. Although the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm sent 80,000 people, they didn't have any large artifacts. Moreover, Zhu Gui had left. It was impossible for them to stop Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai had 200,000 spear-wielding undead in his large artifacts. Naturally, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm wouldn't be able to do much. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these people. He didn't show any mercy towards his enemies. At this point, he had killed nearly 30,000 people. These people had all turned into undead and were absorbed into the space. This allowed him to obtain even more faith power. Zhao Hai looked at these people calmly. In the past, Zhao Hai was afraid of immortal experts. Because of this, he tried his best to avoid conflict with them. But after fighting Zhu Gui today, Zhao Hai understood that if he used faith power, he would be able to compete with immortal experts. However, Zhao Hai thought that it would be better to use faith power less in the future. This was because there were more powerful enemies waiting for him. He didn't want to expose too many cards. Because of this, after Zhu Gui left, Zhao Hai no longer added faith power to his large artifacts. Even so, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm couldn't resist Zhao Hai's attacks. At the same time, Zhao Hai noticed another thing. The shields of his three large artifacts had a layer of blue flame. This blue flame was Zhu Gui's netherworld ice fire. When Zhao Hai used faith power to open the space, he also took some time to absorb Zhu Gui's bullets. Naturally, he also obtained the netherworld ice fire. Now, Zhao Hai's large artifacts had stronger defensive capabilities. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had more means to attack. At this time, the subordinate realms of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm began to be defeated. It was impossible for these subordinate realms to die for the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. After all, they were more concerned about their own realms. Just like the subordinate realms of the Hundred Treasures Realm, if Zhu Gui really killed his way into the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters and Muyu and the others couldn't resist, then the subordinate realms would also be defeated. They wouldn't be able to afford heavy losses. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. It was impossible for him to make these 80,000 people stay today. Although he had 200,000 undead, these undead mainly relied on their guns. Among the 80,000 people, the weakest were nascent soul experts. Moreover, there were very few nascent soul experts. Most of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. Even if they were at the nascent soul stage, they still had trump cards in their hands. If these people wanted to escape, then it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to stop them. Zhao Hai also knew that once these people ran away, the news of his faith power would spread throughout the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid now. With faith power, he could fight against immortal experts. Those who want to cause trouble for him would have to weigh their own strength first. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. The retreat of the subordinate realms caused a chain reaction. In the end, the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm couldn't resist and began to flee. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the fire weavers were fleeing in disarray. They weren't organized at all as they ran away like a swarm of bees. On the contrary, although the giant spirit realm retreated, it could only be called a retreat. Their retreat was very orderly. They formed a battle formation and slowly retreated. Looking at the giant spirit realm's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He understood why the giant spirit realm could maintain this state. It was because they had fought with him many times. They knew that if they were to retreat, then their losses would be disastrous. Because of this, they retreated slowly and steadily. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that when he used the 3 large artifacts, the giant spirit realm didn't seem to be in a panic. When the large artifacts rushed through, the giant spirit realm's formation didn't become chaotic. Moreover, in a short period of time, the giant spirit realm's formation was restored to its optimal state. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the giant spirit realm's formation was different from before. In the past, the giant spirit realm was like other cultivators. This was because they didn't need to fight in close combat. Instead, they used their artifacts to attack or defend. Their formation was generally very secretive. However, this secretive formation wasn't easy to avoid when faced with a large artifact like the Hell King's ship. Because of this, their formation was often disrupted. But now it was different. The giant spirit realm's formation was much more relaxed compared to before. Moreover, they weren't in a single square formation, instead, they were in smaller ones. When Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship to attack, the giant spirit realm's small formations would be able to dodge. Even if they were scattered, they could immediately join another small formation and maintain their formation. These were the giant spirit realm's improvements. It can be seen that they were slowly learning and growing in battle. This made them more and more difficult to deal with. If Zhao Hai didn't release a large number of undead, then the giant spirit realm wouldn't have lost so many people. Looking at the routed giant spirit realm, Zhao Hai knew that they were paying attention to the undead. Even if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be able to gain anything. Therefore, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the fire weavers. When the fire weavers were defeated, they weren't able to do what the giant spirit realm did. They were completely routed and scattered. It was very chaotic. This was a good opportunity, so how could Zhao Hai let it go? He immediately took his 3 large artifacts and chased after the fire weavers. When the fire weavers saw Zhao Hai chasing after them, they ran even faster. However, a lot of them were still killed by Zhao Hai. After chasing for more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai saw that the situation was almost over. Then he slowly retreated back to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Zhao Hai's harvest in this battle was very big. Counting the people he killed, nearly 60,000 of the 100,000 fire weavers and the giant spirit realm were killed by Zhao Hai. Moreover, he obtained 2 silver whip snakes as well as the netherworld ice fire. The reason why Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to return to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters was because he already knew the result. Zhu Gui wanted to attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters, but he didn't expect Tang Yaoan to return. Zhu Gui hit the muzzle of the spear. Moreover, his strength was severely damaged. He couldn't escape from the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters and was killed by Tang Yaoan on the spot. Moreover, several immortal experts from the 100 Treasures Realm returned during this time. The headquarters of the 100 Treasures Realm was now completely safe. There was no need for Zhao Hai to rush back. Originally, Zhao Hai planned to clean up the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm's headquarters before returning to the headquarters. However, he discovered that Zhao Hai was worried about him and wanted to look for him. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to give up on his plan. He would first report back to the headquarters and then listen to their arrangements. Muyu was very anxious. He was worried about Zhao Hai's situation, especially after Zhu Gui appeared. Muyu knew that an immortal expert with a spatial divergent ability was coming to attack them. He was already prepared. Fortunately, Tang Yaoan came back and killed Zhu Gui. Zhu Gui, an immortal expert with a spatial divergent ability, couldn't escape and died. This was unexpected. But at the same time, this made Muyu even more worried. Muyu knew that Zhu Gui was the immortal expert that Zhao Hai was dealing with. This was because Muyu had seen the bullet that Zhu Gui shot. It was the bullet that Zhao Hai shot at the large artifacts before he sent them back. Now that Zhu Gui appeared while Zhao Hai didn't, Muyu became even more worried. He was worried that something might have happened to Zhao Hai. If it was before, Muyu wouldn't be this worried. After all, Zhao Hai had a spatial divergent ability. But this time was different. Zhu Gui was also a spatial divergent ability user. He was Zhao Hai's nemesis. Because of this, when Tang Yaoan dealt with Zhu Gui and several immortal experts returned to the stronghold, Muyu told Tang Yaoan that he wanted to look for Zhao Hai. He also told Tang Yaoan about how Zhao Hai was dealing with Zhu Gui. As soon as Tang Yaoan came back, he immediately fought with Zhu Gui. But what made him feel strange was that although Zhu Gui was an immortal expert, his strength wasn't very good. He was actually killed by Tang Yaoan. When Tang Yaoan fought with Zhu Gui, he felt that something was strange. Zhu Gui seemed to be running out of strength. Now that he heard Muyu's words, Tang Yaoan immediately understood why Zhu Gui was like this. Tang Yaoan didn't hesitate and agreed to Muyu's suggestion. He had Muyu organize people to look for Zhao Hai. Tang Yaoan said this because he had the same idea as Muyu. Zhao Hai stayed outside to deal with Zhu Gui. But now that Zhu Gui ran to the stronghold while Zhao Hai didn't appear, this meant that Zhao Hai wasn't able to stop Zhu Gui. Something might have happened to him. Tang Yaoan was different from Mu Yao. Mu Yao was a very rational person. If Mu Yao was here, then he wouldn't have Muyu look for Zhao Hai. Instead, he would send Tang Jia and the others. After all, the immortal experts of the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm were on the move. It was very dangerous outside. If an immortal expert ambushed Muyu, then Muyu would be in danger. It must be known that Muyu was someone that the 100 Treasures realm focused on. Tang Yaoan was more impulsive and emotional. He didn't think too much about it. When Muyu said that he was going to look for Zhao Hai, and that Zhao Hai stayed outside for the sake of the 100 Treasures realm, Tang Yaoan immediately agreed. This was because there weren't many people guarding the stronghold. If there were more people, then Tang Yaoan would have gone himself. Seeing Tang Yaoan agree, Muyu immediately organized a group of people to look for Zhao Hai. Muyu knew that it was very dangerous outside, but he was more concerned about Zhao Hai's whereabouts. Besides people from the 100 Treasures realm, there were also people from the world of cultivation and the Su race who went with Muyu. When Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan heard that something might have happened to Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but panic. For them, if something happened to Zhao Hai, then it would have a huge impact on them. They had just surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm, so their foundation in the 100 Treasures realm was very shallow. Now that Zhao Hai was in an important position in the 100 Treasures realm, this was good news for them. They can rely on Zhao Hai to gain a foothold in the 100 Treasures realm. But if something happened to Zhao Hai, then they would lose their biggest support. This would be very disadvantageous for the two realms. Therefore, when they heard that Muyu was going to look for Zhao Hai, Kong Miao, Su Wuzuan, and Maru arranged for people to go with him. As a result, the number of people who went with Muyu to look for Zhao Hai reached 10,000. Muyu also knew that it was very dangerous outside. Not only would they encounter the fire weavers and the giant spirit realm, they would also encounter immortal experts of the fire weaver race. The more people they went with, the safer it would be. Tang Jia and Tang Wen had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, so they naturally went with him. Muyu didn't object as the group left the headquarters and headed towards the place where they fought the fire weavers. Just as they were about 1,000 li away from the headquarters, Mu Yu and the others had to stop. This was because someone was blocking their way. A fire weaver was sitting cross-legged on the back of a turtle-shaped beast, blocking their path. The fire weaver didn't look young. His hair and tail were all white. However, he was sitting on the turtle's back as steady as a rock. Although his eyes weren't open, nobody dared to underestimate him. However, when Mu Yu saw the old man, his expression wasn't good. He said, "It's actually Master Rashi." Junior Mu Yu gives his greetings. This old man's name was Zhu Yulong. He was a veteran immortal expert of the Fire Weaver race. This time, he cooperated with Zhu Gui to attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. However, he didn't expect Zhu Gui to be entangled with Zhao Hai. In the end, although he went, he was eliminated by Tang Yuan. This made Zhu Yulong very angry. Naturally, he didn't want to retreat, so he was waiting for an opportunity. Now that Mu Yu came out, he immediately blocked Mu Yu's path. When Zhu Yulong heard Mu Yu's words, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes didn't have the confusion of an old man. On the contrary, his eyes were clear and sparkling, full of wisdom. Zhu Yulong looked at Mu Yu, then he laughed and said, "Good, you're worthy of being the strongest person in the 100 Treasures Realm's younger generation. You're really extraordinary. If our two realms weren't enemies, then this old man would have helped you. Unfortunately, we're enemies." Hearing Zhu Yulong, Mu Yu couldn't help but show a proud expression as he said, "Then I'll have to ask Elder for advice. It won't be easy to take this junior's life." After he said that, Mu Yu waved his hand as a fake spirit snake needle appeared in front of him. Tang Jia and the others understood what Mu Yu meant. 10 severed soul experts immediately stood beside Mu Yu and poured their spiritual chi into the fake spirit snake needle. Then, Mu Yu took out 10 formation-breaking spirit snake needles from his spatial artifact and gave them to the others for self-defense. Mu Yu was very clear that only the fake formation-breaking spirit snake needles could resist one or two of Zhu Yulong's attacks. Zhu Yulong looked at Mu Yu's actions but didn't stop him. In his opinion, Mu Yu and the others were just struggling on their deathbed. Zhu Yulong liked to watch his enemies struggle. It was like a cat catching a mouse. It was intoxicating. Mu Yu's heart turned cold. However, he wasn't very worried. They weren't far from the headquarters. If there's any movement, the headquarters would definitely know. When the time comes, Tang Yuan and the other immortal experts would come to help. He just needed to hold on. Zhu Yulong slowly stood up. His first movement was very slow, as if he was wasting his strength. Although his movements were slow, he didn't feel weak at all. Instead, he gave you the impression that he was slowly accumulating strength, ready to launch an attack at any time. Mu Yu's expression couldn't help but turn heavy. He knew that this enemy was very dangerous. Unless he didn't attack, then it would be a killing move. At this time, a gentle voice was heard, "It's lively, how can I miss out on this kind of excitement?" Then a figure suddenly appeared beside Mu Yu. Mu Yu stared, then he was overjoyed. This was because the person who appeared beside him was Zhao Hai. Mu Yu looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "Kid, you're finally back. I knew that you'd be fine." "Ha ha ha. Good, very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've made Big Brother Mu worry." "Right, who is this?" Then Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Yulong. Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "Master Rashi, Zhu Yulong, a veteran immortal expert of the Fire Weaver race. I didn't expect him to come here." Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Yulong and smiled faintly, "It seems like Senior was waiting for me here." "How did Senior know that I would appear here? Why didn't you return to the headquarters?" Zhao Hai's guess was right. Zhu Yulong was roaming around in order to deal with Zhao Hai. He now knew that Zhu Gui was stopped by Zhao Hai's people, preventing them from carrying out their sneak attack. This made Zhu Yulong dread Zhao Hai even more. A transcending tribulation expert could actually stop an immortal expert. Such a person was too dangerous. If Zhu Yulong was allowed to grow, then the Fire Weavers would have one more enemy. Therefore, Zhu Yulong was roaming around in order to intercept Zhao Hai. Naturally, he knew that his chances weren't high. This was because Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. He could just return to the headquarters directly. However, Zhu Yulong didn't give up. His long life made him understand that as long as you don't give up, there would always be a chance. Naturally, Zhu Yulong wouldn't tell this to Zhao Hai. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he smiled faintly and said, "Worthy of being the person who made the fire weavers lose. You're really extraordinary. Yes, this old man is waiting for you. Prepare to die." After he said that, he didn't waste time as he took out a gun from his back and fired towards Zhao Hai. Then he waved his gun again and again as bullets flew towards Muyu and the others. Zhu Yulong's gun was completely different from Zhu Gui's gun. Zhu Gui's gun was very big, it looked like a small cannon. However, Zhu Yulong's gun was very thin and long. The entire gun was 2 meters long. The barrel was very thin, but the bullets were very long. The bullets looked like enlarged needles, it looked very strange. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his hand as 3 large artifacts, 12 metal beasts, and 4 cyan imperial chariots appeared in front of him. He wanted to block the bullets. At this time, a voice was heard, "Old turtle, do you think we're dead?" Along with the voice, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. He waved his hand as throwing knives flew towards the bullets. Clang! 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 All of Zhu Yulong's bullets were hit by the throwing knives. However, the throwing knives were also broken. The person who came was Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was also very worried about Zhao Hai. Additionally, he knew that there was danger outside. Because of this, he paid attention to Muyu's situation. However, there weren't many immortal experts in the headquarters right now. Tang Yuan had a lot of things to deal with, so he couldn't pay attention to Muyu and the others all the time. By the time he noticed Muyu and the others, Zhao Hai had already appeared. Zhu Yulong had already made his move. Seeing Zhu Yulong make his move, Tang Yuan immediately rushed over and used his flying daggers to knock down Zhu Yulong's bullets. Although the flying daggers were destroyed, Tang Yuan didn't feel any heartache. This was because he still had a lot of flying daggers. Seeing Tang Yuan appear, Zhu Yulong's expression changed. Tang Yuan was known for being difficult to deal with. If Zhu Yulong was entangled with him, then the trouble wouldn't be small. Moreover, Tang Yuan's appearance meant that Zhu Gui's operation had failed. Their plan to attack the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters had failed. Zhu Yulong didn't know that Zhu Gui was killed. After all, Zhu Gui entered the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Zhu Yulong didn't know about the situation inside the headquarters. Although he knew that the operation might have failed, he didn't know about Zhu Gui's situation. Now that Tang Yuan appeared, Zhu Yulong knew that Zhu Gui was doomed. Tang Yuan looked at Zhu Yulong and sneered, "Old turtle Zhu, do you think you can take advantage of us? Don't count on Zhu Gui, he's already been eliminated by me. The fire weavers are getting worse and worse. You actually sent a triangular cat to attack the 100 Treasures Realm. Do you think you have too many people so you sent me to kill you?" Zhu Yulong's expression was gloomy as he said, "Tang Yuan, don't be too proud. Right now, the 100 Treasures Realm can only defend their headquarters. I want to see how long you can defend. Sooner or later, you'll be destroyed by us." Tang Yuan sneered and said, "You want to destroy the 100 Treasures Realm? I'm afraid that the fire weavers won't be able to bite back. If your headquarters is destroyed, you won't even have a place to cry." Zhu Yulong sneered and said, "You talk too much. This old man wants to see if you, Tang Yuan, are as difficult to deal with as people say. Take this." After saying that, Zhu Yulong's rifle danced in the air, and bullets flew straight towards Tang Yuan. This time, Zhu Yulong used a sliding trajectory, and the bullets flew towards Tang Yuan in a curved trajectory. Tang Yuan snorted and waved his hand. A sky full of knife light flew out from his hand and shot down Zhu Yulong's bullets. At the same time, a flying knife attacked Zhu Yulong. Tang Yuan's flying dagger was very strange. This flying dagger was much smaller than the average flying dagger. It was shaped like a willow leaf, narrow and thin. It didn't look like an artifact used to kill people. Zhao Hai knew that the two were still probing, so he turned his head to Muyu and said, "Brother Mu, arrange for everyone to enter the Hell King's ship. We can't be a burden to Elder Tang." Muyu, who was watching the battle, stared for a moment before he nodded. Then he whispered an order to the others. Under Tangjia's arrangement, the group entered the Hell King's ship in batches. Then Zhao Hai and the others entered the ship as well. Zhao Hai received the other large artifacts before the ship retreated slightly. However, it didn't retreat too far, it maintained a distance between each other and the Hell King's ship. Although Zhu Yulong and Tang Yuan were locked in battle, Zhu Yulong still noticed the movements of Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, he also saw the conversation between Zhao Hai and Muyu. He knew that these movements were arranged by Zhao Hai. This made Zhu Yulong dread Zhao Hai even more. While he was fighting Tang Yuan, Zhao Hai remained calm. He immediately arranged for everyone to enter the Hell King's ship. Then he retreated to a distance where he could support Tang Yuan. This showed that Zhao Hai had a calm mind. A person who could make such accurate decisions while two immortal experts were fighting was definitely a dangerous opponent. It must be known that people like Zhao Hai and the others rarely get to see two immortal experts fight. If they can learn something from this fight, then it would be very beneficial for them when they reach the immortal stage in the future. Because of this, Muyu couldn't take his eyes off the battle. He wanted to see the battle between two immortal experts. He hoped that he could learn something from it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't do this. He was very calm and made the most rational and correct decision. This kind of person was the most dangerous. Zhao Hai's actions made Zhu Yulong even more determined to kill Zhao Hai. However, even if he wanted to kill Zhao Hai, he couldn't. Tang Yuan wasn't a simple opponent. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the two were just probing each other. As long as they figure out each other's strength, then they would attack with all their might. Although they were still probing each other, they didn't dare to take it lightly. In a battle between experts, any small mistake would be taken advantage of by the other party. Then the other party would counterattack even more fiercely. The two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Neither of them had the upper hand. However, Zhu Yulong already had thoughts of retreating. This place was too close to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. If Tang Yuan doesn't care about his reputation as an immortal expert and summons more people to deal with the pincer attack, then Zhu Yulong might die here today. He didn't want to die, so he wanted to leave. However, Zhu Yulong knew that even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't show any signs of retreating. He knew that if he showed any signs of retreating, then Tang Yuan would take the opportunity to attack. When the time comes, he would be in a passive position. Therefore, not only can he not show any signs of retreating, he also needs to attack. Zhu Yulong thought so and did so. After he fired a few shots in a row, he waved his hand and a dark flame fell directly on his gun. Then he turned his hand and took out a different bullet. This bullet was longer, sharper, and looked more strange. Then he used his spiritual force to control these bullets and formed them into a chain and lined them up next to the gun. Tang Yuan, who had fought against the Fire Weavers, saw Zhu Yulong's actions and knew that Zhu Yulong was serious. Tang Yuan coldly snorted as he stood firmly on the light field. Then his entire temperament changed. If he looked like an ordinary immortal expert before, then Tang Yuan was now an unsheathed flying dagger. With a change of Tang Yuan's temperament, a shadow slowly appeared around his body. It was the shadow of a lancet-throwing knife. This lancet-throwing knife was very large, more than 10 meters high. Tang Yuan was standing in the middle of this shadow. Zhu Yulong didn't seem to see this. He waved the long gun in his hand, and bullets were shot out of the gun. This time, he still used a sliding trajectory. The bullets were straight and curved. They drew different routes and went straight to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan turned his hand and a throwing knife appeared in his hand. It was the same kind of throwing knife that he used before. This time, he didn't take out too many throwing knives, only one. Then Tang Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Chi." Then the knife flew out. The moment the lancet knife left Tang Yuan's hand, the entire blade began to flash. At the same time, a shadow of a flying knife appeared on the blade. This shadow was almost the same as the one on Tang Yuan's body. With an indomitable spirit, this blade shot straight towards Zhu Yulong. Zhu Yulong's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Yuan. Zhao Hai has been observing the bullets that Zhu Yulong took out. He felt that there was something different about the bullets. This made him somewhat uncertain. But before long, he discovered that when the bullets left the muzzle, flames were coming out from behind the bullets. As soon as the flames came out, the speed of the bullets increased. At the same time, the black flames attached to the bullets burned even more fiercely. Boom! The flying dagger and the bullets collided. An incomparably powerful shockwave spread out from the point of impact. Wherever the shockwave passed, sand and stones were sent flying. Trees on the ground were uprooted. Moreover, 2 meters of soil was rolled up by the shockwave. This showed how powerful the shockwave was. However, when the shockwave reached Tang Yuan's side, it was immediately broken by the flying dagger. It simply couldn't get close to Tang Yuan. Zhu Yulong's situation was similar. When the chi wave was about to reach him, he sat on the turtle-shaped monster beast and blew out a mouthful of air. The chi wave was blocked by the beast's mouth. Zhu Yulong stared at Tang Yuan while Tang Yuan stared back coldly. After seeing the might of Tang Yuan's flying daggers, Zhu Yulong became even more determined to leave as soon as possible. He understood that if he didn't leave, then he would be in danger. He could already feel several spiritual forces sweeping through the battlefield from the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. If he didn't leave as soon as possible, then those people wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and make a move. Then he would be in real danger. Zhu Yulong raised the gun in his hand again and pulled the trigger again. At the same time, he snorted coldly. The giant tortoise under his feet roared towards the sky. Then, it opened its mouth and a few huge air bombs flew towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan snorted coldly. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and pressed his 4 fingers together. He pressed the lancet knives in his palms and threw 2 knives at the same time, boom. Boom. 2 loud noises were heard as the shockwaves collided. This time, the shockwaves were even fiercer, causing more dust to rise. However, Tang Yuan didn't pay attention to it as he looked at Zhu Yulong's direction with a gloomy expression. He couldn't see Zhu Yulong right now, but his spiritual force told him that Zhu Yulong had disappeared. In other words, Zhu Yulong ran away. At the moment when the flying knife collided with the bullet and air bomb, the resulting energy fluctuation affected Tang Yuan's mental strength. At that moment, Tang Yuan's mental strength couldn't sense Zhu Yulong. When the energy fluctuation calmed down, Tang Yuan couldn't find Zhu Yulong anymore. Zhu Yulong had already run away. Don't doubt the speed of an immortal expert. If they wanted to escape at full speed, then even if Zhao Hai used the Hell King's ship to its maximum speed, it would still be impossible for him to catch up. Tang Yuan didn't expect a famous expert like Zhu Yulong to run away. It was precisely because he didn't expect Zhu Yulong to run away that it was already too late for him to catch up. Tang Yuan was sitting in the conference hall with an ugly expression on his face. Mu Yao was sitting next to him. Mu Yao had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai. Mu Yao was very satisfied with Zhao Hai. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block Zhu Gui alone. Moreover, he was able to scatter the Fireweaver army. Although this matter was resolved, Mu Yao still couldn't help but feel fear. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's quick reaction to send Mu Yu and the others back, then Mu Yao wouldn't have been able to block Zhu Gui's attack. Zhu Gui might have already killed his way into the headquarters and wreaked havoc there. If that happened, then the headquarters would certainly be destroyed. Once the headquarters were destroyed, the 100 Treasures Realm would be finished. We were really careless this time. Mu Yao sighed and said if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have been in danger. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled and said, very good. Little Hai, you've made a great contribution this time. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you this time? Don't ask me for materials, I don't have any. Everyone burst into laughter, then Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this time, this junior doesn't want materials. I want Elder Guan to have someone. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Mu Yao stared, then he raised his eyebrows and said, you want someone? Are you interested in that girl? How can that be? You don't need to ask me. Everyone laughed. Zhao Hai also smiled and said, what I want isn't a girl. Elder Tang killed Zhu Gui, I want his corpse. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I want Zhu Gui's body. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao hesitated for a moment before saying, you want to turn him into an undead? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, turn him into an undead. I want to ask him how he made the bullet turn. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao nodded and said, originally, I wasn't going to hand over Zhu Gui's corpse to you. In any case, he was an immortal expert. Even if he died, he should still have dignity. But since you said so, then I'll hand him over to you. If you want to know how to make a bullet turn, then you have to hand it over to the realm. Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao turned his head to the angry Tang Yuan, then he coldly said, "Don't be angry. If he ran away, then he ran away. Next time we see him, we'll just kill him. Tell me, where did I throw Zhu Gui? Quickly go and find it for Xiao Hai." Tang Yuan snorted and said, "It's buried in the back mountain. You go dig it up yourself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't mind. Then he nodded and said, "Elder Mu, if there's nothing else in the next 2 days, then I'll return to Yen Planet. Call me when there's a move." Mu Yao nodded and said, "There won't be any movement in the next 2 days. We'll wait for the other realms to respond. If they don't send troops, then we'll do it ourselves. When the time comes, we'll depend on you. If they do send troops, then you can stay in Yen Planet. You can come back whenever you want." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave Mu Yao a salute before he turned around and left. Mu Yu also followed Zhao Hai out of the hall. When they were outside, Mu Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, get yourself some good artifacts in Yen Planet. In any case, anything that can be produced there is free." "Right, how did you escape from Zhu Gui this time?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave Mu Yao a salute before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Why would I run away? I had to use my faith power to scare that guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stand here alive. It won't be long before the entire 10,000 realm battlefield knows that I have faith power. This is just the beginning of my troubles." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'll talk to Master about this. You're now a hero of the 100 Treasures realm. Master will protect you. Don't worry. Also, you're not the only one with faith power in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be leaving. If there's anything, just send me a message. I'll restore the wastes in Yen Planet as soon as possible. Then I'll make more guns and equip my undead with them." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu's eyes shone as he said, "That's a good idea. You have a lot of undead. If you equip them with guns, then their fighting strength would be very strong. Alright, let's do that." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved to Mu Yu. Then he flew towards the back of the mountain and found Zhu Gui. Fortunately, Zhu Gui didn't die for a long time. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to turn Zhu Gui into an undead. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that Zhao Hai found Zhu Gui's great spear in his grave. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhu Gui's great spear was a good thing. It was much better than the spears that Zhao Hai and the others were using. Tang Yuan and the others didn't leave it behind and instead buried it with Zhu Gui. It seems like immortal experts wanted to maintain their dignity even in death. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly turned Zhu Gui into an undead and received the great spear into the space. Fortunately, Tang Yuan also left the bullets inside Zhu Gui's great spear behind. These things were very useful to Zhao Hai. After dealing with Zhu Gui, Zhao Hai went to the transmission formation and had the person in charge send him to Yen Planet. The person in charge of the transmission formation was also a severed soul expert. However, he was very polite to Zhao Hai. He even chatted with Zhao Hai for a while before sending Zhao Hai to the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai returned to Yen Planet. After arriving at Yen Planet, Zhao Hai's figure flickered as he entered the space. Laura and the others immediately greeted him. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What do you think? Do you want to go out? What does Yen Planet look like with your new eyes? If you want, then we can go out together." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a surprised expression. But then Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a timid expression and said, "Brother Hai, is this okay? What if someone finds out?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I'll just say that you're my lovers from the world of cultivation. You don't need to worry." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But we still need to analyze Zhu Gui's weapon. We also need to ask him some questions." Zhao Hai knew that Laura and the others had stayed inside the space for too long. Now that they were going out, their hearts couldn't help but feel sad. He blamed himself for not taking them out to play earlier. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, "It's fine, we can do these things outside. With Kyer here, there's no need for you to be busy. Let's go and see those garbage mountains." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but smile. Then they nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand and led the group towards Yan Planet. To be honest, Yan Planet's environment wasn't very good. If it was, then it wouldn't have been treated as a garbage planet. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai and the others. Although Laura and the others didn't pay much attention to their cultivation, they still ate and used things from the space. They had already reached the nascent soul stage, so this change in climate didn't affect them. Besides Laura and the others, there was also Mo Xing who came out with Zhao Hai. This kid had always been by Zhao Hai's side. But after the last battle, Zhao Hai sent Mo Xing back to the space. Although the environment here wasn't very good, Laura and the others were still very happy to have a change of environment. Only Kyer was able to control the operation of the space. However, this wasn't a problem for Kyer. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but think about it. Zhao Hai didn't accompany them and let them play by themselves. At the same time, he continued to collect and decompose the wastes inside the space. Zhu Guo, who was under Kyer's control, explained everything that he knew. The reason why Zhu Guo's bullets could bend wasn't just because of his technique and strength, but also because the gun had been modified. In order to increase the range and accuracy of the guns, the barrels of the guns were rifled. So when the bullets flew out, not only would they fly further, but they would also be more accurate, and their lethality would also be greater. However, Zhu Guo's gun had a special rifling. Ordinary guns had rifling from the beginning to the end. But Zhu Guo's gun had rifling in the back of the barrel while the front had no rifling. Because there was no rifling in the front half of the rifle, when the bullet was shot, as long as the technique and strength were used well, the bullet would bend. Of course, if one wanted to make the bullet bend and hit the target, it would require countless practice. Otherwise, even if the bullet could bend, it would be useless if it couldn't hit the target. In addition to the barrel being different, the bullets were also different. The powder inside the bullets was a reformulated powder. This powder burned slower and was more powerful. But at the same time, if you want to ignite this powder, you need a greater impact force. Therefore, the trigger of this gun was specially modified. Not only did it use better materials, but the design of the trigger was also very special. That is, the force of the trigger was particularly good. For example, no matter how much strength you used to pull the trigger, the force produced by the trigger wouldn't change much. This was because the force of the trigger didn't come from you, but from the spring. However, the redesigned trigger wasn't the same. This trigger relied on the user's strength. The more strength you use to pull the trigger, the stronger the trigger will be. Ordinary severed soul experts wouldn't be able to ignite the powder inside the cartridge. Because of this, even severed soul experts wouldn't be able to use it. This method of making the bullet bend was known to the fire weavers as a slippery trajectory. This method included changes in the design of the gun barrel, the trigger, the powder, the technique used, the strength used, and so on. Zhao Hai didn't expect the fire weaver's research on the gun to be this refined. He also didn't think about keeping it a secret. He engraved these things on jade slips and then sent them to the headquarters. However, he believed that even if Mu Yao and the others knew about this method, they wouldn't let the people of the 100 Treasures realm practice it. This was because it would take too much time. At this point, the people in the 100 Treasures realm could only be considered novices in using guns. They didn't understand the nature of guns, so it was impossible for them to use sliding bullets. As for the powder, they could use it. However, it could only be used on artillery shells. Cannons and mortars wouldn't be able to use the powder. However, the powder formula was very useful to Zhao Hai. With this formula, the cannons on his large artifacts would become even more powerful. As for the curved bullet, Zhao Hai didn't want to learn it from the very beginning. After all, he didn't plan on using the gun all the time. Therefore, he didn't want to keep it. As for teaching this method to the undead, he thought about it. However, without the powder, the power of the curved bullet would decrease a lot. This technique was only suitable for one person to use, When facing an enemy, one could make the bullet turn, making it harder for the enemy to guard against. However, this was useless against the undead. The undead relied on their numbers to win. When they went out, there would be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. When they attacked an enemy, there would be several, or even dozens or hundreds of guns aimed at a single person. There was no need for this kind of gun technique. It can be said that the slippery trajectory technique that Zhao Hai obtained this time was of little use to him. It wasn't as good as Zhu Guai. Zhu Guai was an immortal expert with extraordinary fighting strength. It can be said that Zhao Hai obtained a great help. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that Zhu Guai gave him more faith power than severed soul experts. Moreover, the faith power was richer. This was what Zhao Hai valued the most. As for how Zhu Guai became an immortal expert, Zhao Hai didn't need it right now. He wasn't in a hurry to ask about it. Moreover, he had faith power to protect his body. It didn't matter whether he knew about it or not. Thinking about it, Zhao Hai's biggest harvest from Zhu Guai was Zhu Guai himself. The things that Zhu Guai learned were actually useless to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was already satisfied. After receiving Zhu Guai, he had the undead refine their spears. However, he couldn't neglect his cultivation. At the same time, he was busy decomposing materials. He received several metal plants, but they were all the same. The space wasn't able to analyze them. Zhao Hai was too lazy to take care of them, so he just planted them on a pile of metal. As the amount of waste materials decreased, Zhao Hai's chances of getting new ores also decreased. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up because of this. He was still working hard to decompose the waste materials. Naturally, he also stored a lot of them inside the space for future use. Although he could directly use the ores inside the space, Zhao Hai still took some metals. This was because he felt that using the ores inside the space was akin to destroying the space. He wasn't used to this. After Laura and the others looked at the entire planet, they returned to Zhao Hai's side and chatted. It seems like they were very excited. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just looked at them with a smile. To be honest, Zhao Hai was very happy to see Laura and the others like this. In the past, they could only move around inside the space. This was too much for them. Schwa. The last scrap material was placed on Yen planet. Now, the entire Yen planet had become a huge material factory. All kinds of materials covered the entire planet. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Looking at the materials on Yen planet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It has been 3 days since he arrived at Yen planet from the headquarters. Laura and the others were already bored and returned to the space. This couldn't be blamed on Laura and the others, they came out to have a look. How could the environment on Yen planet compare to the space? Laura and the others were used to the space, so coming to Yen planet was like going from a sterile room to a garbage dump. It would be strange if they were used to it. Although there were a lot of materials on Yen planet, Zhao Hai also received a lot of materials from the space. Naturally, he didn't care about ordinary materials. What he received from the space were more advanced materials. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle these days. He made 100,000 rifles and modified the shells with special powders. This made Zhao Hai's fighting strength even stronger. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation in the headquarters. Not long after Zhao Hai arrived at Yen planet, rumors about Zhao Hai's faith power began to spread in the 10,000 realm battlefield. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Mu Yao and the others didn't have any reaction to this rumor. They were still very calm. On the other hand, Zhao Hai saw that they seemed to be relieved. This made Zhao Hai confused, he didn't know why they had such expressions. This matter didn't cause as much of a stir as Zhao Hai imagined. On the contrary, after Mu Yu explained the origin of Zhao Hai's faith power to Mu Yao and Tang Yuan, Mu Yao and Tang Yuan nodded. They completely believed that this matter was over. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. He was startled because Mu Yao and the others didn't seem to care about him obtaining faith power. On the other hand, Ao Hui knew that if he knew about this, then he would have already used the Buddhist technique. There was no need for him to wait until now. He was just vexed for a while and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, it had already happened. Even if he took it to heart, it was useless. What happened next in the headquarters was somewhat out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Just a day after Zhao Hai entered Yan Planet, more than a dozen representatives of high-grade realms arrived at the headquarters. They came with only one purpose in mind. They wanted to send troops to deal with the Fire Weavers. They wanted to drive the Fire Weavers back, destroy the giant spirit realm, and divide their territory. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm agreed to this proposal. Naturally, the 100 Treasures realm would also get a share of the giant spirit realm's territory. Moreover, the 100 Treasures realm wanted the biggest share. Regarding this, the representatives of the high-grade realms didn't argue too much. They knew that the 100 Treasures realm knew that they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now that the 100 Treasures realm wanted more benefits, it wasn't impossible. After all, their main target was the Fire Weavers. And since the 100 Treasures realm was already on the battlefield with the Fire Weavers, they could consider it as compensation. Therefore, they didn't argue with the 100 Treasures realm over this matter. However, there were several high-grade realms who wanted the 100 Treasures realm to reveal the secret of the Fire Weavers' rifles. They were rejected by the 100 Treasures realm on the spot. In the end, these high-grade realms gave in and sent troops to deal with the Fire Weavers. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The 100 Treasures realm was now safe. As long as these high-grade realms send troops, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that they didn't immediately attack the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. Instead, they discussed the distribution plan. It took more than a day for the plan to be finalized. By the time Zhao Hai turned Yan Planet's waste into raw materials, they still haven't sent troops. They just finalized the distribution plan and the representatives of the high-grade realms were preparing to send troops back to their realms. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Seeing that there was nothing left to do on Yan Planet, Zhao Hai entered the space and rested for 2 days. In these 2 days, the high-grade realms finally sent troops. Just as Zhao Hai expected, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm couldn't resist the attack. In the end, the Giant Spirit realm clenched their teeth and gave up on the 10,000 realm battlefield. Everyone from the Giant Spirit realm withdrew from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, they destroyed their transmission formation. It seems like they wouldn't be able to return to the 10,000 realm battlefield in a short period of time. When the Fire Weavers saw that the Giant Spirit realm had retreated, they also retreated. They directly returned to the Fire Weavers' territory and gathered a large number of troops at the border. If the Giant Spirit realm dared to attack, they would go all out. Seeing this, the other high-grade realms also retreated. All that was left was to take over the Giant Spirit realm's territory. Zhao Hai didn't expect such a change to happen in just 2 days. The Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weavers retreated. Everything happened too fast. Zhao Hai couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was real. This was because the 100 Treasures realm had already redistributed their territory to the other high-grade realms. Even the world of Cultivation and the Su race had their own territories. Zhao Hai didn't expect this change to happen so quickly. However, he wasn't prepared to stay on Yan Planet any longer. His figure moved as he went to the transmission formation and returned to the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. The headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm was much more deserted compared to when he left. Zhao Hai knew that the high-grade realms had already left. It can be said that the 10,000 realm battlefield has returned to its previous state. Zhao Hai also understood that the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm knew that they would lose when the other high-grade realms joined the war. Therefore, the Giant Spirit realm decisively ran away. This way, they would be able to leave behind some experts in order to prepare for their return to the 10,000 realm battlefield in the future. At the same time, the Fire Weavers also knew that if they continued to fight and suffered heavy losses, the other high-grade realms wouldn't let them off. Don't think that the 5 great realms were kind people. If they find out that the Fire Weavers had weakened, they would certainly pounce on them like wolves. Because of this, the Fire Weavers had no choice but to retreat. Originally, they wanted to deal with the 100 Treasures realm as quickly as possible with the help of the Giant Spirit realm. This way, the 100 Treasures realm's territory would belong to them. When the time comes, they would be able to send an army to defend it. Even if the other high-grade realms wanted to snatch their territory, it would be impossible. However, the Fire Weavers didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to resist under the pressure of the Giant Spirit realm and the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers suffered heavy losses in the hands of the 100 Treasures realm. The reason why the Fire Weavers weren't able to take down the 100 Treasures realm quickly was because the 100 Treasures realm suddenly had a large number of rifles. These rifles were the weapons of the Fire Weavers. Now that the 100 Treasures realm had them, the Fire Weavers were on the same level as the 100 Treasures realm. In this case, it would be impossible for the Fire Weavers to take down the 100 Treasures realm in a short period of time. Now that the high-grade realms intervened, the Fire Weavers knew that their operation had failed. Therefore, they decisively withdrew. It can be said that when the high-grade realms joined in, there was no fighting at all. The Giant Spirit realm decisively ran away while the Fire Weavers decisively retreated. The war ended decisively. Xiao Hai wanted to curse at the Fire Weavers. When the person guarding the transmission formation saw Xiao Hai come out, he immediately went forward to greet him. He had a smile on his face, looking very happy. Xiao Hai smiled faintly at him. The person immediately said, "Mr. Xiao Hai, longevity said that if you come back, you should immediately go to the conference hall." Xiao Hai nodded and gave his thanks before flying towards the conference hall. Before long, he arrived at the conference hall. This time, he didn't see Mu Yu or Tang Jia. The two were very busy. The 100 Treasures realm had just repelled a powerful enemy and recovered all of their territories. They also obtained an extra piece of territory. These territories needed to be redistributed. Because of this, Mu Yu and the others were sent out. They weren't in the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters. Outside the conference hall were two severed soul experts. When the two saw Xiao Hai, they immediately gave Xiao Hai a salute. However, they didn't stop Xiao Hai from entering. Instead, they made an inviting gesture. Xiao Hai smiled faintly at the two as he returned the salute. Then he walked into the conference hall. The conference hall was now deserted. The 5 elders were sitting there, chatting and laughing. It seems like they were in a good mood. These 5 elders would only take care of things when something big happens. Usually, the severed soul experts of the 100 Treasures realm would take care of it. The 100 Treasures realm had a very good management system, so the 5 elders weren't very busy. Although the 100 Treasures realm had a lot of things to do, these things could be handled by people like Mu Yu and the others. There was no need for the 5 elders. Because of this, the 5 elders were very relaxed. As soon as Xiao Hai entered the conference hall, Mu Yu and the others saw him. Mu Yu waved his hand towards Xiao Hai as he laughed and said, "Xiao Hai, you're back. Unfortunately, you're too late. The Giant Spirit realm has already withdrawn from the 10,000 realm battlefield. The Fire Weavers have also returned to their headquarters." Xiao Hai pretended to be stunned as he said, "So fast? Why did they run away so quickly? This doesn't seem like their style of doing things." Mu Yu smiled and said, "They had no choice but to retreat. If they didn't retreat, then they would have stayed here forever. Come, tell me how you're doing in Yen Planet. How much scrap did you restore? The more you restore, the more you'll get. I told you that the realm wouldn't rob you. You can take as much as you want." Xiao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I've just sent an order to Yen Planet. All the wastes in Yen Planet have been turned into materials. I ask Elder to send people to receive them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for the loss of those materials." Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Mu Yu and the others couldn't help but stare. Tang Yaoan said, "You restored everything so quickly? Kid, you're not lying to me, right?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If elders don't believe me, then please come with me." Mu Yao didn't say anything as his figure moved and flew towards the transmission formation. Tang Yaoan and the other elders followed behind him. Mu Yao and the others stood on top of Yen Planet's transmission formation. They stared blankly at the piles of materials around them. For a while, they even forgot to speak. Mu Yao and the others were born in the 100 Treasures realm, so they had seen a lot of things. However, this was the first time they saw a mountain of materials. This wasn't just an adjective, it was the truth. The materials here were indeed piled up like mountains. Mu Yao and the others had seen a lot of things, but they had never seen so many materials here. This was too shocking. After some time, Mu Yao let out a long breath. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, his figure moved as he flew around Yan planet at his fastest speed. At the same time, Tang Yuan and the others were doing the same as Mu Yao. Zhao Hai didn't move. He just stood there with a smile. He knew that if he didn't let Mu Yao and the others take a closer look, they wouldn't give up. Zhao Hai didn't stop Mu Yao and the others, he just let them take a look. Before long, Mu Yao and the others returned to the transmission formation. Each of them looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. After some time, Mu Yao let out a long breath, then he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Little Hai, you've made a great contribution this time. You can take as many materials as you want." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I thank Elder for the reward. In fact, I've already taken it. These are the remaining materials." Tang Yuan let out a long breath, then he looked around and smiled bitterly as he said, "I didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to waste so many materials in the past few years. Just the amount of materials here is enough for the 100 Treasures realm to use for tens of thousands of years. It seems like we need to train the kids in refining." Mu Yao smiled faintly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Good, very good. Little Hai, I'll reward you this time. I'll arrange a planet for you in the 100 Treasures realm with spirit veins. You can cultivate there. I'll also give you access to the 10,000 realm battlefield at any time. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Elder Mu. Elder Mu, I have some friends in the world of cultivation. I want to bring them to the 100 Treasures realm. Is that all right?" Mu Yao laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Of course you can. Since I said that I'll give you the planet, then I'll give it to you. You can do whatever you want on the planet. Come with me to the 100 Treasures Star, I'll find you a planet." After he said that, Mu Yao pulled Zhao Hai to the transmission formation and adjusted it. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared. Only Tang Yuan and the others stayed behind. Tang Yuan and the others stayed behind to look after the materials. There were too many materials here. Although not a lot of people knew about this, there were still a lot of them. If the other realms knew about this, then they would definitely come and steal it. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai appeared in a small transmission formation. The transmission formation seemed to be in a courtyard. There were only a few transmission formations here. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that only people like Mu Yao in the 100 Treasures realm could use this transmission formation. Mu Yao walked out of the transmission formation and then led Zhao Hai into a room. The room was very strange. In the middle of the room was a huge disc that took up half of the room. There were several chairs around the disc. Mu Yao led Zhao Hai to the disc and then gently pressed a small formation on the disc. The disc lit up as a huge star chart appeared on the disc. Zhao Hai looked at the map and saw that there were no less than 100 million planets. Most of them were gray planets, occupying most of the space. The rest were red and green planets. There were more than 100,000 of them. Most of them were red, about 70 to 80,000, while the remaining 30 to 40,000 were green. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that these three colors represented something. They weren't the original colors of the planets. Sure enough, Mu Yao looked at the map and said, "This astrolabe took the 100 Treasures realm a long time to refine. It contains all the planets in the 100 Treasures realm's territory. The gray ones aren't suitable for humans to live on. There's no spiritual chi, no plants, nothing. The red ones have already been allocated and are occupied. The green ones have no owners. You can choose one of them. You can choose one of them." Zhao Hai nodded. The function of the star chart was similar to what Zhao Hai expected. He carefully looked at the planets and pointed at the green ones from time to time. Information about those planets would appear on the chart. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded with satisfaction, then he said, "I don't know what the world of cultivation is like, but in the 100 Treasures realm, the first person to reach the transcending tribulation stage will be assigned to a planet. At the same time, people from other planets will be transferred there. These people will be considered your servants as well as your disciples. You have to teach them cultivation methods and then select some talented ones to nurture. These people will be your disciples in the future and they will follow your surname. Once you reach the immortal stage, your planet will be handed over to your disciples to manage. If your disciples reach the transcending tribulation stage, they can let your disciples take over your planet. If your disciples want a planet of their own, they can apply here. If your disciples don't have any disciples on your planet and you reach the immortal stage, then your planet will be taken back and redistributed. The original servants on your planet will also be sent to other planets. Mu Yao nodded and said, "The world of cultivation's disciples is a world of cultivation. The world of cultivation is a world of cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't expect the distribution of planets in the 100 Treasures realm to be like this. He calculated that there were more than 80,000 red planets on the chart. And according to Mu Yao, these 80,000 red planets represented 80,000 transcending tribulation experts. And this was just the number on the surface. If the planets were inherited from their masters, then there would be even more transcending tribulation experts. The strength of the 100 Treasures realm was truly extraordinary. In the world of cultivation, there was a sect system. As long as you become a nascent soul expert, you can establish your own sect. But in the 100 Treasures realm, this system was raised to the next level. Only those at the transcending tribulation stage could establish their own sect. One shouldn't underestimate this gap. There were a lot of cultivators who couldn't reach the transcending tribulation stage in their lifetime. If the world of cultivation followed the 100 Treasures realm system, then there wouldn't be many sects left in the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the green planets. Some of them were actually recovered planets. At this point, Zhao Hai understood what Mu Yao meant when he said that people would be assigned to these planets. These planets had transmission formations as well as medicine fields. The people assigned to these planets would have to plant medicine for the transcending tribulation experts as well as build cave residences. In any case, they would have to do all kinds of chores. Zhao Hai discovered that these planets were pretty much the same. Some were undeveloped while some were recovered and waiting to be redistributed. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he pointed at a planet and said, "I'll take this one." Mu Yao looked at the sphere. It was a planet that was taken back. The original owner of the planet had reached the immortal stage. However, none of his disciples reached the transcending tribulation stage. Because of this, the planet was taken back. Aside from a few strong disciples, the rest were dismissed. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, this planet will belong to you from now on. If you have something to do in the world of cultivation, you can come back whenever you want. In 3 days, 10,000 people will be sent to this planet. These people will be your disciples. Don't worry, they have good aptitude. They're 10 years old and haven't cultivated yet. When the time comes, you can teach them cultivation." Zhao Hai nodded. He thought that he would be given a lot of people, but he didn't expect that there would only be 10,000. Moreover, they would all be children. This would save him a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai wasn't a stranger to educating people. The space had an academy with a lot of teachers. Among them, there were a lot of undead teachers. These undead teachers were very experienced. It was best to use them to enlighten the children. Zhao Hai turned to Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, I want to take a look at the planet first." "Right, isn't that planet called Amaranthan Planet? I want to build an academy there. Do you think it's okay?" Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "That planet belongs to you from now on. As long as you don't destroy the planet's spirit veins, you can do whatever you want." Zhao Hai nodded, then he asked Mu Yao for the coordinates of the planet. After that, he took the transmission formation and went to Amaranthan Planet. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai understood why the planet was called Amaranthan Planet. It was because there were blue trees growing on the planet. These blue trees were also medicinal herbs that could be used as refining materials. However, they weren't very useful. Their biggest use was the fragrance that they emitted. This fragrance calmed the mind and made it easier to cultivate. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of Amaranthan Planet. He had Kaier design an academy on the planet without destroying the planet's environment. This was very simple for Kaier. Using the universal scanner, it didn't take long for a blueprint to be made. After looking at the blueprint, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. Then he took the transmission formation and left Amaranthan Planet. He returned to the headquarters in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Mu Yu and the others still haven't returned. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the headquarters for long. He directly went to the World of Cultivation's headquarters and then used the transmission formation to return to the World of Cultivation. Zhao Hai appeared in clear Jade Mountain. After all, Huang Daoran was still here. When Zhao Hai and Mo Xing appeared in clear Jade Mountain's transmission formation, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming were already waiting for Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming were already aware of what Zhao Hai did in the 10,000 realm battlefield. To be honest, they were shocked. Moreover, they knew that Zhao Hai's status was now higher than theirs. Naturally, they didn't dare neglect him. As soon as Zhao Hai came out of the transmission formation, he saw Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Zhao Hai quickly bowed and said, "Master, martial uncle." Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such great achievements this time. In the past, Huang Daoran was injured and had to return from the 10,000 realm battlefield. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't return. Instead, he joined the 100 Treasures realm, which was much stronger than the World of Cultivation. This was the gap between them. Seeing Zhao Hai give him a salute, Huang Daoran smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai, you don't need to be polite with me. Actually, I didn't teach you anything. Now that you're at the transcending tribulation stage, we're no longer master and disciple." Zhao Hai was also aware of this rule in the cultivation realm. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Master, don't say that. You've been my master for a day, so you'll always be my master. I came back this time to bring my family to the 100 Treasures realm. Master, I want to ask you to come with me to the 100 Treasures realm. What do you think?" Zhao Hai knew that Huang Daoran's potential was limited. Huang Daoran would never reach the severed soul stage in his lifetime. Zhao Hai wanted to bring Huang Daoran to the 100 Treasures realm so that he could teach 10,000 children. Among the children, there should at least be 2 who can inherit Huang Daoran's legacy. For a cultivator, having a successor was very important. Hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Daoran smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, "I won't go. I'm not familiar with the 100 Treasures realm. I've lived in the World of Cultivation for my entire life. I don't plan on leaving." Zhao Hai wanted to persuade Huang Daoran, but Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. I won't go. Let's go to the blacksmith first. I have something to tell you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming to Feng Beiming's cave mansion. Zhao Hai's return didn't alarm too many people. However, Kong Miao and the others still informed the higher-ups of the World of Cultivation to receive Zhao Hai. One must know that the current Zhao Hai wasn't someone the World of Cultivation can afford to offend. The 4 arrived at Feng Beiming's cave and sat down. Feng Beiming looked at Mo Xing, who was sitting behind Zhao Hai. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't expect Mo Xing to reach transcending tribulation. It seems like I was right to have him follow you." Zhao Hai smiled. Mo Xing's tribulation was really special. Zhao Hai didn't know how to explain it to Feng Beiming. Since Feng Beiming didn't ask, then naturally Zhao Hai wouldn't say anything. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you came back just in time. I have something that I need your help with. See if you have time." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai stared, then he said with a puzzled expression, "Master, please tell me." Huang Daoran waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? This matter doesn't only concern the World of Cultivation. It also concerns all the races in the World of Cultivation. 5 days before you arrived, an accident occurred in Fabio Planet. The insects on Fabio Planet started to use the transmission formation to teleport to other planets. Although the insects are still active in the 5 planets around Fabio Planet and we've sent some cultivators to deal with them, the results weren't very good. Many of the insects managed to guard the transmission formation, allowing a large number of them to reach the 5 planets. We think that this might be the prelude to Zerg's expansion. Because of this, I want to ask you for help. Can you go to Fabio Planet and take a look? If you can eliminate Zerg, then that would be the best. Naturally, we will also be going. Besides us, the Buddhists will also send some transcending tribulation and severed soul experts as well as 2 immortal experts. When Zhao Hai heard Huang Daoran, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows. He felt that this matter was troublesome. If there was anything in the World of Cultivation that he was afraid of, it would be Zerg. Zhao Hai speculated that Zerg might have the ability to evolve infinitely. If this was true, then Zerg would be very dangerous. However, Zhao Hai felt that he wasn't strong enough to deal with Zerg. Because of this, he didn't deal with Zerg. But now, Huang Daoran told him that Zerg had already left Fabio planet. Moreover, they learned how to use the transmission formation. This wasn't good news for the world of cultivation. Although Zhao Hai was now a member of the 100 Treasures planet, he was still from the world of cultivation. If something happened to the world of cultivation, then he couldn't just stand by and watch. When Huang Daoran saw Zhao Hai's frown, his heart couldn't help but sink. He heard that Zhao Hai was very strong. He could fight against immortal experts, especially immortal experts from higher realms. These immortal experts were much stronger than the world of cultivation's immortal experts. Because of this, Huang Daoran wanted to ask Zhao Hai to make a move. Seeing Zhao Hai's frown, he thought that Zhao Hai wasn't willing to make a move. However, Huang Daoran didn't try to persuade him. He knew that Zhao Hai's current status wasn't something he could control. Not to mention him, even immortal experts from the world of cultivation would have to be polite to Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect the insects to make a move first. I already knew that they were a huge threat. But I wasn't strong enough before, so I didn't dare to make a move. I didn't expect them to make a move first." "That's good, let's settle this matter this time." When Huang Daoran heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Zhao Hai, you wanted to deal with the insects for a long time?" Zhao nodded. "Yes, I've been wanting to deal with those insects for a long time. To be honest, although they don't seem to be very strong, I think that they can evolve. Their strongest point is their ability to evolve, so I've been looking for an opportunity to eliminate them. But I didn't think that they would be the first to act." Zhao nodded. "Yes, I've been thinking about dealing with those insects for a long time." Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What about now? Are you confident?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if we're confident or not, we still have to do it. The insects have already made their move. With their terrifying ability to evolve, if we don't kill them now, it would only be more troublesome in the future. Tomorrow, I will send my family to the 100 Treasures realm and then come back to deal with the insects. If you trust me, don't send anyone to Fabio planet after I come back, even if it's immortal experts. Don't even think about destroying Fabio planet. Wait for me to come back before doing anything." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "All right, I'll talk to them about this. Do you need help with anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Because of this matter, I'll be leaving first. Remember to wait for me to come back." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure disappeared. He came to Yale too to bid farewell to Xianxia and the others. He didn't want to take Xianxia and the others to the 100 Treasures realm. The people of the 100 Treasures realm were too strong. Xianxia and the others studied cultivation methods too late, so they wouldn't have much success. Going to the 100 Treasures realm would only put more pressure on them, which wouldn't be good for their development. Yale too was his territory, so he believed that the people of the machine field wouldn't dare touch his things. It would be better for Xianxia and the others to develop here. Moreover, Zhao Hai also planned to have Huang Daoran and the others take care of Xianxia and the others. Besides Xianxia and the others, Zhao Hai also went to Xingli and Louis to explain things to them. In the future, he planned to have Louis and Xingli manage Yale too. Xianxia and the others preferred to cultivate. They weren't very interested in managing Yale too. Xianxia and the others' journey was very smooth. Xianxia and the others were cultivating. They didn't know much about Zhao Hai's matters. Zhao Hai only left them with the giant spirit realm's cultivation method. He also told them that he might not be able to return in the future. Xianxia and the others weren't angry. They already knew that Zhao Hai wasn't on the same path as them. Zhao Hai still had a long way to go. They wouldn't be able to catch up to Zhao Hai. After meeting Xianxia and the others, Zhao Hai went to see Xingli. Xingli was still cultivating on Yale too. He had defected from the world of cultivation and wouldn't be able to return to the world of cultivation for the rest of his life. Regarding this matter, Zhao Hai wasn't in a position to make an appearance. In any case, Yale 2's improvements were already very good. The spiritual chi here was also sufficient. Although Zhongli wouldn't be able to achieve much, he would still be able to reach the nascent soul stage. This was enough. However, when Zhao Hai saw Zhongli, the only problem was Xingyun. Xingyun had feelings for Zhao Hai. This was something that Zhao Hai already knew. Moreover, Xingyun was an introvert, which was very good for her cultivation. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to take Xingyun as his concubine. Therefore, he didn't respond to her. In Zhao Hai's view, Xingyun's love for him was just a little girl's worship of a hero. As long as he ignored Xingyun for a while, Xingyun would slowly forget about him. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect Xingyun to be so infatuated. When he returned to Yale too, Xingyun was still waiting for him. Every day, she would clean his room. Now, Xingyun seemed to have matured a lot. Her strength had also reached the core formation stage. Because she had been helping to manage Yale too, she looked more stable. However, her feelings for Zhao Hai hadn't changed. It was precisely because of Xingyun's feelings that Zhao Hai felt troubled. He already had a lot of women, and with Xingyun, he would have even more. But looking at Xingyun's appearance, if he didn't take her in, then she would be waiting for him for the rest of her life. Making a woman wait for him was something that Zhao Hai couldn't do. In the end, Zhao Hai took Xingyun with him. Zhao Hai thought that Zhongli would oppose it. However, he didn't expect Zhongli to be very supportive of this matter. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Before Zhao Hai left, he met with Louis. Not only was Louis the captain of the cross-sword pirate group, he was also helping to manage LA too. After all of the members of the pirate group lived here. Zhao Hai told Louis that he might not be able to return to Yale 2 in the future, so Louis would have to rely on him. Zhao Hai didn't tell them that he was going to the 100 Treasures realm. In fact, these people didn't even know about the 10,000 realm battlefield, let alone the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai also took the time to take Margaret to the Ashley family. He greeted the Ashley family and asked them to help take care of Yale 2. In fact, even if Zhao Hai didn't ask the Ashley family to take care of Yale 2, nothing would happen to it. The higher-ups of the machine field knew that Zhao Hai had been there for some time. Moreover, they also knew about Zhao Hai's current status. Even if they borrowed the courage of the heavens, they still wouldn't dare to make a move on Yale 2. However, Zhao Hai still said that he wasn't worried about Yale 2. He just wanted to let others know that he had a relationship with the Ashley family. This way, those who wanted to touch the Ashley family would be well behaved. In just one day, Zhao Hai did a lot of things. This was indeed very urgent. After Zhao Hai finished dealing with these matters, he took out the Hell King's ship. Then he shrunk the ship and appeared on clear Jade Mountain. After greeting Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming, Zhao Hai directly went to the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, he returned to the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, he was now in the World of Cultivation's headquarters. The headquarters of the World of Cultivation was newly built, so naturally it wouldn't be as good as the original. However, with the support of the 100 Treasures realm, it wasn't a problem to restore it to its original state. Even if it was better than before, it wouldn't be impossible. Kong Miao was already waiting for Zhao Hai at the transmission formation. Seeing Zhao Hai come out with the Hell King's ship, Kong Miao immediately went forward and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really going to participate in Zerg's matter? Is it really that dangerous?" Naturally, Kong Miao already knew about Zerg's matter. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Hai said that this matter was very dangerous. Therefore, he asked. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very dangerous. Grandmaster, don't let anyone enter Fabio Planet. Even immortal experts shouldn't enter. I'll send my family to the 100 Treasures realm, then I'll return immediately." Kong Miao nodded with a solemn expression. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't joke about this matter. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Moreover, the 10,000 realm battlefield also said that Zhao Hai had faith power. Kong Miao believed that this wasn't nonsense. It was possible that Zhao Hai really did have faith power. Even so, Zhao Hai said that Fabio Planet was very dangerous. It seems like Fabio Planet was indeed very dangerous. The World of Cultivation wasn't a high-grade realm like the 100 Treasures realm. Transcending tribulation experts were already considered experts in the World of Cultivation. Losing one was enough to make Kong Miao's heart ache. If they really suffered a loss in Fabio Planet, then they would be in a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai warned Kong Miao before entering the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, he appeared in the headquarters of the 100 Treasures realm. When Zhao Hai appeared in the transmission formation, he saw Mu Yu, Tang Jia, and Tang Wen waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh as he went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, aren't you very busy? Why did you come back?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "We're very busy, so we came here to wait for you." "Right, Zhao Hai, didn't you go back to pick up your family? Did you pick them up?" Zhao Hai nodded, he was still holding the Hell King's ship in his hand. Naturally, this was just for show. Now that he heard Mu Yu, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship expanded. Then Laura and the others came out of the ship. When Mu Yu saw Laura and the other beauties, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be such a sentimental person. He actually had so many beauties by his side. Mu Yu was surprised. Zhao Hai introduced Laura and the others, "This is brother Mu Yu, this is brother Tang Jia, and this is Tang Wen." Laura and the others immediately gave Mu Yu a salute and said, "We have seen brother Mu, brother Tang, and Mr. Tang." Mu Yu and the others quickly returned the salute. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "These are my wives, Laura, Meg, Megan, Lizzie, Ryan, Barry, Margaret, and Jingyun." Zhao Hai nodded, then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such beautiful wives. Let's go and have a look at your planet. Master has been looking for people for you these past few days." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he went to the transmission formation along with the others and directly went to Jackery Planet. Jackery Planet was very calm, there was no one there at this time. The place where the group appeared was the Transmission Formation Plaza. After exiting the Transmission Formation Plaza, Zhao Hai took a look around the planet. This planet was filled with blue trees, so the air was always filled with a tranquil fragrance. Half of the planet was ocean, and only a few places were land. The land was covered with blue trees, and it was very beautiful. At this time, there was no one on the planet. However, the immortal cave was very clean. There was no dust, and no beasts came in. This was because the immortal cave was protected by a lot of artifacts. Additionally, there weren't any powerful beasts on the planet. Because of this, the immortal cave was well preserved. Zhao Hai led Mu Yu and the others to the Hell King's ship to look around the planet. Mu Yu nodded and said, "It's really good. I didn't know that Jackery Planet was this beautiful before. It's a pity that I inherited Master's planet. Otherwise, I would have found a beautiful planet." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "You'll stay here for a few days. Build the school quickly so that the children can move in." Laura nodded and said, "Brother Hai, don't worry, we'll definitely do it well. You have to be careful this time." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yu stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Are you going to leave? Where are you going?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I returned to the world of cultivation, I discovered that the Zerg are making a move. I want to go back and see what's going on. The world of cultivation isn't very strong, and the Zerg aren't easy to deal with. Therefore, I want to go and see what's going on." Mu Yu knit his brows and said, "For you to go, the Zerg aren't simple. How about it? Do you need us brothers to go with you and take a look?" Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head, "There's no need. I'm just curious about the Zerg. I want to see if I can subdue the Zerg. You don't need to go." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yu nodded and said, "That's good. Remember, if there's any danger, make sure to tell us." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he had the Hell King's ship stop and land outside the cave residence. Then he received the ship and waved his hand as a large number of robots and construction machines appeared around him. Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and the others and said, "Let's start." Margaret nodded and immediately took out a computer. She fiddled with the computer for a while before sending a message. Then the robots and construction machines began to move. It was very simple for cultivators to build a house. As long as they used magic, they could build a wall. Of course, they could also use magic artifacts to make a lid. However, things like doors and windows couldn't be made with magic artifacts. They had to be installed later. However, cultivators generally didn't like to go through so much trouble. Therefore, cultivators generally wouldn't build a house. Instead, they would dig their own immortal caves. This way, they would be safer and less troublesome. If they were to build a house, then the walls of the house would not be able to stop the enemy. However, immortal caves were different. Generally, immortal caves would be built on top of a mountain. The mountain walls were much thicker than the walls. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to knock down the mountain walls. This way, the immortal caves could be used as a form of defense. Because of this, cultivators were generally unfamiliar with building houses. Cultivators generally didn't enjoy life, so they usually dug out caves to live in. At most, they would make their own caves a bit better. So when they saw Xiaohai making so many machines to build houses, Muyu and the others were curious. Muyu looked at Xiaohai and said, "Little Hai, what do you mean? Are you saying that you want to build a school? Is it for the children?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to build a school for the children. As for growing medicinal herbs, I plan to leave most of the work to the robots. The children will also need to learn, but I won't let them waste too much time. Their main job is to study." Xiaohai nodded. Muyu stared, then he frowned and said, "Little Hai, you should know that it's impossible for 10,000 people to become powerful cultivators. If you teach them at the same time, it would take a lot of time. I think it's better if you teach them the same way as the 100 Treasures realm." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Brother Mu. These children don't need me to teach them. I have already found teachers for them. Of course, these 10,000 people can't all become powerful cultivators, but each one of them has a different talent. Some of the children are very talented in refining, while others are very talented in planting. I want them to display their talents so that they can become talented people in the future." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, Muyu stared, he looked at Xiaohai and said, "You're going to invite people to teach them? Who are they?" Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "Undead. Don't forget, I have a lot of undead in the space. I also have a lot of undead cultivators. I can have them teach them." Muyu stared, but then his eyes shone as he said, "That's a good idea. If the undead can really teach the children, then the children would be blessed." Xiaohai smiled and said, "These children are still in the beginning stage. Once they grow up, they should be able to display their talents. When the time comes, I'll teach them according to their aptitude." Muyu nodded and said, "All right, then we'll do as you say. In any case, it won't affect your cultivation." "Right, the children will arrive in 2 days. What do you plan to do?" Xiaohai smiled and said, "Nothing. Laura and the others are already here. Let them take care of them first. I'll return to the world of cultivation for a while. But I believe I'll be back soon." Muyu nodded. Then Xiaohai turned his head to Meg and said, "Meg, go prepare something to eat. Today, I'll treat Brother Mu and the others to a drink." Meg nodded, then she turned around and entered the cave residence. Then she transformed one of the rooms into a kitchen and began to cook. Muyu was already used to Xiaohai's unusual behavior, so he didn't say anything. He just stood outside the cave and chatted with Xiaohai. The construction machines were under the control of the robots. Margaret had already found the blueprints of the houses in the robots' computers. She believed that the robots would be finished soon. Before long, Meg prepared the food. Then Xiaohai and the others ate a big meal, especially Muyu and the others. They didn't expect Xiaohai to eat food that can be directly converted into spiritual qi. This really surprised Muyu, but at the same time, it also increased his appetite. Muyu and the others didn't think that Xiaohai would eat food that can directly convert spiritual qi. After eating, Xiaohai told Laura and the others that he had something to do. Then he followed Muyu back to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. Muyao had already returned. Xiaohai greeted Muyao and told him that he would be returning to the world of cultivation. Naturally, Muyao didn't object. Xiaohai's strength was high and he had made great contributions to the 100 Treasures realm. And with Muyao's appreciation for Xiaohai, this kind of trivial matter wasn't a problem. Xiaohai used the transmission formation to return to the world of cultivation's headquarters. Then he didn't stop for a moment before he returned to the world of cultivation. He appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. At this time, Laura and the others were still busy with their work on the planet. Only Kair was in the space. The reason why Kair stayed in the space was because she needed to control the space. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't want to return to the world of cultivation in a hurry. However, Kair told Zhao Hai that Zerg had already occupied 5 planets around Fabio planet. They slaughtered all the cultivators on those planets and were now expanding. The insectoids seemed to have learned how to use and make magic formations. They were now using these magic formations to expand rapidly. Aside from the 5 planets that were conquered by the insectoids, 10 other planets also had insectoids. After these insectoids appeared, they would immediately deal with the cultivators and kill them. Then they would deal with the civilians. The insectoids didn't have the habit of holding back. All the humans were killed and turned into food. Because of what Kair told Zhao Hai was in a hurry to return to the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited, the world of cultivation's losses would be even greater. If he wanted to solve Zerg's problem, then there was only one way. He had to go to Fabio planet and destroy Zerg's broodmother. Without the broodmother, Zerg would be like a rabbit's tail. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai arrived at Clear Jade Mountain, he saw Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. However, the two had heavy expressions on their faces. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming welcomed Zhao Hai into Feng Beiming's residence. Then Huang Daoran opened his mouth and said, "Zhao Hai, the situation is very serious. Those Zerg have expanded their influence. Moreover, they've gotten stronger and smarter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. Have everyone lock the formations. Remember, unless I tell you to open them, don't open them. Tell everyone about this news. I'll be heading to Fabio planet to deal with the bug race." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be heading to Fabio planet." Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming nodded. Then Huang Daoran turned to Zhao Hai and said, "How many people should we send with you this time? Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. It's useless to send too many people. Those Zerg are absorbing the flesh and blood of cultivators. It's better for me to go alone." Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming didn't know what to say. They knew that their current strength was far worse than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. I'll be heading to Fabio planet now. You don't need to wait." Then his figure moved and entered the space. At this time, Laura and the others also entered the space. They knew that this trip to Fabio planet was very important and dangerous. Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate the Zerg, so they also came to help. There wasn't anything to do in Jakri planet. The construction of the school was handed over to the robots. As long as they gave the command, the robots would do the work themselves. One must know that these robots were specialized in building houses. Zhao Hai entered the villa and looked at the women. Then he said, "Where's Amo Sheng?" Laura smiled and said, "He's fine, he went to cultivate. Brother Hai, you don't need to worry about him." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the monitor and saw the situation of Fabio planet. At this time, Fabio planet was under Zerg's control. 8-legged Zergs could be seen everywhere on the map. The original human buildings had already been destroyed. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the silverback gold-winged Zerg that could be seen everywhere in the sky. There were also some that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before, but he knew that they were much stronger than the silverback gold-winged Zerg. These Zergs were flying all around Fabio planet. Some of them even flew out of the atmosphere and flew in space. They looked like satellites. Zhao Hai's expression sank. He didn't think that these Zergs would develop to this degree. He turned his head to Kair and said, "I'll go out and prepare the undead with guns. When the time comes, you'll be in charge. This time, we must capture Fabio planet and obtain Zerg's broodmother." Kair nodded. Then Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you didn't let Huang Daoran and the others attack Fabio planet. Is it because you're afraid of destroying the Zerg's nest?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's just one aspect. Fabio planet isn't that easy to destroy. It's impossible to deal with it the same way we deal with other planets. Don't forget about the Zerg. Moreover, I feel that if we directly destroy Fabio planet, it might bring us more trouble. Although it's just a feeling, I still have to guard against it. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others' expressions changed. Zhao Hai's feeling shouldn't be wrong. This was because Zhao Hai should be using the mind's discernment technique. This technique can predict good and bad luck. If Zhao Hai said that destroying Fabio planet would make things more troublesome, then it shouldn't be wrong. Laura knit her brows and said, Brother Hai, how confident are you this time? Can we really deal with the Zerg? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, I feel that it's very dangerous this time. However, there are also good omens. Because of this, I have to go. Most importantly, the Zerg have already begun to move. If we don't deal with them now, then they might become more troublesome in the future. From what I can see, the Zerg seem to be collecting genes. If they collect enough genes, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to deal with them. Laura and the others were startled. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. In their opinion, Zhao Hai can already fight against immortal experts with faith power. Why would he be afraid of Zerg? Zerg was only active in the world of cultivation. Compared to the 10,000 realm battlefield, it was far worse. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a high value for the Zerg pen. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, the bug race has two strongest abilities. One is constant evolution. If they are given the opportunity, they can evolve into bugs that can fight against immortal experts. The second ability is reproduction. They can reproduce in large numbers, making it impossible for you to kill them. With these two abilities, the bug race is already very terrifying. Laura and the others nodded and said, don't worry. Laura and the others nodded. They could also feel how terrifying these two abilities were. If Zerg can reproduce Zerg in the future, then they wouldn't be able to deal with Zerg. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, all right, this matter is settled. Get ready, I'll be heading out immediately. The group nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved and left the space. He appeared in the underground insect nest of Fabio planet. At this time, there were a lot of insects in the underground insect nest. As soon as Zhao Hai came out, he was immediately discovered by the insects. The insects immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship appeared beside them. However, the Hell King's ship had shrunk a lot, it was now smaller than a car. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared on the Hell King's ship. As soon as he entered the ship, his figure shrunk as well. Then a burst of cannons was heard as cannonballs were shot out of the Hell King's ship. When the cannonballs left the Hell King's ship's range, they immediately shrunk to their normal size and flew towards the bugs. At the same time, gunshots were heard from the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai didn't stop at all as he flew towards the insect nest. Wherever he went, only the corpses of the insects were left behind. Most of the insects in the insect nest were the 8-legged insects. Besides the 8-legged insects, there were also other kinds of insects. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that whether it was the 8-legged insects or the other insects, they weren't weak. Even the 8-legged insects had the strength of a foundation establishment expert. Zhao knew that these insects had evolved. At this rate of evolution, if they were allowed to continue to evolve, he was afraid that no one would be able to control them. Zhao Hai didn't stop as he flew forward. Wherever he went, there would be no insects left. On the Hell King's ship, the undead had already adjusted their guns to fire continuously. Flames were spewing out from the muzzles, taking the lives of the insects. Zhao Hai didn't care at all. He already knew that the insects that were patrolling in space had returned to Fabio planet. They were now flying towards him. It seems like they wanted to stop him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. These insects weren't his opponents. He wasn't afraid at all. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the more he went forward, the stronger the insects became. At this point, the insects that were intercepting him were all core formation experts. Core-bearing stage cultivators were already considered masters in the self-cultivation world. But now, there were so many insects with the same strength as core-bearing stage cultivators. If the self-cultivation world knew about this, they would be very surprised. However, these core formation experts weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. Zhao Hai's bullets were used to deal with transcending tribulation experts. These core formation experts weren't enough to deal with them at all. Zhao Hai was now heading towards Fabio planet. He didn't know where Zerg's nest was because this place was shielded from divine sense. However, one thing was certain. The deeper he went into Fabio Planet, the more intense Zerg's resistance became. It was clear that there was something they wanted to protect. It was because of this that Zhao Hai decided to rush in. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already used the infinity technique to communicate with everything inside the wormhole. Besides the insects that only knew how to kill, the air and the soil inside the wormhole had already been communicated to Zhao Hai. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was able to kill his way in. Before long, the strength of the Zerg that blocked Zhao Hai's path was comparable to nascent soul experts. The appearance of these insects also changed. Some of them looked like snakes, but these snakes had thorns on their tails. Some of them looked like scorpions, but these scorpions had wings. The Hell King's ship didn't stop for a moment as it continued to kill its way in. Zhao Hai knew that if they stopped, even if the insects weren't killed by the bullets, they would still be killed by the ship. In fact, these insects were already dead when they hit the Hell King's ship. Outside the Hell King's ship's shield, a layer of blue flames appeared. As soon as the flames hit the insects, they immediately stopped moving as if they were frozen. Then when the Hell King's ship passed by, the frozen insects immediately turned into ice powder. They looked like a pile of dust. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the netherworld ice fire to be this overbearing. It was indeed formidable. More and more types of insects appeared, and their strength was also getting stronger. Some of these insects were already close to transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, these insects were more difficult to deal with compared to transcending tribulation experts. This was because these insects had strong defensive and offensive capabilities. Even if they were to face a transcending tribulation expert, they wouldn't suffer too much. Most importantly, there were too many of these insects. Zhao Hai didn't know how many of them he killed. Whether it was 100 million or 1 billion, it was a lot. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that as soon as he made a move, the insects on the other planets seemed to have received an order. They quickly grabbed the transmission formation and rushed towards Fabio Planet. This made the cultivators who were dealing with the insects stare. Zhao Hai didn't know that as soon as he made a move, the insects on the other planets seemed to have received an order. They quickly grabbed the transmission formation and rushed towards Fabio Planet. Because all the transmission formations in the cultivation realm were locked, people weren't very well informed. At this point, a lot of people didn't know that Zhao Hai was dealing with Zerg. Others didn't know what was going on, but Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming knew. The two of them received news that the Zerg had retreated to Fabio Planet. And when they thought about Zhao Hai's actions, they knew why the Zerg retreated. But since the transmission formation was sealed, it was impossible to spread the news as fast as possible. Therefore, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming could only take their time. Fortunately, the Zerg had retreated, so they didn't need to worry too much. Zhao Hai was still flying through the wormhole. Moreover, he could feel that he was about to reach the center of Fabio Planet. This was because he could clearly feel that the Zerg had become stronger. The Zerg in front of him now had transcending tribulation stage strength. Zhao Hai didn't know how these Zergs transcended their tribulation, but their attacks contained a trace of tribulation power. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. But in any case, Zhao Hai felt that he was getting closer and closer to the Zerg's nest. This was because the feeling of danger was getting stronger and stronger. This danger wasn't brought by the Zerg in front of him, it was certainly brought by the Zerg's nest. After killing some transcending tribulation stage Zergs, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that all the Zergs in front of him had disappeared. This made Zhao Hai stare, but he still controlled the Hell King to rush inside. After passing through the two wormholes, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in a huge space. Below this space was a huge lava pool. The lava in the pool was bubbling and bubbling. One could see at a glance that the temperature of the lava was very high. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw the lava. Above this space was a huge egg-shaped flesh bag. This flesh bag looked like a big egg. It was several hundred meters tall, and the biggest one was about 100 meters tall. Moreover, this big egg was connected to a lot of fleshy membranes. These membranes were like veins. Some of them were connected to the cave, some were connected to the underground lava pool, and some were connected to the surroundings. Just like this, the big egg was suspended in the air. Jiao Hai stared blankly at this scene. Then he quickly noticed that there were pipes in the flesh above the cave. Moreover, there seemed to be water flowing down from the bottom of the cave, flowing directly into these pipes. The same was true for the flesh above the lava pool. These pipes seemed to be sucking lava into the flesh egg. Jiao Hai looked at Jiao Hai and saw that Jiao Hai didn't know what to do. Jiao Hai couldn't help but raise his brows. The temperature of the lava wasn't ordinary, but the egg was actually able to suck it in. This was something that Jiao Hai didn't expect. However, when he looked at the egg, he felt that the egg wasn't very strong. But where did this dangerous feeling come from? At this time, a burst of laughter was suddenly heard. Then a woman's voice was heard, "What's wrong? Are you interested in my little baby?" Jiao Hai stared, then he looked at the egg. Sure enough, as the voice fell, the surface of the egg fluctuated. Then a woman came out of the egg. This woman wasn't wearing anything, she was completely naked. Her skin was very white, almost transparent. Her hair was black, but her hair was very long, from the top of her head all the way to her heels. Her hair wasn't scattered, it was braided. At the end of her hair was a foot-long bone hook. This bone hook looked very white, it was very beautiful. Her hair wasn't motionless either. It was like a spirit snake, constantly twisting and turning. The situation was very strange. Jiao Hai curiously looked at this woman. This woman's appearance couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but she had a wild nature to her. Her body was very perfect, it was big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. Just by standing there, she looked like a painting full of temptation. This temptation wasn't because she wasn't wearing any clothes, but because of her temperament and her eyes. All of these made this woman fatally attractive. Jiao Hai calmly looked at the woman. This woman came out of the egg and even called the egg little treasure. From this point, it can be seen that this woman wasn't simple. She had an inseparable relationship with the bug race. Perhaps she was the bug race's broodmother. Most importantly, Jiao Hai felt a dangerous feeling coming from this woman. This feeling was stronger compared to when he faced immortal experts. Jiao Hai didn't think that this woman was a bug race's broodmother. Jiao Hai didn't think that this woman was a bug race expert. This woman was more dangerous than an immortal expert. If Jiao Hai dared to treat her as an ordinary woman, then he would be an idiot. Seeing that Jiao Hai didn't speak, the woman smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to know who I am?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm really curious." "Who are you? If you're an insectoid, then why did you turn into a human? And to be honest, your human form is really beautiful, so beautiful that it's beyond my expectations. I really didn't know that the insectoids had such a high aesthetic standard. This really surprised me." When the woman heard Jiao Hai, the smile on her face widened. But then she showed a doubtful expression as she said, "I don't know who I am. I only know that I was born here and can't leave. As for why I look like this, I don't know. In any case, I look like this. Do you like it?" Jiao Hai stared, he really didn't. "Why do you want to deal with those cultivators?" The woman smiled and said, "They attacked me first. Moreover, I can get a lot of things from them. This will make me stronger and stronger. I don't know why I want to be strong, but I just want to be strong. Isn't that good?" Jiao Hai smiled. Bitterly, he really didn't know what to say. He looked at the woman and said, "What about now? What do you want to do with me?" The woman said, "Of course I want to eat you. You're so strong. After eating you, I'll definitely become stronger." Jiao Hai was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. This woman can't even be considered a human, she was just a very smart beast. Beasts eat people because they're hungry, but this woman eats people to make herself stronger. In her view, if eating people can make her stronger, then why can't she eat them? Moreover, it was a human who came to provoke her. You can't just let a hungry beast not eat people. Jiao Hai looked at the woman and sighed, "I'm afraid you can't eat me." The woman smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true." After she said that, the woman flicked her hair, causing it to grow longer. Then the bone hook shot towards Jiao Hai. The cave wasn't small, but Jiao Hai couldn't let go of the Hell King's ship. Jiao Hai had already stored the ship. Now that he saw the woman coming, he waved his hand and sent a flying sword towards the bone hook. A dang sound was heard as the flying sword hit the bone hook. However, the flying sword was repelled. What shocked Xiao Hai was the fact that a small dent appeared on the flying sword. This was the first time something like this happened. After repelling the flying sword, the bone hook continued to attack Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai stared, then a yellow light flashed from his body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the bone hook. At this time, Xiao Hai's hand had turned into a yellow crystal. It looked crystal clear, as if it was carved from crystal. It was very beautiful. The woman didn't expect Xiao Hai to grab her braid. Her face showed a trace of astonishment. But then she rushed towards Xiao Hai. At the same time, her hands turned into two bone blades as she slashed towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't expect the woman to be this fierce. However, he wasn't worried. He let go of her braid and took out two axes to meet the woman's blades. Dang dang sounds were heard as Xiao Hai's arms shook. This made Xiao Hai very surprised. It must be known that Xiao Hai was using the demon subduing technique. Even so, he still found it very difficult to block the woman's blades. From this, one could see how powerful the woman was. However, he didn't have time to think about this. The woman's feet were already kicking towards Xiao Hai. At the same time, her braid was also thrusting towards Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's figure turned and the axes in his hand disappeared. However, a glove appeared on his fist. His shoes also turned metallic. He used the dragon subduing technique and the tiger subduing technique at the same time. This was because Xiao Hai knew that ordinary methods wouldn't be enough to deal with this woman. She was too dangerous, much more dangerous than immortal experts. Immortal experts generally used artifacts to fight. However, this woman didn't. She used melee attacks. Moreover, her hands and feet could turn into bone blades at any time. These bone blades were very hard. The most important thing was her attack. Her attack was very powerful and her strength was extraordinary. Xiao Hai's hands and feet were now covered in liquid silver armor. This armor also had the yin-yang lightning pool to provide him with energy, allowing him to block some of the attacks. Even so, he could still feel how powerful the woman's attacks were. Zhao didn't have any other thoughts. He used all of his spiritual force to deal with the woman. She was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his expectations. Although Zhao's body could be crystallized, so he wasn't afraid of external attacks, this woman's strength was too strong. Zhao was almost certain that if he was hit by this woman, even if he didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. It was precisely because of this that he had to be careful. The two exchanged more than 100 moves, which was very rare for people at Zhao's level. For people at Zhao's level, their battles might be very fierce, but they were generally just probing each other. The real time for them to go all out was very short. In other words, victory could often be decided in just a few moves. But this time was different. This time, Xiao Hai was going all out. Moreover, he could feel that this woman was also going all out. Xiao Hai believed that even immortal experts wouldn't be able to leave this cave alive. As long as they enter the cave, they would have to defeat this woman. However, this woman's methods were very strong. Defeating her would be very difficult. The two exchanged more than 100 moves. If Xiao Hai didn't have the space's support, then he wouldn't be this woman's opponent. This made Xiao Hai even more surprised. His expression turned serious. At this moment, the woman suddenly retreated and returned to the side of the egg. At the same time, the bones on her hands and feet disappeared. She returned to her previous appearance. Xiao Hai stared. But he still looked at the woman with vigilance and said, "Why did you stop? Aren't you going to eat me?" The woman looked at Xiao Hai and said, "I can't beat you, so why should I fight? I can't eat you. You can leave." Xiao froze for a moment. He really didn't think that the woman would say that. He looked at the woman, puzzled, and found that she was looking at him with a pitiful look. A charming beauty, standing there naked, looking at him with a very cute and pitiful look. Xiao felt like he had almost turned into a werewolf. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. Then he looked at the woman and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have something to say? Let me tell you, I won't let you eat me. I can't leave right now unless you stop the Zerg from killing people." The woman knit her brows and said, "I don't want to eat you, but I want you to stay with me. It's boring to be alone here. Although the children can accompany me, they can't talk. I'm really bored, can you accompany me for a chat? The woman frowned. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the woman and said, you can't leave here? How can that be? With your strength, you can't leave here? That's impossible. The woman snorted and said, what's impossible about that? If I could leave here, I would have already left. Why would I stay here? Do you think it's fun here? Other than sleeping, all I could do was instruct the children to find something to eat. I was bored to death. This is the place where I was born. I can't go too far away from it. Otherwise, I will lose all my strength. Once, when I came out of this cave, I lost all my strength and almost died outside. Since then, I didn't dare to leave this place. Zhao Hai stared, he couldn't help but look at the egg. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at the woman and said, do you really want to leave here? If I help you leave here, would you be willing? Zhao Hai originally wanted to move Zerg's brood nest to the space. But with this woman here, he found that it was impossible to move Zerg's brood nest to the space. Zhao Hai was worried about this matter. Now that he heard the woman's words, he felt that there might be a turning point. When the woman heard this, her eyes couldn't help but light up. Then a vigilant expression appeared on her face as she snorted and said, I won't be fooled by you. It's impossible for you to help me leave this place. You just want to lure me out of here and then eat me. You humans are the most cunning. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're right. Zhao Hai stared, he asked, you know that we're humans? The woman snorted, then she proudly said, of course I know. After I eat people, I get a part of their memories. Humph. You humans aren't good people. Zhao smiled bitterly. It seemed that in this woman's world, eating and being eaten was normal. This made him very uncomfortable, but Zhao still said, I really want to take you away from here. Not only will I take you away, but I will also take that big egg with you. So you can stay with that big egg and not lose your strength. How about it? Zhao smiled bitterly. What do you think? When the woman heard Zhao Hai, she stared. Naturally, the temptation of leaving this cave was too big for her. Although she didn't believe Zhao Hai, she still hesitated. Seeing her tempted expression, Zhao Hai said, I'm taking you out of here because I don't want you to continue killing. You're strong, I can only fight you to a draw. However, I can't stop Zerg from killing people. As long as you promise me that you won't kill me, I'll take you out of here. What do you think? When the woman heard Zhao Hai, the hesitation on her face lessened. She knew why Zhao Hai came here today. It was because Zerg was killing people outside. Therefore, Zhao Hai came here. Now that Zhao Hai said this, she was even more convinced. However, she still asked, how do you want to take me out of here? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm a space divergent ability user. My space can hold living things. If you don't believe me, take a look. With a thought, the two silver whip snakes flew out of the space and ran to Zhao Hai's feet. Zhao Hai looked at the woman and smiled, these are the two snakes that I raised some time ago. They've been in the space all this time. What do you think? Not bad, right? My space can hold living things, so I can naturally take you and that big egg away. The woman looked at the two silver whip snakes and the hesitation in her eyes lessened. However, she still said, no, the mother body relies on the water above and the fire below to survive. If you take me and the mother body away, then the water and fire will disappear. The mother body won't be able to survive. Zhao froze for a moment, then smiled. He waved his hand and a small boat appeared in his hand. Then he handed it over to the woman and said, this is a spatial artifact. You can live on it. I can modify this artifact to be very similar to your cave, so you can live in it. What do you think? The woman nodded and said, this is a spatial artifact. The small boat-like object rapidly expanded in front of the woman. In just a short while, it had become incomparably huge. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of damaging the flesh membrane and the fact that the space in the cave was limited, it would have probably expanded even more. The thing that Zhao Hai took out was naturally the 100 Spirits fruit boat. It must be said that the 100 Spirits fruit boat had a lot of uses. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it out because it was too heaven-defying. Although it wasn't as good as the space, for a cultivator, the 100 spirits fruit boat was too precious. Any cultivator who obtains a 100 spirits fruit boat would certainly refine it into a life treasure. In addition to its other uses, the most important thing about the 100 spirits fruit boat was that it had no attributes. In other words, anyone with an attribute could refine it into a life treasure. Just think about it, a life treasure that can be used for travel, cultivation, defense, offense, and planting was something that any cultivator would want to obtain. It was precisely because this thing was too good that Zhao Hai didn't take it out. If Zhao Hai were to take it out, then it would certainly cause a reign of terror in the cultivation realm. What kind of place was the cultivation realm? It was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Any cultivator who obtains a 100 spirits fruit boat would receive a huge boost in strength. However, the better the item, the more people would want it. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence in the cultivation realm. If the 100 spirits fruit boat were to appear, then it would certainly become something that cultivators would fight over, just like the heavenly sword and the dragon slaughtering saber. This was the first time that Zhao Hai took out the 100 spirits fruit boat. There was nothing he could do about it, the woman was too suspicious. If he didn't take out something real, then she wouldn't obediently follow him into the space. As long as she entered the space, then everything would be fine. The woman curiously looked at the 100 spirits fruit boat. Although she wasn't good at using her spiritual force, with her current level of strength, she could still use it. Moreover, it was very powerful. Her spiritual force immediately entered the 100 spirits fruit boat. However, when she saw the inside of the 100 spirits fruit boat, she was shocked. The boat was unexpectedly big. Moreover, it was filled with all kinds of plants. There was also a cave on the boat that was almost the same as the one she was currently living in. The woman looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? If you can move to the top, then I'll take you away. I'll even take your children with me." The woman looked at Zhao Hai and then looked at the 100 spirits fruit boat. To be honest, this temptation was too big for her to refuse. She had tried all kinds of methods to leave this place, but she couldn't. Now that the opportunity was in front of her, how could she not give it a try? After thinking up to here, the woman's eyes turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, if you can take me away from here, then I won't kill anyone in the future. I'll listen to everything you say." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you want, then please." Zhao Hai believed that the woman would have a way to take the egg to the 100 spirits fruit boat. Sure enough, the woman looked at Zhao Hai. Then she stretched her hand towards the egg and closed her eyes. After some time, the egg began to wriggle. Then the membrane slowly retracted back into the egg, turning it into a real egg. Then the woman jumped and stood on top of the egg. Then she looked at the walls of the cave with a dignified expression. At this time, when the membrane on top of the egg retracted, a stream of clear water flowed down from the cave. When the clear water fell into the lava pool, it splashed up a mist, making the cave look like a fairyland. Then the woman waved her hand, and the egg flew into the 100 spirits fruit ship and entered it. When Zhao Hai saw the woman go in, he couldn't help but be happy. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. As the woman entered the 100 spirits fruit ship, countless Dharma treasures lit up around the cave. There were also countless swastikas inside the Dharma treasures. These Dharma treasures pressed down on the 100 spirits fruit ship. Zhao Hai was startled. But he immediately saw that these formations and seals were actually seals. Did someone seal Zerg here? Who was this person? Why did he do this? While Zhao Hai was puzzled, the Buddhist seals had already fallen onto the 100 spirits fruit boat. With a loud bang, the 100 spirits fruit boat exploded. The woman and the egg appeared inside the cave. Seeing that the seal was about to fall onto the woman, Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. His figure moved and appeared next to the woman. Then he waved his hand and sent the woman and the egg to the space. The woman seemed to have been scared silly by the sudden appearance of the seal. She turned a blind eye to Zhao Hai's actions. She was smoothly sent to the space by Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai sent the woman to the space, the seal arrived. However, the seal didn't target the woman. Instead, it directly covered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful force drilling into his body. Wherever this force passed, his body felt like it was being torn apart. At this time, faith power rushed out of Zhao Hai's body and welcomed the force that was invading his body. The force that invaded Zhao Hai's body was very powerful. But when it met Zhao Hai's faith power, it was like snow meeting the sun. It quickly melted. Then the faith power rolled back and swallowed the force that was about to invade Zhao Hai's body. This was the second time that Zhao Hai saw faith power swallowing another force. The first time was when faith power swallowed the tribulation lightning. This time, it was the sealing force. What was going on? While Zhao Hai was still confused, he suddenly felt that after the faith power swallowed the force, it immediately went around his body. Then it seemed like there was something else in his body. Originally, Zhao Hai's force was silver-white with traces of tribulation lightning. But now, his force had turned golden. Although there were traces of tribulation lightning, Zhao Hai could feel that the tribulation lightning was much more powerful than before. In addition to the tribulation lightning, Zhao Hai's force also seemed to have something else. Zhao Hai couldn't help but close his eyes as he tried to feel what this thing was. Soon, Zhao Hai felt that this extra thing in his body was actually a very pure Buddhist force. Buddhist force was different from ordinary energy. Buddhist force was a kind of power that only Buddhas could use. If one didn't cultivate it, then it would be useless. If one was an ordinary cultivator, then it wouldn't be very useful. It would only add a trace of light to one's attacks, breaking all evil. This ability might be useful for others, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't useful at all. On the other hand, Buddhist force was a supreme treasure for people who cultivated Buddhist techniques. Using Buddhist force to cultivate Buddhist techniques would allow one to achieve great results with half the effort. Moreover, it would also increase the strength of the Buddhist techniques. It can be said that Buddhist cultivators yearned for this power the most. However, this Buddhist power wasn't something that could be obtained by just anyone. This Buddhist power could only be obtained by eminent monks. Moreover, these eminent monks wouldn't fight with others unless it was an extremely evil person. Even if it was an extremely evil person, eminent monks wouldn't kill them. They would just seal it. Ordinary monks would only dream of obtaining this Buddhist power. Zhao Hai was feeling the Buddhist force. Although this Buddhist force was fused with Zhao Hai's spiritual qi, it caused a change to Zhao Hai's spiritual qi. Before, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was as dazzling as a star, but it was too sharp and not pure enough. This purity didn't mean that Zhao Hai's spiritual qi wasn't thick enough. This purity referred to a kind of feeling, a kind of realm. Before, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was like an unsheathed sword, shining with a cold light. Its killing power was great, but at the same time, it made people feel that it was extraordinary. But now, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi had a trace of purity, a trace of tolerance, and a trace of compassion. This made Zhao Hai's spiritual qi seem like a superior being. It wasn't angry, but it didn't show its sharpness. Zhao Hai could feel that the trace of Buddhist power in his spiritual qi was genuine Buddhist power. It contained endless benevolence, and at the same time, it was incomparably pure. Little by little, it was changing his entire spiritual qi. At the same time, a Buddha with long hair appeared above the lotus on his chest. This Buddha had the same appearance as Zhao Hai. Its eyes were slightly closed, and its mouth had a smile. It had an indescribable benevolence. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know what use this Buddha had. However, after the Buddha appeared, the little person inside his head became even more powerful. Moreover, the smile on the little person's face was also becoming more and more similar to the Buddha. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that this Buddhist force was immeasurably beneficial to his 18 Buddhist techniques. Among them, the Enlightenment technique was the most beneficial. The Enlightenment technique was one of the most profound Buddhist techniques that Zhao Hai had studied. Most importantly, this technique could be said to have infinite uses. It could forcibly convert an enemy. This was what Zhao Hai was most interested in. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he heard a prompt from the space: Zerg brood mother hostile to the space has entered the space. Subduing has begun. Subduing success. This brood mother is the ultimate Zerg brood mother. It has unlimited evolution ability. It is currently in a weakened state. Extracting its unlimited evolution ability and adding it to the space. Addition complete. The space can evolve itself and accumulate experience. All living and non-living creatures in the space will be added to the space's evolution ability. Space upgraded to level 250. The space has automatically strengthened the Zerg broodmother. Prompt: all genes that are beneficial to the broodmother have been added to the broodmother. The Zerg broodmother has been successfully upgraded. The broodmother can now absorb any ability for its own use. It can produce Zerg. The strongest Zerg produced can be at the immortal stage. Boom! Jiao Hai felt as if a big meat pie had fallen on his head. This meat pie was too big. Jiao Hai was surprised. Most importantly, the benefits that the Zerg broodmother brought to Jiao Hai were too great. Not to mention anything else, just the ability of the space to upgrade itself was something that Jiao Hai wanted the most. In the past, Jiao Hai had to look for all kinds of good things to upgrade the space. But now that the space's level was too high, it was very difficult for Jiao Hai to upgrade the space. The ability to upgrade itself was like having the space turn on its own. Although the speed wasn't necessarily fast, it was what Jiao Hai needed the most. Additionally, everything in the space had the ability to automatically evolve. This was a good thing for Jiao Hai. There were countless good things in the space. If all of them could automatically evolve, then it would be very good for Jiao Hai. In addition, the fact that the broodmother could produce Zerg was also beyond Jiao Hai's expectations. But after thinking about it, Jiao Hai understood. Don't forget that there was an immortal expert in the space. Although it was an undead, Keen was there. The reason why Zerg could evolve was because they could absorb the genes of other creatures to evolve. Now that the immortal expert had absorbed the genes of the countless creatures in the space, it was normal for the space to produce immortal experts. Jiao Hai planned to make some immortal Zerg. However, he would only keep them as a backup. He wouldn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they would be too scary. While Jiao Hai was thinking about this, a prompt was suddenly heard, because the host has subdued the Zerg broodmother and obtained the loyalty of the Zerg pen. From now on, the host can provide faith power to the host. Since the Zerg broodmother belongs to the beast race, the host's affinity with the beast race will increase. All beast races in the space will be able to provide host with faith power. Note: beasts with wisdom can provide host with faith power. Beasts without wisdom cannot provide host with faith power. Jiao Hai stared. He didn't expect the space to set up an ambush here. However, this was a good thing for Jiao Hai. He would be able to obtain more faith power in the future. Jiao Hai looked around and decided that there was nothing to be reluctant about. Then his figure flashed as he entered the space. Just as he entered, Laura and the others greeted him. Laura and the others had excited expressions on their faces. It can be seen that they were very happy about the upgrade. Jiao Hai also had a faint smile on his face. But then he discovered that there were two people behind Laura and the others. One of them was naturally Xingyun. Although Jiao Hai accepted Xingyun, he was still in a hurry to consummate with her. Because of this, Xingyun couldn't help but feel shy when she saw Jiao Hai. Naturally, she fell behind the group. The other one was the woman that Jiao Hai saw in the wormhole. It can be said that this woman was the wormhole's broodmother. She still had long hair, but now that she was wearing clothes, she looked even more gorgeous. After exchanging a few words with Laura and the others, Xingyun went to Jiao Hai's side and softly said, "Brother Hai." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Are you used to living here? From now on, you'll be this Jiao Hai's woman. I'll find a time to take you in." Xingyun's face turned red as she nodded. At this time, a voice was heard, "Young master, when will you take me in?" Jiao Hai stared, then he turned his head and saw the Zerg woman. Jiao Hai couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that this woman would be so bold as to say such words. Jiao Hai opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Laura looked at Jiao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, I've already named her Julie." Julie still doesn't understand the human way of thinking, but you can rest assured that she's working hard to learn. Moreover, Julie will be your woman in the future. You should find a chance to take her in as well. Jiao Hai stared, he couldn't help but think about Julie's wild attack back in the cave. It was all in close combat, even Jiao Hai wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't think that she would become his woman in a blink of an eye. Most importantly, when Jiao Hai thought about the identity of Zerg's broodmother, he couldn't help but feel awkward. But after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Kai's original body was a 7-colored flower. Since she already took a flower, then taking a bug wasn't a big deal. If it was when Zhao Hai transmigrated, then he would feel awkward. After all, he had just transmigrated, so he couldn't help but compare the things around him with the things back on Earth. At that time, it was impossible for him to take Julie in. But now it was different. Zhao Hai was in the 10,000 realm battlefield and became a member of the 100 treasures realm. He had seen the beast men, the elves, the monster race, and all kinds of other races. Although the monster race's thinking was different from the human race, in Zhao Hai's eyes, they were already the same as the human race. Because of this, he didn't have any qualms about taking Julie in. After thinking it through, Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai knew that from the moment Julie entered the space, she was already destined to become his woman. Even if he wanted to decline, he couldn't. Therefore, he agreed. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Julie said, "Young master, there are still a lot of children on Fabio planet. I asked the young master to take them into the space." Zhao Hai knit his brows, but then he nodded. It wasn't impossible for the cultivators to deal with the Zerg outside. However, the cultivators would suffer losses. The 100 Treasures Realm's recent losses weren't small, so it was better for them not to suffer any more losses. Zhao Hai said, "Julie, you take command. I'll open a few spatial passages on Fabio planet and let the Zerg in." Julie nodded, then Zhao Hai immediately opened several spatial passages. Under Julie's command, the Zerg swarmed in. Zhao Hai then placed the Zerg on an uninhabited planet inside the space. Then Zhao Hai turned to Julie and said, "Julie, there's a seal on you in the cave. Do you know where it came from?" Julie shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that I was there when I woke up. The seal has always been there. If I leave the cave, the seal wouldn't have much of a reaction. But if the brood mother wanted to leave the cave, the seal would immediately block us. We suffered a lot because of the seal." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Laura and said, "It seems like we can't keep Fabio planet any longer. We need to destroy it so that we don't leave any traces behind." Laura nodded and said, "This isn't difficult. The space can produce some nuclear bombs and directly blow up Fabio planet. But this way, the surrounding planets might be affected. Brother Hai, I think you should destroy the center of the planet and then set it on fire. This way, nobody would suspect anything." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he nodded and agreed. Then he collected the corpses of the Zerg and placed them in the center of the planet. Then he immediately controlled the lava pool to erupt. Before long, the entire planet turned into a huge fireball. At this time, Zhao Hai arrived outside Fabio planet. With Julie's strength, even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to deal with her inside the cave. Even if Julie only managed to injure the immortal expert, as long as Julie gets a bit of the immortal expert's genes, the bug race would become stronger. When the time comes, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to kill his way to Fabio planet and capture Julie. Seeing Julie's reaction, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that the immortal expert would be able to kill his way to Fabio planet and capture Julie. Although Julie had injured the immortal expert, as long as she got a bit of the immortal expert's genes, the bug race would become stronger. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also glad that he didn't destroy Fabio planet. If he did, then he might have destroyed the cave where Julie was sealed. If he destroyed the seal, then he would have broken the cage and released the tiger. At that time, with Zhao Hai's strength, it would be impossible for him to trick Julie into entering the space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't learned the mind discernment technique, then it would have been impossible for him to make such a decision. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that Julie didn't leave the cave before he attacked. This made Zhao Hai happy. Although there was a seal on the cave, Zhao Hai could feel that the seal had loosened. Moreover, the energy inside the seal seemed to be insufficient. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been swallowed by Zhao Hai's faith power so easily. If Julie had discovered this in advance, she would have been able to break the seal several times. However, because Julie had suffered too many losses before, she didn't dare to attack the seal again. This could be seen from the fact that when she discovered the seal, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move anymore. However, this was even better. This allowed Zhao Hai to benefit. If Julie really broke the seal and escaped, then not only the world of cultivation, but also the 10,000 realm battlefield would suffer. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. At this moment, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know who it was. It was the immortal experts of the world of cultivation, Huang Daoran, Feng Beiming, and the others who were at the transcending tribulation stage. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the world of cultivation's headquarters had just been built. Kong Miao and the others had a lot of things to do, so they didn't return. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't know who these people were. Although Zhao Hai didn't know who they were, they knew who Zhao Hai was. When these immortal experts arrived at Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at them. The immortal experts immediately gave a salute and said, "We have seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he returned the salute and said, "Zhao Hai has seen several seniors." One of the immortal experts quickly replied, "We can't accept Mr.'s greeting. Mr. is too polite. We've troubled Mr. to deal with this matter. We're very apologetic." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Although I'm now a member of the 100 Treasures realm, I was also born in the world of cultivation. If something happens to the world of cultivation, I can't just ignore it. Speaking of which, the bug race is really formidable. There's actually a huge mother nest in the core of Fabio planet. With my strength, it took me a lot of effort to destroy it. But the small bug race outside are really annoying, so I'll just burn them to ashes. I hope you can forgive me for making the decision." The immortal expert leading the group replied, "Mr. shouldn't say that. Mr. is doing this for the good of the world of cultivation. Moreover, with Mr.'s status, it's already our fault for risking our lives for the world of cultivation. Mr., please come with us. We'll prepare some food and wine for Mr. to enjoy." Zhao Hai knew that the world of cultivation's food and wine were very good. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to eat them. Even people with status like Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming wouldn't be able to eat them more than a few times. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "There's no need for that. I still have a lot of things to do in the 100 Treasures realm. It's inconvenient for me to stay here." Zhao Hai understands your intentions. However, Zhao Hai is from the world of cultivation. It's only right for him to do something for the world of cultivation. There's no need to be polite. Hearing Zhao Hai, the two immortal experts didn't insist. One of the immortal experts took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. Then the immortal expert said, "Then it's inconvenient for us to keep Mr. here. Mr., we know that Mr. likes to collect strange things. There are some strange things in this bag that we don't know how to use. I hope Mr. can accept them." Zhao Hai stared. However, he knew that if he didn't accept these things, then he would be unreasonable. He smiled faintly as he received the spatial bag and said, "Then I'll be ashamed to accept them. Everyone, please." Seeing Zhao Hai receive the spatial bag, the immortal experts immediately smiled. Then they accompanied Zhao Hai and laughed. This scene caused Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming to stare blankly. They were ordered by Kong Miao to be polite to Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai had joined the 100 Treasures realm, but they didn't think too much about it. Therefore, although they were polite to Zhao Hai, they weren't overly polite. But now, seeing how the immortal experts treated Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be startled. These were immortal experts. Even in other realms, they would be respected. However, these immortal experts were very careful in front of Zhao Hai. It was as if they were employees treating their boss. This attitude made Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming understand Zhao Hai's status in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming couldn't help but be shocked. They knew that Zhao Hai had joined the 100 Treasures realm, but they didn't know that Zhao Hai had such a status. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming haven't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. Naturally, they didn't understand the gap between high-grade realms and the world of cultivation. Additionally, they didn't know about Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm. However, the immortal experts understood that Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm was very high. He was only a bit lower than Muyu and Tang Jie. Who were Muyu and Tang Jie? They were the future pillars of the 100 Treasures realm. Their statuses were lofty. If Zhao Hai could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, then how could the immortal experts of the world of cultivation dare to put on airs in front of Zhao Hai, Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the planet closest to Fabio planet. Zhao Hai didn't stay for long. After exchanging a few words with the immortal experts, he used the transmission formation to return to the 10,000 realm battlefield. After Zhao Hai left, the leader of the immortal experts immediately said, Huang Daoran, Feng Beiming, come over. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming didn't dare delay. They immediately arrived in front of the immortal expert and bowed as they said, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming have seen Senior. The immortal expert nodded and said, you two have a deep relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai. The realm has decided to transfer the two of you to the 10,000 realm battlefield. If there's anything you need to communicate with Mr. Zhao Hai, then you two will have to work hard. Go and prepare. Someone will come to greet you soon. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming's hearts shook. They discovered that they underestimated Zhao Hai's status in the hearts of the realm's higher-ups. In order to communicate with Zhao Hai, they were actually transferred to the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was a great thing. Although the two entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, they were sent out with injuries. With their performance, it was impossible for them to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield again. Now that they were transferred to the 10,000 realm battlefield for Zhao Hai, it showed how much importance the realm placed on Zhao Hai. The two didn't dare to ask any more questions as they nodded. The immortal experts waved their sleeves as they turned around and entered the transmission formation. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. After the immortal experts left, the severed soul experts and transcending tribulation experts surrounded Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Everyone began to congratulate them. At this time, someone suddenly said, Chen Daozhang, didn't you just return from the 10,000 realm battlefield? Quickly tell us what happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Why were those immortal experts so polite to Zhao Hai? The person called Chen Daozhang was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Moreover, some people noticed that when Chen Daozhang saw Zhao Hai, he was even more respectful. Although he didn't talk to Zhao Hai, he was still very respectful. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. Chen Daozhang looked at everyone and sighed as he said, everyone, I can't talk too much about the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, I can tell you that Zhao Hai's 100 Treasures realm is now the most famous realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They have countless experts. They can send thousands of transcending tribulation and severed soul experts. These thousands of people are enough to raise our headquarters to the ground. Moreover, Zhao Hai is the most favored person in the 100 Treasures realm. Even the strongest immortal experts of the 100 Treasures realm would smile when they see Zhao Hai. It can be said that a single word from Zhao Hai can decide whether the world of cultivation can stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield or not. Everyone, tell me, would those immortal experts dare to be disrespectful to Zhao Hai? Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a status in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was beyond their imagination. One of the severed soul experts was puzzled as he asked, what did Zhao Hai do? Why does the 100 Treasures realm value Zhao Hai so much? Chen Daozhang sighed and said, actually, Mr. Zhao Hai has already asked the world of cultivation for help. Everyone, the world of cultivation is only a mid-tier force in the 10,000 realm battlefield. We used to rely on a high-grade realm called the Giant Spirit Realm. We paid tribute to the Giant Spirit Realm every year in order to ask for their protection. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm has been the enemy of the Giant Spirit Realm for generations. The two realms have been fighting each other for a long time. The 100 Treasures realm wanted to deal with us in order to provoke a war with the Giant Spirit Realm. Originally, we suffered heavy losses, but after Mr. Zhao Hai killed several thousand people from the 100 Treasures realm, we didn't expect the Giant Spirit Realm to abandon us. Mr. Zhao Hai was furious, so after discussing with everyone, we decided to rely on the 100 Treasures realm. The 100 Treasures realm agreed, but this led to the attack of the Giant Spirit Realm's army. Mr. Zhao Hai led us and cooperated with the 100 Treasures realm to repel the attacks of the Giant Spirit Realm. We also forced the Giant Spirit Realm's subordinate realms to break away from the Giant Spirit Realm. Speaking up to here, Chen Daozhang paused as he looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, during the war with the Giant Spirit Realm, Mr. Zhao Hai's status was already on par with the rising stars of the 100 Treasures realm. Mr.'s methods were truly admirable. A severed soul expert said, so that's how it is. No wonder the 100 Treasures Realm valued Mr. so much. Mr. helped them deal with the giant spirit realm. It would be strange if the 100 Treasures Realm didn't value him. Chen Daozhong stared at the person and said, "Do you think that's the end of it? The giant spirit realm suffered a big loss, and seeing that they were no match for us, they invited the Fire Weavers from the 10,000 realm battlefield to help. The Fire Weavers are a much stronger race than the 100 Treasures Realm. They have countless experts and they can use spears. Their spears are different from the ones used by the machine field. Even a transcending tribulation expert would be seriously injured if not killed." At that time, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm sent hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the 100 Treasures Realm. The 100 Treasures Realm also sent hundreds of thousands of troops to deal with the enemy. The weakest among them were at the transcending tribulation stage. Everyone was attracted by Chen Daozhong's words as they quietly listened. Chen Daozhong sighed and said, "At the critical moment, it was Mr. Zhao Hai who helped the 100 Treasures Realm defend against the Fire Weavers' spears. This allowed us to resist the attack of the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit Realm. In the end, the other high-grade realms didn't want the Fire Weavers to intervene, so they made their move. The Fire Weavers couldn't help but retreat back to their headquarters. The Giant Spirit Realm didn't dare to stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield and destroyed their headquarters. It can be said that without Mr. Zhao Hai, the world of cultivation would have no choice but to withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even the 100 Treasures Realm would have done the same. Mr. Zhao Hai has done so much for the 100 Treasures Realm, how could the 100 Treasures Realm not value him? Everyone understood what happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of transcending tribulation experts fought against hundreds of thousands of transcending tribulation experts. Thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Chen Daozhong looked at everyone before he turned to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai cares about the world of cultivation, so he took care of the world of cultivation. Mr. Zhao Hai's care is crucial for the future development of the world of cultivation. Therefore, I ask the two of you to take care of Mr. Zhao Hai and the world of cultivation. Otherwise, the world of cultivation would find it difficult to advance in the 10,000 realm battlefield." Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming naturally understood that the immortal experts wouldn't speak too clearly. Therefore, they asked Chen Daozhong to remind them of the importance of Zhao Hai. They were afraid that the world of cultivation would obtain Zhao Hai. Therefore, Chen Daozhong's words were equivalent to the words of the immortal experts. The two didn't dare neglect and nodded. Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the world of cultivation's headquarters. Kong Miao and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai outside the transmission formation. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Kong Miao immediately went forward to greet him. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster doesn't need to be polite. Just call me Zhao Hai. The world of cultivation is my home, so I can't just ignore it. Grandmaster doesn't need to be polite. Grandmaster, I still have a lot of things to take care of in the 100 Treasures Realm, so I won't be staying any longer. But if the world of cultivation needs anything, please let me know." Kong Miao had some understanding of Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai really had something to do. The 100 Treasures Realm gave Zhao Hai a planet. Naturally, they didn't know that Zhao Hai was given a planet because he helped the 100 Treasures Realm restore materials. They thought that Zhao Hai was given a planet because of his contribution in the war. Kong Miao also knew a bit about the inheritance method of the 100 Treasures Realm. He knew that after Zhao Hai was given a planet, he would be given 10,000 unenlightened children. These children would become Zhao Hai's servants. Then the most suitable ones would be selected to become Zhao Hai's disciples. Zhao Hai just got a planet. It can be said that he had a lot of things to do. This time, Zhao Hai went to the world of cultivation to help. They were already very grateful to him, so they didn't want to waste Zhao Hai's time. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, Kong Miao immediately said, "Then I won't keep little Hai here. If you have any problems, you must tell me. Although the world of cultivation is a small world, we are still your most solid backing." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Then I won't keep you here." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao is too polite. I, Zhao Hai, will never forget that I'm from the world of cultivation. Goodbye, Zhao Hai." Then he waved his hand and activated a magic formation to return to the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. The Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters were also very busy. The war caused the Hundred Treasures Realm to suffer a lot of losses. This was especially true for their headquarters. It was damaged to a certain extent. Everything needed to be rebuilt. Moreover, although the Hundred Treasures Realm obtained a lot of new territories, these territories weren't stable yet. Don't think that the other high-grade realms wouldn't try to snatch these territories. These fellows weren't honest. As long as there's an opportunity, they would definitely try to take a bite. Because of this, not only did the Hundred Treasures Realm need to stabilize their own territory, they also needed to guard against attacks from other high-grade realms. At this time, the headquarters of the Hundred Treasures Realm was in a very busy state. It was like a high-speed machine. But even so, Muyu and Tang Jia still came to pick up Xiao Hai. Seeing Xiao Hai come out, Muyu quickly greeted him and said, "Little Xiao Hai, how are you? Are you all right?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. Big brother Mu doesn't need to worry. How are you? Did something happen in the realm? If there's anything you need my help with, you can tell me." Muyu thought for a moment before he smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I do have a few things that I need your help with. Little Hai, I heard that the school you want to build is almost finished. How about it, can you lend us your robots and machines?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Hearing Muyu, Xiao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "So it's about that. What's so difficult about that? Just wait for me to return. I'll immediately send them over." Muyu smiled and said, "Several of the halls in the headquarters have been destroyed. Although we don't use those halls often, they still represent the face of the Hundred Treasures Realm. We can't just ignore them." "Right, Little Hai, I think your school looks pretty good. How did you design it?" Muyu smiled and said, "All right." Xiao Hai smiled faintly. Construction wasn't easy to do. From the overall design to the interior decoration, it wasn't easy to make good use of everything. The Cultivation realm didn't have a lot of research on architecture. Even the halls were left behind by the predecessors. To be honest, the construction wasn't very good. On the other hand, Zhao High School was designed and built using the Universal Spatial Scanner. Naturally, these buildings couldn't be compared to it. And with the addition of the construction robots, the construction was fast and good. Zhao Hai smiled at Muyu and said, "Laura and the others only know how to design. What's wrong? Does Big Brother Mu want to redesign the halls in the headquarters? Then I'll have them take a look." Muyu laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Take your younger siblings and help me design the main hall of the headquarters." The Hundred Treasures realm won a great victory this time. According to Master, we need to renovate the main hall so that it can be used to receive people from other realms in the future. Muyu laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll go back and bring them over. When the time comes, I'll show Big Brother Mu the renderings." Muyu nodded. Zhao Hai cupped his fist to him before he turned around and went to the transmission formation to return to the planet. The construction of the school was almost done. The school was simple and stylish, so it didn't need a lot of high-grade materials. Because of this, it was built very quickly. Now the only thing left to do was to make the school green. There was nothing else to do, so Zhao Hai felt relieved. He left some undead behind to make the place green. Then he immediately brought the robots and Laura and the others to the headquarters. Naturally, Kai-er and Julie didn't appear this time. Kai-er's appearance was too strange, and she also needed to control everything inside the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't bring her out. On the other hand, Julie still didn't understand the ways of the world, so she had to learn from Kai-er for a while. When Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others to the Hundred Treasures Realm's headquarters, Muyu was already waiting for them. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Muyu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Come, Master wants to see you." Muyu smiled and said, "Master wants to see you." Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, "Elder Mu wants to see me? What's the matter?" Muyu smiled and said, "It's nothing. Master heard that you have several wives, so he wants to see them. Hehe, Master is very concerned about you. He said that he wants to reward Laura and the others." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he led Laura and the others to the conference hall. Muyu and Tang Yaoan were already there. Jiao Hai led Laura and the others to greet Muyu. Muyao carefully sized up Laura and the others, then he laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be a playboy. You girls look pretty good. As an elder, this old man naturally wouldn't mistreat you. Take this, consider it my gift to you." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Then he waved his hand as artifacts appeared in front of Laura and the others. Laura and the others quickly received the artifacts and thanked Muyu. Muyu turned to Jiao Hai and said, "Jiao Hai, you should know that the 100 Treasures realm is very popular in the 10,000 realm battlefield right now. This is a good thing, but it's also not a good thing. Although the 100 Treasures realm is very famous, the reception halls in the headquarters aren't very impressive. I heard that you have some experience in building. I'll leave the halls to you. You can demolish and rebuild them, but if you don't, I won't forgive you." Jiao Hai quickly nodded. Muyu smiled and said, "Go, make them look impressive. Don't let the people who come to the headquarters look down on the 100 Treasures realm." Jiao Hai nodded, then he led Laura and the others out. Outside, Jiao Hai took a careful look at the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters as well as the original halls. Several of the halls have been destroyed. To be honest, even if they weren't destroyed, the construction of the halls wasn't very good. Laura and the others were just putting on a show. If they were asked to design an entire building, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, the group still looked carefully and discussed from time to time. After looking for some time, Jiao Hai led Laura and the others back to his cave residence in the headquarters. Upon entering the cave, the group immediately entered the space. Kaier had already made several renderings of the headquarters. Each one of them was very good. Jiao Hai looked at the renderings and nodded. Then he turned to Kaier and the others and said, "I'll take these renderings out and show them to Elder Mu and the others. After that, you can return to Blue Sky Planet. The children will be arriving soon. I'll have to trouble you to take care of things there." Laura smiled and said, "That's what we should do. Brother Hai, we should be able to rest for a while, right? At this time, there shouldn't be anyone who would provoke the 100 Treasures realm, right?" Jiao Hai shook his head, then he sighed and said, "Things aren't that simple. Did you forget our previous analysis? There might be people behind the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. And don't you think it's strange? Things are happening one after another in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It seems like someone deliberately doesn't want peace. Just wait and see, I'm afraid it won't be long before something happens. Also, Julie's matter is strange. With Julie's strength, who could seal her in Fabio Planet? Also, Julie said that when she ordered the Zergs to attack from Fabio Planet, she felt that it was the right time to attack. Could there be a connection behind all of this? Is there someone behind all of this? What do they want to do? All of this is waiting for us to investigate. To be honest, I'm very worried right now. I feel that no matter how hard we work, we're just a chess piece on someone else's chessboard. This feeling is very uncomfortable." When Laura and the others heard Jiao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, they didn't think too much about it. But now that they heard Jiao Hai, they felt that it was true. From the world of cultivation to the 10,000 realm battlefield, there seemed to be an invisible hand behind everything that happened. Moreover, the 6 realms battlefield and the 10,000 realm battlefield were places full of treasures in the eyes of cultivators. However, these 2 places were made by someone else. Nobody would believe this. But if this was true, then what was hidden behind all of this? Jiao Hai walked out of the space with several renderings in his hand. Naturally, these renderings were just beautiful drawings. As for what the rooms looked like, they would need to look at the computer. These renderings were only for Muyu and the others to choose from. Jiao Hai's mood was heavy. He didn't tell Laura and the others to scare them. He really felt a sense of crisis. As long as he didn't know who made the 10,000 realm battlefield, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. To be honest, being a chess piece didn't feel good. But right now, Jiao Hai could only be a chess piece. He needed time. As long as the space's level increases, his strength would increase. Only then would he have the qualifications to resist. After letting out a long breath, Jiao Hai walked towards the conference hall. He didn't need to report his arrival. As soon as he entered, he discovered that Muyu was also present. After Zhao Hai gave a salute to Mu Yu and the others, he took out several renderings and handed them over to Mu Yao as he said, "Elder Mu, these are renderings made by Laura and the others. Take a look and see which style you like. I'll give you a detailed 3D drawing." Mu Yao received the drawings as he smiled and said, "It seems like your wives are quite capable. They actually made it this quickly. Let me see how they do." Then he turned his gaze towards the drawings. These drawings were naturally very beautiful. They were made according to the terrain of the headquarters. Each drawing had a different style. Some of them were composed of courtyards. They looked disorderly and picturesque. Some looked very imposing. But in general, these drawings had the architectural style of China. Moreover, they didn't have much of a modern aura. Mu Yao looked at the renderings and nodded with satisfaction. Although these renderings had different styles, they all looked very beautiful. One could see at a glance that they were made with great care. After some time, Mu Yao gave the renderings to Tang Yuan and the others and said, "Take a look as well. If you like one, tell me." Tang Yuan received the renderings and looked at them one by one. In the end, everyone's eyes were fixed on one of the drawings. This was the one that Zhao Hai thought Mu Yao and the others would choose. This picture wasn't the most artistic among the other pictures. However, it had an aura of simplicity. Although the buildings didn't look very tall, they were built according to the terrain of the mountain. They were scattered in a picturesque manner, but they didn't lose the overall effect. They looked very imposing. And this style was what Mu Yao and the others wanted the most. Mu Yao looked at the drawing that everyone chose, then he nodded and said, "All right, I also like this one. Little Hai, let's talk about it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a computer and explained the use of the children as well as the equipment in the room. After Mu Yao listened, he nodded and said, "Good, very good. We'll do as you say. Remember, build it well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he left the room. Mu Yu also followed Zhao Hai outside. He smiled and said, "Good kid, I didn't expect you to finish this quickly. All right, I'll leave this place to you." "Right, I'll be sending the children to you in the next 2 days. Don't forget about it." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Then Mu Yu turned around and left. Zhao Hai immediately took out the construction machines and robots. Then he inputted the construction plan into the programs of the robots and the machines. The robots and the machines immediately started to work. A lot of people in the 100 Treasures realm haven't seen robots before, so they were very curious about them. However, robots and machines didn't care about this. They only did what they were programmed to do and didn't care about anything else. After Zhao Hai arranged everything, he no longer cared about it. He only paid attention to it from time to time. The rest of the time, he spent most of his time in his immortal cave. Of course, this was just a distraction. In fact, he had been staying in the space. The progress of the project wasn't slow. After a few days, the general structure of the house was built. At the same time, Zhao Hai took Xingyun in as his concubine. At this time, the children of Blue Tree Planet had already entered the school. A large number of undead teachers also entered the school and began to teach the children cultivation. Zhao Hai had a lot of cultivation methods in his hands. Naturally, he used some good cultivation methods to help the children lay a foundation. But before teaching the children cultivation, Zhao Hai gave them a full body examination. Zhao Hai didn't just examine their spiritual roots. He also examined their muscle strength, bone development, and so on. He wanted to teach them according to their aptitude. A person's achievements didn't depend only on their spiritual roots. There were also many other factors. Among them, muscle strength and bone development played a large role. Because of this, Zhao Hai gave the children a full body examination and taught them different cultivation methods according to their situation. Zhao Hai attached great importance to these 10,000 children. He attached great importance to them, so much so that he almost assigned a teacher to each child. Not to mention the children of the 100 Treasures realm, this kind of treatment was impossible in any other realm. At the same time, the children's daily meals and what they need to learn were put on the agenda. In addition to cultural classes, the children also had a fixed time for body refining. Moreover, they also had 2 planting classes every 7 days. In fact, the main purpose of these 2 planting classes was to let these children learn how to plant various kinds of medicinal herbs. In the cultural class, not only did they learn how to cultivate, but they also learned how to identify various kinds of medicinal herbs, various kinds of ores, and the use of these medicinal herbs and ores. It can be said that Zhao High School was the most advanced cultivation school in the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want these children to be greenhouse flowers. Every month or so, there would be a day of experiments. These experiments were actually very simple. They had to personally kill or dissect some tamed beasts. These tamed beasts were meat for the children. Zhao Hai followed the principle of not wasting money. Therefore, he gave the children a certain amount of courage training. Zhao Hai also arranged some survival training for the children. But naturally, it wasn't to be done right now. They would have to wait until they grew up. Zhao Hai wanted to train cultivators, not assassins. There was no need to be too cruel. What made Zhao Hai happy was that among the children, half of them were men and half of them were women. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. This was because in the cultivation realm, no matter which realm it was, there were too many males and too few females. Female cultivators were very rare. Zhao Hai didn't know that there were a lot of female cultivators in the various high-grade realms. It was just that these female cultivators were rarely able to enter the upper echelons of power. This time, Mu Yao wanted to use Zhao Hai's school as a test subject. He wanted to see what kind of achievements Zhao Hai would have in the future. In this case, it was impossible to use only boys. Therefore, he also got half of the children to be girls. Zhao Hai didn't have any objections. It was better to have girls. However, this method of training was very difficult to implement in other places. There weren't that many professionals and teachers. 10 days later, the buildings in the headquarters were completed. The interior decorations and greenery were all done. Not only did these buildings look good, they also had a unique feature. These buildings were built according to a defensive artifact. Even the design of the green belt was very clever. If someone were to break into the 100 Treasures realm's headquarters in the future, then these buildings would form a defensive formation. There were also transmission formations in these buildings, allowing them to attack and retreat. It was very safe. It was because of these designs that it took a long time to finish building. It must be known that the materials used by Zhao Hai were very advanced. Not only were they sturdy and durable, they also took a short time to dry. Almost as soon as one side was finished, the other side could be renovated. The decorations of these buildings had their own characteristics, but they all paid attention to simplicity and generosity. Because of this, the decorations were very simple, but they didn't make people feel that they were crude. This was Zhao Hai's usual style, low-key arrogance. After the buildings were finished, Zhao Hai invited Mu Yao and the others to take a look at the buildings. Mu Yao and the others carefully inspected the buildings and praised them from time to time. It can be seen that they were very satisfied. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. After visiting the buildings, Mu Yao and the others led Zhao Hai back to the conference hall. Today, Mu Yao made an exception and had Zhao Hai sit down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Little Hai, you've done a good job this time. These buildings are very beautiful. I don't want to work in the conference hall anymore. You've done a good job." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder Mu is too polite. Zhao Hai doesn't deserve such praise." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "Of course, there's nothing to be proud of. Since you've done a good job, then naturally you deserve it. Little Hai, I heard that your school has been built. The children have already started going to school. How is it going?" Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what Mu Yao meant, so he quickly replied, "It's all right. They're still adapting to the environment. However, all the preparations have been made. The curriculum has also been set. Classes should be ready in the shortest time possible." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Show me the curriculum you've arranged." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out the curriculum and gave it to Mu Yao. Mu Yao carefully looked at the curriculum. Then he frowned and said, "What's wrong? You're also arranging food for the children? Aren't they going to eat pills?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not. I've planted some vegetables and grains in some of the fields. I've also raised a lot of beasts there. The things that the children eat are all from there. After eating these things, they would turn into pills. Moreover, they are more attractive than ordinary pills, they don't leave any toxins in the body. Pills can't be eaten every day. Although the spiritual qi in these foods isn't as rich as pills, they can still be eaten every day. Moreover, they can absorb the spiritual qi better. Because of this, I prepared some food for the children in the school. Zhao Hai shook his head. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? Isn't it said that these grains and vegetables are rarely grown?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's like this. When I was in the lower realm, I obtained the seed of a tree. This tree was planted by a race called the elves. They value these trees a lot, they can absorb spiritual qi as they grow. When they grow up, they can release even more spiritual qi. This is the best way to change the environment. Originally, I had a planet in the world of cultivation where I planted a lot of these trees. When I went back to pick up Laura and the others, I dug up a lot of these trees and planted them on the planet. Now that the concentration of spiritual qi in the planet has greatly improved, growing vegetables and grains wouldn't be a problem." Mu Yao couldn't sit still any longer, he stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's go and take a look at your planet. I want to see what it's like now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're welcome. I was just about to invite the elders to have a drink at my planet. When the time comes, I'd like to invite the elders to see the food in the cafeteria." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao and the others couldn't help but laugh. Then they stood up and walked outside. Just as they arrived at the door, they saw Mu Yao. When Mu Yao saw Mu Yao and the others, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Mu Yao and said, "Master, what are you doing here?" Mu Yao looked at Mu Yao and smiled, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Mu Yao shook his head and said, "It's not a big matter. The reconstruction of the headquarters has been completed, so I came to report to you." "Where are you going?" Mu Yao smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Let's go. Today, we're going to Zhao Hai's planet. You can come with us." When Mu Yao heard Mu Yao, he couldn't help but smile and said, "So it's because of this. Even if you don't go, I'll tell you about it later. Lil High School on the planet is very good, very good." Mu Yao waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. Come with us. I want to see what we can do." After he said that, the group went to the transmission formation and then directly went to Jakri planet. When the group arrived at the transmission formation, they discovered that Laura and the others were already waiting for them. After Laura and the others gave their greetings to Mu Yao, they led the group to the academy. Zhao High School was built according to the standards of universities on Earth. Each room could accommodate 4 people, including bedrooms and bathrooms. In the university, there were public cafeterias, public activity areas, public libraries, public laboratories, public training grounds, public plantations, and other areas. The area was not small. Zhao Hai took Mu Yao and the others to visit the entire school. Then they saw some public facilities. He also explained the uses of these facilities to Mu Yao and the others. He also took Mu Yao and the others to see the undead teachers. These undead teachers were very experienced. Additionally, the teaching facilities here were very complete. Because of this, their teaching was very good. While the children were learning, they were also taking notes. They didn't use computers to take notes, instead, they used pens and paper. Zhao Hai deliberately made this arrangement. Taking notes would further deepen the children's impressions. After that, Zhao Hai took Mu Yao and the others to the farms and planting areas of the planet. These 2 places could be said to be the most important places in the planet. This was because the food, pills, meat, vegetables, and so on all came from these places. Mu Yao and the others were all taken care of. Zhao Hai also took Mu Yao and the others to see the sprite trees. Although Zhao Hai raised a lot of beasts and planted a lot of vegetables and grains, he didn't stop growing herbs. Almost all of the fields had been remodeled. A lot of high-tech equipment was used to monitor the environment of the fields. If there was a slight change in the environment of the fields, an alarm would be issued. Moreover, there were robots guarding the fields all year round. These robots were specially programmed to determine the diseases of the plants in the shortest time possible and then treat them. Naturally, these things weren't from the machine field, they were from the space. However, Zhao Hai got them from the machine field. The machine field was just a cover. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He only said that these things were produced in the machine field, but they were modified after he came back. This visit gave Mu Yao and the others a lot of thoughts. Zhao Hai's school was completely beyond their imagination. Looking at the curriculum, the students who were taking notes and wearing uniforms, as well as the public facilities, Mu Yao and the others suddenly felt that the 100 Treasures Realm's spring was coming. After visiting the school, Zhao Hai led Mu Yao and the others to the school's cafeteria. The cafeteria was very clean. The cooking was done by robots. Although the robots' craftsmanship wasn't as good as Meg's, it wasn't bad. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the cafeteria, the students had already finished their lunch and went back to rest. The robots were currently cleaning the cafeteria. Zhao Hai invited Mu Yao and the others to sit down at a clean table. Then Laura and the others immediately served them tea. Zhao Hai smiled at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, this is a medicinal tea that I made. After drinking it, it will help with spiritual force cultivation. Please have a taste." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Elder Mu, this is a medicinal tea that I made." Mu Yao took a sip of the tea. First, he felt that the tea was very fragrant. Then he felt his mind clear up. This feeling was very good. Mu Yao put down the teacup and nodded as he said, "Good tea, it's really good." "Little Hai, this tea isn't easy to make, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not easy to make, it's very hard to make. This tea needs a small amount of elven tree leaves as well as other herbs. It can be said that this is a medicinal tea." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Mu Yao and the others and said, "Elders can rest assured. I've already calculated the production of this tea. Every year, I'll send you enough tea leaves. If you use spirit spring water to make the tea, the effect will be better." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Good kid, you've already arranged this, right? Alright, then we'll accept it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. At this time, Laura and the others brought the dishes over. Today's dishes were all made by Meg, a total of 12 dishes. There were meat and vegetables, all of them looked, smelled, and tasted good. Zhao Hai also took out a lot of wine and poured it for the group. Then he raised his glass to Mu Yao and the others and said, "It's rare for the elders to come to the planet. Let this Zhao Hai offer you a toast." Mu Yao laughed and said, "Little Hai, there's no need to be so polite. Sit down, we just wanted to taste your food and drink." Mu Yao smiled and said, "Alright, Little Hai." However, the group still gave Zhao Hai face and drank a cup of wine. Then they tasted the dishes on the table. The dishes on the table tasted very good. Most importantly, just like Zhao Hai said, they didn't contain any toxins. After eating, they immediately turned into spiritual qi. This was the first time that the group had eaten such good food. Fortunately, Mu Yao and the others were people with status. After eating, Zhao Hai invited them to the cave residence for tea. Mu Yao and the others also had some things to discuss with Zhao Hai, so they didn't decline. After entering the cave residence, Laura and the others served tea before withdrawing. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can you build a school like this on other planets?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Can you build a school like this on other planets?" Zhao Hai also guessed that Mu Yao would ask this question, so he shook his head and said, "Such schools can be established, but the problem is that there aren't enough teachers. As the elders can see, I'm using the undead as teachers. At this stage, teaching the children isn't a problem. However, once the children grow up, the undead wouldn't be able to teach them. Fortunately, after the war, I obtained a lot of transcending tribulation undead. When the time comes, these undead can be used to teach the children. However, it's impossible for other places to have so many teachers. Schools are easy to build, food is also easy to solve. At worst, we can plant more elven trees on other planets. But the most difficult thing to solve is the problem of teachers." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Alright." Mu Yao sighed and said, "The problem of teachers is really difficult to solve. Without teachers, it's useless to build a school." Tang Yuan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, is there any way to solve this problem?" He looked at Mu Yao and the others and said, "This problem is actually very easy to solve. The 100 Treasures realm has a lot of planets, but we don't need a school on every planet. Moreover, once a person reaches the core formation stage, they wouldn't need a teacher, let alone a school. Therefore, I think that the 100 Treasures realm can pool some resources and teachers to build schools on some planets. Then we can focus on training the children there. Once these children reach the core formation stage or foundation establishment stage, they can leave the school and return to their planet. This way, their foundation would be laid. When they return to their planet, it would be much easier for them to study under their teachers. It would be much easier for them to study." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. However, the group didn't immediately agree. Instead, they pondered for a moment before Mu Yao said, "This method is good. Let's think about it before we make a decision. But Little Hai, if we do decide to do this, you have to come up with a plan." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hai, will do my best. Elder, you can rest assured. Mu Yao nodded, then he stood up and said, "It's getting late, we'll be heading back. Little Hai, if you want to stay, then you can stay. If you need anything, you can go to the headquarters and find us." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Mu Yao led the group to leave. Zhao Hai didn't follow them back to the headquarters. It didn't matter whether he went or not. Taking advantage of the construction of the buildings, Zhao Hai already took the map of the headquarters into the space. Even the caves were hidden. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to go to the headquarters to know what was going on. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to take all of the 100 Treasures realm's territories into the space as soon as possible. At the same time, he wanted to see what the surrounding environment of the 100 Treasures realm was like. Zhao Hai always believed that the 100 Treasures realm, the world of cultivation, and the world spirit realm were all in the same universe. They might even be in the same realm. It's just that they were too far apart. Therefore, there was no connection between them. Zhao Hai wanted to see if his guess was correct. While understanding the situation around the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai was also doing his best to understand the 10,000 realm battlefield. There were too many realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was how big the 10,000 realm battlefield was. It was as big as a continent, but no one was able to reach its end. This was what surprised Zhao Hai the most. Now that the 100 Treasures realm was in the limelight in the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai was also worried. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out would rot first. The 100 Treasures realm was now the rafters that stuck out. If the 100 Treasures realm continues to develop like this, then the other high-grade realms in the battlefield would definitely come to deal with them. When the time comes, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer. Most importantly, the 100 Treasures realm now had a strong enemy, the Fire Weavers. Although the Fire Weavers suffered losses this time, they didn't suffer any losses. In the end, they retreated because they didn't want to hurt themselves. With such an enemy watching them from the sidelines, the 100 Treasures realm needed to be more careful. This was because this tiger could jump out and eat people if they weren't careful. Most importantly, Zhao Hai wanted to find some clues about the 10,000 realm battlefield. He wanted to see if he could find out how the 10,000 realm battlefield was built. Even if he couldn't find out, he still wanted to know if there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm. If there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm, then who was it? Originally, Zhao Hai thought that it was someone from the 5 great realms. But when he probed Mu Yu and the others last time, he got a negative answer. Zhao Hai believed Mu Yu and the others. With the strength of the 5 great realms, there was no way for them to force the 100 Treasures realm to do something they didn't want to do. In other words, if there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm, then this person was stronger than the 5 great realms. Zhao Hai wanted to see if he could find any clues in the 10,000 realm battlefield to confirm his judgment. Originally, Zhao Hai was very confident in his judgment. He believed that there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm and the giant spirit realm. But after this incident, his confidence was shaken. If there was someone behind the giant spirit realm, then why didn't anyone stand up when the giant spirit realm was about to be pushed out of the 10,000 realm battlefield? Could it be that the other party could bear to see their own realm being pushed out of the 10,000 realm battlefield? This was impossible, right? Because of this idea, Zhao Hai wanted to verify it as soon as possible. He wanted to see if he could find any evidence to prove that there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. Time passed. It has been 2 years since the war between the 100 Treasures realm and the Fire Weavers. In these 2 years, the 10,000 realm battlefield was still calm. Nothing happened. The battlefield seemed to have returned to its original state. The 100 Treasures realm's territory had grown bigger. They also had more subordinate realms under their control. Their strength had also increased. In the land of chaos, the 100 Treasures realm was now a top force. Their development was very good. The other high-grade realms didn't dare to deal with the 100 Treasures realm. At the same time, the Fire Weavers also became well-behaved and didn't cause any trouble. Zhao Hai also knew that the Fire Weavers had no choice but to be well-behaved. If the other high-grade realms were to make a move, then the Fire Weavers' foundation would be shaken. For the Fire Weavers to have a place in the 5 great realms, they weren't simple people. They were able to adapt to circumstances. Last time, they thought that it was a good opportunity, but when they found out that it wasn't, they decisively withdrew. To be honest, Zhao Hai admired the Fire Weavers for this. However, the more this was the case, the more careful Zhao Hai was with the Fire Weavers. This kind of enemy was the most dangerous. But now, the 5 great realms were in a delicate state of balance. If any of them wanted to make a move, then they wouldn't be heavily injured. The 100 Treasures realm wasn't weak. It was almost impossible for the Fire Weavers to take them down. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, his investigation of the person behind the 100 Treasures realm wasn't very smooth. Up until now, Zhao Hai hadn't found much information. However, he was certain that there was someone behind the 100 Treasures realm. However, this person who stood behind the 100 Treasures realm didn't care too much about the 100 Treasures realm's actions. He just wanted the 100 Treasures realm to fight with the Giant Spirit realm. Once the 2 realms start fighting, he wouldn't care. These were the clues that Zhao Hai found in the 100 Treasures realm's ancient records. There were no records of the enmity between the 100 Treasures realm and the Giant Spirit realm. Even if there were records, they were ominous. This made Zhao Hai suspicious. But now wasn't the time to investigate this matter. Zhao Hai believed that sooner or later, he would find out. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai rarely went to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Sometimes, he would go to Yan Planet. Yan Planet has been listed as a forbidden area by Mu Yao and the others. It was no longer possible to throw discarded materials there. Only a few people designated by Mu Yao could go to Yan Planet. Naturally, the discarded materials would be sent there. Zhao Hai went to Yan Planet to turn discarded materials into materials. Most of his time was spent teaching the children on the planet. Zhao Hai wanted to train these children into his most loyal subordinates. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of resources in his hands, there were very few people that he could use. Now that there was an opportunity, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let it go. Although the 100 Treasures realm looked calm, it was still divided into factions. At present, the strongest faction was Mu Yao's faction. And because of Mu Yao's affection for Zhao Hai, he was also marked as a member of the Mu faction. It can be assumed that he would have some troubles in the 100 Treasures realm in the future. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to establish his own influence. No matter which realm he was in, as long as he was strong, nobody would dare to move against him. Moreover, Zhao Hai had another insurance, and that was his identity as a refining grandmaster. He could turn discarded materials into materials. As long as he had this ability, no matter who was in charge of the 100 Treasures realm, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The ones that Zhao Hai was most happy about were the children. These children have been on the planet for 2 years now. In these 2 years, Zhao Hai has been very diligent in training these children. And these children were also very hardworking. Among the 10,000 children, more than 1,000 were already close to the foundation establishment stage. Among the rest, the weakest were at the peak of the body refinement stage. This was impossible on other planets. Moreover, the talents of these children were quickly revealed. Some of the children were naturally gifted with medicinal herbs while others liked refining. Naturally, Zhao Hai would focus on training these talents. If a force wants to develop, it wasn't enough to rely on martial artists. Zhao Hai's training of these children could be described in 4 words, teaching them in accordance with their aptitude. In any case, these children were now his servants and would become his disciples in the future. They already took his surname, so he can teach them however he wants. In the past 2 years, the 100 Treasures realm also built schools on other planets. Moreover, they were established according to Zhao Hai's method. The results were very good. As long as these children reached the foundation establishment stage, they would be sent back to their respective planets to follow their masters. Although the results weren't as good as Zhao Hai's, it was still much better than before. Needless to say, Zhao Hai had made a great contribution this time. Although there were a lot of people who haven't reached the foundation establishment stage, the proportion of them who have reached the foundation establishment stage was much higher than before. Even if these people can't transcend their tribulation, as long as they reach the nascent soul stage, they would become good teachers. This would be very good for the 100 Treasures realm's future development. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai was also learning about the 100 Treasures realm. For him, the 100 Treasures realm was very strange. The 100 Treasures realm he saw in the 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't the real 100 Treasures realm. It can be said that the 100 Treasures realm in the 10,000 realm battlefield was a peak existence. Now, Zhao Hai understood the true face of the 100 Treasures realm. Because of the war, the 100 Treasures realm gained a lot of good things. At the very least, the 100 Treasures realm could now refine their own giant spirit treasure plates and spears. This was very beneficial to the 100 Treasures realm's development. Muyu would visit the 100 Treasures realm from time to time in the past 2 years. The same was true for Xianxia and the others. Muyu's status in the 100 Treasures realm was now very high. After the war, Muyu gained a lot of merits as well as a powerful background. Others can say that he has nothing. On this day, Zhao Hai was looking at the students who were attending classes in the academy. These students were now divided into classes. However, they weren't divided into classes based on their cultivation level. Instead, they were divided into classes based on what they were interested in. For example, there were physical cultivation classes, refining classes, alchemy classes, spear techniques classes, and so on. The teachers in the academy were now replaced with high-level undead. These undead were transcending tribulation experts or above. In order for these people to teach the children better, Zhao Hai had the teachers train the undead. It must be known that being a teacher wasn't easy. At this time, a white light flashed from the transmission formation as 3 people appeared. Zhao Hai stared, then he saw Muyu, Tang Jia, and Tang Wen. Zhao Hai quickly flew over as he smiled at Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, how come the 3 of you have time to come together today? Did something happen?" Muyu smiled and said, "It's nothing, we just came to drink with you." Zhao Hai laughed, then he led the 3 into the cave residence. Laura and the others served them food and wine. Muyu took a sip of his wine before he sighed and said, "This time, I came to look for Zhao Hai because I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Hai stared blankly and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Muyu forced a smile and said, "Little Hai, you should know that we still don't know how many places there are in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The entire battlefield is in a very strange position. One side faces the sea while the other side is surrounded by the 5 great realms. It's impossible for us to get a bigger territory. However, we haven't given up hope. After the observation of the high-grade realms, the poisonous mist and dark clouds would weaken every 50 years or so. This is the best time to go out to sea. Because of this, every 50 years or so, the high-grade realms would send their strongest youths to explore the sea in hopes of finding out what's on the other side of the sea. Perhaps this kind of exploration has been done countless times, but no one has ever returned. However, the high-grade realms didn't stop their exploration. It's almost time for the next 50 years, and the exploration is about to begin. However, none of the younger generation is willing to go out. This is because everyone knows that they would die if they go out. I'm looking for you this time to tell you that it's best for you to immediately go into seclusion and not go out to sea to explore. Otherwise, only death would await you." Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai, you should also go into seclusion. Don't go out to sea to explore, otherwise, only death would await you." Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "Little Hai, you should know that the 10,000 realm battlefield is in a very strange position. One side of the battlefield faces the sea while the other side is surrounded by the 5 great realms. It's impossible for us to get a bigger territory. However, we haven't given up hope. After the observation of the high-grade realms, the poisonous mist and dark clouds would weaken every 50 years or so. This is the best time to go out to sea. Because of this, every 50 years or so, the high-grade realms would send their strongest youths to explore the sea in hopes of finding out what's on the other side. Zhao Hai stared. In the past 2 days, he gained some understanding of the 100 Treasures realm. However, this was the first time he heard about this matter. He frowned and said, "Will they make a move on me? I've made many contributions to the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, I can turn discarded materials into usable ones. No matter what their purpose is, they wouldn't make a move on me, right?" Muyu sighed and said, "Little Hai, you don't know this, but every time an immortal stage elder takes over, the 100 Treasures realm would be shaken. Me, Little Jia, and Little One all have immortal stage experts behind us. Naturally, the immortal stage elder wouldn't dare to deal with us. Otherwise, when my master takes over, he would deal with his disciples. But you're now a member of the Mu faction and you don't have any influence behind you. Your contributions will be credited to the Mu faction, so they won't deal with you first. For them, removing you is equivalent to removing a big support for the Mu faction. As for the impact on the realm, they might not consider it. Also, in their opinion, the 100 Treasures realm's biggest enemy, the giant spirit realm, has withdrawn from the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 100 Treasures realm no longer has any enemies, so losing a bit of strength isn't a big deal." Muyu sighed and said, "You're also a member of the Mu faction." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought that with his ability, he would be able to deal with any immortal expert. He didn't expect that there would be people who would ignore the overall situation. Zhao Hai knew that Muyu and Tang Jia were calm people, especially after the war. Now that Muyu and Tang Jia said this, it meant that this matter was likely to happen. This caused Zhao Hai's expression to change. Zhao Hai looked at Muyu and said, "Big brother Mu, why would they do this? What's in it for them?" Muyu smiled bitterly and said, "What benefits can there be? In their view, cutting off the Mu faction's arm is a benefit. Actually, I think that immortal experts like them shouldn't have stayed behind to lead the 100 Treasures realm. But there's no other way. This is the rule of the realm. Rotation is inevitable. Nobody can change it." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm to have so many twists and turns. If this is the case, then won't the world of cultivation and the Su race be implicated?" Muyu shook his head and said, "We definitely won't. Our clan has a rule. As long as the subordinate realms hand over their offerings, they can't be suppressed. Even immortal experts will be punished if they violate this rule." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "That's good. I thought it was something big. Are they just going to explore the sea? If they really want me to go, then I'll just go and take a look." Muyu didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. He stared, then he said, "Little Hai, you can't do that. The purple poison and the black clouds are very powerful. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed, let alone you." "No, you can't do that." Zhao Hai's expression changed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's because immortal experts generally don't have faith power. Brother Mu, I'll be honest with you. Ever since I obtained faith power, I've become immune to poison. Whether it's the purple mist or the black clouds, they can't harm me. You can rest assured that I have a spatial divergent ability. If I can't hold on, I can just come back." Mu Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll be honest with you." Muyu shook his head and said, "That won't do. Teacher has already told me that you can't go. If something happens to you, the loss to the 100 Treasures realm would be too great." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "If I don't go, then he'll find other excuses. It's better for me to explore the sea. If I can find something on the sea, then wouldn't it be a good thing for the 100 Treasures realm? Don't worry, I'll be fine." Muyu shook his head again. Zhao Hai impatiently said, "Big brother Mu, I'll be honest with you. Even if the realm doesn't let me go, I still want to explore the sea. Just like you said, I don't want to see the land of chaos anymore. It's boring. I might as Well, explore the sea. I'm not a person who likes to go to strange places and collect strange things. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and said, do you really want to go? If you really want to go, then you'll have to talk to Master. I can't make this decision. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, I was just about to pay a visit to Elder Mu. Come, let's drink and have a drink. Muyu looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but shake his head. Then he said, if you go, then I'll help you take care of the planet. You don't have to worry. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if I go, then there's no need to take care of the planet. I'll take the children with me and let them gain some experience. This can also be considered as an experience. Muyu smiled bitterly and said, you're really a troublemaker. Forget it, you can talk to Master about this. Come, let's drink. The four ate and chatted. Zhao Hai also asked about the name of the immortal expert who was about to take over the 100 Treasures realm. From Muyu, he learned that this person was surnamed Shen and was named Shenwei. He was a veteran immortal expert. When he was young, he didn't get along with Muyao. The two were always competing with each other. Later on, Muyao reached the immortal stage first while Shenwei reached the immortal stage. Shenwei regarded this as a shame. Although Muyao didn't care much about it, Shenwei still made things difficult for the people of the Mu faction from time to time. But because of the Mu faction's influence, Shenwei couldn't do anything to them. However, a few years ago, one of Shenwei's disciples was killed outside. Until now, the murderer has yet to be found. And this disciple was as famous as Muyao. Because of this, Shenwei suspected that someone from the Mu faction killed his disciple. He wanted to take revenge. But since Muyao was in charge of the 100 Treasures realm, Shenwei couldn't do anything about it. It was precisely because of this that when Muyao wasn't in charge, Shenwei told Muyu and the others to be careful. He even arranged for them to enter seclusion. Muyao didn't do anything to Shenwei. Although Shenwei did well in the past few years, he was too overbearing. Because of this, a lot of people in the 100 Treasures realm didn't like to deal with him. On the other hand, Muyao was the opposite. He was gentle and fair in his rewards and punishments. Because of this, more people followed Muyao. The reason why Muyao didn't want to clash with Shenwei was for the stability of the 100 Treasures realm. Naturally, Shenwei didn't dare go too far. Although he had a grudge with Muyao, he was still a person who cared about the overall situation. He still thought about the 100 Treasures realm. The reason why Muyao was afraid that Shenwei would deal with Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai wasn't his disciple. Moreover, Zhao Hai had made a lot of contributions to the 100 Treasures realm. But the more contributions Zhao Hai made, the more unfavorable it would be for Shenwei. This was because the Mu faction would take all of these contributions. Additionally, Zhao Hai's performance in the war was too eye-catching. Many youths of the 100 Treasures realm regarded Zhao Hai as their idol. It can be said that Zhao Hai's prestige among the younger generation was gradually surpassing Muyu's. In this case, it would be strange if Shenwei didn't deal with Zhao Hai. Shenwei didn't dare deal with Muyu. This was because Muyu was now the #1 expert of the younger generation. If he dealt with Muyu, then it would be the same as destroying the Great Wall. It wasn't just Muyao, the other immortal experts wouldn't agree. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was different. First, Zhao Hai was a newcomer to the 100 Treasures realm. Second, Zhao Hai wasn't Muyao's direct disciple. Third, Shenwei and the others didn't know that Zhao Hai had the ability to restore wastes. Even if they knew, they wouldn't necessarily care about it. Because of this, Shenwei was most likely to deal with Zhao Hai. This was why Muyao sent Muyu to remind Zhao Hai. After understanding Shenwei's situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. From Muyu's words, Shenwei wasn't a bad person. However, he was stubborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't go against Muyao. He even blamed the death of his disciple on the Mu faction. After the four drank and rested for a while, Zhao Hai followed the three back to the headquarters. Muyao was currently very busy. He needed to sort out the things he did during his reign. When Shenwei takes over, he would be able to complete the handover in the shortest time possible. This was something that the 100 Treasures realm often did, so it wasn't a problem. It's just that too many things happened during Muyao's term, so he was very busy. Seeing the four of them, Muyao couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, why are you here? Is there something wrong? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he gave Mu Yao a salute and said, I've seen Elder Mu. I came this time because I have something to discuss with Elder Mu. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, What's the matter? Speak. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's like this. Elder, I heard that you might send me to explore the sea. If you really want to send me, then I'll accept the mission. When Zhao Hai said this, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, No, you can't go. If something happens to you, then the 100 Treasures Realm's losses would be too heavy. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he told Mu Yao what he said to Mu Yu. At the same time, he also told Mu Yao that he would take the 10,000 children to see the sea. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but hesitate. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, are you really going? Are you sure? Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai loved the children very much. If he wasn't sure, then he wouldn't take them with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm sure. Elder, you can rest assured. When have you ever seen me do something that I'm not sure of? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, Kid, you're a very upright person. But you're very steady and cautious. With your words, I'm relieved. Alright, if you're really sure, then you can go. But this is just our guess. If Shenwei really wants you to go, then you can go. If he doesn't, then forget about it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Even if he doesn't want me to go, I still want to take a look. Originally, I wasn't sure if I should go or not. But now, I have to go. Elder Mu, this kid also has something to say to you. Although you're always being patient for the sake of the 100 Treasures Realm, sometimes people will think that you're lacking confidence and showing weakness. If necessary, it's better to be strong. As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Mu Yu and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Zhao Hai talking to Mu Yao like this was too much. Mu Yao was now the ruler of the 100 Treasures Realm. What Zhao Hai said was tantamount to openly giving Mu Yao advice. Moreover, it was an opinion that could shake the 100 Treasures Realm. Mu Yao's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, why do you say this? Zhao Hai replied, Elder, if Elder Shenwei sends me, Zhao Hai, to explore the sea, then it's fine. But what if he sends someone else? Every severed soul expert of the 100 Treasures Realm is very precious. If something happens to them, then the 100 Treasures Realm would suffer a great loss. If he sends someone to explore the sea today, then he can also send someone else tomorrow. The 100 Treasures Realm can't accept this kind of loss. This would be detrimental to the development of the 100 Treasures Realm. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before he continued, To be honest, everyone knows how important I am to the 100 Treasures Realm. If Shenwei really wants me to explore the sea, can I still say that he's a person who cares about the big picture? Zhao Hai nodded and said, You're right. Zhao Hai stood outside the conference hall with a calm expression. It has been 2 months since he last came to the conference hall. Although Zhao Hai wasn't very polite to Mu Yao didn't blame Zhao Hai. On the contrary, he approved of Zhao Hai's words. A month ago, Mu Yao and Shenwei officially handed over their positions. Shenwei became the 100 Treasures Realm's leader for the next 10 years. Mu Yao and the others also went into seclusion. Zhao Hai didn't go into seclusion. He also participated in the handover ceremony and met with Shenwei. Zhao Hai didn't expect Shenwei to be a talented person. He looked cultured and refined with an extraordinary temperament. However, there was an arrogant air on his face that made people feel uncomfortable. After the handover ceremony, Zhao Hai returned to the planet. However, he was still very lenient about what happened in the headquarters. Shenwei was very good at handling matters. He didn't overrule Mu Yao's actions. This was because Mu Yao's actions were for the good of the 100 Treasures Realm. If Shenwei overruled Mu Yao's actions, then the other people in the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't do it. However, Shenwei still transferred people who had a good relationship with the Mu faction to a more leisurely place. This was equivalent to minimizing the influence of the Mu faction in the 100 Treasures Realm. Zhao Hai didn't object to this. A new emperor brings his own subordinates. Naturally, a new emperor would arrange people in important places. Only then would Zhao Hai feel relieved. Moreover, Shenwei didn't make things difficult for the people who were transferred away. The Hundred Treasures realm was now in a stable state. And with the Mu faction's patience, this matter passed. The reason why Zhao Hai came here today was to explore the sea. Last time, Zhao Hai came to thank Mu Yao and said that he was going to explore the sea. But at that time, they didn't talk in the conference hall but in Mu Yao's cave residence. Because of this, no one knew that Zhao Hai was going to explore the sea. There were still 10 days before the expedition. The Hundred Treasures realm had already decided on the candidate for this expedition. And as Mu Yao expected, it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that when Shenwei decided to send Zhao Hai to explore the sea, there were a lot of people who opposed it. However, Shenwei had a very firm attitude and insisted on sending Zhao Hai. At the same time, Mu Yao didn't make an appearance. In the end, Zhao Hai was chosen. Zhao Hai knew that Shenwei was going to make a move against him. But he didn't think much about it. He already knew about this, so he wasn't worried at all. Zhao Hai also knew why Mu Yao didn't make a move. It wasn't that Mu Yao didn't want to make a move. It was just that Shenwei hadn't done anything excessive yet. Because of this, Mu Yao decided to wait for Shenwei to make a move. Zhao Hai knew that Mu Yao already listened to what he said to Mu Yao. Mu Yao wanted to destroy Shenwei's arrogance, but he needed an opportunity. An opportunity to make Shenwei unable to make a comeback. Although Mu Yao didn't want to fight with Shenwei for the stability of the Hundred Treasures realm, Shenwei had become more and more arrogant in recent years. Although Mu Yao was patient, Shenwei's actions against Zhao Hai made Mu Yao unable to bear it. Today, Shenwei dared to make a move against Zhao Hai. Does that mean that he would make a move against Mu Yao tomorrow? With this thought in mind, Mu Yao prepared to deal with Shenwei. Although Mu Yao didn't want to bother with Shenwei, he wasn't a kind person. Mu Yao knew that if you don't kill a tiger, it would only harm you. Therefore, he needed an opportunity to kill Shenwei and make him unable to make a comeback. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's words, then Mu Yao would have gone against Shenwei when Shenwei ordered Zhao Hai to explore the sea. But if he did, then he wouldn't be able to kill Shenwei. After talking to Zhao Hai that day, Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai already had the intention to explore the sea. Therefore, he didn't worry about Zhao Hai anymore. Instead, he just waited for an opportunity. The entire headquarters was under Zhao Hai's surveillance. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew what Mu Yao was planning to do. He didn't blame Mu Yao. On the contrary, he agreed with Mu Yao's approach. An opponent like Shenwei must be killed, otherwise there would be no end of trouble. Because Zhao Hai was going to explore the sea, Shenwei sent a jade sword message to summon Zhao Hai to the headquarters. In the past, Zhao Hai treated the conference hall like it was his own home. He didn't need to be notified and could directly enter. Today, he stood outside the hall for a quarter of an hour, but he still wasn't called in. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious nor angry. He already knew that Shenwei would make things difficult for him. Therefore, he just stood outside the hall with a calm expression. Not only was this not shameful, it would also make the Hundred Treasures realm's impression of Shenwei worse. Everyone in the Hundred Treasures realm knew what kind of person Zhao Hai was. They also knew how much he had done for the Hundred Treasures realm. To be honest, Zhao Hai's popularity in the Hundred Treasures realm wasn't any lower than Mu Yu's. In this case, Mu Yao gave Zhao Hai the convenience of entering the headquarters without notifying anyone. Nobody objected to this. But Shenwei actually stood outside Zhao Hai's door for a quarter of an hour. This made the people from the Hundred Treasures realm unable to continue watching. Although everyone in the Hundred Treasures realm knew that Zhao Hai was from the Mu faction, they also knew that strictly speaking, Zhao Hai couldn't be considered a member of the Mu faction. First, he didn't study under Mu Yao. Second, everything he obtained was obtained through his own merits. Third, although he had a good relationship with Mu Yu and Tang Jia, he didn't have any enmity with the Shen faction. If Shenwei has enmity with the Mu faction, then he should look for trouble with the Mu faction. Why would he look for trouble with Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai could already hear the dissatisfaction of the people from the Hundred Treasures realm. He stood there calmly with his eyes half closed. People who didn't know would think that he was asleep. Actually, Zhao Hai was communicating with Kai and the others. At this time, Kai and the others were organizing the people to enter the Hell King's ship. After all, Zhao Hai was taking them with him. Now that everyone was gone, only robots were left behind on the planet. These robots were mainly responsible for taking care of the medicine fields. The grain and vegetable fields were also stopped and replaced with medicine. Since Zhao Hai and the others were leaving, the grain and vegetable fields were naturally planted. There was no need to rush to harvest the herbs. The older the herbs, the better. This time, they were all prepared for the long journey. Moreover, the tamed beasts on the planet have been killed and stored in the space. These tamed beasts were originally used to eat meat. If they were left alone for a while, then all the plants on the planet would be eaten by these tamed beasts. A year ago, Zhao Hai also took Julie in. Although Julie was still wild, she was able to distinguish right from wrong. She was more like a human now. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to the changes on the planet, a voice was suddenly heard from the conference hall. Zhao Hai is summoned. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and then slowly walked towards the conference hall. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Zhao Hai saw Shenwei sitting on the main seat. Shenwei had a righteous expression on his face. Sitting on the main seat, he gave off the aura of an upright official. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Shenwei and said, Zhao Hai has seen Elder Shen and the other elders. I don't know why the elders have summoned Zhao Hai. Shenwei looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted as he said, Is this your first day in the 100 Treasures realm? How come you don't even know how to salute? Forget it, this elder won't bother with you. In 10 days, the 50-year expedition will begin. This elder has decided to give this opportunity to you. Do you have any objections? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hai has no objections. I'll listen to the elder's arrangement. Zhao Hai's reply caused Shenwei to stare. He thought that Zhao Hai would refuse. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to agree so quickly. Shenwei looked at Zhao Hai and said, Exploring the sea is a big matter for the 100 Treasures realm. If you don't show up, then this elder will punish you heavily. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Yes, Zhao Hai will remember this. I'll be there on time. Elder Shen can rest assured. This made Shenwei want to find an excuse to put Zhao Hai down, but he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, It's good that you know. This is the gathering place for the explorers. There's still time, so don't be late. Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right, this is the gathering place for the explorers. Don't be late, go down. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took the jade slip that Shenwei gave him and slowly left the conference hall. As soon as Zhao Hai left, Shenwei frowned and said to an immortal expert beside him, Third brother, what do you think is going on with Zhao Hai? Why is he so easy to talk to? Does he not know about the dangers of the expedition? The immortal expert beside him also frowned and said, It's impossible for him to not know. Although we don't have much contact with Zhao Hai, we have heard a lot of rumors about him. Zhao Hai is a scheming person. How could he not know about the expedition? And even if he doesn't know, how could the Mu faction not know about it? Mu Yao's retreat just in time for the expedition. It's impossible for Mu Yao to not tell Zhao Hai about it. This matter is indeed strange. Shenwei knit his brows and said, I wanted to use Zhao Hai's participation in the expedition to lure Mu Yao out. Then I'll use the name of righteousness to deal with him. I didn't expect Zhao Hai to accept this mission. Things have become difficult. Shenwei frowned and said, the immortal expert beside him said, It's not a big deal. If Zhao Hai accepts the mission, then he'll go. If he doesn't go, then we'll deal with him. I don't believe that Mu Yao would just sit back and watch. Zhao Hai has contributed a lot to the Mu faction. If Mu Yao doesn't do anything, then who would dare follow the Mu faction in the future? Shenwei nodded, then he coldly snorted and said, This time, I'll make the Mu faction eat a big loss. An immortal expert sitting at the end of the table looked at Shenwei and said, Brother Shen, I don't object to you dealing with the Mu faction. But it's best if you don't make a move on Zhao Hai. Although he has contributed a lot to the Mu faction, those contributions were also for the 100 Treasures realm. Everyone in the realm can see that. If we deal with Zhao Hai, then it would certainly arouse disgust. This would be very disadvantageous for us. Shenwei looked at the immortal expert and coldly snorted and said, He's just someone who joined the 100 Treasures realm. What's so great about him? He's just someone from the Mu faction trying to put gold on his face. so what if we deal with him? The immortal expert looked at Shen Wei and didn't say anything. He knew that Shen Wei's mind had been clouded by anger. When Mu Yao was in charge of the 100 Treasures realm, the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm attacked. At that time, they also participated in the war. But since they were dealing with immortal experts, they didn't participate in the war. Moreover, besides him, the others hadn't seen Zhao Hai's performance in the conference hall. Because of this, they had this idea. However, Mu Yao knew that Zhao Hai's contribution was real. It wasn't something that the Mu faction gave Zhao Hai to win him over. To be honest, Mu Yao's reward for Zhao Hai was still too little. Dealing with someone like Zhao Hai was already an unpopular move. Moreover, Mu Yao had gone too far. He was afraid that Mu Yao would give Zhao Hai a hard time in the future. However, he also knew that although Shen Wei looked cultured and refined, he was actually headstrong and self-opinionated. He wouldn't listen to anyone. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. After Zhao Hai left the conference hall, he looked at the hall for a moment before turning around and heading towards the transmission formation. Then he directly returned to the planet. When he arrived at the planet, Zhao Hai took out a jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. The jade slip recorded the time and location of the expedition. It was very detailed. However, the location was quite far from the 100 Treasures Realm's headquarters. If Zhao Hai wanted to get there in 10 days, then he would have to leave now. This expedition wasn't just a matter for the 100 Treasures Realm. Instead, it was a joint effort of several high-grade realms. Each high-grade realm would send a young expert to participate in this expedition. Regardless of whether they had grudges or not, they had to work together during the expedition. Otherwise, they would be heavily punished when they return. Zhao Hai wanted to participate in the expedition. Although he could use transmission formations to get there were no transmission formations for the last part of the expedition. He would have to fly there. 10 days was a bit tight. Moreover, Zhao Hai also learned from Mu Yu and the others that the high-grade realms would send an immortal expert to escort the person to the command post. But it was clear that Shen Wei didn't intend to send anyone to escort Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why they sent someone to escort Zhao Hai was because the journey to the command location wasn't very peaceful. Although the high-grade realms sent people, they had to leave at the same time. If they didn't leave at the same time, then they would lose the qualification to explore the sea. If there were any benefits in the sea in the future, then they wouldn't be able to participate in the expedition. In the past, there were realms that deliberately made their people arrive late. This way, they wouldn't be able to participate in the expedition. However, they didn't expect to be pressured by the high-grade realms. In the end, they were forced to kill the young experts who didn't participate in the expedition. It can be said that the expedition had now become a competition between the high-grade realms. Zhao Hai calmly looked at everything happening on the planet. Everything here will be handed over to the robots in the future. If the robots can't handle it, then it wouldn't be too late for Zhao Hai to return through the space. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai took the Hell King's ship to the headquarters. Although it seems like Shen Wei wouldn't send an immortal expert to escort him, Zhao Hai still needed to greet Shen Wei. This was a courtesy. Otherwise, Shen Wei might find fault with him. Zhao Hai knew that Shen Wei had been looking for trouble with him. Naturally, he didn't want to give Shen Wei any information that could be used against him. Because of this, he went to the headquarters to report to Shen Wei. Just as Zhao Hai expected, Shen Wei made him wait outside for a quarter of an hour before inviting him in. Seeing Shen Wei's attitude, Zhao Hai knew that Shen Wei wasn't someone who would do great things. He didn't even have the least bit of patience and courtesy. Such a person wouldn't be able to do great things. Zhao Hai entered the conference hall. Shen Wei was still sitting in the main seat. The other immortal experts were also present. After giving a salute, Zhao Hai turned to Shen Wei and said, reporting to Elder Shen, Zhao Hai has come to say goodbye. It's almost time to depart. If Zhao Hai doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Does the elder have any orders? Shen Wei looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. Normally, Zhao Hai didn't have any grudges with him. Moreover, Zhao Hai's current performance was very good. If Zhao Hai wasn't a member of the Mu faction, then Shen Wei would certainly put him in an important position. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai's influence was too deep. Shenwei couldn't use Zhao Hai, nor did he dare use him. Shenwei nodded and said, go. Don't lose face for the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai nodded. After giving Shenwei and the others a salute, he turned around and left. Outside, several severed soul experts from the 100 Treasures realm came over and asked where Zhao Hai was going. Naturally, Zhao Hai gave an honest answer. The reason why these severed soul experts asked this question was because after Zhao Hai left, they received some news that Zhao Hai might be sent to explore the sea. This caused an uproar among the severed soul experts. Zhao Hai's importance to the 100 Treasures realm was seen by these severed soul experts. In the last war, many of them fought alongside Zhao Hai. They didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. In this case, the realm actually sent Zhao Hai to explore the sea. These severed soul experts couldn't figure it out. Now that they saw Zhao Hai, they naturally wanted to ask him if the news was true. After getting a positive answer, the severed soul experts began to make a ruckus. Zhao Hai's voice was very clear. Naturally, Shenwei also heard the noise outside. His figure quickly appeared in front of the entrance. Looking at the people outside, he loudly said, "What's all this noise about? Don't you know who this is?" The severed soul experts stopped, but some of them were still looking at Shenwei. Suddenly, a severed soul expert stepped forward and cupped his fist as he said, "Elder Shen, do you want to send Zhao Hai to explore the sea?" Shenwei looked at the severed soul expert and knit his brows. This was because this severed soul expert didn't belong to the Mu faction nor the Shen faction. He was one of the severed soul experts that Shenwei didn't want to offend. Therefore, Shenwei calmly said, "Correct." After the Elder Assembly's discussion, the task of exploring the sea will be given to Zhao Hai. The severed soul expert replied, "Elder, Zhao Hai has made a great contribution to the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, he's strong. How can we send someone like him to explore the sea? We ask the Elder to take back the order." The others also loudly said, "We ask the Elder to take back the order." Shenwei didn't expect this situation. He didn't expect Zhao Hai's popularity to be this high in the 100 Treasures realm. But seeing Zhao Hai calmly standing on the side, Shenwei couldn't help but get angry. In his opinion, this was all part of Zhao Hai's scheme. First, Zhao Hai agreed to explore the sea. Then he joined forces with these people to pressure him. This was clearly done to make him look bad. If he retreated, how would he be able to convince the others in the future? Thinking of this, Shenwei coldly snorted and said, "This is the Elder Assembly's decision. How can we change it? You don't need to say anything. Withdraw." Then he ignored everyone as he turned around and returned to the conference hall. Shenwei's attitude was so tough that no one expected it. However, Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He originally wanted to explore the sea. But the last 2 times he came to the conference hall, Shenwei left him outside for half an hour. Even if Zhao Hai didn't want to argue with him, he was still angry. He knew that Shenwei wouldn't last long. Since Shenwei wanted to die, then Zhao Hai might as well give him a push. Seeing Shenwei's tough attitude, the severed soul experts couldn't help but go into an uproar. The severed soul expert who just spoke had a pale face. Although he wasn't an immortal expert, he still had an immortal expert behind him. Shenwei not only didn't give him face, he also didn't give face to the person behind him. How could he swallow this anger? Just as he was about to look for Shenwei, Zhao Hai pulled him back. Then Zhao Hai looked at the severed soul experts and said, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." Zhao Hai looked at the severed soul experts and said, "Everyone, please calm down." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "I thank everyone for speaking up for Zhao Hai. This is the decision of the Immortal Assembly, so I will respect it. I ask everyone not to clash with the Immortal Assembly because of me. The 100 Treasures realm has been on the right track for the past 2 years, so we mustn't have any fluctuations. Exploring the sea is a normal thing, there's nothing special about it. Perhaps Zhao Hai will return in a while and bring back a beautiful woman for everyone. Everyone, time is tight, so Zhao Hai won't be staying any longer. Goodbye." After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards everyone. Then he turned around and headed towards the transmission square. Then a white light flashed and he disappeared. The severed soul expert who spoke up for Zhao Hai had a pale face. He coldly looked at the conference hall and said, "Let's go." This severed soul expert wasn't angry at Zhao Hai. He knew that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai stopping him, then he would have had a conflict with Shen Wei. In the end, he would have been the one to suffer. Although Zhao Hai said that exploring the sea had a lot of benefits, people with discerning eyes could see that it wasn't a matter of life and death. Zhao Hai just didn't want them to have a conflict with Shen Wei, so he said those words. Zhao Hai's kindness was appreciated, but Shen Wei's enmity was something that they would remember. Although Shen Wei entered the conference hall, he was still aware of what happened outside. Originally, if the severed soul expert came to find him, then he would have used him to establish his prestige. But Zhao Hai's words made him surprised. Now that the severed soul experts had retreated, Shen Wei coldly snorted and said, "Ungrateful thing. Let's see how I'll deal with you if you dare to cause trouble again." Zhao Hai's words made Shen Wei surprised. Now that the severed soul experts had retreated, Shen Wei coldly snorted and said, "You don't know what's good for you." Shen Wei thought that he got what he wanted. But in the eyes of the other 4 immortal experts, this wasn't the case at all. These immortal experts weren't fools. The reason why they cooperated with Shen Wei in the past was because they needed to work together to get more benefits. However, since the death of his disciple, Shen Wei had become more and more unreasonable. He only wanted to go against the Mu faction. He didn't think that his disciple's death would be the work of the Mu faction. This was the 10,000 realm battlefield. What did it matter if people died? But Shen Wei put all of this on the Mu faction's head. Wasn't this a bit of an injustice? Moreover, in the eyes of these immortal experts, the Mu faction was already good to Shen Wei. They didn't do anything to him. When Mu Yao was in power, he didn't suppress the Shen Wei faction. On the contrary, it was Shen Wei who went against the Mu faction. Mu Yao didn't make a move against him. The immortal experts didn't think that Mu Yao was afraid of Shen Wei. They also didn't think that Mu Yao was afraid of Shen Wei. They also didn't think that Mu Yao had a guilty conscience. That was impossible. Every cultivator walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There was no reason to feel guilty about killing someone. All of this was because Shen Wei was suppressed by Mu Yao when he was young. This time, Shen Wei wasn't calm when dealing with Zhao Hai. Almost everyone in the 100 Treasures realm knew about Zhao Hai's contributions. It was impossible for the Mu faction to give Zhao Hai credit. The war at that time involved 3 high-grade realms as well as countless subordinate realms. With so many people watching, if the Mu faction gave Zhao Hai credit, who would be convinced? However, Shen Wei couldn't see this. He went around attacking Zhao Hai and even gave Zhao Hai a certain death mission. Moreover, he treated the severed soul experts with a tough attitude. It must be known that the severed soul experts weren't small. Even if Shen Wei was an immortal expert, offending so many people at once would make his life difficult. However, Shen Wei couldn't see this point and thought that he had succeeded. Didn't he know that although the severed soul experts had retreated, they were just holding their anger in their hearts? This anger would only grow stronger and stronger. Once they couldn't suppress it, they would erupt like a volcano. When the time comes, nobody would be able to stop them. Even if Shen Wei was an immortal expert, he would no longer have the chance to be in power. Thinking of this, the immortal experts couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the thoughts in each other's eyes. This wasn't the first time they got along with Shen Wei. They knew what kind of person Shen Wei was. Shen Wei was a stubborn person who wouldn't listen to advice. If he didn't listen to advice, then he would continue to do this. If he was unlucky, then they would be unlucky as well. Even if they knew the result, they still followed Shen Wei. Wouldn't that be the same as being kicked in the head by a donkey? Thinking of this, the immortal experts had their own plans. However, they didn't show it nor did they say it out loud. They just sat there calmly and chatted with Shen Wei. It was as if nothing had happened. Zhao Hai's figure appeared in a transmission formation. As soon as he appeared, before he could see what was going on, he heard someone loudly say, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Zhao Hai focused his eyes and recognized the person. It was someone from a subordinate realm of the 100 Treasures realm. This person had fought with him before. This subordinate realm was called the Shadow Shuttle realm. They were good at using small shuttles that were very powerful. The person in charge of the Shadow Shuttle realm's headquarters was called Huang Tianpeng. He was a severed soul expert. Naturally, the immortal experts didn't care about worldly affairs. Because of this, Huang Tianpeng was in charge of the headquarters. Moreover, the Shadow Shuttle realm had another identity. They were a subordinate realm of the Hundred Treasures realm in the south. This was equivalent to the southern border of the Hundred Treasures realm. The furthest Zhao Hai could go right now was this place. He would have to walk the rest of the way by himself. But the rest of the way wasn't safe. It was possible that he would encounter attacks from other realms. After Zhao Hai understood the attitude of the high-grade realms towards the exploration of the sea, he knew that this was just a competition between the high-grade realms. Although the high-grade realms sent some famous young experts in the past, they didn't send any core disciples. This in itself was enough to explain the problem. As for setting out together and working together, that was just nonsense. It would be strange if they worked together. These high-grade realms had enmity with each other. It's likely that they would kill each other in the sea. However, Zhao Hai didn't take this to heart. He wasn't worried at all. This was already part of his plan. Even if the other party sent an immortal expert, he would still be able to deal with it. After chatting with Huang Tianpeng for a while, Zhao Hai left the Shadow Shuttle realm. Time was tight this time, so he couldn't delay. Departing from the Shadow Shuttle realm, Zhao Hai went straight to the designated location. The designated location was a peninsula deep in the sea. It wasn't close to the Hundred Treasures realm's territory. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem to get there in 10 days. But if someone were to block him on the way, then the time would be tight. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared. He had the space release silver needles first. This way, even if someone blocks him, he would be able to reach the designated location in the shortest time possible. The reason why Zhao Hai had to arrive at the meeting place within the specified time was because of the rules of each realm. If he didn't arrive at the meeting place within the specified time, then he would be punished. If Mu Yao was still in power, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. Mu Yao wouldn't punish him for this. He wouldn't even send Zhao Hai to explore the sea. But now, the one in power was Shen Wei. Shen Wei was looking for opportunities to deal with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai didn't arrive at the designated time, then Shen Wei wouldn't let him off. As soon as Zhao Hai left the Shadow Shuttle realm's headquarters, he immediately released the Hell King's ship and rushed towards the coast. It must be said that the Hell King's ship was now very famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Everyone knew that the Hell King's ship was Zhao Hai's large artifact. Most people would take a detour when they see it. Zhao Hai made a name for himself in the last war. Now, nobody in the 10,000 realm battlefield dared to underestimate Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai became a famous young expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This time, Zhao Hai didn't just release the Hell King's ship to hasten their journey. He also wanted the children on the ship to see the outside world. He brought all of them with him. Laura and the others were also on the Hell King's ship. Besides the children, there were also a lot of undead maintaining order. Now that Zhao Hai released the Hell King's ship, the undead immediately opened the ship's windows and allowed the children to see what was outside. These children were also very curious. They were just ordinary children who lived on different planets. They didn't go anywhere before they were transferred to the planet. This was the first time they went out, so they were very curious. They stood by the window and looked at everything outside with curiosity. Zhao Hai scanned the ship with his spiritual force and couldn't help but smile. These children couldn't just stay in school and study. That was useless. They needed to broaden their horizons. Only by broadening their horizons would they be motivated to work harder. Laura stood beside Zhao Hai. She turned her head to look at the children and smiled faintly as she said, "Brother Hai, these children are very good. Coming out to gain experience is very important for them. I hope that someone will attack us. This way, we can let the children know what a battle between experts is." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're still in the Shadow Shuttle realm's territory. The Hundred Treasures realm has been in the limelight recently. People from other realms wouldn't come here to meddle. But once we're out of the Hundred Treasures realm's territory, it's different. I think there will be people who don't open their eyes and look for us." Laura and the others laughed. Julie and Kair were also on the ship. Julie looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, if someone tries to stop us, can you let me go?" Zhao Hai nodded. When he heard Julie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He turned his head to Julie and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Julie to be this aggressive. Moreover, he understood Julie's strength. After entering the space, Julie's strength increased by a lot. If they were to fight head-on, even if Zhao Hai used the 18 Arhat techniques, he still wouldn't be able to beat Julie. This showed how strong Julie was. Zhao Hai looked at Julie's expectant face and didn't say anything. He nodded and said, "Alright, if someone really comes looking for trouble, then I'll let you go." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Julie immediately became excited and said, "That's great. Thank you, Brother Hai." Then she jumped up and hugged Zhao Hai as she gave him a kiss. This caused everyone to laugh. Julie was the most lively among the women. Moreover, she was also somewhat naive. Her personality was very likable. Whether it was Zhao Hai, Laura, or the others, all of them liked her very much. The Hell King's ship continued to fly forward. Along the way, they saw a lot of cultivators. Some cultivators saw the Hell King's ship and immediately turned around to leave. There were also cultivators who saw the Hell King's ship and greeted Zhao Hai from afar. Zhao Hai returned the greeting and then continued on his way without stopping. Before long, the Hell King's ship left the 100 Treasures Realm's domain. However, Zhao Hai didn't slow down. He was still moving at full speed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't standing on the ship's bow. Instead, he was sitting on the deck. On the deck, there was a table of food and wine. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were eating. Emotion had been by Zhao Hai's side the whole time. Now, he was sitting at the table and eating as if nobody else was present. In front of him was a pile of food that was prepared for him. Zhao Hai held a glass of red wine and took a sip. Then he gently put down the glass and said, "Let's not talk about whether we can get anything out of this trip. There are at least two benefits. First, we can absorb the poisonous purple mist and the dark clouds into the space. I don't believe that these two things can't be subdued by the space. Second, we might be able to establish a stronghold in the sea." Laura nodded and said, "I don't believe that there aren't any beasts in the sea. Maybe we can also absorb some beasts into the space. It would be even better if we can encounter a new continent." Lizzie smiled and said, "In 2 years, the space has already reached level 270. This is a total of 20 levels. I didn't even dare to think about this before. Sister Julie is truly amazing." Julie smiled and said, "This is nothing. The space's level up is also good for me. Hey, why hasn't anyone come to find trouble with us?" Hearing Julie, everyone laughed. At this time, Kair suddenly said, "There's no need to say anything. Someone really did come. Moreover, they didn't come with good intentions." Upon hearing Kair, Julie couldn't help but stare. Then she stood up with an excited expression and said, "Where is he? Where is he? Are they looking for us?" Kair smiled faintly and said, "Certainly. Otherwise, why would an immortal expert stand in our way for no reason? We'll be able to see him in 10 minutes. Zhao Hai stared and said, "Immortal expert? They really think highly of me. Do they think that an immortal expert would be able to do anything to me?" Kair smiled and said, "That's hard to say. Maybe they really think that way. Although you fought with an immortal expert several times, you didn't fight for a long time. Moreover, those who knew about it had already run away. Because of this, a lot of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield believe that your fight with an immortal expert is fake. They don't have the strength to do so. Therefore, it's not impossible for them to send an immortal expert to deal with you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's interesting. Alright, let's see who will deal with who." After he said that, the Hell King's ship accelerated once again. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Hai slowed down. This was because an immortal expert wearing a grey robe was standing in the Hell King's ship's path. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others put away the food on the ship. Then they stood at the bow and looked at the immortal expert. This immortal expert was really ugly. His face was as ugly as a shoehorn. He didn't have many hairs on his head. His small eyes looked very awkward. Zhao Hai looked at the immortal expert and cupped his fist as he said, "I wonder why Senior is blocking this junior's path." The immortal expert looked at the women on Zhao Hai's ship in a daze. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to have so many women on his ship. Moreover, they were all beautiful women. His eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of hatred. However, he still replied, "I'm here to take your life." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There are a lot of people who want to take Xiao Hai's life. Senior, you're one of them. May I know which realm you're from?" The immortal expert didn't answer. Instead, he coldly said, "You talk too much nonsense. Prepare to die." Then he waved his hand and sent a punch towards Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai made his move, a tender voice was heard as Julie rushed forward. Julie had been waiting on the side for a long time. However, Xiao Hai kept talking to the immortal expert. Now that the immortal expert came out, Julie didn't need Xiao Hai to say anything and directly rushed forward. End of chapter 1537. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.